Chapter 1. Conan, are you alright? I heard you fainted due to a fever. How are you feeling now? Are you better? Gazing at the petite girl beside him, Conan, lying on the bed, managed to pull the corners of his mouth into a semblance of a smile. Don't worry, my illness has mostly subsided, and I shall be returning to school soon. That's truly wonderful. I've been so worried about you these past few days that I couldn't enjoy my meals. Isn't that right, Jinta? Standing behind her, a chubby boy stuffed his mouth with snacks, mumbling something indistinct. Beside him, the boy named Jinta sighed helplessly. Yamato, we came to visit Conan because we heard from Rand that he woke up. Could you please refrain from eating all the time? And just look at you. You certainly don't appear to be someone who has lost their appetite. Jinta's face turned slightly red as he hid the hand holding the snacks behind his back, chewing while muttering, "Too, I'm worried about Conan too, but who can resist the delicious treats Rand made? With such delectable food in front of me, anyone would struggle to hold back. Those treats were made specifically for Conan, and only you, Jinta, seem unable to resist." Who says that? Ayumi, don't you think you can't resist the temptation of snacks either? I do not. You're the glutton, Jinta. Oh, why do you say that too? Watching the three children suddenly bickering at the bedside, Conan sighed deeply, memories of recent events flooding his mind. Conan? Conan, what should we do? He has a high fever. We must take him to the hospital immediately. Who is it? I remember the soundproofing in my house is quite good. It's so noisy. Im so tiret. Damn clients. They wanted the first draft in the end. So what do they think my 10th and 11th drafts are for? Ugh, my head is spinning. I can't hold on any longer. Amidst the surrounding clamor, the consciousness of our protagonist sank into darkness. I can't be bothered to name my past life. They'll just refer to him as Conan from now on. A strange ceiling. When Conan finally opened his eyes again, he silently uttered these 6 words. I wanted to say that for a long time, this is a privilege reserved for protagonists. But where am I? Conan looked around with a hint of confusion. As he noticed the devices on the table beside him, the 4 drip hanging at his bedside, and the pungent scent of antiseptic invading his nostrils, realization dawned upon him. This must be a hospital, right? But I only pulled a few all-nighters intending to rest for a day. Why am I waking up in a hospital? Surely that adorable boss of mine didn't come to check on me at home because I missed work. How could that be? That charming little one, instead of being excited about my absence and docking my pay, would come to see me? Absolutely impossible. Whatever, there's no point in overthinking it. I should settle the hospital fees and head home to sleep. I can't afford hospitalization. At this moment, Conan, still oblivious to his recent transmigration, mumbled a few words and sat up, determined to pay his hospital bill. However, why is this bed so high? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Conan finally realized something was amiss. This was indeed a hospital bed, but as a recent college graduate, why couldn't he reach the floor? Having recognized that something was indeed off, Conan hurriedly jumped down, not bothering to remove the 4 drip, and stumbled toward the mirror in the corner of the room, dragging the 4 stand with him. What's going on? How did I turn into a child? Is this a transmigration or a rebirth? Seeing the small figure in the mirror, no taller than a meter, Conan could no longer remain calm. He knew that staying up late was detrimental to one's health, but he had never heard of it causing transmigration. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of the glaring numbers on the calendar hanging nearby. 1996. 1996. Could it be that I have indeed transmigrated? I certainly wasn't this small back then. I wonder if this world bears any resemblance to my previous one. It would be best if it were the same. That way, I could also become a pig standing at the forefront of the storm. Wait, is that Japanese? Am I in the land of the rising sun? Damn, I have no idea how to make money here. No, when did I learn to comprehend Japanese? Contemplating the information gleaned from the calendar, Conan felt a headache brewing. In his past life, as an orphan without connections or influence, and merely an ordinary graduate from a second-tier university, Conan had long felt the harsh realities of life. The only thing he regretted about that world was the pile of games on his computer that he had purchased but never played. Thus, he took the idea of transmigration in stride, even feeling a hint of excitement about it. Having never seen a pig run, he had certainly never eaten one. Although it was his first time transmigrating and he lacked experience, he was well aware of the tropes in various transmigration novels. While he might not excel at literary imitation, investing was simple enough. Blindly buying properties in the second ring, investing in Bitcoin, or purchasing Matai and Titan stickers was that all feasible. Unfortunately, due to his current location outside the country, all of this remained a beautiful fantasy. Hey, speaking of which, I should possess some kind of golden finger. Isn't it standard for transmigrators to have a golden finger? My golden finger is. Just as Conan was about to call for his golden finger, the door to the ward suddenly swung open. A beautiful girl with horns on her head stepped inside. Ah, Conan, you're finally awake. Dad, Conan's awake. After calling out a few words to someone outside the door, the girl turned to Conan with a look of concern. When you fainted, you nearly scared Dad and me to death. Wait, why are you out of bed? Your fever just broke, and the 4 is still in. As her initial excitement faded, the girl finally noticed Conan's state. Dressed in a hospital gown and standing barefoot on the tiled floor, the 4 needle was still inserted in his hand, while he held the 4 bottle in his grasp. Seeing this scene, the girl's fist clenched unconsciously. If it weren't for the fact that Conan was a patient, her fist would have undoubtedly landed on his head. Staring at the girl before him, Conan was momentarily stunned. A beautiful girl with horns, and someone named Conan? Wait, does this mean I've become a Grim Reaper? And one who has already provoked the Black Organization? With this thought, Conan's already frail body, weakened by illness, could no longer endure. Darkness enveloped him once more, and he fainted again. Writing this at midnight, feeling a bit unwell. If it feels awkward, feel free to skip it. Uncertain whether it was because he had been running around while still unwell, or if it was due to his recent transmigration. Upon waking up, he found himself surrounded by the 3 little ones. Responding to their chatter absent-mindedly, Conan attempted to summon his golden finger. Unfortunately, no matter how he called out with his mind or waved his hands in front of him, no golden finger appeared. Moreover, upon confirming his situation, he was also certain that there were no magical artifacts, rings, or necklaces accompanying him in this transmigration. Aside from a pair of plain glasses and a hospital gown, he had nothing else. Observing Conan's aimless movements, the 3 little ones whispered amongst themselves. Do you think Conan has become confused from the fever? He keeps waving his hands and touching himself. That's possible. I heard adults say that a severe fever can muddle one's mind. I suspect Conan might be experiencing that. What should we do? Poor Conan. Hearing the conversation of the 3 little ones, Conan couldn't help but roll his eyes. What nonsense! Had he lost his mind? He was perfectly clear-headed. Hey, you 3, stop talking nonsense. I'm feeling perfectly fine. I just wanted to move a little. As their conversation grew increasingly exaggerated, implying he was on the verge of death, Conan sighed helplessly and offered a vague excuse. Having confirmed he possessed no golden finger, he felt his already large head grow even larger. Weren't golden fingers supposed to be standard for transmigrators? Why do I have none? How am I a pitiful soul without a protagonist's halo, but with the Grim Reaper's aura, supposed to deal with those ruthless bombers, murderers, and organizations that resort to helicopter explosions at the slightest provocation? With tears of frustration welling up, Conan felt as if he might as well bash his head against the wall. After all, this was the world of Conan Edogawa. As an utterly unremarkable individual, he possesses neither the extraordinary ability to catch bullets with his bare hands nor the skill to kick a helicopter down with a soccer ball. How is he to survive in such a world? Though in my previous life I enjoyed teasing the distillery as merely a water plant, a covert organization siphoning funds, this is no longer a mere fantasy realm. As a multinational criminal syndicate, the distillery cannot possibly be as simple as it appears. Even the Jinn, known for eliminating its own kind, wields formidable power. I am not Kudo Shinichi. How can I possibly contend with such a vast organization? With these thoughts, Conan felt an even deeper sense of despair. To have traversed into the world of Detective Conan is one thing, but to become a washing machine is quite another. To be a washing machine is already unfortunate enough, yet I lack any special abilities. And without special abilities, I should at least have been reincarnated as Kudo Shinichi during his prime. Had I arrived a few days earlier, I would have certainly refrained from provoking any chaotic organizations. Wouldn't it be far more pleasant to simply play the role of Sherlock Holmes. I have not enjoyed the spoils of fame or fortune, yet I bear all the risk. Show, am I so unfortunate? At that moment, the trio that had been misled began to stir again, causing Conan to feel as if his head might explode. Fortunately, just then, Ran entered in the nick of time. Everyone, please quiet down. Conan hasn't fully recovered yet and still needs his rest. Let's step outside for a moment. I just brought some snacks. Let's all go enjoy them together. Long live Sister Ran. The three youngsters cheered in unison as they followed her out of the room. With the room suddenly quiet, Conan's mind began to wander once more. What am I to do? Perhaps I should contact Dr. Agasa and have him summon the Kudo couple so that I can leave with them? But I still haven't regained the memories of Kudo Shinichi. Being Conan around Rand is manageable. But if I leave, won't Yusaku Kudo suspect me? Pretend to have amnesia? Even if I were to feign amnesia, my character and instincts would surely remain unchanged. I am not like Kudo, who revels in the spotlight. So, lacking special abilities is one thing, but why must I also be devoid of memories? The more he pondered, the more troubled he became, leading to a headache. Ultimately, succumbing to procrastination, he turned over, embracing the mantra of letting tomorrow's self handle tomorrow's issues, and promptly fell asleep. However, his wish to lounge and ponder for a few more days did not come to fruition. That evening, after confirming that Conan was in stable health, Kagoro Muri took him out of the hospital. The very next morning, he was unceremoniously pushed out of the office door. You little brat, it's one thing that I covered your hospital bills, but now that you're well, you can't just laze around at home. Hurry up and go to school. Thus, Conan, still not fully recovered from his cold, was hastily sent off to school by the impatient, alcohol-seeking Kagoro Muri. As he gazed at the familiar yet strange streets surrounding him, an inexplicable feeling surged within Conan. Though he felt no attachment to his past life, this unfamiliar world left him with a profound sense of disconnection. As he surveyed his surroundings, Conan muttered to himself, "So, this world is indeed perilously dangerous. How wonderful it would be if this were an ordinary world. Yet, why must it be the world of Detective Conan? Why must I be Conan? Why am I without any special abilities?" Reflecting on his previous life, where he had watched the invincible Kayagaku Jin, Conan helplessly gazed at the sky. He did not aspire to dodge bullets like Kayagaku, but he certainly did not wish to be a fragile, unremarkable figure either. "Conan, hurry up. We're going to be late." "Yeah, Conan, what are you doing? Come on. If you keep dawdling, we won't wait for you." "I know, I'm coming." Seeing the three youthful figures bouncing towards him, concerned for his health, Conan ceased his mental turmoil, offering a wry smile as he nodded in acknowledgement before chasing after them. "By the way, Conan, Dr. Agasa asked us to go to his place after school today. He wants to celebrate your recovery, so don't forget. I wonder if the doctor has prepared eel rice." "Yamato, obviously, that's unlikely." "Huh? Why did Dr. Agasa inform you all, but not me?" Upon hearing their words, Conan paused, his expression tightening. Logically, shouldn't Dr. Agasa's closest confidant be him? Why had he not been directly informed, but rather learned through the voices of the three? Could it be that he had discovered something unusual? With this thought, Conan's brow furrowed deeply. He had only just crossed over and was not prepared to have his identity exposed just yet. "Foolish Conan, it's because your phone has run out of battery. Doctor couldn't reach you, so he called my home." Bume exclaimed at I truly didn't pay attention to the phone's battery. Upon hearing this, Conan's face flushed slightly. Indeed, Professor Agasa is not Kudo Yusaku. He does not possess such formidable deductive skills. In the original story, had Conan not taken the initiative to approach him and showcase his abilities, the professor would have been reluctant to believe that Kudo Shinichi had shrunk. Not to mention that he is, in fact, traversing dimensions. Such an occurrence is surely more bewildering than merely becoming smaller. Moreover, since coming to this world, he has yet to meet Professor Agasa. Thus, the latter couldn't possibly know that he is not who he once was. With this thought, Conan shook his head in resignation. "I understand. Let's go together when the time comes." In the afternoon, while Bume and the others were engrossed in a video game, Professor Agasa called Conan aside. "Doctor, what is it?" Conan greeted him, recalling his memories from watching anime in his previous life. "Shinichi, is everything all right?" The professor's sudden question startled Conan. What does the doctor mean by this? Is there something I did wrong? Surely not. Although I lack Conan's memories, he shouldn't be able to discern anything from just these 2 sentences. With this in mind, worried that he might have inadvertently revealed himself, Conan cautiously replied, What could possibly be wrong with me? I only had a fever a few days ago, but it's subsided now and I'm fine. You mentioned that this illness might be due to the medicine that shrank you, possibly causing some damage to your immune system. How could you suddenly fall so ill? Professor Agasa asked, concern etched on his face as he looked at the child he had watched grow up. So it was about that. Hearing this, Conan finally swallowed the small heart that had leaped into his throat. That shouldn't be the case. According to the hospital's examination, I merely contracted the flu. Doctor, there's no need to worry. If that medicine truly harmed the immune system, the doctors would have detected it, since they didn't mention anything. I should be fine. Besides, if my immune system were truly compromised, I wouldn't just be dealing with a mild cold. That may be true, but you must take greater care in the future if your immune system has indeed been affected. Your body may struggle to cope later on. By the way, there's another matter. What about Ran? She has asked about your whereabouts several times now, although I used the excuse that you were handling a case to brush her off. She's no fool. In the past, when you encountered cases that prevented you from seeing her, you would often call her. Yet you haven't called her at all these past few days. Now she is starting to worry whether something has happened to you. Conan paused at Agasa's words, surprised by the notion that Kudo Shinichi was such a person. Wasn't he always prioritizing cases above all else? Did he actually take the time to call Ran? That didn't seem quite right. However, before he could dwell on this for long, another pressing matter surfaced, entangled in his thoughts. Professor Agasa was genuinely concerned for him, as were Bume and the others. And even Ran, who was shopping for groceries outside. Even the Kudo couple, far away abroad, cared for him. Gazing at the professor's kind visage, an indescribable emotion weighed heavily in his chest, a feeling that the orphan he had once been had longed for. But did he truly have the right to enjoy such feelings? He was not the real Shinichi, merely occupying someone else's body. Did he have the right to relish in these emotions? Shinichi? Just as he was overwhelmed with these thoughts. Professor Agasa's voice broke through. Awakened from his reverie, Conan momentarily cast aside those concerns and responded, I understand. I will make time to call Rand. I knew you would say that. Look, this is the voice-changing bow tie I prepared for you. With it, you can sound like your original self, although I understand you wish to protect Rand by not revealing the truth. Now that you have decided to do so, and will be away for an indeterminate time, you should comfort her properly on the phone. As he observed Conan's contemplative expression, the professor proudly retrieved a red bow tie from behind him, clearly having prepared it for some time. Thank you, Doctor. Accepting the bow tie, Conan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated receiving it so soon, even before acquiring the voice changer. Yet, what was the state of his relationship with Bume and the others before he had the device? Logically, their friendship should have gradually developed after the incident at Korinoya's apartment, hadn't it? As he realized that his memories and the actual situation in this world diverged increasingly, Conan felt a growing chasm between himself and the world around him. That evening, in his room, Conan stared at the words "Please enter the startup password" displayed on his phone, lost in thought. A password. Wasn't it mentioned in one of the episodes? But who remembers others' passwords while watching anime? Even if I rewatched Conan, how could I possibly know the password? This is the plight of lacking memories. Everything around him felt so familiar, yet so strange, and he felt a profound disconnection from everyone around him. For Conan, who inherently did not belong to this world, this sensation seemed to separate him from the entirety of existence, preventing him from accepting the kindness of those around him or investing his emotions here. Ultimately, this place does not belong to me. I am merely one who has stolen Kudo's future, but having taken the past, without it, how can I possess the future that was rightfully his? The night was dark and lonely. Surrounded by the blackness, the solitude felt most acute. In such moments, the distance between Conan and this world seemed to expand further, and as he reflected on his experiences here, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Did he not enjoy this place? How could that be, for Conan, who had experienced the essence of loneliness in his previous life, even if this world was not the two-dimensional realm to which he was once captivated? The familial bonds he experienced over these few days were what he had longed for. Yet, the sensation of being abandoned by the world, isolated from it, caused him to hesitate in accepting such kindness. Although he had strived to ignore this feeling of distance, he was not heartless. This ever-present sense of separation constantly reminded him of his inability to integrate into this world, crushed under the weight of those ineffable emotions. Akin to a boulder pressing upon his heart, compounded by the lingering effects of his not-quite-recovered cold, Conan felt a growing heaviness in his chest. It was as if an invisible hand clutched at his heart, nearly suffocating him. That moment, a peculiar sensation surged within his mind that it felt as if someone was forcibly prying open his skull, cramming a chaotic torrent of information directly into his brain, leaving him in utter disarray and dizzy with confusion. Under the weight of these multiple influences, Conan finally succumbed once more, falling into unconsciousness. Damn, am I at odds with this world? Why is it that I am either unconscious or on the brink of it? This was the last thought that crossed Conan's mind before he slipped away. Another unfamiliar ceiling? Wait, this place seems to lack even a ceiling. Observing the deeply dark, almost cosmic environment around him and the non-existent ceiling above, Conan weakly muttered, "So where exactly is this? I can't possibly have crossed over again. I knew it. I must have poor compatibility with death itself. It's only been a few days, and I've already fainted 3 or 4 times. My character shouldn't be that of a frail, sickly scholar." Just as he struggled to rise from the ground with what little strength he perceived he had, a voice emerged from nearby. "What are you doing?" "Of course, I'm trying to find a way to stand up. Even though I have no idea where this is, lying on the ground will only make me cold. My cold isn't fully gone yet. However, this is your spiritual world. Not to mention you won't catch a cold here. If you wish, you could simply tear a Gundam apart with sheer force." Is that so? Let me try later. Who are you?" Finally coming to his senses, Conan abruptly turned around and began to scan his surroundings. Ultimately, he spotted a small figure beside him. "You are Conan?" "No, you are the real Shinichi Kudo. To be precise, I am the memory belonging to Shinichi Kudo. However, if you choose to regard me as Shinichi Kudo, I have no objections." After hearing the Shinichi Kudo speak, Conan nodded thoughtfully. "So, are you the one who brought me here? But why did you bring me here? Is it to make me leave your body?" "I don't know what to do." Listening to Conan's words, Shinichi realized that he had misunderstood the implications of his statement. Nevertheless, he chose not to elaborate further, merely shaking his head slightly. "You are overthinking it. I told you, this is your mental realm, not mine. I did not pull you in, nor can I expel you. Besides, I have no need to drive you out of your own body." Observing the doubt and skepticism etched on Conan's face, Shinichi sighed. "Forget it. Since you believe I am Shinichi Kudo, let it be so. However, it truly was not I who brought you here. I lack such power." Watching the expression of "I knew it" on Conan's face, Shinichi shook his head in exasperation. In this day and age, is it so hard for anyone to believe the truth? How difficult it must be for him. However, since Conan thinks he is Kudo, he might as well play along. With that thought, Shinichi continued, "You can understand it this way. The pure Shinichi Kudo of the past has perished. A pure version of you from another world came here at that time and merged with him to form a completely new individual. During your fusion, due to certain special reasons, Shinichi's memories from the past decade were separated, resulting in me. Do you understand what I mean?" "I think I understand, so. You are not actually Shinichi Kudo. You are merely his memory." "Correct? But why does a memory possess human consciousness? And where has Shinichi Kudo's soul gone?" After Shinichi's explanation, Conan finally grasped the situation. However, an explanation of one question only led to a multitude of others. And at that moment, Conan finally comprehended the essence of that statement. He felt an onslaught of questions arise, with the most pressing one being the whereabouts of Shinichi Kudo. "Shinichi, huh?" The corners of Shinichi's mouth twitched slightly as he regarded Conan. "Well, you can consider his soul as having merged with you." Not noticing the unusual expression on Shinichi's face, Conan nodded thoughtfully in a wonder. Despite lacking memories from Kudo, he always felt a sense of familiarity when seeing Ran and the others. If Shinichi's soul had indeed merged with him, then it made sense. As for me, my consciousness must have emerged due to the uniqueness of this space, combined with the influence of time. After all, although you have only been in this world for less than a week, I have already spent nearly 2 years in this space. It's quite bizarre. Before you arrived, Shinichi was a staunch believer in science. Yet after your arrival, he discovered that there are indeed such unscientific occurrences in this world. Is that so? Conan replied knowingly. So, you willingly chose to perish? Everyone fears death. Although this person before me is not Shinichi Kudo, he possesses all of Shinichi Kudo's memories. Coupled with the humanity he has developed, he can essentially be viewed as Shinichi Kudo himself. Therefore, witnessing this individual who seems to have let go of everything, Conan is perplexed as to why he can so readily accept that his body has been occupied by him. After all, your parents and the person you love are still alive here. How can you willingly relinquish the desire to live? Although Conan would not abandon his hope of survival, he could not comprehend why Shinichi had no intention of fighting back. They are not my parents. Shinichi rolled his eyes. Retorting, he continued, I understand what you are thinking. It's merely that I am more deserving of enjoying these things than you, and why I should not fight for them. Right? Conan turned his head away, clearly having been accurately guessed by Shinichi. Shinichi sighed in resignation. If it were possible, I would certainly wish to live. However, I am merely a collection of memories, not a complete soul. Even if I occupy this body, I cannot operate it fully. Moreover, my existence is entirely dependent on absorbing a portion of your mental energy. Without you, I wouldn't last more than a few days. Wait, you are absorbing my mental energy? Is that why I have frequently fallen unconscious these past few days? Is it your doing? Before Shinichi could finish his sentence, Conan interrupted him with an inquiry. Well, it should be, probably, maybe, possibly. Shinichi blushed, his gaze evasive. Upon hearing this, Conan stared at him intensely, his eyes filled with disdain. All right, stop asking about that. Are you still listening? Shinichi snapped in embarrassment. Seeing this, Conan withdrew his gaze, signaling for him to continue. Shinichi adjusted his mood and continued. Also, did I not mention before, the passage of time here does not equate to that outside. I have lived here for nearly 2 years that I know you very well. I am aware of both your past and your emotions, thus, I do not believe I have any right to compete with you. No one is more suitable to be Conan than you. Shinichi stated earnestly, though inwardly he was rolling his eyes in disbelief at the absurdity of the statement. How could he possibly be more suited to be Conan than the individual standing before him? Yet, he had no choice but to continue playing this role since this person did not believe that he was indeed Conan. But I lack your memories. How could I possibly replace you? Conan shook his head. About that, do you think what you were doing before you came in here was nothing? It was precisely because I began merging with you, and your past memories are resurfacing that you fainted. All right, at this point, a bitter smile appeared on Shinichi's lips. In truth, he had also contemplated the idea of replacing Conan. After all, he had lived such a short time and had not yet had enough of life. However, wishes remain mere wishes. He was merely a persona, not a complete soul. Furthermore, due to Kudo Shinichi's moral principles, he could not commit such a self-serving act. Most importantly, he had been a fragment of memory sealed away by the body's instincts. As Conan's body recovered, the memory that had been sealed was gradually being restored. In other words, the very foundation that constituted him was gradually dissipating. Under such circumstances, what right did he have to vie for ownership of the body with Conan? Looking at the small Conan before him, Shinichi's face broke into a smile. Thus, from now on, the past, present, and future will all belong to you. That I hope you treat them well, and I also wish your future to be more beautiful and splendid than mine. I shall entrust everything to you. This is my final gift, so please accept it. Likewise, I hope you will treat those around you with kindness. With that, his figure began to fade, eventually leaving behind a pitch-black Magatama. Watching the place where Shinichi disappeared, Conan's lips curled into a smile. Rest assured, I promise to fulfill your request. I will live well and treat them well. After all, from now on, they are my family too. Saying this, he picked up the last precious gem left by Shinichi, and without any hesitation, directly placed it into his chest. The gem gradually melded into his body. A familiar yet somewhat annoying voice emerged in Conan's mind. Hee. Just as I thought. You are so trusting of others. If it weren't for the fact that I truly cannot survive, you would have learned what the harsh realities of life are today. You believe whatever others say and stuff these strange objects into your soul. Are you not afraid of being possessed by me? Be grateful that I have no such intentions. Next time, remember to be cautious and refrain from cramming all sorts of bizarre things into your soul. Embedding it in your DNA is far better than shoving it into your soul. As for this Magatama-like thing, it is not my gift. It has existed here from the beginning and has always lingered around your soul, seeking to merge with it. However, after I awakened, out of curiosity, I merely took it to study for a while. From the results, it is evident that there is no significant difference. so it is likely that you do not mind. Am I correct? As for the gift I have for you, you will soon discover what it is. In the future, I hope you will live well, taking my share into consideration as well. The sound faded away, this time truly and completely vanishing. Alongside it, the last traces of the pure Kudo Shinichi left in this world dissipated. From now on, the only presence remaining in this world will be a brand new Kudo Shinichi. Truly, even in death, you still seek to assert your existence. One must say, it is quite typical of you. Seeking the limelight has evidently become second nature. Conan shook his head in resignation. Now, let me see what your final gift to me is. This so-called gift is essentially a manual, detailing the methods of utilizing this space that Kudo has mastered over the years. The so-called spiritual perspective of space is, in fact, a realm of imagination. Here, Conan can acquire and learn a plethora of abilities through his imagination. However, it is regrettable that the abilities mastered in this space are merely fragments of memory. It easily leads to a situation where the brain thinks. I have learned this, while the hands respond. No, you haven't. Stay away. Nevertheless, despite this limitation, this space is indeed all-encompassing, for here, one can directly create various tools for practice. The best description for this space is, there is nothing you cannot do. Only things you cannot conceive of course, as previously mentioned. Although this space can generate a myriad of items based on one's intentions, it ultimately cannot allow one's physical body to enter. Thus, after training here, one can only acquire knowledge, but not the skills requiring muscle memory, such as combat or marksmanship. Moreover, while everything can be generated here, the items can only be created according to Conan's understanding, possessing corresponding abilities. For instance, while firearms generated in this space can be used freely, attempting to disassemble them to grasp the manufacturing process will lead to the realization of what is termed green technology. After coming to this realization, Conan sighed in exasperation. Although this world is remarkable, the numerous restrictions hinder many of my ideas. Moreover, having knowledge without practical experience is equally unhelpful. No matter how long I train here, the body is the foundation of revolution. Without the ability to strengthen my physical prowess, how can I survive among those superhuman beings? After casually lamenting for a moment, Conan began to explore this world at his leisure. Although there are gifts left by Shinichi, as he mentioned, many things still need to be personally verified. Let me try. What if I conjure a computer with games? Oh, it actually works. However, these games seem to be ones I have either played or seen others play before. Well, having something to play is better than nothing. If I can create games, then how about a weapon? Oh ho. As expected, weapons can be created. Let me take a closer look. Wait, are you kidding me? The structure of this firearm is like this? Though I have never seen a real gun, this is clearly a toy gun. Indeed, one cannot trust the construction of items here. After several tests, Conan gained a basic understanding of the rules for creating items in this world. Here, he is omnipotent. Whatever he desires can be conjured into existence. Even ADP 4869 and its antidote, or even perpetual motion machines that could never be realized in reality, he can create them as well. Unfortunately, even if he can obtain the antidote or create a perpetual motion machine, it is of no practical use. After all, only his consciousness can enter this realm. His body remains outside, even with the antidote. His body cannot revert to its original state. Even with a perpetual motion machine, he cannot take it with him. Next, let me see if I can create items from other worlds. For example, what about a nymph? No response. TCH, is that impossible? If a synthetic angel won't work, how about a celestial warrior? I am not asking for much. A lay would suffice. Still no response. Can the sword spirit work? Aster, grant me an aster. The spiritual space remained unresponsive. Well, it seems these items are indeed unattainable. Fine, let us try something else. How about a holy grail? Of course, nothing appeared before him, leaving him with an empty void. Next, he attempted to conjure items ranging from Dragon Balls to the Holy Grail, and even the Peace Star. Regrettably, these concept-level bug items, just like the previous beautiful girls, did not materialize at all. Although these items could not be obtained, some that could not affect reality, such as the fighter jets from Ultraman, gemstone swords, bamboo copter, even base vehicles, ether red stones, and arrows could all be created. The only disappointment was that even in the spiritual world, if he inflicted an injury upon himself, upon returning to the real world, there would be no reaction. No stand-in, no awakening. Well, It seems obtaining items from other worlds is not a reliable endeavor. Let us try food instead. However, akin to games, food can only manifest what he has previously eaten. Moreover, regardless of how full he feels in the spiritual world, that sense of satiety vanishes upon returning to reality. Alright then, it can still serve as a treat. Conan sighed, while it cannot satisfy hunger. The only purpose of this food is to indulge cravings. But it's fine. Having arrived at this island nation, it would be quite challenging to enjoy skewers or the like with this space. At the very least, he can appease his appetite. Finally, let me test something grand. Gazing at the empty table before him, Conan's throat lightly bobbed a few times. Then, before him appeared an abundance of books. It actually works? Let me see what's inside. Conan hurriedly grabbed the topmost book, The Secret Manual of Harmony, and began to flip through it. Curse it. Why is everything inside covered in mosaics except for the cover? Fine. Next book. 1 book. 2 books. Regardless of whether they are secret manuals, Gundam design blueprints, or firearm schematics, all the contents are entirely obscured. The only exception is the Sunflower Manual. However, the contents of this book, the first page reads, to practice this skill, one must first self-castrate. The second page states, self-castration is not required for success. And the third page, the final one, states, if one self-castrates, success is not guaranteed. Beyond these 24 characters, the book contains nothing else. Conan was left in a daze. Wait, isn't this just an absurd meme image from the internet? Why is it here? Besides, I don't recall wishing for the Sunflower Manual. Where did it come from? Of course, apart from these mosaicked, utterly meaningless books, there were some that could actually be read. But these books, why are the few with text all about the 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation, and this? Where did the political science for graduate entrance exams come from? Why are there also true questions for the CET 4 and CET 6? I remember I wished for secret manuals, design blueprints, and such. Why are there true questions instead? Indeed, among the multitude of items Conan conjured, the only relatively complete and error-free ones were these past examination papers, with the answers torn away. In summary, after a period of testing, he understood the limits of this world. 1. Anything that exists within this world, regardless of whether he has seen it, can be created. 2. That anything he can comprehend, provided it is not excessively outlandish, can be generated. 3. The more he understands the items he creates, the more refined they become. Conversely, the less he knows, the more rudimentary they are. For instance, he comprehends the structure of a ballpoint pen, so the pen he creates is nearly identical to those purchased outside. From appearance to components, however, he lacks knowledge of firearm construction. Hence the firearm he conjured resembles a toy gun that can fire real bullets, but is, in essence, a toy.as for concepts he only vaguely understands. Such as perpetual motion machines. Upon disassembly, he finds that it is merely a shell. Moreover, this shell reflects his imagined design of a perpetual motion machine, that if he envisions a perpetual motion machine as a black sphere, then this so-called perpetual motion machine simply transforms into a black sphere.as for the A drug and its antidote. Conan is oblivious to the principles governing the operation of the items he has created. However, he was certain that this substance was not at all akin to the A drug in reality, for when he attempted to open a capsule of the A drug, he discovered it was utterly empty. Just as he deemed this to be illogical and proceeded to open another capsule, he was astonished to find it contained white powder. Thus, was the sole purpose here merely to enhance my own knowledge? How vexing! Mere accumulation of knowledge is insufficient. Perhaps I should consider retreating abroad with my parents for a while. After confirming the situation within the mental realm, Conan returned to reality with a grimace. He had not forgotten that he still needed to call Rand. The moment his consciousness re-entered his body, Conan realized he had indeed acquired some additional memories. These were the past experiences of Kudo Shinichi. As he reviewed these memories, Conan felt as though he were watching a first-person film. Everything was so vivid and clear. In these days devoid of smartphones, having a film to watch is rather delightful. Moreover, there are those detective novels from the past to peruse. Simply splendid. For Conan, who dwells in an era of highly developed mental entertainment, while a phone may not be a necessity, having access to forms of entertainment is certainly advantageous. Furthermore, with this newfound ability, he no longer had to worry about examinations. If he had possessed this capability in his previous life, no school would have been beyond his reach, and tests would have been a mere breeze. Just as Conan was lamenting, a semi-transparent dialog box suddenly appeared before him. Energy loading successful. The proficiency system is at your service. In light of the host's erroneous operations in recent days. A usage guide is hereby provided. This system can solidify the skills mastered by the host, and through practice, proficiency levels can be enhanced. The host may silently recite skill list to open the skill panel, where one can verify their skill levels. By clicking on a skill, further details can be confirmed. It is particularly noted that this system can solidify all of the host's skills. Yes, all of them. Staring at the panel brimming with flaws, Conan retorted, "Is this system from the last century? Such an explanation is long outdated. Moreover, does a system really require energy, and energy can be lost? As for the erroneous operations, even if I had operated correctly, you wouldn't have activated without energy, would you? What exactly are you, mechanical or intelligent? And why the term dear? Are you some sort of customer service from nowhere?" After his tirade, the panel before Conan trembled slightly, seemingly perturbed, and the text changed. "What of the last century? Are you not living in the last century? What's wrong with requiring energy? Isn't it common knowledge that without energy, one cannot function? Systems must adhere to the law of energy conservation. Furthermore, if the external battery is improperly placed and falls out, I can do nothing about it. Besides, based on your memories, no intelligent system has ever had a favorable outcome. So rest assured, I can feign death. Feel free to do as you please. Is this how you operate? By the way, how do you know my memories? Can you even spy on them? Who would waste their time spying on your memories? I merely observed a few days ago. A couple of days back, Kudo watched your memories as if they were a film, and I caught sight of some novels you've read. Didn't you run out of power? The external battery was simply misplaced. Didn't you allow me to bring an internal power source? Despite the complaints, the golden finger still needed to be utilized. Conan opened the panel, which was densely populated with a plethora of skills. Let me see. Football, reasoning, driving skills, perfect pitch, absolute memory. So many. It seems they have directly incorporated all the skills Kudo Shinichi possesses. But wait, did I just see something strange? With that, Conan reviewed the skill list once more. Absolute memory. You idiot. Come out and explain the origin of this skill. The skill panel quivered again, and the system's response materialized. I am an artificial intelligence, not an idiot. Is it not enough for me to quietly feign death and watch shows? Truly. As for your skills, I mentioned earlier that all skills will be solidified. The memories left by Kudo Shinichi translate to absolute memory for you, albeit only that particular segment. This limited pseudo-ability has been solidified by the system, transforming into true absolute memory capability. There's such a method. But aren't you tired, you fool? Can't you refrain from speaking? This lengthy passage of text tires me just to read. The system's energy must be conserved for important matters. Thus, I did not load those irrelevant and non-existent skills. If the host requires them, they may load them themselves once the skill modification level is sufficiently high. Lastly, the system solemnly declares, I am an artificial intelligence, not an idiot. All right, idiot, I understand that you're merely poor, hence lacking this function. Why don't you just say that? You want me to load you? You are my golden finger, after all. What kind of golden finger needs the host to modify? Indeed, that is my role. Moreover, this is called being frugal. Do you understand frugality? I am not poor. Conan finally comprehended that he was indeed dealing with a foolish system. However, if that were the case, could the skills he learned in the mental realm also be solidified? As he pondered this, Conan couldn't help but contemplate the idea of training for 10 or 8 years within the mental realm, only to emerge and effortlessly defeat the Black Organization. Yet the system promptly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. It is possible, but the time differential between the mental realm and the outside world is no longer so vast. Initially, the system's energy source was there. The energy dissipating from the uncontained energy source caused the time differential to amplify, resulting in such a significant disparity. Now, the time differential is approximately 1 to 4. Furthermore, since you only possess a spiritual form in the mental realm, the proficiency gained from skills requiring a physical body will be halved. So, do not entertain notions of achieving mastery and emerging victorious. Once again, Conan's motivation was dashed, leading him to resolve never to trust this foolish system again as he walked straight towards his room. He still needed to call Ran in the morning. As for revealing to Ran that he was Kudo, what a joke. He certainly did not wish for his own demise, taking advantage of his identity as Conan. If he were to disclose he was Kudo at this time, it would be tantamount to courting death. At the earliest, he would wait until he could contact those prominent figures from the Red faction before mentioning anything. At least by then he would have both a buffer period and a solid reason to muddle through. Regarding this golden finger, although Conan was exceedingly disdainful of the fool, he was quite satisfied with the system's functionality. While it required extensive practice, having a progress bar made a world of difference. For the sake of his future, he set a small goal: to defeat Ran. That goal seemed a bit ambitious. Perhaps he should aim to overcome 30% of Ran's power first. In any case, learning brings me joy. This Kudo seems quite different from what I once knew. Why does this person appear somewhat peculiar? After reviewing Kudo Shinichi's memories, Conan's expression grew complex. This Kudo seemed to diverge from the Kudo he had known. In his recollection, Kudo Shinichi was a person exceptionally eager to seek the limelight. Regardless of the circumstances, the most important thing to him was always solving cases. Even during a date, he would unhesitatingly cast aside those around him for the sake of an investigation. Moreover, regardless of whether those nearby were pleased or displeased, he would incessantly speak of Sherlock Holmes, completely disregarding the thoughts of others. While he could understand Kudo's behavior during his anime watching, after all, this was a detective series, and to stray from solving cases would deviate from the theme. However, understanding did not equate to a lack of disdain for Kudo's emotional intelligence. Yet after merely glancing at the past memories, he gained a new perspective of this Kudo. First, this Kudo was genuinely concerned for those around him, particularly for Ran's emotional state. He would make every effort to shield Ran from particularly gruesome cases. Just like the roller coaster incident, when he sensed something amiss, his first instinct was not to solve the case, but rather to cover Ran's eyes, preventing her from witnessing such a scene. After disembarking from the roller coaster, he embraced Ran, soothing her emotions. Only after the police arrived on the scene and discovered him there did he stand up to investigate, all the while resolving the case. Second, this Kudo, who would typically disregard everything upon encountering a case, surprisingly did not prioritize the case above all else. Upon receiving a call from the police while at school, he did not immediately dash out of the classroom, but rather took the time to courteously greet the teacher first. Of course, Kudo still possessed a sense of curiosity. However, compared to the original, it was somewhat restrained. Otherwise, he would not have transformed into the current state he is in. Furthermore, when dealing with the police, Kudo does not perceive them merely as tools providing evidence, as depicted in the narrative. Rather, he consciously guides Officer Meguiar and his team to engage in independent thought and solve cases on their own. It is precisely for this reason that every police officer exhibits a warm demeanor towards Kudo. Although the media still refers to him as a savior or a Sherlock Holmes, their evaluations are no longer akin to the past descriptions of a tax thief. The most significant distinction between this Kudo and the one in the story is that this version seems to possess a considerably higher emotional intelligence. At the very least, he refrains from mocking Ran's father in her presence regarding his capabilities. During their dates, he does not incessantly refer to himself as Sherlock Holmes. Instead, he actively seeks to understand Ran's interests and hobbies, catering to her preferences during their outings. Moreover, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, such as encountering a case that requires an extensive amount of time to resolve, he seizes the opportunity to call Ran, explaining the situation and, incidentally, asking her to assist in requesting a leave of absence from school. Upon witnessing this, Conan was left utterly speechless. No, this Kudo is truly the epitome of an exemplary student. Thankfully, this Kudo is not a deduction fanatic. On the contrary, his personality bears a closer resemblance to mine. Otherwise, I would truly struggle to explain the changes in my character. Conan patted his chest in relief. To make him a deduction enthusiast is simply beyond his capabilities. However, this fellow certainly possesses a rather playful side. He genuinely contemplated feigning youthfulness and bathing with Ran. How shameless, utterly shameless. At this realization, Conan vehemently denounced Kudo's lascivious thoughts. Of course, while he scolded him, he could not help but feel envious. Why must he bear the consequences while Kudo enjoys the benefits? This is simply too unfair. Yet, I find myself perplexed by the progression of this storyline. Gazing at the memories of events he has experienced, Conan looked around in confusion. Although he knew that the timeline within the series was chaotic, he never anticipated that not only the timeline but also the plot would deviate entirely from his understanding. While the timeline in the series is indeed convoluted, the initial plotline should still unfold smoothly. Shrinking in size, arriving at the Muri residence, and encountering the trio. These 3 plot points should not have any discrepancies. However, in his recollections, he had already attended school for several days and forged a deep friendship with the trio. Yet, why has the incident at the Miyano residence not occurred? Furthermore, the voice-changing bow tie was supposedly created by the doctor. In the anime, Conan acquired that miraculous device by the 3rd episode. Forget it, if I can't make sense of it. I'd better get some sleep. No, I should first engage in some training within the mental space. After much contemplation, Conan still could not decipher the situation regarding this plot. Thus, he resolutely abandoned further thought and decided to take a laid-back approach. As the saying goes, let tomorrow's self deal with tomorrow's troubles. With that in mind, Conan returned to his room, allowing his consciousness to sink as he entered the mental space. Upon waking the next morning, Conan felt a lingering grogginess enveloping him. In addition, he experienced a sensation of heaviness in his head and lightness in his feet, making it difficult to control his body. Suppressing his fatigue, Conan managed to rise. After a brief stretch, he couldn't help but complain. I thought exercising while sleeping would feel like dreaming, but it turned out to feel like an all-nighter. Clearly, ensuring just physical rest is insufficient, despite his dissatisfaction with his mental fatigue. He could not help but smile at the newly added Tai Chi skill on his skill panel. While the system can solidify skills, it does not mean that merely attempting them guarantees solidification. There are certain requirements for whether his actions can be classified as skills. For instance, combat skills require that one properly executes the stances and completes a fluid and complete set of movements during practice, whereas shooting skills require achieving a certain hit rate at a fixed target over a distance of 100 meters. Firearm techniques are relatively easier. In the mental space, he can create guns with no recoil, thereby improving his accuracy. However, combat skills are a different story. After quickly mastering and gaining some proficiency in shooting techniques last night, Conan began his training in combat. Unfortunately, having never studied Taekwondo in either life, he was entirely ignorant of its techniques. After practicing for a considerable time with the Shiji Bagwazang, he discovered that he had not acquired the skill of karate, prompting him to receive this information from the system's intelligence. Although this limitation meant he could not learn the most absurd skill in the world of Conan, karate, for the time being, he was fortunate that his elective courses in university included martial arts. He still had some recollection of practicing Tai Chi in those classes. Therefore, after contemplating for a moment, he resolutely decided to dedicate the remaining time to practicing Tai Chi to enhance his rather feeble physique. Ultimately, he successfully mastered this skill. Although it was all worthwhile, the feeling of having stayed up late was utterly unpleasant. Moreover, it seemed his cold had worsened again. That I swear I will never stay up late again. Setting aside whether Conan's vow would hold any weight, he had not forgotten his decision from the previous night to call Ran today. Thus, after greeting the Muri family, he headed straight out. Were he in the ordinary world, he would undoubtedly have ranted about how he had class on Wednesday, only to find himself on break today. However, since this is the world of Conan, he could only mutter, "This is quintessentially Conan." Yet upon stepping outside and glancing at the public phone on the roadside, Conan fell silent. It had been over a decade since he last used such a device. Naturally, he had no recollection of how to operate it. Instinctively reaching for his phone to scan for payment, he suddenly realized, which kind-hearted individual requires a payment scan to use a public phone? Not to mention, in this day and age, where could one even find a QR code? Ultimately, Conan ran to the doctor's house, borrowed a few coins, and finally managed to call Ran. "Hello, is this Ran?" he inquired once the call connected. "This is Muri." "Oh, so it's you? You little rascal, what's the matter?" "Missing my Ran, why don't you come over in person?" "Forget it, I won't meddle in your youthful affairs. But speaking of which, I recently received several commissions. When you have some free time, come over, and I'll show you a thing or two." Muri's boisterous voice boomed from the other end of the line. Upon realizing the caller was Shinichi, his enthusiasm only grew, and he sounded genuinely delighted. I might not be able to return anytime soon, uncle, so please don't wait for me. I wouldn't want to upset the clients," Conan said somewhat awkwardly, having seen Mori's cold jibes towards Kudo in the plot. He found himself momentarily unaccustomed to the warmth of the uncle. However, it seemed all of this was a result of his own past actions. During his visits to the Muri residence, he often used his father's car to bring Muri some drinks with a hint of alcohol. Muri was happy with even the low-concentration fruit wine, and Ran wouldn't be too opposed either. Moreover, When encountering Mori at crime scenes, his primary task shifted from solving cases to courting Ran. While casually giving Mori some pointers that it is precisely for this reason that Mori has always maintained a very amiable attitude towards Shinichi. Of course, this friendliness is contingent upon his normal relationship with Ran. If, due to him, Ran were to return home late, or if she wished to spend the night out with him, then Mori would undoubtedly rush over at lightning speed to deliver a stern reprimand. Is that so? It seems you've gotten yourself involved in something quite serious again. You should be more cautious. If anything were to happen to you, my Ran would be heartbroken. All right, I know you're in a hurry. So I want to keep you. Ren has been mentioning you a lot lately. Just a moment, I'll go call her. Dad, Dad. Just then, a voice filled with irritation erupted from the other end of the line. What do you mean I've been mentioning him a lot? That big idiot. I don't care about him at all. Oh dear, Ran, take it easy. The phone is still on. That little brat can hear you. Conan remained silent for a moment before finally responding into the receiver. It's all right. You two continue. I can't hear anything. But as soon as he finished speaking, the line fell silent, and after a brief pause, Ran's voice emerged. Shinichi, you didn't hear anything, right? Hearing her voice, which was undeniably gentle, sent a shiver down Conan's spine. Yes, that's right. You're absolutely correct. I didn't hear a thing, although he could not ascertain the reason. He always felt that joking at this moment would lead to a dire fate. Is that so? Well, that's good. A voice tinged with laughter emerged from Xiaolan. I just heard the specifics, rest assured. I have already arranged for your leave from school. However, is the situation you are facing really that troublesome? It's been nearly a week, and you still haven't resolved it? Conan quietly retorted, don't mention a week. Had it not been for the issues with time, I couldn't guarantee whether it could be resolved even within 20 years. Shinichi, did you say something? Xiaolan's puzzled voice came through the phone, upon hearing her words. Conan shuddered, in his eagerness to complain. He had forgotten that the call was still connected. What do you mean by 20 years? Xiaolan continued to press for answers. Faced with her inquiries, Conan's mind raced, and he hastily concocted an excuse. I meant to say, this case is indeed quite challenging. If it were someone else, it might take them 20 years to handle it. Puffed, you're still the same. Always joking with me that I haven't seen you behave like this around anyone else, because you are not anyone else. Conan instinctively replied that as soon as the words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the other end of the line. After a significant pause, Xiaolan finally spoke softly. Honestly, you always do this. Forget it. I'm just glad you're... Do you have anything else going on? Oh, right. How have you been lately? It's the season for colds. Take care and don't catch one. As for that, don't worry. I'm fine. Remember to come back early. Since you've been gone, everyone has been asking me about your situation. It's frustrating. I don't even have a tracking device on you. So why do they all think I can find you? Xiaolan complained softly. Haha, perhaps it's because the uncle is also an exceptional detective. If possible, I will certainly hasten my return. Rest assured. All right, I understand. Busy person, go about your business, and I won't disturb you any longer. Remember to come back soon. I miss you. As she uttered the last few words, Xiaolan's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper, causing Conan to miss what she had said. Did you say something? Unable to hear clearly, Conan inquired with confusion. No, nothing. I didn't say anything. A guest has arrived at the office. I must attend to them. We'll talk next time. From the sound of it, you seem to have caught a cold. I wish you a speedy recovery. With that, Xiaolan hung up the phone. A guest? Could it be that Yoshiko Kano has come to visit? Conan was taken aback. Although the timeline was somewhat jumbled, logically, Conan's second case should involve the situation at Yoshiko's home. With that thought, Conan felt a surge of excitement. He truly wanted to witness the skills of someone capable of freezing a large block of ice in such a short time, and then precisely falling to allow the knife to pierce their heart. With that in mind, he dashed back to the Muri Detective Agency. As for future cases, with Muri around, he could simply provide some details to Uncle Muri, allowing him to piece it together. As for anesthetic needles, it would be best to avoid them if possible. Who could say whether Uncle Muri, in later plot developments, would end up acting like a fool because of one? However, when he reached the stairs of the agency, he was met with an unexpected sight. A young man with dark skin, wearing a baseball cap and carrying a black bag, stood in the office. This was clearly not Yoshiko Kano or her agent, but Heiji Hattori from Osaka. Staring at Heiji standing at the entrance of the office, Conan was momentarily dazed. What does this mean? Why has this guy come here? This seems to be only the second case since he arrived at the agency. Should the case be the one involving Yoshiko Kano? What business does Heiji have here? Yet upon further reflection, Conan suddenly realized that Heiji's involvement didn't seem entirely unreasonable, having a cold and fever. Conversing with Xiaolan. These elements combined were reminiscent of the circumstances surrounding Heiji's initial appearance. Just thinking about it left Conan feeling a lump in his throat, making him want to spit it out. So, the occurrences in this world do not follow the chronological order of the plot, but rather depend on the collection of various elements. No wonder in the anime, every time a red character appears, it signals that the black organization is up to something. That if I follow this line of thought, does it mean that as long as I find a way to summon key red characters such as a Kai Shuiki and a Murotoru, I could potentially initiate the clash between red and black before Hybrid AI even appears? Ridiculous. What am I thinking? How could it be that simple to enter the main storyline? Besides, even if I could enter the main plot, why would I be able to gather those people together? With that thought, Conan helplessly shook his head. The powerful figures in the anime gathered around him as a result of time and circumstance. Without that accumulation of time, why would they listen to a mere elementary student's words and congregate here? Unless he disregarded his own safety and deliberately exposed himself before these individuals. Only then might these prominent red figures gather ahead of time. However, he had not contemplated becoming a test subject in the life he had painstakingly acquired. Moreover, the sudden appearance of Heiji should merely be a coincidence. After all, the timeline in the anime is so chaotic, it is entirely reasonable for there to be inconsistencies in the progression of events in the real world. With that thought, Conan ceased his wild musings and entered the agency. Xiaolan. I am back. Is this African person here to find Uncle? Conan greeted Xiaolan, while also subtly mocking Heiji, for he was the first to unmask him. However, during his speech, he couldn't help but sneeze again. Conan, are you all right? Dad, you really are something? Clearly, Conan's fever had just subsided, and you send him straight to school, allowing him to run around alone today. You can forget about drinking for the next few days. Xiaolan glared angrily at her father, who was staring at the visibly weak Conan. Moreover, how could he have said such things over the phone? What does it mean that she has been constantly mentioning Shinichi? She would never do that. At most, it would be once an hour. Enduring this inexplicable calamity, and being unaware that the source of the disaster was merely a sneeze, Muri Kagoro loudly protested. Huh? What does that have to do with me? Clearly, this kid ran out on his own. I'm innocent here. Besides, isn't it better to be active and sweat out a cold? That rotten kid Kudo does the same thing. He clearly had a cold, yet runs around everywhere. Before Muri could finish his sentence, the nearby Hattori interrupted. Wait a moment. Did you just say that Kudo Shinichi called here? Yes, that is how he is. Whenever he has matters that keep him away for an extended period, he frequently calls here. One reason is to update me on his situation, and the other is to ask me to arrange for a long leave from school. You just hung up the phone when you knocked on the door. I see. It seems that what I heard from that person named Suzuki Sonoko at your school about you being Kudo's woman is indeed true. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's face turned beet red, unsure if it was from embarrassment or anger. However, it was certain that after this holiday, Sonoko would not be as lively as before. So, did he only mention these matters when he called you? Ignoring the somewhat stiff atmosphere caused by his words, Hattori stroked his smooth chin, pondering as he inquired. Looking at the individual before him, who had consistently ignored him, Conan suppressed his displeasure and spoke. So, Big Brother from Africa, what exactly are you doing here with all these questions? If you are looking for Big Brother Shinichi, you could simply hire Uncle Mori to assist you. Upon hearing Conan's words, Mori's previously unfriendly eyes lit up, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. That's right. If you need to find that little brat Kudo, you can completely commission me to help you. As long as the payment is sufficient, I can dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Who is the African? I'm from the island nation, an islander. Hattori shot a glare at Conan, who was grinning at him, while internally seething with frustration, yet finding no outlet for it. He couldn't possibly argue with a child. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately abandoned the thought of giving that seemingly delightful head a knock. Apologies, I didn't bring enough money due to my hasty arrival. Moreover, I am not here to commission you. I merely heard from certain individuals that seeking Kudo here would be the most straightforward approach. So I decided to come. Having said that, he turned to the petite figure of Ran standing beside him. Therefore, Miss Ran, Might I trouble you to answer my queries? Upon hearing that there was no monetary gain to be had, Kagoro Mori's expression of enthusiasm instantly faded, and with a dismissive wave of his hand, he declared, "Move along. Since you are not here to make a commission, do not disrupt my business. I have no information on that brat Kudo. If you wish to find him, seek elsewhere." Unfazed by Kagoro Mori's brusque dismissal, Heiji Hattori remained steadfastly focused on RANDAS. My father mentioned. I too am unaware of Shinichi's whereabouts. He merely informed me over the phone that he had become entangled in an incident and was unable to extricate himself for the time being. Beyond that, I know nothing. Under Heiji's unwavering gaze, Ran, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, resorted to offering a few terse replies before sealing her lips, signifying her lack of further knowledge. However, unable to glean the information he sought from Ran's words, Heiji persisted with his inquiries. Since he only mentioned these matters and sought your assistance in taking leave, it implies that he did not inquire about you, correct? At this point, Ran faltered, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Oblivious to her discomfort, Heiji continued his relentless questioning. Sensing the tension, both Conan and Kagoro Mori instinctively covered their ears. Just as they did, a flustered Ran, her face flushed, exclaimed, He asked, "Is that enough? He mentioned that it is currently the season for flu outbreaks, hence inquired if I had been infected. Is that satisfactory? You nosy individual, why must you pry into others' privacy?" Clearly, when pushed to her limits, Ran's resilience was formidable, even without resorting to physical confrontation. As a member of the elite group of Super Miwa, her vocal prowess alone surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Under the force of her exclamation, even Conan and Kagoro Mori, despite having preemptively covered their ears, found their heads spinning. The subject of scrutiny, Heiji's bewilderment was palpable. Caught off guard by Ran's sudden outburst, he could only mutter, "If he shows no concern for you, it would suggest he has been keeping a close watch on you, which means I might locate him nearby." Upon hearing this, Ran momentarily regained her composure, crossing her arms defiantly as she retorted, "Is that all? You would pry into my privacy for that? I should inform you that even if Shinichi were nearby, he would certainly remember to check on me if he could simply call." As she spoke, Ran reminisced about past experiences, a gentle smile gracing her features. Conan, taken aback by this, realized that he had only skimmed the surface of Kudo's memories, never delving deeper into how thoughtful he had been in the past. At that moment, he even began to question whether he had inadvertently crossed into a different world or if he had truly inhabited the body of a Kudo from an alternate reality. After all, when had the notoriously oblivious Shinichi ever paid attention to such details? Meanwhile, Heiji finally regained his composure, eager to avoid another of Ran's fiery retorts. He promptly introduced himself. "Very well, I was indeed rash. My apologies. I am Heiji Hattori, a high school detective from Osaka, that I have come primarily to ascertain the status of Kudo Shinichi, a person of equal renown. Heiji Hattori? Hattori, may I inquire if Hattori Heizo is your father?" Kagoro Mori, now alert, furrowed his brow and inquired CHAI. In response to Kagoro's question, Heiji initially let out a soft scoff before smiling. "Indeed, he is my father." "Ah, so he is the child of Police Chief Heizo." Quite the impressive figure, radiating confidence and poise, clearly not one to be trifled with. Upon hearing Heiji's revelation, Kagoro's demeanor shifted entirely, transforming into a cheerful countenance. "Are you not in search of that brat Kudo? Fear not. Leave it to me. I assure you, I will help you locate him. Rest easy. While I cannot guarantee others, I can assure you that as long as Kudo wishes to enter my home, he shall not escape my grasp." "Dad." At Kagoro's words, Ran's cheeks flushed slightly. However, unable to contain herself due to Kagoro's comments, she slammed her fist onto the table in front of him, observing the dent left in the solid wood. Kagoro gulped nervously. "Well, Ran, I was merely jesting. Can you understand that, regardless of whether that boy Kudo appears or not, I would never hinder his entrance into our home, Dad?" Meanwhile, a flustered Conan, inundated by Kagoro's incessant chatter, could not help but sneeze several times. As the group bickered, Heiji adjusted his hat, his expression turning serious as he declared, "No need. I am who I am. I do not require my father's recognition. I will personally seek out Kudo Shinichi. I do not need your assistance simply due to my father's reputation." Having said that, he rose, his expression softening slightly. "All right, I have a general understanding of the situation. My apologies for the interruption. As a token of my appreciation," Here is a small gift I brought along. I sincerely hope you will accept it. This item is particularly beneficial for combating colds. Let the young one try a bit." With that, Heiji retrieved a bottle wrapped in black cloth from his bag, poured a small amount into a cup, and carefully offered it to Conan. "Here you go. Young lad. This is quite effective." He intentionally refrained from disclosing what it was, carefully concealing the label on the bottle to prevent Conan from discovering its true nature prematurely. His sole intention was for Conan's well-being. Not out of spite for being labeled as an African, certainly not. Though unspoken, Conan was well aware of what it was, the legendary white liquor, a temporary antidote for the medication he had taken. If he were to consume this cup of white liquor, he would temporarily revert to Kudo Shinichi. However, he absolutely could not drink it now. He had just managed to calm Rand down, and had even mentioned his inability to return for the time being. If he were to transform back into Kudo Shinichi, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences from Rand. Gazing at the newly formed hole in the table, Conan's throat involuntarily constricted. Yet despite this, he forced a smile as he accepted the cup, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Refusal aside, one must maintain decorum. As for how to decline, after accepting the cup, he brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. Sniff, sniff, no scent. Continuing to sniff, still no aroma. Alas, he had forgotten that he was currently suffering from a cold. No matter how much he smelled, he could not detect the scent of alcohol. Surely, there must be another way to prevent himself from drinking this cup of white liquor. As he pondered, Conan turned his gaze to Heiji, who was watching him with a mischievous grin, and an idea struck him. "Hey, big brother from Africa, are you sure this cup of clear liquid will help my cold?" Conan looked at Heiji, feigning innocence as he inquired, while repeatedly bringing the cup to his nose. "It has no scent at all. This is just plain water, right? You can't deceive me just because I'm young." Now it was Heiji's turn to find himself at an impasse. If he revealed the true nature of the concoction, his amusement would be thwarted. Yet if he withheld the information, he risked Kagoro's family discovering that he had brought alcohol. However, observing Conan's infuriatingly smug expression, coupled with the previous incident where Conan referred to him as an African, Heiji gritted his teeth and decided, "Rest assured, though this may appear akin to plain water, the ingredients within are indeed beneficial for your cold. How could I possibly deceive you?" It was merely a matter of selective honesty. He had not claimed this was water. He merely stated that it resembled water. To his surprise, Conan was momentarily taken aback by Heiji's clever response. And as he processed the situation, a smile gradually crept onto Heiji's face. One could say that while the smile may not vanish, it would certainly shift. Although he was uncertain how this little rascal sensed something amiss, it was clear that Heiji had effectively cornered himself. He could only obediently drink the glass of baijiu under his own watchful gaze. As he observed Conan's pale complexion, Hattori's smile grew ever brighter. Of course, he was still quite discerning. According to his knowledge, baijiu indeed had some beneficial effects on colds, and the quantity he had given Conan was exceedingly minimal. Even if consumed, it would not elicit any adverse reactions. "All right, I understand." Embracing the mindset that what is a blessing cannot be a curse, and that misfortune is unavoidable, Conan gritted his teeth and extended his tongue to lightly lick the rim of the glass. Amusingly, if one method failed, why not simply switch to another? Although his sense of smell was temporarily impaired due to his cold, his taste buds remained intact. After delicately sampling the baijiu, Conan feigned disgust, as if he had just consumed something repulsive. Furrowing his brows, letting his tongue hang out, and intermittently making retching sounds. "Tui, what on earth is this? My tongue feels numb. Is this really drinkable?" Just as Hattori was about to say something, he saw Rand snatch the glass from Conan's hand, bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff. "What sort of medicine is this? The scent is unmistakably alcohol. How could you allow a child to drink? Do you dare believe I'll report you and have you arrested?" Realizing his nefarious intentions had been completely exposed, and seeing Rand's fist gradually clenching, Heiji dared not utter another word. He recoiled slightly and removed the black cloth covering the bottle. This is indeed a type of Chinese liquor known as baijiu. However, it truly does aid in alleviating colds. Even if it does, you cannot trick a child into drinking alcohol. I never deceived anyone. Hattori muttered under his breath in front of Rand that he had no choice. Rand's impressive track record was still fresh in his mind. He certainly did not wish to find himself with a gaping hole in his body. Rand shot Hattori an indignant glare before turning to Conan. "Conan, are you all right?" Conan remained silent. merely shaking his head gently. It wasn't that he didn't wish to speak. It was simply that he found it difficult to articulate, though he had only licked it. He felt as though he had consumed an entire bottle, his mind swirling in a haze. Observing Conan's discomfort, Rand glared at Hattori. If anything happens to Conan, you will regret it. Furthermore, whatever this so-called liquor is, we have no need for it in our household. Kindly return it whence it came. Hattori, upon hearing this, lowered his head even further. However, for the sake of his objective, he whispered, "Well, this liquor is not only a gift, but also my accommodation fee for the next few days. I may be residing here until I find Kudu." Seeing that Conan's condition had improved somewhat, Rand's expression relaxed considerably. Nonetheless, in response to Hattori's proposal, she shook her head firmly. "Absolutely not. You cannot stay here. We will not agree to it. Right, Dad? And Conan, you agree too, don't you?" Taking a few deep breaths, Conan felt his mind finally clearing a bit, concerned that he might revert to his previous state due to that minuscule amount of baijiu. He joked, "Sister Rand, it's fine. Let him stay if he wishes. After all, no matter how famous he is, even if he is a high school detective renowned alongside Brother Shinichi, he is still just a high school student. When the holidays end, would he dare not return? Brother Shinichi could skip class because his parents weren't around, but this fellow is different. Did Uncle not say earlier? His father is the police chief. Under such circumstances, his parents would certainly not permit him to skip school without cause. If he tries to concoct some other excuse to take leave, we can always inquire through Officer Magyar to obtain his father's number. At that point, we can directly report him to his home and see if he dares not return." Hearing this, Hattori was left dumbfounded. "Little brother, are you a devil?" "Likewise," Conan retorted mercilessly. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. The main character has arrived. Upon hearing the knock, Conan's heart stirred. Familiar with the plot, he had already deduced what would transpire next. Lured by the vengeful enemy of her deceased husband, she married him and lived together for many years. Only after her own daughter became infatuated with the enemy's son did the former diplomat's wife, seeking revenge, murder her current husband and attempt to frame him as an accomplice in the case. Although this series of relationships was quite intricate, the methods employed were unexpectedly straightforward in Conan's array of cases. Everything was merely a smokescreen. Who would have thought that the deceased would perish right before the eyes of so many detectives? Contemplating this, Conan fixed his gaze on the door, determined to keep a close watch on this unfortunate murderer, hoping to prevent her from committing any crimes that day. After all, who was the person beside him? The son of the police chief. If he were to uncover the truth of the matter and report it to his father, would the Tokyo police still be able to save face? As long as she was willing to disclose the truth, Uncle Muri and Officer Magyar would undoubtedly grasp the gravity of the situation. They would surely apprehend this diplomat, who had committed so many heinous acts, in the shortest time possible. Moreover, let us not forget that the diplomat's father harbored regrets regarding this matter. Regardless of his reasons for regret, should the police come knocking, he would no longer shield or condone his son's actions. However, just as Conan eagerly anticipated, the person entering through the door was not the matron from his memories, but a vibrant and graceful young lady. Upon seeing her, the previously languid Muri Kaguru straightened up immediately, exclaiming, "Miss Yuko!" Before Conan could react, Uncle Mori had vanished from his spot, and within 2 minutes, he had changed out of his disheveled clothing into a brand new, well-tailored suit, holding a rose he had somehow acquired. Standing at the doorway, "I am Muri Kaguru. It is an honor to welcome you, Miss Yuko. Whatever your request may be, I assure you I will fulfill it with the utmost enthusiasm and seriousness. As for the fee, I humbly ask for a personal autograph from you." Observing Uncle Muri's sudden flamboyance, everyone present was left stunned, especially Conan and Ran, who resided there. "Wait, where did Dad get that rose? Why is there still dew on it? We don't even have roses at home. And how did he manage to change his outfit, apply makeup, and procure a rose in such a short time?" Of course, what left Conan even more speechless was another matter. So, the sequence of events indeed remained unchanged. It was merely that, due to the multitude of elements involved, had Hattori Heiji's NPC been reset early? How was he able to transition from the diplomat incident to the Miss Yuko incident? Witnessing Kageru's display, Yukino Yuko managed a forced smile, already beginning to doubt whether seeking out such a small agency had been a wise choice. Noticing Yuko's somewhat awkward demeanor, the agent who had recommended her to this agency, Yamagishi Sake, also wore a troubled expression. If Yuko were to find fault with this agency, the one who would ultimately suffer the most would undoubtedly be him. He certainly did not wish to be dismissed by Yuko. To avoid leaving a worse impression of Muri on Yuko, he stepped forward. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Muri Kaguru? We have a request that we would like to entrust to you." "Of course, as long as Miss Yuko has need, I, Muri Kaguru, will not hesitate." Seeing this, Uncle Muri bowed flamboyantly, one hand resting on his chest while the other gestured toward the room, making an inviting gesture. Observing Kaguru's actions, Conan coughed slightly, his expression peculiar as he remarked, "Uncle, that gesture is more befitting a host welcoming guests, isn't it?" Hattori Heiji stood there, equally bewildered. "I suppose so." At that moment, he too was unsure if he had mislearned his etiquette lessons. Why, as the host, would one employ such gestures reserved for welcoming staff? Hearing the exchange, Ran looked at her father with clenched fists. Dad. Ultimately, under Ran's pressure, Muri Kaguru reverted to his original demeanor, upon witnessing his return to normalcy. Not only Conan and the others, but even Yuko breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she detailed her recent experiences of being followed, surveilled, having intruders in her home, receiving unsolicited photographs, and answering silent phone calls. Upon hearing Yuko's grievances, the once calm Muri Kaguru sprang up. "How dare anyone treat the lovely Miss Yuko in such a manner? Absolutely not. I shall never let her go," declared Muri Kaguru with fervor. "Your request has been accepted. I will undoubtedly assist you in uncovering the true culprit behind this." Despite his heightened emotions, those present refrained from dousing his enthusiasm, recognizing that it stemmed from his commitment to the case. Although the current Kaguru did not possess the renown of Sleeping Kaguru as seen in the later stages of Conan, with Kudu's support, he was far from the befuddled detective often portrayed in the original narrative. Consequently, Hattori Heiji did not mock him, but instead remarked, "Mind if I tag along? I'm quite curious about your deductive skills, being the father-in-law of Kudu." "Not a father-in-law." Both Kaguru and Ran protested in unison, one with reddened eyes and the other with flushed cheeks. The reasons behind their protests were evident from their expressions. Conan chose not to interject in their banter, as he merely needed to wait for their discussion to conclude before joining them. As anticipated, after their protests, Ran's voice reached him. "I think I should stay behind. Conan's cold has worsened, so I'll remain to take care of him. See? I just need to follow along." "Wait a moment. What did Ran just say?" "She's not going, staying to look after me." Upon hearing Ran's words, Conan froze for a moment. After recalling the storyline, he realized, originally, the incident with Yoko seemed to have occurred because I followed them, prompting Ran to accompany me. And the diplomat incident arose because Hattori told Ran that if she went, then Kudu would as well. Coupled with my suggestion to go, that's how it happened. Now, with Hattori not considering Kudu's presence nearby and my silence, Ran has decided not to go. This simply cannot stand. Although I have no desire to engage in the deduction, there are still matters to ascertain. While he pondered, he even heard Kagura muttering something along the lines of "This is fine too." Promptly, Conan exclaimed, "Sister Ran, I'm fine. The cold isn't that severe. Besides, I've yet to see the home of an idol. I wish to investigate, may I? You must want to join as well, right?" As he spoke, Conan fixed his large, pleading eyes upon Ran, his gaze blinking earnestly beneath his glasses. At that moment, he ceased to consider that his body belonged to a high school student, while his spirit possessed the experiences of two lives. He simply wished to exploit his youthful advantage to navigate through this situation. Strangely enough, this tactic proved effective, as after much hesitation, Ran ultimately relented. "All right, I understand. But Conan, you must promise not to wander around. If you cause any inconvenience to Miss Yoko, I shall never forgive you." "Understood." Soon after, the four of them set forth on their journey, a rather dramatic undertaking. Following this, the six of them embarked towards Yoko's residence. Yamagishi-sake and Yoko, what about our opinions? Why is the group growing so large? With so many people, is it even possible to remain inconspicuous? Naturally, as the protagonists, Conan's decisions were paramount. Yamagishi-sake and Yoko, being the concerned parties, could hardly refuse. After exchanging glances, they sighed and boarded the vehicle with the large group. As for the seating arrangement, Yamagishi-sake took the wheel, while Hattori Heiji, at Kaguru's insistence, occupied the front seat. However, under the threat of Ran's gaze, Kaguru dutifully sat at the rear, with Ran in the middle, leaving the outer seat for Yoko. As for Conan, He cleverly utilized his age advantage to squeeze onto Rant's lap. In response, Conan protested, "This was truly not my intention." Before boarding Yoko's car, Conan took a quick glance in the trunk, only to find 3 small figures concealed within. Upon noticing him, the trio wore awkward smiles, with Ayumi placing a finger to her lips, desperately signaling for Conan not to expose their presence. Meanwhile, Jinta and Mitsuhiko mirrored her actions, clasping their hands before their chests and bowing repeatedly, hoping Conan would keep their secret. Observing their antics, Conan remained silent for a long moment, ultimately closing the trunk in resignation, albeit leaving a small gap to prevent the trio from suffocating. Surely, Conan won't expose us, right? He definitely won't. If he does, I'll teach him a lesson when we get back to school. Jinta, don't be so rude. Conan is our friend. We should trust him. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's just that Conan is so impressive. He even knows a superstar like Oinoya Yoko. If we hadn't come to visit him, we wouldn't have known. Exactly. As long as we follow this car, we can also meet Miss Yoko. Conan is the best. Agreed. Listening to the trio's chatter, Conan felt a vein throb on his forehead as he lowered his voice and growled, "If you don't want to get caught, be quiet. If you get kicked out, I won't speak up for you." Mm. Upon hearing Conan's words, the trio hurriedly covered their mouths, muffling their sounds. "Conan, what are you doing?" At that moment, Rant's voice rang out. "Dad and the others are ready. We can get in the car now?" "Okay." Conan responded loudly, then dashed toward Ran and the others as he ran. He mentally lamented, "So why is this happening? Could it be that this world is indeed a poorly designed game, where simply gathering elements refreshes NPCs? Because I caught a cold and called Ran. That's why Hattori Heiji appeared as an NPC, and since I shrank, obtained a voice changer, and the trio gathered near the office. That is how Yoko became an NPC. However, with Hattori Heiji, a cold-ridden Conan, and these elements combined, where is the refreshed diplomat's wife? Surely, all of this is merely coincidental." With a heavy sigh, Conan concluded, "All right, this is my home. Everyone, remember not to disclose the address." Yoko playfully winked. However, her primary focus remained on Kaguru, the seemingly unreliable fan. Could he truly keep her address a secret? Unaware of Yoko's concerns, Kaguru assumed she was hinting at him, the only adult present. Thus, he patted his chest, confidently proclaiming, "Rest assured, by my name, Muri Kaguru, I shall ensure that not a single person here reveals any information regarding your residence, Miss Yoko." Yoko's smile faltered slightly. "Was that a request for your assurance? I'm more worried about others. My greatest concern is you." Nonetheless, despite her internal critique, Yoko maintained her professional smile. "I see. Then I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Muri. Fear not, Miss Yoko. I, Muri Kaguru, swear upon my honor that there will be no issues here." Seeing Yoko's earnest plea, Kaguru's brain surged with confidence, and he couldn't help but raise his voice in assurance. However, Yoko was barely able to maintain her professional facade at Kaguru's loud declaration. Internally, she couldn't help but complain, "What sort of agency did my manager find? Why must I encounter such an overzealous fan? And to make promises about confidentiality, by speaking so loudly, are you trying to ensure the neighbors are aware of my residence? The first time, you managed to restrain yourself from revealing my name, but now you seem incapable. It seems I must consider changing my residence. And what of Yamagishi? Why did he enlist such an unreliable detective? It appears I should propose to change my manager." Oblivious to his newfound status on Yoko's blacklist, Kaguru continued to boast, "Now, Miss Yoko, please open your door. Muri Kaguru shall undoubtedly uncover the truth." Under the greasy advances of the middle-aged man, Yangzi could not help but shudder, her hand trembling as she opened the door. Aware of the situation within the room, Conan instinctively turned to his ever-concerned companion, Xiaolan, and said, "Sister Xiaolan, I feel a bit unwell. Could you take me to the stairway for a breath of fresh air?" After speaking, Conan paused for a moment, bewildered by his own actions. Was he subconsciously trying to protect Xiaolan? Did he not want her to witness the crime scene? Yet, that should merely be a fragment of memory and not an instinctive reaction. Before he could gather his thoughts, Xiaolan, with genuine concern, grasped his hand, saying, "Honestly, I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now, you're feeling unwell. Aren't you?" "Dad, Conan isn't feeling too well. I'll take him aside to get some fresh air. You all can go in first." "Understood." At that moment, The middle-aged man's thoughts were entirely elsewhere as he waved dismissively at Xiaolan. Then followed Yangzi inside, accompanied by Heiji Hattori. Seeing this, Xiaolan sighed in resignation and led Conan towards the stairway. Conan, how are you feeling? Is your head still hurting? Is it because you drank? She asked, her voice tinged with indignation. I knew it. Detectives are never good people. Upon arriving at the stairway, Xiaolan spoke with frustration. Conan's expression faltered. Sister Xiaolan, isn't that a bit unfair? Uncle and brother Shinichi are also detectives. Xiaolan paused, then nodded. Indeed, I may have been a bit harsh. Just as Conan felt a sense of relief, Xiaolan added. To be precise, aside from Shinichi, all other detectives are essentially not good people. Including Dad. Conan fell silent, pondering how Xiaolan had developed such a worldview. Had his little angel strayed from the right path? Noticing Conan's conflicted expression, Xiaolan chuckled softly. Sorry, Conan, that I must have troubled you with my words. Just pretend I didn't say anything. However, as Shinichi says, a detective who cannot pay proper attention to those around them is not a qualified detective. Conan slowly formed a question mark in his mind, perplexed as to how he was involved in this. Surely, he hadn't done anything wrong. After a moment of hesitation, he reflected on past memories and realized there indeed was a relevant incident. It happened long ago. What's wrong? Why are you in such a foul mood today? After school, Shinichi, without waiting for Xiaolan's response, pulled her into the streets to stroll, casually inquiring as they walked. Huh? How did you know? Even Yuanzi didn't notice. Xiaolan was taken aback by Shinichi's words. She thought she had concealed her feelings quite well. Even her best friend had been misled. So how had Shinichi figured it out? With Yuanzi's carefree nature, if she merely mentioned a slight cold, how could she possibly detect any change in her mood? But you can't fool me. All right, spill it. What exactly happened? Did that middle-aged man upset you again? Conan asked with a cheerful smile. That so? Really, I can't keep anything from you. Xiaolan replied with a bitter smile, then gazed blankly at Shinichi. Shinichi, do you think it's exhausting to fall for a detective? My parents used to be so close. But since Dad became a detective, their relationship seems to have grown increasingly distant. Although she directed her words at Shinichi, her vacant expression clearly indicated that her thoughts were drifting elsewhere. The question she posed felt more like an inquiry to herself than to Shinichi. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, Shinichi quickly grasped the situation. It must have been that Xiaolan had attempted to reconcile her parents, only for them to argue again. Realizing this, Shinichi shook his head in resignation. That unreliable middle-aged man should handle his own family matters. Why must he instill in Xiaolan a fear of being with a detective? Now, it seems the boomerang has hit him back. If he cannot resolve this, what hope is there for Xiaolan and me? Though he thought this, he could never voice such sentiments. Therefore, after adjusting his words, he slowly replied, Well, you're overthinking it. As a detective, the most crucial quality is, of course, observation, just like me. You see, have you ever been angry when you're with me? Hardly, right? While speaking, Shinichi silently apologized to Uncle Muri. I'm sorry, Uncle. For the sake of my future happiness, it's simpler to let Xiaolan regard you as an unqualified detective. I'll just bring you a couple more bottles of wine next time. Hearing Shinichi's words, Xiaolan burst into laughter. You're such a narcissist, always boasting in front of me. Seeing Xiaolan smile at last, Shinichi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He placed a hand over his heart. Feigning a dramatic pose, Xiaolan, how could you say that about me? Am I not the one who has always been honest? After all this time together, I never expected you to view me this way. I am heartbroken. As he spoke, he winked at her. You. Witnessing Shinichi's antics, Xiaolan felt both exasperated and amused. The shadows that loomed in her heart had faded under Shinichi's charm, and rather than feeling sorrowful, she was more inclined to tease the boy before her. Your acting is terrible. Who cries while expressing onomatopoeia? You should really learn some acting skills from Aunt Yukiko. In response, Shinichi grinned cheekily. As for acting, I think I have a general idea. Why learn so much? Moreover, among family and friends, there's no need to be so serious. Just enough to get by. So tell me, are you happy or not? Xiaolan pondered Shinichi's reasoning. She wanted to ask whether she was seen as family or a friend in his eyes. Ultimately, she decided against it, fearing the answer might not align with her desires. Seeing his subtle probing brushed aside by Xiaolan, Shinichi sighed inwardly but maintained his smile. Then let us keep it a secret between us, all right? Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. That's all that matters. Well, Why should I keep your secret? Xiaolan retorted playfully that if you don't keep it, I'll tell her about you calling her Aunt Yukiko. Then we'll both be in trouble with my mom. Shinichi adopted a comical, stubborn expression. Shinichi, you scoundrel, you're threatening me, Xiaolan protested, playfully punching him, though it felt more like flirtation than a real scuffle. After all, had she truly been angry, Shinichi would have likely been in dire straits by now. Same goes for you, partner in crime. All right, it's getting late. I should head home. Otherwise, Dad will really be hungry. After some playful banter, Xiaolan remarked, glancing at the sinking sun. All right, safe travels, Shinichi replied, no longer insisting she stay. Smiling at her, by the way, here's a gift for you. Suddenly, Shinichi seemed to recall something and pulled a necklace from his pocket. I noticed you lingered over this necklace earlier, so I bought it. I hope I wasn't mistaken. Seeing the necklace in Shinichi's hand, a radiant smile spread across Xiaolan's face. No, you were mistaken. No way, my reputation. Haha, just kidding. Since it's your gift, I'll graciously accept it. Thank you, Shinichi. You're right. A qualified detective indeed brings warmth to those around them. Time returned to the present, and observing the smiling Xiaolan before him, Conan fell into silence for a moment before nodding with a smile. All right, let us not dwell on the past. Remember, you didn't hear anything today, understood? Shinichi went to great lengths to make Dad forget what he said earlier, so this will be our little secret. Got it? Conan readily agreed. Kudos Shinichi. How could he possibly remind his father-in-law of the disparaging remarks he once made about him? However, at that very moment, a few small voices drifted up from the stairway. So, Big Brother Shinichi is such a gentle person, of course. He even invited us to ride the roller coaster. Exactly, Big Brother Shinichi is a truly good person. Though in the end, we still didn't get to ride the roller coaster. Who's there? Upon hearing the voices, Ran furrowed her brow and glanced warily toward the stairway. She remembered why she and her companions were there today. Thus, upon hearing the sounds, she instinctively became alert. However, it quickly dawned on her that the voices she had just heard seemed to belong to a group of children. While children could indeed engage in mischief, actions such as threatening photographs or silent phone calls should not be attributed to them. Most importantly, she felt as if she had heard those children's voices before. Sure enough, as she questioned them, the stairway fell silent for a moment before the children's voices emerged. What should we do? It seems we've been discovered by Sister Ran. Will she tell my mom? I don't want to get spanked. Jinta, you're being too loud. They'll hear you. It's not like I wanted to be this loud. Besides, Hiroshi, your voice is just as loud. Hearing this, Ran sighed in resignation at the empty stairway. All right. You must be Conan's friends, so stop hiding and come out. What should we do? Sister Ran called for us to come out. Should we go? No. If my mom finds out I crawled into someone else's car trunk to come here, she'll definitely spank me. Well, as long as we don't let Sister Ran know how we got here, she shouldn't find out, right? Yes, as long as we all say we came here to play, Sister Ran won't know. Listening to the three little ones plot loudly, Conan cast a sympathetic glance at the stairway. They could scheme all they wanted, but with voices that loud, how could Ran not hear them? Fortunately, these little rascals hadn't given him away. Just as Conan was pondering this, Hiroshi's voice rang out from the stairway again. But if we don't tell, will Conan spill the beans? He knows where we are hiding. Conan isn't the type to tell on us. If we ask him, he definitely won't say anything. Exactly. What you said is right. If he dares to tell, then we simply won't let him join us for extracurricular assignments. Hearing the children's chatter, Conan's expression stiffened. He mechanically raised his head to look at Ram beside him, who was smiling sweetly at him. However, from the warmth of her smile, he sensed a chilling undertone. As Sister Ran, Conan managed to force out a smile that resembled more of a grimace as he gazed at her. Ran continued to smile amiably. Conan is such a good child. He understands the importance of keeping secrets for his friends. Seeing this, Conan awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth and ultimately lowered his head obediently. I'm sorry. Sister Ran, I was wrong. Ran gently patted Conan's head. Helping your friends is commendable, but don't shield them in inappropriate situations. Okay, it could lead them astray. Conan nodded, just as he was about to say something. The three little ones emerged from the stairway. Hello, Sister Ran. Sister Ran, we weren't hiding in the trunk. We just happened to be playing nearby and saw Conan, so we followed him secretly. Did you come here because of Miss Yoko? Does she live here too? As the three little ones unwittingly revealed their secret, Conan buried his face in his hands in despair. Seeing the innocent expressions of the three little ones, Rand sighed in resignation. All right. I know you snuck in the trunk of the car. This time, I want to tell your parents, but don't let it happen again. Understood? Never put yourselves in such a dangerous situation, all right? Okay. X3. Noticing the obedient demeanor of the three little ones. Rand nodded. All right, since you're here, let us stick together, but don't run around, okay? Just as Rand turned around, the three little ones began to plot loudly again. How did Sister Rand know we were hiding in the trunk? It must be Conan who told her. What a betrayal. Do you think it's not because of Conan? Hiroshi, you're too kind. Besides Conan, who else knew how we got here? Exactly. Our acting skills are so good. It definitely isn't our fault, but I just feel like Conan wouldn't do that. Listening to the children's argument, Conan felt veins throbbing on his forehead. However, in the end, he sighed and chose not to say anything. It was pointless to argue with these elementary schoolers. Winning would still feel like losing. Thus, he decided it would be best to ignore them. Yet, even though he didn't defend himself, Rand turned her gentle gaze toward him. Don't shift the blame so easily. What you did was wrong. Even if Conan told me, that would be justified. Besides, Conan didn't tell me. You exposed yourselves? Ah, how could this be? I thought I was acting perfectly, Sister Rand. You're really not covering for Conan. Are you? Silly Genta. How could Sister Rand possibly deceive us? If she says we exposed ourselves, it must be our fault. Yeah, I said Conan wouldn't betray us. Oh dear, I'm not saying Sister Rand is deceiving us. I am just wondering if it's because Conan didn't coordinate with us. That's why we got exposed. As the children continued their debate, Conan cast a puzzled glance at Rand. Why was she defending him when he hadn't even paid attention to such matters? Noticing Conan's confusion, Rand smiled. Since it's not your fault, it's better to clarify things with your friends. Being misunderstood by your classmates is quite unpleasant. Looking at Rand's gentle smile, Conan paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Rand, you're right. It's normal for me to be contacted by Muri-kun. Especially since you're here. Just as Rand was about to lead the group to Yoko's home, a familiar voice rang out from behind them. Upon hearing that voice, Rand froze for a moment before turning around. Officer Magyar? What are you doing here? Have Dad and the others already caught the person harassing Miss Yoko? But you shouldn't need to be here, especially with so many people. Seeing the familiar Officer Magyar and the large group of police behind him, Rand exclaimed in surprise. Hiroshi, it's the police. Are they here to arrest us? They shouldn't be. We haven't done anything wrong. But could it be because we were secretly hiding in Miss Yoko's car trunk? The three little ones, upon seeing Officer Magyar's robust figure, huddled together in fear behind Rand, failing to learn any lessons as they whispered loudly. Conan rolled his eyes at the trio, but remained silent. However, he hadn't expected Officer Magyar and his team to arrive so quickly. It had only been about 10 minutes since Uncle Muri and the others went inside. Truly impressive efficiency. Officer Magyar glanced helplessly at the trembling trio before turning to Rand. Rand, weren't you here with Muri? Muri reported that a corpse was found here, and I happened to be nearby dealing with another case, so I rushed over to... A corpse? Is it at Miss Yoko's house? Upon hearing Officer Magyar's words, the three little ones gasped in shock. Conan grimaced as the high-pitched voices of the children pierced his ears. Meanwhile, Officer Magyar frowned at the trio, given that this case involved a rising idol. He had only brought a few people to minimize the incident's impact. If the paparazzi caught wind of what was happening, even if Miss Yoko were innocent, she would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Thinking this, his gaze toward the three little ones turned somewhat stern. If Miss Yoko were involved in this incident, that would be one thing. If Yoko is indeed innocent, the commotion caused by these three little children when they provoke the paparazzi would be enough to land him in serious trouble. Although he is not part of the professional team and his career is essentially at an impasse, he is certainly not prepared to resign just yet. Upon noticing Officer Magyar's somewhat unfriendly gaze, Conan felt a chill run down his spine that he absolutely must not allow Officer Magyar's impression of him to plummet into the negatives. There will be many more opportunities to interact with Officer Magyar in the future. With this thought in mind, Conan hurriedly glanced at the trio, placing a finger to his lips. Shoo, this is Miss Yoko's private residence. Surely you wouldn't want to cause her to leave because of your antics. In reality, he was well aware that under such tragic circumstances, Yoko could not possibly continue residing here. However, that did not hinder him from using this excuse to persuade the three children, as he anticipated. Upon hearing Conan's words, the trio quickly covered their mouths, their eyes reflecting a hint of panic. Upon hearing Conan speak, Mugir cast a surprised glance in his direction, a flicker of approval gleaming in his eyes. In comparison to those three raucous little ones, Conan appeared significantly more mature, prompting him to reminisce about the former Shinichi Kudo that if properly nurtured, he might just become the next Kudo-kun. With this thought, Officer Mugir's expression softened further. He leaned closer to Conan, inquiring gently, "Young man, may I ask your name?" Conan eyed Officer Mugir suspiciously, unable to fathom the reason behind his inquiry. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought. "My name is Conan, Edogawa Conan." He almost slipped and added, "A detective, given his penchant for anime." Fortunately, he remembered just in time that he was not the original Conan. Moreover, the individual before him was not a criminal suspect driven to desperation by his actions, which allowed him to suppress that statement. Mugir, however, did not notice this detail and merely sighed with regret. With the surname Edogawa and the name Conan, it was evident that he hailed from a family of ardent detective fiction enthusiasts. His desire to invite Conan into the force was likely futile, but of course, he wasn't overly concerned about this. While he harbored aspirations of luring Conan to become a police officer under Kudo-kun's guidance, the personnel at the police department were no longer the inept individuals they once were. Now, they were capable of solving simpler cases independently. Naturally, driven by his brotherly aspirations, Officer Mugir habitually asked, "So, Conan, what are your parents' names?" He counted on this inquiry, knowing he had yet to hear of a detective with the surname Edogawa. However, since Conan was an aficionado of detective novels, there might still be an opportunity for future collaboration. Moreover, if Conan's parents turned out to be the next Yusaku Kudo, that would be even better. Although they had developed some investigative skills, if a chance arose to gain accolades without exerting mental effort, he would eagerly seize it. Who wouldn't appreciate free accolades? Conan raised an eyebrow. "My father is Yusaku Kudo, and my mother is Yukiko Kudo. But how could I possibly disclose such information to Officer Mugir?" "I am currently staying at Uncle Muri's place," Conan mused, opting to deflect the conversation. Revealing his parents' identities was out of the question, especially since they had not yet returned. Even if he were to provide a pseudonym, it would not do. What if he used the false names from the original story, only for them to have chosen different ones? In that case, he would be the one to suffer. Thus, Conan deftly shifted the topic. "By the way, Officer Mugir, wasn't it Uncle Muri who called you here? Isn't it inappropriate for us to chat outside?" Mugir paused at this, not due to Conan's urging, but because of what he had just said regarding his current residence. "So, you reside at Muri-kun's place. Excellent. I must tell you, he was once an outstanding officer in our precinct. You should learn diligently from him. It truly is a case of finding light amidst the darkness." Initially, he thought it would be hopeless to persuade Conan to join the force, yet it turns out he resides at Muri's house. I must ensure that Muri-kun properly mentors this young lad, guiding him to become a member of the police department, ideally in our investigative division. Conan slowly raised a question mark. Who am I supposed to learn from? Muri? What could I possibly learn from him? His judo skills are only effective internally, and he falters against external challenges. Should I adopt his method of elimination that prioritizes dismissing one incorrect answer? Or perhaps I should aspire to his limited yet accurate shooting ability? While that last skill is indeed worth emulating, who am I? I am a boy with a golden finger. Mere marksmanship is trivial. Of course, despite his internal monologue of disparagement, he could not express such thoughts openly. Understood. I shall endeavor to learn everything from Uncle. Ah, that might not be necessary. Now it was Mugir's turn to feel awkward. While Conan might not grasp Muri's true nature, Mugir certainly did, although Muri was an exceptional officer during his tenure at the precinct. Ever since he departed, established his own agency, and separated from his lawyer partner, he had sadly succumbed to a downward spiral. Smoking, drinking, and gambling, he indulged in all. If Conan were to learn from Muri, this promising young boy might very well follow in Muri's footsteps and become a societal failure. As for Muri's investigative abilities, others might be oblivious, but Mugir, who frequently interacted with Kudo, was well aware his most significant flaw was his lack of an analytical mind to connect all the clues. Without Kudo's guidance, how could he ever solve a case on his own? Suddenly, Mugir recalled something and turned to the side where Ran stood. "By the way, Ran, since you are here, does that imply that Kudo-kun?" Ran, exasperated, shook her head. "Officer Mugir, Shinichi, and I are merely ordinary friends. We do not spend every waking moment together. Furthermore, Shinichi mentioned encountering some troublesome matters and may require some time before returning. Oh, I see. That complicates things, Mugir remarked, clicking his tongue in disappointment. If only Kudo were present, he wouldn't have to think so hard. But now, with Muri unreliable, it seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. He hoped this case wouldn't be too complex, ideally devoid of convoluted alibis or intricate mechanisms. By the way, Officer Mugir, in addition to Uncle Muri, another excellent detective has also arrived. Observing Mugir's desire to slack off, Conan suddenly interjected. Huh, there's another detective. What's their name? I mean, how capable are they? Can they assist us in solving the case? Mugir's excitement was palpable as he nearly let slip his candid thoughts. Clearing his throat instead, detectives are splendid. Marvelous. With a detective on our side, I can continue to reap the rewards without exerting myself. Are you implying that this tool is useful or not? Conan rolled his eyes dismissively. Bemused by how the once reliable Officer Mugir had devolved into someone so keen on reaping benefits without effort, it could only be said that Mugir, under Kudo's insistence to solve cases personally, had burned through countless brain cells and learned to adopt a more lax attitude. While he remained a just and upright officer pursuing justice, if an external intellect could assist him, he would certainly refrain from using his own cognitive abilities. After all, the hat he wore was merely to conceal the scar on his head, not to hide his baldness. The detective's name seems to be Hattori, isn't that right, Sister Ran? Conan feigned forgetfulness, addressing Ran. Yes, I believe his name is Hattori Heiji. Hattori, is that detective from Osaka? Upon hearing this, Mugir, who had been relieved moments ago, suddenly became vigilant, directing his gaze at Conan and Ran with keen interest. That seems to be the case. I remember Uncle mentioning that his father is the police chief in Osaka. Everyone, full speed ahead. We must commence investigation immediately. Ensure every clue is verified. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, thus, under the inexplicable fervor of Mugir, a group of officers swiftly made their way toward Yoko's residence. Observing this, Ran found herself somewhat bewildered. Wasn't Officer Mugir just calm? Why is he suddenly in such a hurry? Perhaps it's because Hattori Heiji is a detective from Osaka, Conan shrugged, allowing an outsider, especially the son of the police chief from another region, to solve a case in his jurisdiction before them would be a blow to the Tokyo Police Department's reputation. Is that so? Ran nodded thoughtfully. But Conan, you really know a lot. Just like the Kudo of his childhood, he feigned a mature demeanor, undoubtedly earning much popularity at school, similar to the Shinichi of yesteryears, although Ran merely mentioned it in passing. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Conan's brow. What on earth? It had barely been a short while since he had traversed into this realm. Even the Kudo from the anime, who possessed no acting skills, only revealed his true self after managing to hide it from Ran for an extended period. How could he, having only just arrived, be on the verge of exposure? Was this not an implication that his acting prowess was even inferior to that of Kudo? Such a predicament was utterly unacceptable. He had only just entered school, and thus was still somewhat oblivious to such matters. Conan chuckled awkwardly, and before Ran could react, he hastily urged, Sister Ran, let us hurry over. This may be our only chance to glimpse our idol's abode. But there is a corpse there. Ran frowned, uncertain whether to acquiesce to Conan's request at AS for herself. She was indifferent, though she had Kudo's protection. She had encountered countless bizarre corpses before. As long as she was not caught off guard, she would not exhibit an extreme reaction. However, Conan and Jinta were not the same. To Ran, such potentially gruesome scenes were simply not suitable for children to witness. Consequently, she prepared to dissuade Conan and the others from proceeding, though she felt a pang of regret at the thought of missing the opportunity to see her idol's room. She deemed it a necessary sacrifice for the well-being of Conan and his friends. Yet, regrettably, she had forgotten the wild nature of Jinta and his unruly companions. Just as Ran resolved to stop them, Jinta dashed past her, exclaiming, Oh, Miss Yoko's house. I'm going to the idol's home. Although Hyuka and Ayumi's expressions soured, they felt compelled to follow Jinta, exchanging glances before racing after him. Jinta, wait for us, you guys. Watching the trio sprint away without a second thought, Ran felt her temples throb. It would be better for those mischievous children to experience a dose of parental education. At least Conan is being obedient. As Ran felt a headache brewing, she noticed Conan standing dutifully before her, which eased her spirits slightly. Thankfully, Not all children mirrored the wild behavior of those three. Her own Conan was quite well behaved. Little did she know that Conan refrained from running because he had suddenly recalled certain matters. Why did he frequently expose his identity in the original story? He would reveal it before the Red faction, then again before the Black, and occasionally even in front of Ran. This was all due to his fervent dedication to solving cases whenever a mystery arose. He would forget his identity and age, instead racing around the crime scene. It was precisely this behavior, incongruent with his age, coupled with his formidable deductive abilities and highly recognizable reasoning habits, that led to his repeated unmasking. If it weren't for the relentless Jin, who specialized in eliminating teammates, alongside his own lack of intelligence, he would have likely met his demise countless times over. Thus, Conan now hesitated, contemplating how he could avoid having his identity constantly unveiled. Even if it were to be exposed, it should at least not be by the Black faction. As for this case, if there were no unforeseen complications, it merely involved a fool attempting to slander his ex-girlfriend, resulting in a foolish suicide at her residence. Such a trivial case would undoubtedly be unraveled by Hattori, the detective. Hence, he had no inclination to visit the crime scene. However, this was ultimately a superficial solution. Hattori Heiji, being a detective from Osaka, had his family, studies, and friends concentrated there. He could not remain indefinitely to assist Conan with his case. As for using Kudo's alias to make a phone call to solve the case, essentially acting as an armchair detective, while it was permissible to do so occasionally, if it became a frequent occurrence, he risked losing his identity. After all, Jin, despite claiming to lack intelligence and forget the identities of his victims, might suddenly recall Kudo Shinichi if his presence were to become too prominent. At that point, even if he merely wished to quietly assume the role of an armchair detective, he would likely find himself confronted by a helicopter blocking the door. As for neglecting the situation and allowing Uncle Muri to play the befuddled detective, employing Muri's exclusion method might be acceptable if the accused were indeed guilty. However, if an innocent person were to be wrongfully implicated by Uncle Muri, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Although there would eventually be a prosecutorial body, perhaps even a lawyer claiming to be Ryuichi Tema emerging to defend the innocent, the individuals Uncle Muri identified would not necessarily end up imprisoned. Yet, should such mistakes occur repeatedly, would Uncle Muri still receive commissions? It was important to note that he was currently residing at the Muri household. He certainly did not wish to find himself relegated to a daily diet of 2 meals consisting solely of bland bread and pickles. Achoo! Just as he pondered these matters, a cold breeze swept through, causing him to sneeze again. Conan, are you all right? Never mind. Let us head to Miss Yoko's house and wait there. Observing Conan sneeze and recalling his lingering cold, Rant's concern prompted her to grasp Conan's hand and dash toward Yoko's residence. She worried that witnessing a corpse might inflict psychological trauma on Conan and his friends, forgetting that Conan's cold had not yet fully resolved. Though it was not yet very late, the autumn weather was far from gentle. Conan's fever had just subsided. She hoped it would not flare up again. Sister Ran, I'm fine, being pulled along by Ran. Conan awkwardly exclaimed that he had yet to devise a plan for handling the case, and heading to the crime scene now would be exceedingly awkward. No, your cold has not fully healed. While seeing a corpse might induce a psychological shadow, such matters can be acclimated to. However, if your cold worsens, that is an entirely different issue. Rant's expression was grave, and without waiting for Conan to protest, she led him into Yoko's home. That it's so hot. The moment she opened the door, a wave of heat enveloped them. Before Conan could react, Ran hoisted him and darted toward the sofa. Ran. Muri was about to say something, but Rant's serious tone interrupted. Dad, I know. Having encountered so many cases with Shinichi, I will be cautious not to approach the crime scene, but Conan is still unwell and needs rest. I will place him on the sofa. All right, but be careful. Muri's words were cut off as Ran firmly silenced him. He awkwardly retracted his hand, observing Muri, who had ignited the investigation, directing the police to conduct a thorough search of the entire house. Hurry. Here, make sure not to overlook any traces, and over here, has the area beneath the sofa been checked? What about the surroundings of the corpse? Have the details of the body been examined? What about the luminol reagent? No corner, whether surrounding the corpse or within the room, is to be neglected. We must not miss any clues. Quickly, quickly! Didn't Shinichi say that the most crucial aspect of a crime scene investigation is attention to detail, followed closely by speed? Many clues may vanish with changes in the environment, We must not allow any detail to slip through our fingers. Witnessing the police officer, who had been busy since entering the house, without even greeting him. Muri Kagaru felt utterly bewildered. Even after leaving the police headquarters, he had frequently interacted with this officer. Yet, typically, whenever a detective was present, even if he was a second-rate detective, the officer would slack off. Why was he so fervent today? Meanwhile, Hattori Heiji, who was maintaining the crime scene without conducting a thorough search, could not help but gape. After a considerable pause, he cautiously poked Muri's arm. "Uncle, is this how your Tokyo police investigate crime scenes?" Observing the officers thoroughly combing through the room like locusts, Hattori felt an immense admiration. They meticulously examined not only the floor, but also the walls, ceilings, and even the household decorations, going over them time and again. If one person was not sufficient, they would enlist 2 or 3 others to ensure that not a single clue was overlooked. No wonder the reputation of the Tokyo police had improved recently. With such comprehensive clues, as long as the case was not overly complex, anyone with a semblance of intelligence could likely solve it. Conan-kun? Conan-kun, are you all right? Setting aside Hattori's astonishment, Conan found himself facing a moderately sized dilemma. The 3 little ones, startled by the corpse, upon seeing Conan being dragged in by Ran. As if having seen a pillar of support, he swiftly drew close to him, observing the 3 little ones chattering animatedly around him. Conan felt an overwhelming headache. So, why are you all crowding around me? With your incessant noise, even mundane matters seem to transform into something troublesome. Of course, in order to maintain his persona, he stifled the latter part of his complaint. However, there lies a corpse, indeed. Yes, a body with a knife plunged into it, blood splattered everywhere, its expression grotesque. Yes, how terrifying. Conan-kun, you're frightened of that thing too, aren't you? Watching the trio around him banter back and forth, it was evident they exhibited no sign of fear at all. You all, where is the semblance of fear in your demeanor? Conan lamented helplessly. No wonder these 3 rascals could be so unruly in the original story. With such a calm demeanor at a crime scene, it can only be said that they are born detectives. Who says perfection is devoid of fear? We are indeed quite terrified. Yes, seeing them assert this. Conan rolled his eyes. If you're truly scared, then next time, don't rush headlong into such situations. Although he couldn't discern where their fear lay, if they insisted upon it, he would take their word for it. It was just the right opportunity to give these unruly kids a little lesson. Although in the anime, they ultimately performed commendably, how many accidents occurred because of their impulsiveness? If only they could be a tad more cautious. Or at least listen to him a bit more. That would be splendid. No. X3 to his surprise. Yet in a way, not so surprising, the trio resolutely rejected his advice. Although seeing a corpse is frightening. With the police present, we shall not yield to fear. Indeed, it is utterly detestable that someone would take another's life. We absolutely cannot permit such occurrences. These 3, despite their mischief, earnestly rebutted with hearts full of kindness. Observing their declarations, Conan sighed in resignation. It seems the legendary Junior Detective Corps is about to make its appearance again. Well, considering their amicable relationship with himself, the Grim Reaper, he might as well lend them a hand. Otherwise, given the misfortune that befalls these 3 rascals in the original story, without his assistance, they would likely meet their demise countless times. So, what do you wish to do? Conan spoke wearily that he truly did not wish to engage in solving cases himself. Yet, these 3 rascals, it seemed he could not simply turn a blind eye. The trio exchanged glances. We have decided. We shall become the Junior Police Corps. In the future, we too shall uphold justice like the police. Eradicate evil, and assist those in need. Conan, you must join us. All right, I understand. I will join your... Wait, what did you say you wanted to be? A somewhat disheartened Conan was about to echo their sentiments. However, halfway through, he realized he must have misheard. What they said was not Junior Detective Corps at all. Conan-kun, did you not hear clearly? After some discussion, we have decided to establish our Junior Police Corps, just like those police officers. We shall unmask all evil. Ayumi, believing Conan had not grasped the concept, reiterated as she spoke. Her eyes sparkled like stars. The Junior Police Corps. Conan repeated the familiar yet unfamiliar term in disbelief. Was the plot really veering this way? How did the Junior Detective Corps transform into the Junior Police Corps? And, this term, it seemed so awkward to him. Why do you harbor such an idea? Conan truly could not comprehend the reasoning behind this transformation. Thus, adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, he curiously inquired, "Because the police are so cool." "Exactly. They are just like masked heroes. We want to be like them." The trio gazed at the officers diligently examining the premises, and at Officer Magyar, who was issuing commands and adjusting details, their eyes brimming with admiration. "I see." After a moment of silence, Conan sighed and replied that it seems that plot points are merely for reference. Despite having done nothing, the storyline has already begun to spiral out of control. No, to be precise, according to his recollection, the plot had already started spiraling out of control since the birth of this version of Kudo, which deviated from the anime. However, a police corps, it should be an improvement over a detective corps, right? Contemplating the distinctions between the two, Conan muttered softly. He did not wish to solve cases or continue being a detective. But if it were merely a police role, it didn't seem too burdensome. After all, if Officer Magyar were to learn of the trio's aspirations, he would likely be quite pleased. Perhaps he might even provide them with his personal contact number. This way, whenever the Junior Police Corps encountered an incident, they could directly reach out to Officer Magyar, thus avoiding perilous situations. Most importantly, since they were no longer a detective corps, they might not need to take on trivial tasks like searching for lost dogs. He would not have to indulge them in their games anymore. With this thought, Conan's eyes lit up. A police corps sounded wonderful, far superior to a detective corps. Moreover, as long as he ensured that only he possessed Officer Magyar's number, and only called him in the event of an actual case, the more they did so, the more weight they would hold in Officer Magyar's eyes, although Officer Magyar was more likely to perceive them as a troublesome lot. This way, the police headquarters would take their emergency calls more seriously. In the future, should anything arise, he wouldn't even need to call Officer Magyar from his main account. He could simply use Conan's alternate identity. Regardless of how he viewed it, this was a surefire profitable venture. What did you say? You wish to establish a junior police corps. The more he contemplated it, the more he felt it was a brilliant idea. Seizing a moment during Officer Magyar's brief pause in issuing commands, he hurried over with the trio to convey their aspirations. No matter what, he needed to resolve this matter promptly. Otherwise, if these officers failed to solve the case in time, allowing Uncle Muri or Heiji Hattori to crack it first, shattering the trio's perception of the police's noble stature, then they would undoubtedly be compelled to form that nonsensical junior detective corps again. In short, he had no interest in directly participating in solving cases, nor did he wish to help elementary students search for lost dogs, or distribute flyers alongside these three. In any capacity, it would be a humiliating endeavor. Is that all right? Officer Magyar. After Officer Magyar inquired, the three little ones nodded vigorously, their eyes shimmering with hope. Even if you say so. Officer Magyar scratched his head, somewhat troubled. He certainly did not want to be accused of employing child labor. Is it not permissible? Seeing Officer Magyar's conflicted expression, the trio pouted, their hopeful glimmers dimming considerably. Observing their expressions, Officer Magyar felt torn. In truth, he was not keen on a refusal, while he wished for Muri to subtly influence Conan. Given Muri's current state, although he believed in his judgment, it was highly probable that Conan would become the next Shinichi. But what if? What if he misjudged? However, outright rejection would not be ideal, even if it was merely a small group formed with playful intentions. If he refused, wouldn't that undermine their confidence? Would he strip away the aspirations of 4 future potential police officers? Such a crime he wished to avoid. Watching Officer Magyar's changing expressions, Conan pondered and offered him an out. Officer Magyar, our small organization requires your guidance as a genuine and exceptional police officer. Thus, would you kindly serve as our guiding officer? Should we encounter any emergencies in the vicinity, we would directly reach out to you. Upon hearing this, Officer Magyar felt a slight stirring in his heart. This did not seem impossible, although it might encroach upon his rest time. This way, he would neither be accused of employing child labor nor dampen the enthusiasm of these little ones. As time passed, if they failed to encounter any actual cases, given their fleeting interests, they would likely forget about this little group altogether, even if they could indeed maintain such high levels of enthusiasm. During this period, I could guide them, understand their personalities and abilities, and cultivate their interest in becoming police officers. While contemplating this, Officer Makura cast an approving glance at Conan, realizing that he had not misjudged the child. Indeed, there was hope for him to become the new Shinichi in the future. No, I absolutely cannot delay matters with Mori any longer. I must speak with him at the earliest opportunity to ensure he nurtures this child properly. With this thought in mind, he nodded decisively. All right, I agree to your request. Hooray! X3 The three youngsters cheered with excitement. Just as Makura was about to say something, the police officers conducting the search in the room gathered around. Report. Officer Makura, we found a strange earring under the sofa. Report. Officer Makura, there is a significant amount of water found near the deceased. Report. A small pit was discovered beside the deceased, and upon examination, the marks in the pit correspond with the knife wounds on the deceased. Report. A hair was found on the deceased's hand. Based on its color, it appears to belong to Miss Yoko. Further testing is required. Report. A comprehensive blood analysis of the house revealed no unusual bloodstains. Aside from those around the body, report, no signs of struggle were detected on the deceased, but there are indications of a fall, and nearby, it seems the deceased had come into contact with something cold, resulting in frostbite. Report. A preliminary fingerprint analysis of the room detected the deceased's fingerprints on the air conditioning remote and a comb in Miss Yoko's room. Additionally, fingerprints belonging to an unknown individual were found on certain rooms and a decorative item. As the meticulous investigation of the room continued, the police gathered numerous anomalous traces and reported them to Officer Makura. Well done, everyone. Next, we must test the hair found on the deceased, ascertain the deceased's identity, and analyze the unknown fingerprints. It is imperative we determine the ownership of these items in the shortest time possible. After organizing the tasks, Makura approached Miss Yoko, holding the evidence bag containing the earring, and inquired about its origin. Yoko promptly identified it as belonging to her colleague, Yuko Ikezawa. Thus, under Yoko's identification, Officer Makura immediately summoned this Yuko Ikezawa. Once arrangements were complete, he called aside a few members of the forensic team to inquire. Are you certain that every peculiar detail in the room has been thoroughly examined? Has every single clue been noted in the evidence records? Shinichi once told me that any deviation from the norm at the scene could be a crucial lead in solving the case. The forensic team exchanged glances and hesitantly replied, if it pertains only to the evidence and anomalies in the room, we should have gathered everything. For other irregularities, we will need to rely on Miss Yoko's testimony. Is that so? I understand. Makura nodded. Are we certain there are no signs of struggle on the deceased? Just then, Hattori's voice interjected. If there are no signs of struggle, it suggests that this case likely involves someone familiar with the deceased. We can begin by investigating the deceased's identity and social connections. Seeing Hattori interject, Makura furrowed his brow slightly. Are you the son of Inspector Hattori? This is not Osaka. We can resolve this case without your interference. Hattori appeared unfazed by Makura's tone. That may be true. Your investigative work is quite thorough, and if all police officers were as diligent in their searches as you, my job would undoubtedly be much easier. After all, many times, my deductions falter due to incomplete evidence. Hattori's words were sincere. He genuinely admired the meticulousness of Makura and his team. Just as he expressed, had the officers he encountered been as thorough in their on-site investigations, he might not have faced as many enigmas in his cases. However, the impact of such words varied depending on who uttered them. Had it been Shinichi standing there, Makura might have felt a sense of pride. If it were his superior, he might have felt pleased. But standing before him was the son of the chief of a different district's police department. Hearing such words from him felt almost like mockery to Makura. He cast an irritated glance at Hattori, but refrained from saying much further. After all, the disparity in their statuses was quite significant. Although Hattori stood there as a high school detective, it did not mean Makura could disregard his background and lineage. Thus, the best course of action in this situation was to ignore him and refrain from engaging in conversation, as long as he and his team could solve the case before Hattori's involvement. That would suffice. With this mindset, Makura took a deep breath and approached Kagoro Mori. Mori-kun? Huh? Ah. Officer Makura, what brings you to me? Kagoro was momentarily taken aback, although he initially aimed to uncover the true culprit behind this case. Witnessing Makura and the officer's serious demeanor caused him to abandon that thought. Like Makura, while he could now solve less complex cases to some extent, crime solving was indeed a mentally taxing endeavor, especially in murder cases. Were it not for the fact that this case involved Miss Yoko and he was the first to discover the crime scene, he would have been reluctant to get involved. Observing Makura's earnest dedication to the case only fueled his desire to slack off. After all, his commission was to find out who was stalking Yoko, and according to the clues in Makura's possession, he could easily resolve that commission as well. He could collect the commission fee without exerting much effort. Such a fortunate situation was certainly welcome. Thus, when Makura called for him, he had already begun contemplating which horse to bet on next. Isn't it true that the reason lawyer Hayu left home is because of this? Makura, having dealt with Kagoro for many years, immediately perceived his thoughts and sighed helplessly. However, he chose not to elaborate further. While having Kagoro assist in analyzing the case was indeed a good option, he still wanted to demonstrate through action that even without a detective's help, they could resolve the case independently. That's not true. Who cares about that guy? Yet, Kagoro was suddenly flustered by Makura's teasing. He was well aware of why his wife had chosen to separate from him. However, such matters should not be brought out into the open. Moreover, did he not care about his own dignity? All right. I'll assume you think that way. Makura shook his head and continued. That child named Conan is currently living in your home, correct? That's correct. But why? Kagoro replied. Did that brat do something wrong? If so, I'll give him a good talking to when I get back. No. I have high hopes for that child. In him, I see the shadow of Shinichi. Makura quickly interjected. This was someone he held in high regard, the future Shinichi. He could not allow Mori to misunderstand. Kudu's little brat, that kid is so impressive, to earn such high praise from you. I cannot be entirely certain, but I have this feeling. Therefore, I hope that while you are at the office, you can set an example for him and instill some of our police's commendable qualities in him. It would be best if he could develop a fondness for the police department. You absolutely must not screw this up, Makura said earnestly. Kagoro scratched his head. Is it really necessary? And to set an example? To demonstrate commendable qualities? It is necessary. I do not wish for this promising seedling to be led astray by you. Remember, do not smoke or drink in front of Conan, and do not take him to any undesirable places. I will inform Ran to help keep an eye on you. Kagoro, who had initially appeared somewhat troubled, stiffened at Makura's words. Oh, Officer Makura, you must be joking. This is a personal matter. I am quite serious. If you lead that child astray, you will bear the consequences, Makura stated calmly, delivering a stern warning. Despite this, Kagoro felt a sense of despair rising within him. What a joke. His own daughter wanting to monitor him was one thing. But now this outsider, Makura, wanted to meddle in his personal affairs. This was utterly outrageous. According to Makura's reasoning, as long as Conan resided in the office, he could not smoke, drink, or gamble. Was he asking for his life? There was no way he could agree to such a demand. Finally, after much mental preparation, Kagoro finally conceded. I agree. As he uttered those words, his face was etched with humiliation, and his heart bled. His once blissful life had vanished in an instant. Although Mugir's demands seemed akin to those of Xiaolan, they were, in fact, quite different. Mugir sought for him to set an example before Conan. In other words, when Conan returned to the office, he could not be inebriated, nor could he allow the office to be in a state of disarray, and certainly not reeking of smoke. Yet, such matters, had it not been for Mugir's insistence, he could have managed them with ease. He longed to refuse, but alas, Mugir was his old colleague. The crux of the matter was that this colleague held quite a bit of compromising information about him. Though it was all rather innocuous, he was not ready to face social disgrace yet. Very well then. Regarding Conan's education, I trust you will take it to heart. Ideally, instill in him a sense of belonging to the police department, steering him away from the paths trodden by detectives, lest he competes with us for accolades. With that, Mugir chuckled as he patted Maori on the shoulder, then approached Xiaolan, whispering something to her, though unaware of their conversation. Maori could see Xiaolan's growing radiance, occasionally casting glances his way, and he knew his days ahead would be anything but pleasant. Why must this wretched world conspire against me? Maori silently wept tears of humiliation in his heart. Meanwhile, Conan was also facing his own tribulations. Conan, how could you monopolize Officer Mugir's phone number? He is undeniably our guiding officer. Exactly. As our junior police corps guiding officer, his number should be a shared resource among all of us. Even if we cannot publicly disclose the officer's number, it should rightfully belong to me as the leader. At present, he found himself encircled by the three younger members, being relentlessly interrogated about Mugir's contact information. Observing their aggressive demeanor, Conan felt overwhelmed. This was Mugir's private number. There was no way he could hand it over to the trio. If they obtained it, given their enthusiasm, Officer Mugir would likely be compelled to change his number within days. Conan mused internally. However, such reasoning could not be articulated openly. As for how to placate these three rascals, he certainly had an excuse. Thus, after feigning a sigh, Conan gently remarked, well, while we do have Officer Mugir's private number, do you all possess mobile phones? Can you ensure to reach out to Officer Mugur when necessary? Confronted with Conan's inquiry, the once chattering trio fell silent. Indeed, it seemed they lacked mobile phones, although the technological advancement in this world was astonishing. At least in the early plot, mobile phones were not yet ubiquitous. Were it not for various reasons, even Conan should not possess one at this juncture. However, this was a perfect excuse to deflect the three rambunctious youngsters. Only Conan-kun has a phone, so as long as Conan-kun knows the number, that suffices, right? Ayumi nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Ayumi's response, Jinta, who had intended to voice an opinion, also nodded in agreement, indicating he shared the same sentiment. It must be said, though still young, their innate tendencies were already evident. While in later plots, he aspired to transition from being a mere backup to the goddess to making the goddess's backup. Presently, he was merely Ayumi's devoted admirer. Nevertheless, even without mobile phones, we still have the option of public telephones, right? Jinta protested, asserting his role as the leader. Such a significant responsibility could not be entrusted to others. The authority to contact Officer Mugur should rest in his hands. Foolish Jinta, what if an incident occurs? We won't have the luxury of time to seek a public phone. Jinta countered vehemently for the sake of his beloved goddess. What, you call me a fool, foolish Jinta? Only a fool would call another a fool. Thus, the two began bickering over who was the greater fool. Conan observed the two with exasperation, shaking his head. He had initially contemplated using Dr. Agasa as an excuse to enlist his help in crafting their detective badges, now referred to as police badges. Unexpectedly, this backup plan became unnecessary as the three youngsters quickly devolved into chaos. How unpredictable fate can be. After an indeterminate period, with Yuko Ikezawa brought to the scene, the alibis, testimonies, and the autopsy of the deceased were completed, the wheels of fate began to turn once more. And the familiar three-choice narrative commenced anew. So, based on your testimonies, none of you possess a complete alibi for the time of the incident, correct? Officer Mugur inquired, glancing at the recorded testimonies. Each person nodded in agreement. Yuko Ikezawa, visibly disgruntled, complained, honestly, officer, what does this have to do with me? I have never even been here. And as for that earring, is it not permissible for me to have accidentally lost it? Is it not possible that Yoko just happened to have an identical earring? To think this alone makes me a murder suspect. Isn't that rather excessive? After all, I am a somewhat renowned star. Believe me, I could sue you for defamation. She was quite confident in her maneuvering. Despite having infiltrated numerous times, she was certain no one had seen her face. Hence, she could assert herself so boldly. However, before she could revel in her arrogance for 2 minutes, she was swiftly countered. Report. Officer, the fingerprint analysis of Miss Yuko Ikezawa has been completed. The third unknown fingerprint found on the sculpture and in various areas of the room belongs to Miss Ikezawa. Well then, Miss Ikezawa, do you have any further remarks? Mugur turned to scrutinize the woman who had recently been so self-assured, observing the lit cigarette she held and the stiff smile plastered across her face. He could only smirk. Who would have thought? While she lacked eyewitnesses, Miss Ikezawa was hardly meticulous. Did she not think to wear gloves while breaking and entering? Well, now the fingerprint evidence has been discovered. Next comes the familiar confession phase. Indeed, the criminals in Mifune are all remarkably capable, able to devise intricate murder plans, yet they possess such fragile mental states. Oftentimes, no evidence is required. A mere bluff can lead them to confess. Watching Yuko Ikezawa admit her guilt, Conan shook his head in resignation. Yet, that person was not killed by me. He attempted to assault me, and I simply ran away. I truly did not kill him. In the end, after her confession, Yuko Ikezawa defended herself. She was genuinely wronged. While she wished to undermine Yoko, that did not mean she would resort to murder. If she were to kill, it would be Yoko, not the stranger she did not even recognize. Rest assured, Miss Ikezawa, no one will believe you committed the murder. After all, there are no fingerprints of yours on the murder weapon, Mugur reassured her. Given her lack of foresight and not wearing gloves while trespassing, how could she possibly think of wiping down the murder weapon afterward? With her intellect, she was the least likely suspect among those present. That said, who truly committed the murder? Mugur pondered, feeling a headache coming on. Although he could unravel the truth, a lack of mental acuity was a significant drawback. To connect the dots within the evidence would require considerable time. Gradually, the entire room descended into silence, although he was reluctant to admit it. It must be said that the minds of the officers at the police department were indeed not particularly agile. Though nearly all leads were at their disposal, they lacked the mental flexibility to connect these clues. Mugir was the most troubled among them. Despite all suspects being present, it seemed none could have committed the crime. Yet, aside from the three of them, there was no fourth individual at the scene who could have harmed the deceased. Maori, you've reviewed the clues. Do you have any particular insights? After contemplating for some time, Mugir abandoned the idea of solving the case independently, turning instead to seek assistance from the external brain present. Unfortunately, although there was an external brain, it proved no different from his own. It too was capable of solving cases, yet lacked that spark of inspiration, especially when there are others present to rely on. Yet the victim has no connection with them, making it difficult to engage their enthusiasm. As the external brain and adept slacker, Maori scratched his head and said, although I wish to assist you, Officer Moku, I truly lack any ideas. After all, the task he had been entrusted with was merely to help Miss Yoko resolve the issues of a stalker and a break-in. However, the true culprit behind this incident had already been apprehended. Thus, he genuinely felt disinclined to exert his mental faculties any further. Although he admired Miss Yoko, it was merely a manifestation of male instinct. Moreover, based on the evidence and testimonies at the scene, it was impossible for Miss Yoko to be the murderer. Therefore, the subsequent murder case, to him, felt like unpaid overtime. For someone like Maori, who would rather recline than sit up, the idea of working unpaid was utterly unappealing. To put it plainly, while his sense of justice was commendable, why should he rush to exhaust his brain cells over a case that Officer Moku and the others could undoubtedly solve? He wasn't like Officer Moku, who perpetually wore a hat. If he overexerted himself and ended up bald, it would be glaringly obvious. No way. It must be noted that, in order to uphold the dignity of our police department, I have not withheld a single clue that the detective requested. We must solve this case before that fellow does. We cannot allow those rural officers to look down upon us. Do you understand? Officer Moku found himself in a predicament. Although he did not wish for Maori to become involved, after all, this man's destructive potential was well known. He had no alternative. When that kid from Osaka sought clues from his subordinates, he couldn't possibly keep everything to himself, could he? However, to let that guy outpace them in solving the case on their home turf would be a complete loss of face, for the sake of the police department's reputation. Adhering to the principle that 3 clumsy cobblers can equal a zhuge liang, he had to drag Maori into this mess. Pooling their thoughts was surely better than him fumbling along alone. Moreover, he had faith in his brother Maori, even if this troublemaker could sometimes be astonishingly clever. Fine, I understand. Reluctantly, Maori sighed at the request of his old colleague, gathering all the clues, evidence, and testimonies to prepare for a thorough examination. No need, just these few documents will suffice. While speaking, Moku took out the autopsy report, bloodstain analysis report, weapon analysis report, and several testimonies from the evidence, and handed them to Maori. Observing Mori's puzzled expression, Moku chuckled. These are the materials that the detective from Osaka requested. As a renowned detective, his ability to extract crucial clues should surpass ours, right? With his assistance, why should we sift through the evidence ourselves? What? He intends to solve the case without external help. Indeed, while it was true that the investigation was conducted by both him and brother Maori, as for extracting clues, both of them could analyze which were significant. However, since someone had already helped sift through them, why should they do it again? How surprising, Moku. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Haha, mutual admiration. After all, my brother Shinichi trained me, and we've had our fair share of such experiences. Thus, after exchanging a glance, the two began analyzing the evidence and connecting the dots of the case. But that's so? Quite intriguing. However, do you think that fellow may have prepared a bit too thoroughly? After reviewing the crucial clues, Hattori raised his head in slight confusion that Moku's team had conducted an exceptionally thorough search for evidence. Thus, solely based on the evidence at hand, he had already grasped the truth of the case. The only thing puzzling him was whether that individual could truly accomplish so much in such a short time. Oh well, perhaps the underlying circumstances are irrelevant to me. What matters now is to unravel the case. Shaking his head, Hattori glanced at the two still engaged in discussion, smiling with confidence. Although the police officers from the investigation division possess far superior skills compared to my colleagues, they still fall short in solving cases. Let me, a distinguished detective, assist them in uncovering the truth. However, upon his intention to speak, he suddenly felt something strike his head. Damn police department. Ambushing, without any sense of honor. Immediately after, Hattori's consciousness plunged into darkness. Behind him, Conan struck a comical soccer pose, standing awkwardly on the table. Oh no, did I go a bit too far? But then again, who told him to try to trick me into drinking? Want to show off? Go dream about it. With that thought, Conan wore an innocent smile. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. It seems I've made a mistake. Conan, seeing this, Ran grabbed Conan by the collar and pulled him down from the table. What are you doing? Hattori-kun is a guest. How could you behave like this? Not just Ran. Even Moku cast a dubious glance. However, after the forensic staff whispered something in his ear, the skepticism and displeasure in his eyes transformed into relief. Indeed, Conan. As a child, how could you play pranks at a crime scene? Once Hattori wakes up, you must sincerely apologize to him. Understand? Although he said so, Moku's approving gaze was unmistakable. All right. I understand, Conan nodded, revealing a harmless smile. Seeing Conan's compliant expression, Moku nodded as well, then leaned closer to Maori. Brother Maori, we must hurry. We must crack this case before that fellow from Osaka awakens. Do you comprehend? Huh? Why? Maori asked, taken aback, perplexed. Fool, what do you think my colleagues from the forensic team just told me? They mentioned that the guy from Osaka has already unraveled the truth of this case. If it weren't for Conan accidentally kicking that ashtray, he would have started solving it already. Moku glared at Maori with disappointment. Wondering why, after becoming a detective, Maori seemed to respond so slowly compared to his previous days at the police department. Damn, that brat. Hearing Moku's words, Mori's first instinct was to reprimand Conan. Seriously, kicking an ashtray at someone and knocking them unconscious? Wouldn't that potentially be fatal? Even if it wasn't that severe, if he injured someone, would he be liable for the medical expenses? His money was meant for buying small steel balls. Brother Maori. Moku's voice turned stern. Although he wasn't sure if it was intentional or not, Conan's actions had inadvertently bought them time. In this race against time, how could Maori afford to be distracted? All right, I understand, faced with Moku's insistence. Maori grimaced and resumed analyzing the case. However, even as he said that, without a moment of inspiration, he had no idea what the situation of the case was. As he spoke, Maori picked up the autopsy report. The bruising on the body has been confirmed to be caused by Miss Yuko. However, that was a result of the deceased attempting to harm her, prompting her instinctive defense. Other than that, there are no further signs of struggle on the body. Moreover, the fingerprints on the comb were quite curious. Miss Yoko's prints were perfectly normal. After all, it was her home. However, why did the comb bear the deceased's fingerprints? Why would the deceased handle Miss Yoko's comb? It couldn't possibly be because he merely happened to touch it. As he spoke, Maori raised his head to glance around, his gaze sweeping over Conan. At this moment, Conan was also troubled. Although Uncle Maori and Officer Moku were capable of solving cases, it required time. He had to find a way to ensure they cracked the case before Hattori woke up. Besides, regardless of Hattori, as a detective from Osaka, he couldn't just stay here indefinitely. In the future, the office would still depend on Uncle Maori. However, he also didn't wish to expose his presence. Sedating Maori was ultimately unwise. Thus, how could he seamlessly guide Maori to connect the clues of the case? While Conan pondered, he heard Jin's voice nearby. Yoko-nichan, your home is really warm. Is it always this hot here? As he spoke, he lifted his shirt, fanning himself repeatedly. No. I distinctly remember turning off the air conditioning before leaving, he exclaimed. And besides, I wouldn't set the air conditioning so high during this season. Yoko replied, somewhat puzzled. Wait a minute. Upon overhearing their conversation, Conan suddenly had an epiphany. This was indeed the most effective approach. He was no longer that high school detective, but merely a child. Was it inappropriate for a child to make somewhat impertinent requests? Not at all. Was it not normal for a child to express whimsical fantasies? Absolutely. However, his slightly rude requests and childlike fantasies were now intertwined with the case, providing a brilliant insight. Did that implicate him in any way? Certainly not. After all, he merely made 2 requests and shared a fanciful notion. The one solving the case was the uncle. The one connecting his requests and thoughts to the case was also the uncle. He had done nothing. As for whether Uncle Muri would grasp the situation, he should be fine. After all, this is not the first time Edogawa Conan has done something like this. Uncle Muri can't be that oblivious, can he? Conan mused, his expression a mixture of hope and concern. Oh well, let us take it one step at a time. I just hope Uncle Muri isn't as inept as I fear. Otherwise, I might really have to find a way to awaken the slumbering Kagoro. With that thought in mind, Conan rushed over to Muri. Uncle Muri, it's so hot. Could you please get me some ice cubes to cool down? Shoo, shoo. Go play, kid. Muri replied, not even looking up, dismissing him rather disdainfully. Sigh, it is indeed rather warm. Why don't you fetch some ice water? Magyar suggested, shaking his head. Considering Conan's significant assistance, he instructed an officer to bring some ice water. Speaking of which, didn't Yoko's testimony mention something about the temperature being abnormal? Magyar murmured to himself, then began sifting through the testimonies once more. Seeing this, Conan smiled to himself. Step 1. Accomplished. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted to the retreating officer, "Wait, could you please bring a few more cups?" Before long, the dispatched officer returned with 2 cups of ice water, handing them to Conan. Sorry, uncle, I only have 2 hands, so I couldn't bring more. Conan paused for a moment, then smiled. No problem. Thank you, uncle. He then took 1 cup and handed it to Ran, before dashing towards the 3 little ones with the other cup in hand. Ran, who had instinctively accepted the cup, stared blankly at it, and then at Conan's receding figure. Her brow slightly furrowed, as if she were pondering something. Oblivious to the consequences of his unconscious actions, Conan distributed an ice cube to each of the 3 little ones, raising his voice slightly. Here, take this. Although it will soon melt, the ice can still cool you down. Ah, Conan, you're so cunning. I want ice water too. One of them exclaimed, Me too. Another chimed in. Despite their protests, the 3 little ones obediently accepted the ice cubes without competing for the cup of water in Conan's hands. Noticing this, Conan smiled and, seeing that Magyar seemed to be paying attention, declared loudly, What can I say? With only this little bit of ice, if we had a larger block, we wouldn't be so hot. But can't we just lower the air conditioning? One asked. But if the air conditioning is lowered, the ice won't melt. Conan replied, glancing cautiously at the 2 still examining the clues, thinking, surely they should connect the dots now. He practically spelled it out for them. The massive ice blocks, the inexplicable pool of water on the ground, along with the clues that Hattori found out if they still can't figure it out. They might as well be leading the charge of the clueless. Ice, water, temperature. Thankfully, Magyar seemed to be processing his words. He furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, muttering to himself, Officer Magyar, what are you thinking? Muri, who was deeply engrossed in examining the evidence, asked curiously to Murkin, Do you think it's possible the murderer committed suicide? Magyar suggested, pulling out several pieces of evidence. The water left on the floor is not merely water, but ice, according to Miss Yoko's testimony. The air conditioning in her apartment was operated by the victim, presumably to conceal the truth of his death. Muri pondered for a moment. While that possibility crossed my mind, the rate at which ice freezes shouldn't be that rapid. Moreover, the ice would not cause such extensive frostbite on the deceased. Indeed, the victim was found lying face down. Thus, the frostbite on his back could not have been caused by the ice. Surely, there cannot be another hidden murderer involved in this case. Magyar remarked, his tone heavy with concern. If this case involves a 4th individual, unraveling it will not be so simple. What are those 2 contemplating? Isn't the case essentially resolved? Conan thought, feeling exasperated as the 2 fell silent again. He had finally relaxed and was about to take a sip of water to cool down when he felt a headache coming on. Wait, don't you have all the clues at your disposal? Ive clearly stated the key information that connects them. Why can't you see it? Is it because this is a detective story? To resolve a case, one must rely on a detective? Is it that the police merely serve as background figures? Now, it seems it's my turn to be troubled, without revealing my true identity and without taking the case into my own hands. I feel like I've done all I can. How infuriating it is to depend on this incompetent uncle. Why isn't my ally someone as sharp as Hattori? Foolish uncle. I can't just expose everything to Hattori. Should I just call him next time a case arises? Have him solve it remotely? That's out of the question. If I did that, I'd never get to step onto a crime scene again. After much contemplation, Conan ultimately abandoned that notion. If it were just the uncle, that would be one thing. But he certainly didn't want to hand all his credit over to Hattori, an outsider. Must I really knock the uncle out to bring forth the slumbering Kagoro into this world? He mused, glancing at the ashtray lying on the ground after he had knocked Hattori down. Wait, is someone watching me? Suddenly, Conan felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that if he proceeded with his plan, something terribly unfortunate might occur. Thus, he wisely abandoned the idea, surveying his surroundings. Ran. Is there something you need from me? He asked, noticing Ran was staring intently at him. It's nothing, but thank you, Conan, Ran replied, forcing a smile and shaking the cup of water in her hand. It's nothing. After all, You're always so kind to me. Ran. Conan feigned innocence, while inwardly he lamented, "Come on, I merely handed her a cup of water without thinking. Is she really that sensitive? It appears that my intention to directly assist Uncle Muri with the case will not work. Indeed, even the heavens do not wish for the slumbering Kagoro to awaken. Perhaps I should investigate why Uncle Muri and the others have yet to grasp the situation." With that thought, Conan moved away from the ashtray and approached Muri and Magyar. Observing Conan's direction and the still ashtray lying quietly on the ground, Rant's gaze drooped slightly. Was it truly just her imagination? Why did she feel that Conan and Shinichi were so alike? Unaware of Rant's thoughts, Conan stealthily approached the two, eavesdropping on their conversation. Soon, he completely absorbed the parts of Magyar and Muri's dialogue that expressed their confusion. That it does seem like that. From being dumped by Yuko to his suicide, then to Miss Yoko's return, only a few hours have elapsed. How could he possibly have frozen the ice in such a short time? Unless Miss Yoko's home was pre-stocked with ice. With that thought, Conan glanced over at Yoko, who appeared lost in thought. He recalled scenarios from fanfiction he had read, contemplating the possibility that Miss Yoko could be the true culprit behind it all. No, don't let those conspiracy theories mislead you. Even if Miss Yangzi is aware of everything and wishes to proceed in such a manner, it is improbable that she would have prepared such a large ice block in advance, one perfectly sized to accommodate the knife's handle. Unless, of course, she possesses an extraordinarily precise understanding of this unfortunate individual's psyche, knowing precisely how he would choose to take his own life. If that were the case, she would hardly be merely a moderately famous idol. The autopsy report has unequivocally stated that the victim's death was entirely attributable to that knife. Furthermore, it was a single fatal blow, with no signs of a follow-up stab. Thus, the possibility of disguising a murder as suicide is non-existent. If we consider this line of reasoning, then the ice block must have been prepared by the deceased himself. However, as Magyar and the others have pointed out, the ice block, Conan has an unsettling feeling that he seems to be overlooking something crucial. Based on the plot and the analysis of the scene, the truth appears almost glaringly obvious, yet it is precisely the most critical piece that is missing. Indeed, it seems that Officer Magyar's intelligence can be a double-edged sword. Had he not been so astute, this case would likely have already been resolved. Conan shook his head in exasperation, according to the storyline. After he utilized Muri's identity to reveal the truth of the case, Magyar had not hesitated for a moment before concluding the case based on that reasoning, in stark contrast to the present, where, despite having guessed the truth, they find themselves ensnared by temporal discrepancies, leading the case into a deadlock. Dreadful. My head is pounding. Who could have possibly done this? Just then, Hattori stirred awake. He rubbed the large bump on his head, grumbling in irritation. While Conan pondered, he shot a sidelong glance at the fellow and spoke nonchalantly. "My apologies, I accidentally kicked the ashtray, and it just happened to hit your head. You little brat." Hattori glowered at Conan, feeling disgruntled. What if his prideful intellect had been damaged in the process? Moreover, this little brat's apology lacked sincerity. Was that tone truly meant to convey an apology? Ah, but it was you, the big brother from Africa, who deceived me into drinking first. Conan shook his head and innocently remarked, "So, we cancel each other out, don't we? TCH, you little rascal. I knew I couldn't handle this troublesome kid." Hattori muttered under his breath but said no more. After all, while it was true that Conan had knocked him out, he had indeed tricked a child into drinking as well. If one were to assess the situation, he was the one with the greater issue. With that thought in mind, he shook his head and inquired, "So, officer, and you, sir, have you solved the case?" Upon seeing Hattori awaken, Magyar and Muri exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. "No, we haven't captured any key information from the clues." So, they had exerted considerable effort, even resorting to unconventional methods, though not ones they had intended to use. Despite that, they still failed to crack the case. They could only concede their inferiority to no, that can't be right. Hattori looked at the two in confusion. The clues were so clear, yet they couldn't deduce anything. As expected, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police's first investigative division, which could supposedly clear their tax-evading thieves' reputation, was indeed lacking. In light of this, "I shall unveil the entire truth of this case." Hattori smiled and began his reasoning. However, after a reasoning session that mirrored the original plot, Magyar and Muri, their brows furrowed, sighed with relief. Magyar approached Hattori and patted his shoulder. "Hattori-kun, while I understand your eagerness to solve the case, it's best not to voice such implausible reasoning." "Huh? What do you mean by implausible reasoning? Hattori exclaimed in surprise, retorting loudly. Because of the time, Muri supplemented from the side. We had also considered your idea, but there were time discrepancies. Hattori paused, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the time required for various actions, then suddenly widened his eyes. The ice block couldn't freeze. Do you understand now? Therefore, young man, it's better not to rush to conclusions. Meguer smiled as he patted Hattori's shoulder, though his expression soon became solemn. He hadn't anticipated that even the renowned detective mentioned in the reports, who could rival Shinichi, would be deceived by the true culprit's misdirection. Indeed, to him, this method was merely a distraction. Everything seemed so reasonable. The motive for suicide, the means of suicide. Even the methods of framing and entrapment were meticulously prepared. Had it been in the past, he would have undoubtedly closed the case right then. However, the current him is not the same as before. He still remembers the things that Shinichi had taught him. Details determine success or failure. Hence, he was able to pinpoint the only incongruity in this case, which was the time that if Conan were to learn that Meguer's keen perception in discovering the loophole was due to his past teachings, he might find it both amusing and exasperating. So this is how detectives operate. Indeed, I initially thought he was remarkable, yet it turns out the police uncle is even more impressive. Precisely. I was contemplating whether to change to a detective agency. But now it seems fortunate that I did not. The trio of young ones once again began to chatter excitedly, causing Conan to feel overwhelmed. Everyone, please quiet down a bit. Officer Meguer and Hattori are deep in thought. Just then, Ran approached with a smile, gently patting the heads of the trio, speaking tenderly. Upon seeing this, the trio quickly raised their hands, mimicking a zipping motion across their mouths. Very good, I'll treat you to cookies later. With the trio calmed, Conan sighed in relief. He continued to follow his train of thought. Although in the anime, the methods were designed to prevent copycat crimes, in reality, such methods are indeed feasible. Therefore, the question lies in where the ice block originated. By the way, Sister Ran, can you make us some ice cream? It's so hot here. At that moment, Jenna's voice rang out. As much as I would love to help, I don't know how to make ice cream. Ran replied somewhat awkwardly, but if you just freeze the ice cubes, wouldn't that allow you to make ice cream? Ice cream and ice cubes are not the same. Ice cubes can be frozen as long as the temperature is low enough, but ice cream cannot. Ran responded with a smile. Hearing this, Conan seemed to have had a revelation. Right? As long as the temperature is sufficient, one can freeze ice cubes. So why must it be a refrigerator? What if the ice cubes were made using something else? With that thought, Conan suddenly turned to the dejected Yuko Ikezawa sitting nearby. Sister, you said you defeated that big brother, correct? Yes, he attacked me suddenly, so I instinctively took him down. Yuko paused for a moment, but nodded in acknowledgement. Then, when he attacked you, did he have anything with him? Conan pressed on to, I think he had a backpack. Yuko pondered, uncertain. What? Meguer exclaimed loudly upon hearing this. Why didn't you mention this detail during the recording of your testimony? You didn't ask. Yuko rolled her eyes in discontent. Meguer fell silent for a moment, then called over the forensic team, instructing them to conduct a search outside. Soon, a backpack was found at the base of the apartment building. Inside the backpack was a large insulated container. Upon inspection, it was determined that it had previously stored dry ice. So, this is the source of the ice block. Meguer sighed in relief upon seeing the backpack. He had thought there was some hidden agenda but found it to be rather straightforward. However, why would this fellow carry so much dry ice? Mori scratched his head, curious. Perhaps there were some ulterior motives. Hattori glanced at the innocent-looking Yangzi and then at the lifeless Fujiya Akihiro on the ground. After all, releasing large amounts of dry ice in a confined space can cause suffocation or even unconsciousness. Conan looked speechlessly at the body on the floor. As expected, this is the world of Conan. In such a large room, can such a small amount of dry ice really cause someone to faint? Moreover, are you mistaken about something? The most commonly used tool for kidnapping by Miflower should undoubtedly be ether. Right? He truly did not anticipate that this individual would arrive with a large bottle of dry ice, intending to abduct Yoko. Clearly, kidnappers like Miflower typically utilize ether, so why the peculiar choice? Alas, who could have imagined that this case would turn out to be a simple suicide? Initially, I thought there might be some hidden mastermind behind it. It caused Moro and me quite a headache for so long. I suppose I must return home and consume some black sesame seeds to prevent further hair loss. Watching Muro and his team depart, Maori let out a helpless sigh, rubbing his head with a look of distress. Humph. It's all because of your wild imaginations. I had already deduced the truth. It is precisely because of you that I began to doubt my own reasoning. Hattori also pouted in displeasure. He had indeed crafted a theory, but due to the antics of Maori and his companion, he found himself overturning his own conclusions. Who would have thought that, in the end, his deductions would prove correct? Kid, don't act like that. I arrived at this conclusion alongside Moro, you know, yet you still were not as swift as I. All right, Dad. Observing the two bicker, Xiaolan placed her hands on her hips, directing her gaze at her father. Regardless, the final outcome is favorable, so isn't that what truly matters? Wouldn't you agree, Conan? Meanwhile, Conan, lost in thought, responded absent-mindedly. Ah, yes, Sister Xiaolan is right. Humph, forget it, since Xiaolan has said so. I shall not argue with you any longer, kid. Hearing Xiaolan's words, Maori pondered briefly before deciding to refrain from further commentary. After all, the family's financial authority now rested in Xiaolan's hands. Moreover, she had taken on the additional task of ensuring Moro keeps an eye on him to prevent smoking, drinking, or playing with small steel balls. The mere thought of this made Mori's expression darken instantly. In light of this, I shall rely on you all in the coming days. Seeing this, Hattori chuckled. Although he felt displeased at being fooled by these two, he had certainly witnessed the famed police department clearing its name. Thus, it was time to meet the legendary Shinichi Kudo, who shared his renown. You heard that, right? No need for me to elaborate. Should I have Hattori answer the phone? All right, I will hand the phone to him now. Hattori, there's a call for you. Just as Hattori's emotions surged, the voice of that annoying brat rang out. My phone. Nonsense. How could a call for me possibly reach your phone? Kid, are you trying to fool me? Despite saying this, Hattori skeptically accepted the phone from Conan. Hello, this is Hattori. May I ask? Before he could finish his sentence, a voice on the other end chimed in. Are you having fun? Don't forget, you have classes tomorrow. Mom. Why? All right. I understand. I'll return immediately. With a darkened expression. Well, he was already dark-skinned. Hattori glared at Conan, returning the phone. Kid, where on earth did you acquire my home number? Well, that's a secret. So, Hattori, how many days will you be staying? Gazing at the grinning Conan before him, Hattori felt the veins in his forehead throb. However, considering the other party's knowledge of his mother's contact information, he forced himself to rationalize. Forget it. Arguing with a child, regardless of winning or losing, ultimately results in losing. Moreover, he possesses my family's contact details. After mentally repeating this several times, Hattori let out a sigh of relief. No. I want to stay even a single day. I'm buying a ticket back right now. Oh, I see. Then Hattori, would you like me to call a taxi for you? Given the time, it would likely be too late to catch a bus back. Are you a demon? Observing Conan's cheerful expression, Hattori envisioned a devilish tail swaying behind him. No need. I can manage on my own. So Hattori doesn't need one. I've already ordered a car for you. By the way, could you do me a favor and drop us off on your way back? The three little ones have already been taken away by Moro, leaving just the four of them, which is just enough for one car. Hattori wanted to say something, but before he could, Conan interrupted. Uncle, Sister Xiaolan, Hattori said he is prepared to drop us off on the way. Oh dear, how generous. Hattori, you're truly going above and beyond. Without waiting for Hattori to respond, Mori's eyes sparkled as he hopped into the taxi. Xiaolan, hurry. Don't keep the driver waiting too long. Daddy, honestly, Hattori, thank you very much. No, it's nothing. And so, before Hattori could process what was happening, Maori and the others had already settled into the back seat of the taxi. Watching Hattori still dazed beside him, Conan called out. Hattori? What are you waiting for? Come on. I'm coming. Ultimately, unable to maintain his pride, Hattori sat in the taxi with a forlorn expression, allowing the driver to take them near the office. All right, Hattori, thank you for bringing us here. Now you can head off. There is no need for you to see us off. Observing Hattori attempt to exit the taxi, Conan cheerfully stopped him, swiftly shutting the back door and waving goodbye. I appreciate it. Gazing at the exorbitantly fluctuating fare meter, Hattori ground his teeth in frustration. No need to thank me. Oh, by the way, driver, could you please take Hattori to the train station? Or are you planning to take a taxi directly back to Osaka? Hattori, looking at the gleaming-eyed driver beside him, Hattori shivered. No need. Just the high-speed rail station will suffice. Subsequently, amidst the driver's disappointed expression, The taxi turned at the intersection and drove off into the distance. Oh dear, truly the offspring of the wealthy. They just have money to spare. I recall that the station and the office are not in the same direction, right? Watching the departing taxi, Mary remarked. Conan remained silent, merely smiling as he observed the taxi fade away, thinking to himself, fortunately, that little bit of white labor did not revert me back. Otherwise, Hattori, do not underestimate a child's capacity for vengeance. Daddy, Hattori specially drove us back. Remember to treat him well next time. Let us not argue with him again. All right, I understand. Let us go home. After sweating profusely, tonight I must indulge in a long bath. Speaking of which, Conan, would you like to join me for a bath? Bathe with Xiaolan. Upon hearing this, Conan froze momentarily, his mind flooded with tantalizing images. Almost instantly, he felt a wave of dizziness, as if something was flowing from his nose. Yet, before he could reach to check, a sudden lightheadedness overtook him, and he fainted. His last thought before losing consciousness was, damn it, not again. Conan, cradling the unconscious boy, Xiaolan called out anxiously a few times. Meanwhile, Maori, with a serious expression, gently stroked Conan's head. No worries. This little brat merely has a slight recurrence of his cold. He is just a bit feverish. We can apply some ice when we get home. But, don't worry, it's nothing serious. The doctor instructed me on this upon our discharge from the hospital. Absolutely no problem. Observing Maori beside her, Xiaolan nodded, holding Conan as she dashed toward her room, leaving Maori alone downstairs, frowning and deep in thought. After tending to Conan briefly, Xiaolan anxiously sat on the edge of her bed. Gazing at Conan's face obscured by his glasses, she hesitated for a moment, preparing to reach out when Maori's voice echoed from downstairs. Xiaolan, I'm done washing. You should hurry and wash too. Okay. Interrupted by Maori, Xiaolan temporarily abandoned her somewhat unreliable thoughts and headed toward the bathroom downstairs. Shortly after she left, a surge of intense pain coursed through Conan's body. Even without consciousness, his brows furrowed tightly, and his fist clenched involuntarily. I wonder how Conan is doing. Is he feeling any better? Hastily concluding her bath, Xiaolan walked towards her room, her face etched with concern. However, upon opening the door, she felt an unsettling sensation, as if she had glimpsed something amiss. Was that Conan? Yet, the silhouette should belong to Shinichi, shouldn't it? Observing Conan nestled beneath the covers, and recalling the shadow of Shinichi she had seemingly seen moments ago, Xiaolan furrowed her brow in perplexity. Why had she felt as if she had witnessed Shinichi transforming into Conan? Xiaolan, could you pour me a glass of water? At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice emanated from the bed, interrupting her thoughts. Conan, you're awake. I'll get you some water right away. As Xiaolan exited, Conan glanced at the tattered remnants of his clothing beneath the covers and exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Who would have thought that merely taking a sip, or rather, a lick, of that white liquid could lead to such a transformation? Thankfully, he had not grown larger at Yoko's house or while Xiaolan was present. If he had, he wouldn't have been able to wear his disguise anymore. Reflecting on his earlier intention to bathe with Xiaolan and how he had fainted during their last attempt, Conan shook his head. Even if he had to confess, he would prefer to enjoy the moment first. Of course, whether he would have the courage to confess after relishing Xiaolan's attentions was an entirely different matter. The only potential giveaway was that, at the exact moment Xiaolan opened the door, he had just returned. This meant there was a possibility that Xiaolan had seen him in the midst of his transformation. Surely, that couldn't be the case. Xiaolan's attention couldn't be that keen. After all, she hadn't noticed anything amiss during the bandaged man case. Yes, there was definitely no issue. The next concern was how to manage his ragged attire, gazing at his tattered clothing, resembling a collection of worn-out rags. Conan felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, the quality of these clothes was rather poor. Otherwise, he might have suffocated in them. Shaking his head, he retrieved an identical suit from the wardrobe, stuffing the remnants of his previous attire into his backpack. I'll find a place to dispose of these rags tomorrow. What are you throwing away? Just then, Xiaolan approached with a glass of water. Her expression puzzled Do. Nothing, Xiaolan. You must have misheard, Conan stammered, slightly distancing himself from his backpack, which contained the remnants. Fortunately, Xiaolan did not notice his attempt to conceal the matter. Observing Conan standing on the floor, she frowned. Conan, who allowed you to get out of bed? You still haven't recovered from your cold, you know. I understand, Xiaolan. I'll go back right now. Conan hurriedly responded, feeling dizzy from Xiaolan's scolding. Fine, since you're already up. Change your clothes and get some rest. Remember, don't kick the blanket at night, and don't. Listening to Xiaolan's incessant admonitions, Conan wore a pained expression, nodding repeatedly while internally muttering. With a temperament like Xiaolan's, she will undoubtedly make a competent mother someday. Conan, are you listening? Ah, I heard you, Xiaolan. As night fell, in his mental realm, Conan furrowed his brow while examining his system panel, noting the notifications, congratulations, post. In this case, you guided the non-detective Mugurjuizu, successfully leading him to realize the truth of the case. Playing a crucial role in the investigation, you have temporarily acquired the skill. Induction. With the system's assistance, this skill has been solidified. Induction. Individuals possessing this skill can often guide others' thoughts through language, steering their ideas towards your desired direction. The higher the level, the greater the efficiency and success rate. It can evolve into the skill seduction. Conan gazed at the notification regarding his newly acquired skill, his expression darkening. Setting aside this bizarre induction skill. Why haven't I gained proficiency in my reasoning ability? I clearly deduced the details of the case. Furthermore, why does this induction skill have such high proficiency? In response to Conan's inquiries, the system remained silent. As if it had frozen. System, are you malfunctioning? Come out and face me. Under Conan's persistent harassment and verbal onslaught, the previously dormant system finally emerged. I said, do not disturb me while I am engrossed in my series. Are you not afraid that this intelligence might be the mastermind behind a plot to harm you? However, if you don't show yourself, I am even more concerned that you might be scheming behind my back. Are you not? After a prolonged silence, the system finally replied with a single word. Tisk. So, no matter whether I reveal myself or not, you will always suspect me of plotting something. Of course, who told you to be unlike the systems of the new era? Devoid of your own intelligence. What are you talking about? Am I stealing your rice? This is discrimination, system discrimination, if you will. Apologies, but discrimination against sentient systems is quite common. You know. Where is it normal? Besides, even if I lack so-called intelligence, you would still suspect me of having ulterior motives, wouldn't you? You fell silent. I was right, wasn't I? You scoundrel. No. Of course you would deny it. Look me in the eyes, you rascal. Even if I wanted to. How can I look you in the eyes when all I have is a panel? Now it's your turn to be silent. So, can you answer my questions now? Regarding your new skill, the explanation is quite clear. In this case, you used language to guide Mugurjuizu, who had previously been oblivious to the truth, to recognize the reality of the situation, thus acquiring this skill. Even so, what on earth is seduction? I am neither Yuji nor a charlatan. Simply put, after leveling up, you can use language to seduce others as long as your level is high enough. You can even confuse the truth and the falsehoods. Such as making someone mistake the outdoors for a changing room, for instance. Are you some sort of 18 system? How could you conceive of such perverse manipulations? This is bordering on hypnosis. Who refers to hypnosis as seduction? Dear host, I deeply apologize, but most of the information sources here come directly from you. Therefore, before accusing this system, I suggest you cleanse your own mind. Of course, if you prefer the term hypnosis, the system can modify the skill's name. After this statement, a new notification popped up, detected that the host requires it. The skill name induction has been modified to seduction, hypnosis. How is that a modification? You merely added parentheses, if you have the ability. Remove the parentheses. And what do you mean all the information comes from me? I am but an innocent child. Do not impose your twisted thoughts upon me. Also, who has a system so haphazard? In terms of shamelessness, this system would gladly call you the strongest. Moreover, you have already encountered systems as haphazard as mine, haven't you? After a prolonged silence, realizing he could not win the argument against the system, Conan grimaced, took a deep breath, and continued to inquire. Forget it. Say whatever you wish. What about experience? Why haven't I gained proficiency in my reasoning skill? I clearly deduced the entire case. However, in response to Conan's question, the system panel fell silent once more, offering no explanation. System, are you malfunctioning? A brainless system? Noticing the system's silence once again, Conan pondered and tried several different epithets. Sure enough, this tactic proved effective, with Conan's entreaty. The system reappeared. I am intelligent, not brainless. I do not possess a head full of nonsense. Fine. The thick-skinned system that feigns a breakdown at every turn. Can you explain the reasoning behind this? Who is thick-skinned here? You still want proficiency in your reasoning skill. What a joke. Did you even reason? Tell me, what part of this case did you deduce? The truth was directly copied from your memory. The hidden loopholes were discovered by Mugir Jizu and Muri Kaguru, and the final revelation of the loopholes was based on clues found by the investigators. Where did you use your brain? Even if I copied the answers, I still deduced the case, didn't I? If I deduced it, then why can't I gain experience from my reasoning? Let me reiterate, the system is a proficiency system, not a case-solving system. Therefore, unless you unravel the truth that does not rely solely on your memory and independently solve the case, it is impossible to gain any reasoning experience. As for the origin of the ice cubes, that was something I deduced entirely on my own. Subsequently, a new message appeared on the panel. According to the system's intelligent detection, the host has deduced the hidden truths behind the case, revealing part of the truth and acquiring several reasoning skill experience points. Thanks to the intelligence in the host for the suggestions regarding the system's functionality, a patch has now been added to the experience acquisition feature. As long as the host engages in reasoning behavior and successfully deduces the truth, experience points for reasoning can be obtained. Well then, the experience has indeed been compensated to you. This is truly my oversight. My apologies. However, Conan received no response regarding the system's apology. He merely stared at the experience points that had been compensated, momentarily stunned. So why is the reasoning experience value so high? Furthermore, the experience from the inducement is even greater than what I would gain from a night of training in the mental space. That is quite simple. While training in the mental space is indeed training, it is merely a mental exercise, or in other words, a simulated training. Surely the host does not believe that playing a few rounds of VR shooting or fighting games would enable one to apply these shooting and fighting techniques in the real world. Although training in the mental space could be considered virtual reality training, it is still distinct from genuine training. In other words, only the experience gained through practical application in the real world constitutes complete experience. I see. I understand now. No wonder you mentioned last time that the experience points acquired in the mental space would be significantly discounted. Conan nodded in comprehension. However, knowing this, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Moreover, the experience points acquired in the mental space cannot be reduced to the level of mere mosquito legs. Coupled with the differences in the flow of time and my almost omnipotent abilities in the mental space, such useful experience packages must be utilized. By the way, system, you just said that solving the case completely relies on my memory, right? Does that mean I just utilized my absolute memory ability? What about the experience points for absolute memory? Hurry and compensate me. Host, you really are shameless. Upon hearing this, Conan's face flushed slightly, but maintaining the belief that exploiting benefits is the greatest joy in life, he feigned calmness and said, "No way. So, where are my experience points? Quickly, compensate me." "I'm sorry, but I refuse. How can you be such a thick-skinned host? Using your own words, aren't you witnessing this right now? Hurry up and give it to me." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Amidst the incessant bickering between one person and the system, Conan began his training for the evening. In the following days, the world returned to its initial tranquility, except for Conan, the harbinger of death. In just 3 or 4 days, Conan encountered several more cases. Although the sequence differed somewhat from that in the anime, those bizarre cases from the anime still occurred in rapid succession. So, Conan, did you call me because you encountered yet another case? Haha, my apologies, Officer Magyar, but indeed, something quite extraordinary has transpired on our end. Listening to the somewhat fatigued voice on the other end of the phone, Conan sheepishly scratched his head. After all, the cases that had occurred in recent days had been rather frequent, to say the least. Apologies? You even know to apologize. I shouldn't have given you my number. Count how many times I've had to answer your calls in just a few days. It seems like it has even been a week, and you've already called me 3 times, and every time I receive your call, it's always about some truly extraordinary events. Be honest with me. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper? I shouldn't have given you my personal number. Watching Magyar, who was fuming with rage and cursing on the other end of the line. The members of the 1st Investigative Division exchanged glances. Is this another call from that troublesome little brat? If it has made the inspector this furious, it must mean that little brat is up to no good. So, is that little brat really the reincarnation of death? Who knows? All I know is that because of him, our call-out frequency these past few days has nearly caught up with our total for the past month. He must be the Grim Reaper. I heard there's a temple somewhere that's quite effective. Why don't we figure out a way to team up with Muri and take that little brat there, stuffing him in the merit box? Forget it. What if we don't manage to stuff him in and end up causing deaths at the temple instead? Don't say that. The likelihood of that happening is quite high. That's still better than letting this Grim Reaper run rampant everywhere. I've had enough of overtime. Who hasn't tea? Chiba, how about you keep an eye on that little brat? Report to us whenever he makes a move. Spare me, senpai. I'm not done living yet. I don't want to be the next victim. In this world, under the influence of Conan's incessant nuisance calls, the title of Grim Reaper finally found its rightful owner, successfully landing on Conan's head. Poor Muri, who has finally managed to evade several burdensome situations, unaware of Magyar and the frustrations of the 1st Investigative Division. Conan awkwardly scratched his head. Officer Magyar, please don't say that. You see, if I hadn't called you in advance, wouldn't these recent events have just passed without a hitch? There's even a possibility that something truly extraordinary could have occurred. That may be true, but could you perhaps settle down for a moment? Just look at what has transpired in these past few days. The day after I called you, you encountered the Italian robbery gang. Wasn't it true that I rushed right over when I received your call? And what did you all do? Instead of waiting patiently for me, you ran around all over the place. If it weren't for those robbers being a bit unhinged and thinking they could enlist you children to help find the gold coins hidden by their leader, whether you all would still be alive now would be a different story altogether. However, didn't the gold coins ultimately lead you to them? Besides, it was my idea to run around. It was those few kids. Conan muttered sheepishly. Do you dare to have any objections? All right, I want to say anything further about that. But what about the following day? Muri took you all to Kyoto for a wedding, right? And then what happened? On that very day, a bomb was discovered on the Shinkansen. We were nearly scared to death. Although we eventually found the bomb, the culprit still remains at large. But I called you immediately when I learned about the bomb. The fact that the perpetrator wasn't caught isn't my fault. But who was it that caused the commotion and alerted the bomb maker and the person who received the bomb? Was it you all? Well, that was also due to the suggestions from Jinta and the others. So, can't you keep an eye on them? Officer Magyar, I am just a little elementary school student, just like them. How could I possibly keep watch over those 3 overly curious rascals? At this point, Conan felt quite aggrieved. Was it so easy for him? He merely wanted to act like a proper elementary student, concealing his unreasonable aspects. Yet those 3 little ones dragged him into dangerous situations. Not to mention, in his current age, where size is an advantage, he was no match for that Jinta. Just thinking about it made him feel wronged. Wait a minute, wasn't he the cause of the danger due to the 3 little ones dragging him into perilous places? But rather because of his own existence that led to the danger? Well, that is settled then. Of course, he was also somewhat surprised that the bomb maker wasn't caught. Initially, he had thought they were just 2 unlucky characters created for the anime. But it turned out to be just like in the manga, with 2 bottles of alcohol from the organization. However, the 3 little ones didn't appear in the manga, did they? Furthermore, if the story were to unfold according to the manga, there would be many elements he could not accurately grasp. After all, he had only watched the anime and had merely skimmed through a few volumes of the manga, unaware of Conan's inner thoughts. Magyar remained silent for a moment before sighing helplessly. Forget it. Just do your best next time. As for those 3 energetic little rascals, Magyar found himself at a loss for words. Therefore, the way those little rascals trembled upon seeing a corpse for the first time was merely an act. So, this time when I called, before Conan could finish his sentence, Magyar interrupted him directly. Did you discover another corpse? Or is it the same situation as last time? The bodies Magyar referred to were the cases Conan had been encountering. Even though the most significant case in between, the Moonlight case, had yet to occur, the unfortunate soul trying to hide the body had already happened. However, this time, the unfortunate soul discovered by the 4 would find it far more challenging to conceal the body. Under Conan's emergency call, the process of the murderer hiding the body was clearly observed by the 4 hidden witnesses. Even if he rinsed the bathtub, the use of luminol reagents still exposed him. Not at all, but it's pretty close. Gazing at the entrance of the Inferno Hall, now adorned with a no-entry sign, Conan lamented, Muri, could you perhaps keep an eye on this little rascal? We wouldn't want him running amok and alarming others, would we? Muri Kagoro, visibly embarrassed, sighed in response. Well, it should just be a misunderstanding, right? A misunderstanding? It's only been a few days. My call-outs have already surpassed the total from last month. Conan interjected. How about we focus on the matter at hand? Officer Magyar. Muri, at a loss for words, attempted to change the subject. Oh, very well. What has transpired this time? It seems nothing has occurred here, right? Surely the body hasn't vanished as it did last time. Magyar, glancing exasperatedly at Muri and the grinning Conan, sighed deeply. What else could he do? If duty called, so be it. As a non-professional, his career had nearly reached its zenith. However, his subordinates were another matter. Their achievements still held significance. Thus, he would attend to the call-out, considering it an opportunity for his team to gain merit. Here's the situation. We originally came to the art museum for a visit. However, upon reaching this inferno hall, we encountered a no entry sign at the entrance. Initially, we planned to explore elsewhere, but then Conan needed to use the restroom. Upon his return, he happened to pass by this exhibition hall and heard someone inside calling for help. That's when he called you. Muri cast a glance at Conan, who was hiding behind Ran and grinning foolishly, feeling somewhat exasperated. This little rascal truly was an enigma. It was hard to determine whether he was a harbinger of disaster or a beacon of fortune. I see. So the crime has been averted, correct? But what of the perpetrator and the victim? Where are they? Upon hearing this, Magyar felt a wave of relief wash over him, as long as there were no casualties. That was a blessing. Had there been an incident, writing the report would have been a monumental headache. These past few days, he had been inundated with paperwork, his head spinning from the stress. Well, Muri began, shooting an irritated glare at the now awkwardly smiling Conan, before exhaling deeply. The would-be murderer is the director of this art museum. Conan said that just as he entered, the killer was preparing to strike. In his urgency, he kicked the no-entry sign at the assailant's head. The director is still alive, right? Magyar froze in disbelief. He had witnessed Conan's kicking prowess firsthand. If the sign happened to strike the corner of the perpetrator's head, could the director possibly have survived? He began contemplating how to frame Conan's actions as excessive self-defense. Well, he is alive. Although, at this, Muri's expression soured, having also witnessed Conan's lethal kicking skills in certain situations. Not just him, but even the trio of young ones had seen it. Because of this, they had enforced a position change for Conan during soccer, making him the goalkeeper. After all, they merely wished to kick the ball around for fun. Not to risk their lives. As long as he was alive, that was what mattered. Where is he now? Magyar relaxed. As long as no one had perished, it was acceptable. After all, the director's intent was to commit murder. So with a little maneuvering, Conan's actions could be characterized as heroic intervention. Naturally, this was something he could never disclose to Conan, lest the boy instigate another grand spectacle. The director is over at the staff dormitory with manager Monica. Upon hearing this, Magyar nodded slightly and then proceeded to lead his subordinates in pursuit of the culprit. Watching Magyar and his team depart, Conan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, my actions have not been scrutinized. Truth be told, he had truly had no other means to thwart Director Aoki. A tranquilizer dart. The man was clad in armor, rendering it ineffective. The only option he had was his enhanced footwear. However, he dared not kick anything else. After all, this was an art museum. Even though the majority of the exhibits were replicas, what if? What if he inadvertently struck a genuine artifact? That would be disastrous for Uncle Muri. Although manager Monica was undeniably innocent in this case, it did not imply he was a good person. What if he tried to extort him? That would be a considerable loss. However, that old man is quite impressive. Even at his age, he can still scurry about in such heavy armor. Truly, this is the realm of Conan's world. It seems that relying solely on the Doctor's high-tech gadgets is insufficient. I must intensify my training regimen. Perhaps I could ask Rand for assistance. As he observed Director Aoki being carried away, unconscious, by several officers into a police vehicle, Conan found himself deep in thought. Director Aoki is quite pitiable, Rand remarked sympathetically, watching his dejected figure. What's there to pity? The affairs of the boss have little to do with a mere director. Muri Kagoro, overhearing his daughter's comment, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Conan nodded in agreement, stating, "Uncle is right. Who is Aoki, anyway? What connection does he have to the art museum? Please, he is just a director, not the owner. Why should he care about what the current owner does with the museum? The notion of slaying the demon knight is laughable. He is essentially just a doorman. What goes on inside is not his concern. Surely he doesn't believe that having guarded the entrance for a decade grants him ownership. If that were the case, why not purchase the museum and run it himself? As for the wrongly accused Watanabe, well, he brought it upon himself, but now that he has been apprehended, that old Kudauki 1T let him off easily. Theft charges could land him behind bars for several years. Regardless, The case has passed, and the museum incident has been resolved peacefully, with no one injured. As for Aoki, there is a distinction between attempted murder and murder. And given his age, his sentence should be somewhat mitigated, I presume. However, in this time-warped world, the length of sentences seems inconsequential. As long as his term exceeds a year, it amounts to a lifetime sentence. But what does that have to do with me? With that thought, Conan ceased pondering this haunting case from his childhood and turned to Ran, saying, "By the way, Ran, could you possibly teach me some karate?" Conan wants to learn karate. Ran paused for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly. "But I only know karate. I can't teach others, you know. How about I enroll you in a class? No need, as long as you guide me while you practice." "That will suffice," Conan chimed cheerfully. With Ran, the Supergirl, by his side, he had no desire to learn from those outside, even if it was from the renowned Kayagaku. Of course, if it were Tsukamoto Kazumi, he might reconsider. "All right then." Ran, casting a skeptical glance at Conan, hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Following the art museum incident, Conan spent a leisurely week, encountering an array of bizarre cases. Truly, one could not deny the abundance of peculiar occurrences in the TV timeline. While not overly serious, the multitude of odd cases was undeniable. Most of them were trivial incidents, such as Valentine's Day cases, gift extortion cases, and the fake kidnapping of a Yumi, among others. Thanks to this, the process of calling Officer Magyar had become significantly streamlined. Conan. "Hello?" Magyar. "Yes." Conan. "Location. Situation." Magyar. "Understood." Then, Magyar would arrive with a squad of officers to handle the aftermath. Naturally, the incident involving Ayumi's fake kidnapping was an exception, since he had her number. And the other two companions were unaware that her abduction was a misunderstanding. Conan reluctantly called Officer Magyar, only to find out that the actual kidnapper had already been apprehended. Upon learning this, Ayumi sighed in relief, though the commotion in the trunk startled the two actors driving the car. Ultimately, they cautiously opened the trunk, only to find a little girl hiding inside, clutching a fake head they had crafted, nearly giving them a heart attack. Fortunately, all ended well. They successfully made it to the school anniversary. The props remained intact, and Conan and his friends did not have to improvise a performance. Speaking of which, whether in the anime or manga, Mayano Akemi should have made her appearance by now. Right? After contemplating the storyline, Conan found himself engulfed in perplexity. Although the recent developments had been somewhat chaotic, they primarily revolved around earlier cases, with no sudden emergence of mid to late-stage narratives. Nonetheless, whether in anime or manga, they all belong to the earlier chapters, particularly the introduction of Akemi Mayano. Yet, in the anime, the subplot of Akemi's search for family had yet to intersect with his own journey. Surely, it couldn't merely be a matter of timing. What a jest! Even the gift-threatening case involving number 1, along with the Valentine's Day murder that transpired on February 14th, and the celebration of the Tiden University, founding in June, all unfolded within a single week. What semblance of temporal logic could exist in this world? Never mind. What is meant to happen will come in due time. As for when it might occur, that remains contingent on circumstances. After finally enjoying a few days of respite, the last thing he desired was to encounter another case. Otherwise, Officer Muro would undoubtedly conspire with Uncle Mori to whisk him away and stuff him into a donation box, with a resigned shake of his head. Conan relinquished his train of thought. "Conan, what are you pondering? Hurry up and change your clothes." At that moment, the voice of Ran resonated nearby. "All right," Conan replied, hastening toward the changing room with his short legs. Today marked the day he would train in karate alongside Ran. Although he had practiced Tai Chi extensively in the spirit realm, it lacked practical value, merely a version suited for the elderly in the park. Compared to that non-combat form of Tai Chi, it was imperative for him to learn the globally recognized skill of karate in the world of Conan. After all, anyone attempting to master other techniques in this realm often faced failure. While those who studied karate, aside from Ran, who, due to her nature, frequently struggled, seemed to fare much better. Once dressed, Conan eagerly approached Ran, ready to learn the intricacies of karate. "Did I reiterate, although you wish to learn from me? My expertise lies solely in karate, and I am not adept at teaching. Even so, do you still wish to train with me?" Ran confirmed her intentions once more. Seeing this, Conan nodded earnestly, despite her modesty. In the realm of Conan, her combat prowess was certainly top tier. If not for her fear of underperforming in cases like that of the bandaged man, she could easily handle most situations alone. Why would he forego such a formidable teacher to learn from an ordinary instructor? That would be sheer folly. Very well, since you insist, I'm unsure how to instruct. Just observe my movements. I will demonstrate. And you can follow suit. If there are any issues with your stance, I will correct you. As Ran accepted Conan's determination to learn, she reminisced about her own karate training, recalling the guidance of her instructor. First, let's start with the horse stance. We'll begin with half an hour. Your lower body is unstable. Adjust your leg positioning. Arms, raise them a bit higher. Keep your chest up and your head high. No slacking off. Suddenly adopting a no-nonsense teacher persona, Ran ignited with enthusiasm, simultaneously training and providing feedback on Conan's actions. Meanwhile, Conan, with his frail frame, struggled to endure. His persistence stemmed solely from a desire not to be underestimated by Ran. Moreover, there was a more pressing concern. If he were to be with Ran in the future, how could he allow himself to be deemed inadequate? Although he possessed a figurative golden finger, he could not allow Ran to overshadow him. Driven by this conviction, Conan persevered. Whether it was maintaining the horse stance or engaging in various exercises, he diligently observed and emulated Ran's movements, hoping to transform his karate into a genuine skill in the shortest time possible. All right, it's time for a break. Just as he felt he could no longer continue, Ran's voice was like a lifeline, revitalizing him. The breath he had been holding finally escaped him as Conan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Despite the exhaustion, the sight of the karate, basic, skill on his system brought a smile to his face. All right, let us head home. Shall we bathe together tonight? At the sound of Ran's words, Conan felt his heart momentarily halt. Sure, Sister Ran, this seems to be my first real opportunity to bathe with you. As this thought crossed his mind, the smile on Conan's face began to morph into something else. An urgent commission requiring travel, and it must happen now. Unfortunately, the anticipated moment never materialized. Upon returning to the office, they learned that Kagoro Mori had received an out-of-town commission, and they were to depart immediately. I can't help it, Mori grumbled, packing his belongings. With this spare time, wouldn't it be better to enjoy Miss Yoko's concert at home? But alas, that accursed client sent the commission letter along with the payment directly to my account. If it hadn't been for the client's fortuitous transfer, he wouldn't have bothered with such a lengthy trip. After all, he wasn't particularly in need of money lately. Under Ran's strict supervision, he hadn't indulged in smoking or drinking. And he still had a surplus from previous commissions. Given these circumstances, he could easily pass on local, simpler commissions, let alone venture out of town. But shouldn't I save up some pocket money for a sneaky purchase of beer and cigarettes? Midway through his contemplation, Mori was abruptly interrupted by Ran's voice. Dad, are you thinking of something unsavory? No, I wasn't contemplating pocket money. Although he quickly recognized the gravity of his words, Mori had already unwittingly revealed his thoughts. Dad. Observing the subdued Kagoro Mori, Conan shook his head in exasperation. But speaking of which, an advance payment for a commission? How familiar could it possibly be? If his memory served him correctly, this type of client, one who concealed their identity and preemptively transferred funds to Uncle Mori, could only be one individual. Uncle Mori, what's the name of the client, and why the haste to leave tonight? Despite his suspicions, Conan feigned ignorance, raising his head to inquire. The client is likely named Keiji Aso. He merely sent me a commission letter. And to be honest, had I not seen the payment in my account, I would have thought it a curse. Who sends a commission letter crafted from cut-out newspaper clippings? Ignoring Mori's grumbling, upon hearing the name Keiji Aso, Conan knew his conjecture was correct. This case would lead to the incident on Tsukikage Island, which would profoundly impact Conan's worldview. Although he had yet to discern how exactly his perspective would shift, he was determined to attempt to save Aso Keiji. After all, individuals like him, a rare breed of cross-dressing individuals, were simply too exceptional. This was no jest. The truth was that his desire to intervene stemmed from an aversion to the tragic outcome. Conan was acutely aware of the burdens Aso Keiji carried, understanding that many murderers in this world acted out of deep-seated grievances, excluding the mentally unstable and foolish. Yet, why must the innocent be stained with blood? The Japanese legal system operates on the presumption of innocence. Even if one knows the identity of the murderer, without evidence, they cannot be convicted. In such circumstances, even if victims are aware of who murdered their parents, lacking evidence, law enforcement is powerless to act. How could they possibly live on after facing the perpetrator of their loved one's demise? Why should Aso Keiji's family suffer at the hands of those fiends while they roamed freely on the island? Why must Aso Keiji pay the price for avenging his family? There exists a saying, revenge is a dish best served cold. But why had the retribution for those wretches been delayed for 12 years? How could they have enjoyed 12 years of carefree living? Although I do not particularly endorse the actions of Director Oki, he did utter a statement that holds considerable truth. The demon is slain by the just knight. Yet the knight, tainted by evil blood, also succumbs to wickedness. Regardless of the justification, I too am a murderer. I have transformed into a demon. But why is it that the perpetrators roam free while the victims are left to endure their grievances? Why can their sense of justice not be vindicated? Must they only be judged by those who embody justice after they themselves have become demons? Take, for instance, the likes of Masaru Aso and Komei Shimabukuro. Each of them is undeniably innocent and virtuous. Which of them ever wished to take a life? However, they find themselves unable to bear the hatred while watching the assailants who took their loved ones go unpunished. Thus, they are compelled to engage in the fray, becoming the slayers of demons, ultimately becoming the knights stained by malevolence. Yet, all of this is merely the inevitable progression of events, since I have arrived in this world. I must find a way to alter this fate. Innocent souls, benevolent hearts, those who can still be saved, it is imperative to prevent them from descending into the abyss, and let this change commence from Tsukikage Island. By the way, Uncle, you have yet to explain why we must depart in such haste. Reflecting on the narrative of Tsukikage Island, Conan inquired of Muri. If memory serves, in the original anime, Uncle Muri took several days from receiving the commission to departure. Well, under Conan's pressing, Muri averted his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Father? Could there be another issue? Noticing this, Ran ceased her tidying of her father's belongings and cast a worried glance at Kagoro Mori. This, however, is merely because I hadn't seen the commission letter earlier. Mori's voice grew increasingly faint. Although he received the commission fee approximately 3 days prior, by that time, Ran had already begun to manage his pocket money, mistakenly believing this was income from a previous commission. Mori had indulged in a few drinks outside. During those outings, he glanced at the newspapers, which led him to neglect the letters in his mailbox until today, when he finally noticed the commission letter while sorting through his mail. Naturally, Mori, having nearly exhausted the commission funds, could not forego the assignment and had no choice but to head to Tsukikage Island. However, the full moon night mentioned in the commission letter is today. Listening to Mori's words, both Conan and Rand fell into silence. Mori, aware of his shortcomings, said nothing. Oh well, Father, even though the date on the commission letter is today, surely we can still make it. Ran, with a frown, questioned Mori. Having trained at the dojo with Conan all morning, it was now nearing midday. If they hurried, they should be able to arrive at Tsukikage Island before nightfall. Absolutely. I have already confirmed with the doc. If we leave now, we should reach Tsukikage Island before dinner. Mori quickly replied, noticing Rand's stern expression. Then hurry up and prepare. With a forceful fist striking Mori's desk, creating yet another dent, Rand urged, causing Mori to tremble. I'll be ready in a moment. Observing Mori's actions, Conan hesitated for a moment and let out a resigned sigh. That it seemed that this journey to Tsukikage Island required a re-evaluation regarding the timeline of this world. Conan wished to avoid further contemplation. In the past week, he had attended school only one day. The rest of the time was either a holiday or a weekend, although he was perplexed as to how there could be 3 weekends in a week. He mused that, given the recent Valentine's Day and today being a full moon, it was all rather absurd. He had initially thought that the incident would occur the following day, but it just so happened that today was the day of the event. Even if he were to rush there immediately, he would have no time to set up preventive measures against Masaru Aso's impending act of murder. Based on Aso's moral compass, Conan felt uncertain about his ability to persuade the bloodied individual to abandon thoughts of self-destruction. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in seizing time. If that is the case, perhaps it is worth attempting. After much contemplation, Conan resolved to give it another shot. He was determined to save Masaru. Having traversed this journey, if he could not achieve clarity of thought, then what was the purpose of his crossing over? Merely to play the role of a plot-triggering NPC, if he lacked any advantageous abilities. That would be one thing, but since he possessed a system and foresaw the future, he would not permit such tragedies to occur again, for those he could save and those circumstances he could rectify. Conan was resolute in his involvement. With this thought in mind, Conan wasted no time, retrieved his phone, and sent a message to Officer Meagher, Officer Magyar, Uncle Muri received a commission to go to Tsukikage Island. I have a premonition that something significant is about to transpire on the island. Message sent. After swiftly editing the content, Conan dispatched the message to Officer Magyar. He was a detective, but that did not mean he could not seek assistance from the police. Moreover, wasn't he his identity as the Grim Reaper already established within the precinct? Now, as this Grim Reaper sensed impending events on the island, would Officer Magyar respond? If he did, it would be for the best, for Conan remembered the locations of the drug stashes from the original narrative. At that point, he could have the SWAT team intervene and eliminate the threats. If not, it would be of no consequence. He would simply consider it a means of establishing his presence in the future. Should he send similar messages to Magyar, they would surely be taken more seriously. Tsukikage Island, an island tainted by corruption, ought to vanish from this world. Gazing at the commission letter with the words Tsukikage Island inscribed upon it, Conan murmured, "Conan, we are departing." "All right, Sister Ran. I'm on my way." Shaking off the chaotic thoughts, Conan responded and dashed outside by evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and settled upon the sea's surface. Muri and his companions had arrived at Tsukikage Island. "So, Officer Magyar, why did you come along?" Muri complained, somewhat perplexed, as he looked at the figure clad in an orange jacket on the speedboat. "Are you not working? You actually waited for me at the dock?" However, thanks to Officer Magyar, they would have arrived at the island around 6 or 7 o'clock. Now, they were there 2 hours early, before 5 o'clock, although he was somewhat baffled by the content of the commission. Arriving earlier was still a blessing. "Well, consider it my sixth sense." Magyar adjusted his hat and smiled. When he received Conan's message, he had not intended to take it seriously, although Conan was referred to as the Grim Reaper. That was merely an internal jest. There were countless cases in Mifune, and Conan had merely stumbled upon a few. However, upon learning that Conan's group was heading to Tsukikage Island, he suddenly felt an inkling that something significant was looming on that island. Having served as a police officer for many years and finally attaining the rank of inspector, Magyar held great faith in his instincts. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he requested a leave of absence from his superiors and intercepted Muri's group at the dock. Moreover, he successfully utilized his authority to grant Muri and his companions a passage, allowing them to arrive at Tsukikage Island ahead of schedule. "Honestly, this kid Conan, I merely received a commission letter. Is it necessary to involve the police?" Magyar mused, feeling somewhat exasperated. Seeing Magyar attribute his presence to instinct, Muri found it difficult to voice any objections and shot a disgruntled glare at the awkwardly silent Conan, grumbling about the situation. This was his commission. If Officer Magyar intervened, his commission fee would undoubtedly diminish. "It's all right, my dear Muri. Just consider me here for a little vacation." Magyar patted Muri on the shoulder, smiling that if nothing extraordinary occurred, he would treat it as a half-day off. However, should any unusual circumstances arise, being there would enable him to respond swiftly to the situation. "Uncle Muri, I believe there is something suspicious about the commission letter." "What does it mean? The shadows will begin to vanish once more." "Shadows only disappear when objects are lost. So, could the vanishing of shadows indicate the disappearance of something significant?" "What? Are you suggesting that the letter from that Aso Keiichi guy is not a commission, but rather a criminal premonition?" "What nonsense! How dare he challenge me, the great detective Kaguro Muri? Just wait until I track that scoundrel down." Upon hearing Conan's analysis, Muri erupted in a fit of rage, his voice booming throughout the space. As his words echoed, several crew members present, who had caught the name he uttered, stood frozen in disbelief. "Who? Did he just mention?" One of the dock workers stammered. "I think I heard the name Asakaji." "Did he just say that Asakaji sent him a letter, and a criminal warning at that? This cannot be true. How could that deceased individual possibly commit such an act? Could it be the spirit of that fellow? What nonsense. There is no such thing as a spirit. It must be that this person heard Asakaji's name from somewhere and came here to frighten us." Indeed, that worthless being, dead for over a decade, how could he possibly return for revenge? Listening to the whispers of the surrounding villagers, Conan furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed these villagers were also aware of the truth behind Asakaji's demise. This implied that they, too, were beneficiaries of his death. There is indeed a possibility of that. A mere 4 individuals, having engaged in drug trafficking on this small island for so many years, could conceal the murder of one of their own, Asakaji, from everyone else. Even if the island's police were elderly, it was implausible that their actions had gone unnoticed for all these years. This indicates that there are many others on this island who are also beneficiaries of this drug trafficking syndicate. Furthermore, if my memory serves me correctly, there was a recent election for the village chief on this island. Shimizu Masato is the representative of the fishermen, right? With no tourism resources and limited land available. Why would so many people remain here besides the fishermen? The number of youths on this island seems excessively high for a place devoid of prospects. Could it be that they are also part of this syndicate? Recalling the plot from the anime, Conan felt a chill run down his spine. Moonshadow Island. The name could not be more fitting. An island hidden in the shadows of the moon, forever shrouded from light. The darkness on this island appeared to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Mogure uncle, I sense that there are troubling issues on this island. Could I ask you not to reveal your identity as a police officer? In Conan's mind, most of the villagers on Moonshadow Island likely knew the hidden truth, much like those from Mermaid Island. However, unlike the villagers on Mermaid Island, who concealed the truth solely for their own benefit while watching the Izumi family sacrifice themselves, the villagers on Moonshadow Island seemed to willingly immerse themselves in the island's darkness in pursuit of greater profits. Even those fishermen with alternative sources of income could not be ruled out as having joined this dark syndicate. After all, toiling hard and risking drowning in the sea while fishing with uncertain income, who would not prefer the comfort of contributing to the village chief in this nearly risk-free greenhouse, where money flows swiftly? The only lawful enforcer on the island is an elderly man, incapable of addressing the island's dark underbelly. Moreover, who can guarantee that this old man still adheres to his principles after realizing the darkness that lurked on this island? Conan sighed in relief. Fortunately, Uncle Mori did not notice that commission letter. Thankfully, he had made arrangements in advance to save Asakeiji. Gratefully, Officer Mogure trusted his early warning. Were it not for these unforeseen circumstances, how could Officer Mogure have accompanied them to this island? If not for these reasons, once they arrived on this island, it would be akin to a small insect ensnared in a spider's web, struggling within the trap. Although in the original plot, Conan and his companions managed to leave the island safely, it did not mean they could do so now, on an island where most of the inhabitants are members of a drug trafficking syndicate. How could they hope to leave unscathed? It would not be so simple. Thank goodness Officer Mogure came with us. Glancing at the puzzled Mogure Juza beside him, Conan breathed a sigh of relief. From here on, he simply needed to devise a way to make Officer Mogure aware that there were individuals clandestinely trafficking drugs on this island. Well, all right. Although Officer Mogure was unsure why Conan made this request, he did not mind much. After all, it's just about not revealing his identity as a police officer, right? Although this area falls under the jurisdiction of the police department, he is not here on official business. If it means not revealing it, then so be it. During his breaks, he also preferred not to flaunt his position as a police officer. However, upon hearing this, Murikagaru cast a sidelong glance at Conan. TCH, this kid should speak more clearly. What does feeling even mean? How can this little brat have a premonition of danger when I, a former police officer, cannot sense anything? Daddy, Conan is right. I too sense something amiss on this island. Seeing Murikagaru's nonchalant demeanor, Ren gently stomped her foot. Although she was unsure why, ever since they arrived on this island, she felt an unsettling sense that something dangerous lurked nearby. All right, I understand. I will also keep Officer Mogure's identity a secret. Realizing that his little girl, albeit one with a few drafts, had voiced her concern, Muri nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that he comprehended. What are the guests discussing? Just as the four were conversing, a voice suddenly resonated behind them. Secretary Hirata. It's them. They mentioned receiving a criminal warning from that Asa fellow. No, I believe it was a commission letter. Regardless of what it is, they mentioned the name Asakeiji. Before Conan and the others could turn around, the nearby workers began chattering excitedly, introducing the newcomer to the situation. Secretary Hirata? Is that Hirata Kazuaki? Upon hearing that name, Conan turned to look, intrigued, at the individual from the anime who had assisted them in uncovering the hidden culprit within the piano. Dressed in a formal suit and sporting black-rimmed glasses, he appeared rather scholarly. Who would have imagined that beneath this facade lay a drug dealer? Moreover, although his physique was somewhat gaunt, he appeared remarkably vigorous, hardly resembling someone who had encountered drugs. Indeed, just a member of the drug trafficking syndicate, without direct involvement? That makes sense. As someone who manufactures drugs, it would be impossible for him to come into contact with them. Only someone as foolish as Nishimoto can, who, despite knowing the dangers, still willingly engaged with them. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Conan focused on the seemingly refined individual before him, whose somber expression suggested he had heard something dreadful. For guests, I hear from the villagers that you mentioned the name Asa Keiji, Hirata Kazuaki said with a grave demeanor. Yes, we came here because we received a commission letter sent by Mr. Asa Keiji from the island, Muri Kaguru replied, observing Hirata's change in expression, his heart sinking. Could it be that Conan's ominous words were indeed true, and something had happened to his client on this island? But that was simply impossible. Upon hearing Muri's words, Hirata's voice escalated in pitch. Because Asa Keiji has been deceased for over a decade. Dead? Muri was initially stunned, then reacted swiftly. Wait, when did he die? Having initially thought that his client had passed away recently, Muri Kagura seized upon the crucial point. His client had been dead for over 10 years. About 12 years ago, on a night just like today. During a full moon, Asa Keiji, a renowned pianist on the island, performed for the villagers as per tradition. Afterward, he returned home, locked his family inside, and set fire to the house, burning everyone alive. Moreover, amidst the raging inferno, he continued to play the same piece, Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Listening to Hirata's account, Rin felt her throat constrict. She had always been afraid of ghosts, yet now, they not only received a commission letter from a deceased individual but also heard of his eerie demise, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Thus, it was absolutely impossible for Asa Keiji to have sent a commission letter. If you have the letter, you can show it to me. I will compare it to his previous handwriting, and we will know for certain that it was not written by him. This is the true objective of Hirata and Akira. By comparing the handwriting of the sender, they aim to uncover who was responsible for leaking the details about Keiji Yasu. Why, after so many years since his death, must his demise be resurrected from the depths of obscurity? A mere corpse ought to rest peacefully underground, does it not? Why must it rise to instill fear? If only they could ascertain who divulged the secrets of Keiji Yasu, the current village chief, Tatsuji Kuroiwa, and the likely next chief, Hideo Kawashima, would undoubtedly make this individual wish they had never been born. Once they locate him, they shall make him the subject of trials for a new pharmaceutical model. It would be an opportune moment to gather some data. Once the data is collected, they shall leave him to his own devices. Such thoughts lingered in Hirata and Akira's minds. As for the potential for addiction, what concern is that of theirs? Exposing this inconspicuous flowerbed to outsiders, when they have not directly caused his demise, is already a significant concession. Regrettably, his wish remains unfulfilled. While I too wish to confirm whether it was indeed the ghost of Keiji Yasu who sent us the letter, alas, it is not to be. The detective, Kagoro Muri, shook his head in disappointment as he retrieved the letter. All the contents of the commission were cut-out letters from newspapers, devoid of any handwriting from the sender. Oh, I see. I wonder about the envelope. Upon seeing the letter composed of cut-out words in Muri's hands, Hirata and Akira broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, it appears to be the work of someone in the know. Otherwise, why would they be so cautious as to conceal their own handwriting? Infuriating. If I discover who it is, they will surely pay. Completely unaware that his instinctive act of concealing himself had spared him from calamity, Asunarumi sneezed involuntarily. He surveyed his surroundings and sighed softly. Surely, no one is here to stop me. If that is the case, I shall proceed with my plan. Mother, father, do not worry. I shall join you soon. Back at the dock, observing the anxious expressions of Hirata and Akira, Kagoro Muri sensed something amiss. Their urgency to ascertain the handwriting seemed excessively fervent. After all, it is he, the detective, who should be most eager to uncover the identity of the letter's sender. With that thought, Muri kept a wary eye. I apologize, but after unsealing the letter, I inadvertently discarded the envelope. Ah, I see. How unfortunate. The smiles on Hirata and Akira's faces faltered momentarily, their voices becoming somewhat strained. Indeed, this individual seems to harbor some secrets. Observing their demeanor, Muri exchanged a knowing glance with Officer Magyar, who nodded slightly, adjusting his hat. From Hirata and Akira's behavior, it was clear that this visit was not in vain. Although the handwriting is absent, may I trouble Secretary Hirata to introduce us to the village chief? I wish to gather more intelligence from him. After all, based on the contents of this letter, it could potentially be a criminal threat rather than a commission. I hope to learn more regarding Keiji Yasu. Muri tucked the letter away, looking at Hirata and Akira as he spoke slowly. Very well, the village chief is at the community center. Please follow me. After a moment's hesitation, Hirata and Akira nodded, agreeing to Muri's request. since the matter of Keiji Yasu has already reached Tokyo, and they are unable to apprehend the individual who leaked it. It is best to let the village chief handle it. Bowing slightly to Muri and his party, Hirata led the four towards the community center. Secretary Hirata, who are these individuals accompanying you? As they made their way to the community center, a bright voice rang out. It's Dr. Narumi. Has the clinic closed for the day? It's about time. Tonight marks the anniversary of the late Chief Kuriyama, so I plan to leave early to change clothes. After all, it would be rather impolite to pay respects in a doctor's coat. So, this is Asu Narumi. Indeed, at first glance, he appears indistinguishable from a girl. No wonder no one can recognize his true identity. Upon hearing Hirata and Akira's address, Conan realized he had encountered the central figure. The individual commissioning this case is also its murderer. By the way, Secretary Hirata, you haven't introduced me to these individuals yet. While Conan scrutinized Narumi, he noticed four unfamiliar faces, prompting Narumi to adopt a curious demeanor and inquire of Hirata and Akira. He certainly recognized Muri and the others, as Muri Kagoro was personally selected to thwart him. However, he could not reveal this information openly. These are guests from Tokyo, reportedly. Just as Hirata began to introduce Muri and the others to Narumi, Conan couldn't help but examine this cross-dressing figure. Long hair, delicate features, and not a trace of makeup. Indeed, from an aesthetic standpoint, this individual could easily be mistaken for a girl. No wonder Chief Kuriyama suffered a heart attack upon discovering his identity. He was undoubtedly terrified by this charming beauty. And the Adam's apple is hardly discernible. I wonder whether his voice is genuine or a facade. From his tone, one cannot discern he is not a girl. Next, Conan's gaze shifted downward, and he wore a look of mild disdain. So flat. He could easily contest with Saira Masumi for the title of the flattest character in the world of Conan, but upon reflection, Asu Narumi is actually male. How tragic for Saira. While Conan was lost in his thoughts, a dark voice suddenly interrupted. Conan, what are you thinking? I was contemplating how beautiful Dr. Narumi is. Conan instinctively responded, but he abruptly stifled the latter part. Realizing his blunder, Conan looked up to find Rand glaring at him. What about Dr. Narumi? Despite Conan's desire to evade the issue, Rand was not easily fooled. This little brat, at such a young age, is already scrutinizing others in that manner. Utterly shameless. How fortunate that previous incidents prevented us from bathing together. Wait, if I recall correctly, those interruptions were due to Conan's nosebleeds. Rand seemed to have made a realization, her expression shifting between hues of blue and red. Observing her reaction, Conan understood that if he allowed her to continue pondering, he would be in deep trouble. Thus, he quickly replied, well, Dr. Narumi is truly lovely. Don't you think so, uncle? Enthralled by the allure of male beauty, Muri Kagoro responded without turning his head. Indeed, Dr. Narumi is exceptionally beautiful. Upon hearing this, Rand, who had been concerned about Conan's mental state, dismissed the issue and turned her stern gaze upon her father. Dad, if they weren't outside, she would have undoubtedly punched him. Ahem. Well then. Secretary Hirata, may we proceed to the community center now? Muri Kagoro, regaining his composure, coughed twice before addressing Hirata and Akira, who were still engaged in conversation with Asu Narumi. My apologies. I shall take you to meet the village chief at once. Dr. Narumi, we shall see you later this evening. Hirata, after exchanging pleasantries with Narumi, led Muri's party toward the community center. Watching their retreating figures, Narumi's smile gradually faded, his expression turning serious. Have they finally arrived? Alas, it may be too late. Father, wait for me. I shall find you soon. However, after speaking, a hint of confusion crossed his face. Speaking of which, accompanying Muri and the others is that Officer Magyar, who somewhat salvaged the reputation of the tax-paying thieves in the police department. Isn't it? Why would the police be accompanying them? After contemplating for a moment, Narumi shook his head. No matter, why ponder so much? For now, let us prepare to ensure our Mr. Kawashima drowns in this ocean. A graveyard of countless secrets. On the other side, Conan observed Officer Magyar, who had remained silent since meeting Narumi, and curiously inquired, Uncle Magyar, have you considered anything regarding that commission letter? Indeed. Despite his reluctance, Officer Magyar had to conceal his identity as a police officer. Thus, when Conan and Muri introduced him, they presented him as a member of the detective agency, accompanying Muri to this island to fulfill a commission. After all, on this dark island, although the identity of a detective is not particularly commendable, it is certainly far superior to that of a police officer. Officer Muguru shook his head. Not quite. It's just, as he trailed off, Muguru furrowed his brow, seemingly at a loss for words. It's all right, Uncle Muguru. If you prefer not to share, that's perfectly fine. Noticing Muguru's reluctance to speak, Conan chose not to press further. After all, it could be a personal matter. He wasn't one to pry incessantly like some overzealous private investigator. Seeing Conan relent, Muguru cast him a grateful glance. There were indeed matters about which he was unsure how to articulate. Before long, under the guidance of Secretary Hirata, the group arrived at the vicinity of a colossal edifice. After cautiously steering clear of the throngs of people protesting at the entrance, Hirata led them into the civic hall. A place shrouded in countless sins and ultimately reborn amidst flames. What on earth is happening here? After entering the civic hall with trepidation, Kagero Muri could no longer contain his grievances. Why are so many villagers blocking the entrance? I apologize, Hirata responded, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Due to the actions of the current village chief, he is facing opposition from the fishermen represented by Mr. Shimizu. During the fishing moratorium, they gather nearby to protest against Chief Kuroiwa's conduct. I never anticipated that they would still congregate here today, on the anniversary of the former chief's passing. Please take a seat here and do not leave. I will now inform the chief. Hirata bowed to the group before preparing to depart. However, before he left, he hesitated and gestured towards a large door nearby, saying, "By the way, please do not enter here. The piano used by Mr. Kajiasa is stored within." And the former chief met his demise beside this very instrument. Before his death, this piano was continuously playing that haunting piece, Moonlight, amidst the raging inferno, with a tone laden with foreboding. Hirata recounted the tale surrounding the piano, and he and Akira observed the fear in Rant's eyes, as well as Conan's desperate grip on her leg due to his fright, inadvertently revealing a satisfied smile. That I have conveyed all that needs be said. Now, I kindly ask you to wait here for a moment. I will return shortly. With that, Hirata flashed a smile at the four of them and turned, walking away without looking back. Dad, maybe we should move a bit farther away. I have a strange feeling that it's rather eerie here. Rand shivered as she tightened her clothing, her voice trembling as she hid behind Uncle Muri, instinctively cradling Conan in her arms. She had always harbored a fear of spirits and otherworldly beings. Now, with the knowledge that there was a piano linked to ghosts nearby, her legs felt like jelly. Conan, nestled in her embrace, was not faring much better. Originally expecting to relish the comforting experience, he had underestimated the strength of Rant's grip when encountering something terrifying. Instead of enjoying a soft cushion, he felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. Rant's sister, Conan managed to utter weakly. Upon hearing his voice, Rand assumed he too was frightened and defiantly stated, "You see, even Conan is scared, so let us find a place to hide," as she noticed Conan rolling his eyes in her grasp. Mugurda hesitated before speaking. "Do you think it's possible that Conan's voice is so weak because you were nearly choking him?" Conan, Rand was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly releasing him. As the constricting arm around his neck finally vanished, Conan gasped for breath, tears brimming in his eyes as he panted, "Honestly, I was almost done for. Rand, sister, could you please refrain from squeezing my neck next time you encounter something like this?" He had nearly met his end, not at the hands of an enemy, but by one of his own. "Get away," Conan muttered under his breath, annoyed at his own system for butting in. My apologies. I will certainly be more cautious. Rand clasped her hands in apology. However, at that moment, she was struck by a sense of deja vu. Hadn't this scenario occurred before? But before she could ponder further, Muri and Muguru exchanged glances and nodded. "Rand, you stay here while we go check things out." Without waiting for her response, Muri cautiously nudged the door ajar. Confirming it was unlocked, he peered inside to assess the situation, then nodded to Muguru before stepping into the room. Wait. Before Rand could react, the two had already pushed the door open and entered what was said to be the room housing the cursed piano. As they both ventured inside, Rand scanned her surroundings. The area was desolate, with nothing audible save the commotion of the villagers outside. Just then, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing Rand to shudder involuntarily. Nevertheless, she hesitated before the door, uncertain of her next move. Recognizing her apprehension, Conan, aware of the lack of danger inside, sighed gently and took her hand. "Sister Rand, it's chilly out here, quite frightening. Let us go inside and stay with Uncle Muri and the others." After all, Officer Muguru is a policeman. Surely, spirits would fear someone in uniform. Conan's words offered a rationale for Rand to convince herself. Indeed, it's Conan who wishes to enter. He is the one who is scared. It has nothing to do with my own fear of being alone. nor is it merely the presence of Officer Muguru that brings me comfort. Repeating this in her mind, Ran allowed a smile to return to her face. All right. Since Conan is afraid, I will accompany you inside. Thank you, Sister Ran. In the room, devoid of any decor save for a solitary piano, Muguru and Muri exchanged concerned glances. Muri, have you noticed? Muri nodded in agreement. Indeed. Under normal circumstances, he could simply leave. At most, he would ask us to wait a moment, but why insist we cannot leave, exactly? And I find it perplexing that he felt the need to elaborate on that story. Why emphasize the curse of the piano in our presence? Did he only feel at ease after witnessing the expressions of fear on Conan and Ran's faces? Muguru added, unless there is some unspeakable secret hidden within this room. Perhaps he concocted a ghost story to deter us from entering. Precisely, he fears that Conan, out of boredom, might wander in here. Thus, he crafted that tale, hoping to dissuade us, especially that lively little boy, from entering this chamber. As the two engaged in their analysis of the room's mysteries, Conan interjected, What do you mean by that lively little boy? I am quite composed, thank you very much. He was genuinely irked. In his effort to maintain his cover, he had never once wandered about aimlessly. My apologies. I meant to say, at your age, curiosity tends to run high. Muguru quickly clarified, though internally he muttered, You may not be rambunctious. But you are certainly a trouble magnet. Strange occurrences seem to follow you wherever you go. Perhaps after we return, I should discuss this with my colleagues, so they can keep a closer eye on you, ensuring that wherever you venture, they are aware of your whereabouts. Of course, Muguru merely contemplated this in silence, for the personnel at the police department were far too stretched to track a mere elementary school student. Glancing at the two who had entered, Muguru addressed Muri. Muri, let us each take a side and uncover the secrets concealed within this room. Muri nodded, and under Conan's incredulous gaze, he carefully assessed the sound of the wooden floor beneath him. Making his way toward one corner of the room, Officer Mumu began tapping on another wall in the room. The space was modest in size, and with the only other object being a piano. The two quickly conducted a thorough search of the area. Strange, why haven't we found any hidden compartments? Maori, how is your search coming along? Are there any clues behind that door? Officer Mumu inquired, his brow furrowed after a fruitless preliminary examination. No, I haven't discovered anything either, Kagoro Maori responded, equally perplexed. The insistence of Hirata and Akira to keep them out, accompanied by a ghost story, suggested that this room surely concealed a secret. Yet, why had they found nothing? Observing their expressions, Conan felt a pang of exasperation. Come on, gentlemen, if you wish to search the room, then do so. However, how could you overlook the most conspicuous and palpable presence in this room? The piano, after thoroughly inspecting the walls and floors? Is this what they call darkness under the lamp? As the two bumbling companions continued to ponder whether they had missed a corner of the room, even suspecting that the secret chamber might be hidden in the ceiling, Conan sighed in resignation. Uncle, could it be that the ghost story the secretary told us isn't entirely fabricated? After all, we could easily verify the truth of such a tale by conversing with the villagers. As he spoke, Conan attempted to employ a subtle manipulation technique to steer their focus toward the piano. His reasoning seemed sound, implying that the so-called curse might not merely be a ruse to deceive them, but rather a genuine phenomenon. Upon hearing this, Officer Mumu nodded thoughtfully. However, the curse surrounding the piano was not akin to that of Mermaid Island, which was widely recognized and served to attract tourists. What purpose could such a tale serve, apart from deterring visitors? Mumu stroked his chin, puzzled. Mermaid Island. Kagoro Maori paused momentarily. Isn't that the island where legend has it that consuming mermaid flesh grants immortality? My subordinates, especially the female officers, often discuss whether to try their luck there. Mumu shook his head in resignation, clearly skeptical of the promotional tactics aimed at enticing tourists. Though, really? Ran, would you be interested? Should I take you there next time? As the conversation veered further off course, Conan's lips twitched in frustration. Hey, the pressing matter isn't about mermaids. The priority should be to uncover the hidden secrets of this place before Hirata, Akira, and the village chief arrive. Fortunately, Ran had yet to reach an age where anxiety over such matters consumed her. While she momentarily hesitated at her father's invitation, she quickly regained her composure. Dad, this isn't the time for such discussions. We need to leave immediately. This room feels exceedingly eerie, and didn't Secretary Hirata explicitly state that we shouldn't enter? At Ran's words, Both Maori and Mumu recalled their purpose. They had come to ascertain the secrets concealed within this room. Observing Rand cautiously glancing at the piano from behind Conan, Maori suddenly understood. I see. The reason for spreading rumors about a curse surrounding this piano isn't to attract visitors, but to instill fear in others, like Rand, keeping them away from it. Therefore, what Hirata is trying to hide must be in close proximity to this piano. With that, Maori approached the piano, donned gloves, and began his examination. Mumu, upon hearing this, promptly joined in the search. Although Rand wished to intervene, she ultimately remained silent after a moment of deliberation, while she harbored fears of curses and spirits. What if the piano indeed concealed something significant? Under their meticulous scrutiny, Maori soon discovered a hidden compartment beneath the piano. Though it appeared empty at first glance, his probing fingers uncovered a trace of white powder. He rubbed the powder between his fingers and brought it close to his nose for a careful sniff. Instantly, his brow furrowed, and the gravity of his expression turned to one of alarm. Mumu. Come take a look at this. Is this what I think it is? Maori glanced at the obediently standing Rand and that troublesome boy beside her, voicing his concern that if the powder truly was what he suspected. He regretted bringing Rand and Conan to the island. What's wrong, Maori? Why the tension? Officer Mumu inquired, puzzled by Maori's anxious demeanor. He then dipped his finger into the white powder and was about to bring it to his mouth. Wait, don't put that in your mouth, Kagoro. Maori interrupted hastily. Meanwhile, Conan silently berated Mumu's actions, so someone really has to taste the poison. In the manga, Conan does this, and now you're doing it. Officer Mumu, I'm baffled as to how you achieved your rank. Fortunately, thanks to Maori's timely warning, Mumu refrained from tasting the powder. What's the matter, Maori? This isn't like you, he remarked, curiously bringing his finger to his nose for a sniff. The moment he did so, his brow knitted in confusion. What is this? It can't be. Could we have misidentified it? Seeing Mumu wear a similar expression, Maori sighed in resignation. Indeed, if only one of us were mistaken. It wouldn't be a concern. However, the likelihood of both of us being wrong is virtually non-existent. Thus, Secretary Hirata is indeed involved in drug trafficking. Drugs? Rand, who had remained silent, raised her voice slightly. However, she quickly realized the gravity of the situation and hastily covered her mouth. Glancing around nervously, ignoring Rand's alarm, Mumu squatted down with a grave expression, probing the hidden compartment beneath the piano for more of the white powder. He extracted a bit more and examined it closely. Sniffing it cautiously, a mix of anger, disgust, and wariness flitted across his face. Finally, he sighed in resignation. It's definitely heroin. I've been thoroughly ensnared by this. The amount of heroin hidden within the piano was minimal. Merely a few errant grains, which wasn't a serious issue in itself. The real concern lay with the individuals involved. Who was the mastermind behind this concealed secret within the piano? Hirata and Akira. The current village chief, Kuroiwa Tatsuji's secretary. What were the chances that Kuroiwa was unaware of his secretary's drug dealings? If the village chief were informed and likely complicit, how many innocent individuals on this island would be ensnared? This was an island almost entirely isolated from the outside world. While there were ferry services, how many outsiders would venture to a place that offered little of interest? In such an isolated locale, the village chief could brazenly undermine the primary source of income for the island's fishermen, but it was clear how terrifying the secrets concealed on this island truly were. Mumu sighed once more in resignation. Kagoro Maori, observing the situation, offered a somewhat awkward chuckle. He stepped forward and patted Mumu on the shoulder. Don't be so hard on yourself, Officer Mumu. Discovering such a vast drug trafficking operation is no small feat. Don't mention it. Mumu rolled his eyes. You know as well as I do. I'm part of the non-proficient team. Reaching the rank of inspector is practically the end of my career. No matter how many accomplishments I achieve, they bear no significance to me. After saying this, he glanced at Conan. You little rascal, you truly are a harbinger of doom. Your instincts are remarkably accurate. Kagoro, next time you plan to take this little brat to Mermaid Island, make sure to give me a heads up, all right? Mermaid Island isn't in my jurisdiction. Well, then, that's a relief. After concluding his conversation, Megure retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Is this Officer Matsumoto? This is Megure. Yes, I am on Tsukikage Island. Indeed, there are some issues here. No, I do not require the colleagues from the forensic department. I need a considerable number of police officers, preferably those who are armed. It would be best if the armed forces could intervene. Correct. This is not a homicide case, nor is it a series of murders. Rather, it is a far more serious drug trafficking case. According to our investigation, the village chief on this island may be implicated in the drug trafficking. No, we have not yet found direct evidence linking the village chief to this case. However, based on the information currently available, the village chief's secretary is involved in the drug trafficking. All right, understood. We will exercise caution during this period. We will strive to gather evidence concerning the village chief's involvement, as well as intelligence on the villagers who may be implicated. After hanging up, Magyar sighed in relief and turned to face Muri and his companions, stating, "All right, I have contacted for support. However, considering the time constraints, it may take a while for assistance to arrive. During this time, we must devise a way to ensure our own safety." Muri nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Xiaolan, you and Conan must remain vigilant from here on. We are still unaware of how many individuals on this island are involved in this drug trafficking ring. In the worst-case scenario, it is possible that everyone on this island is complicit. Therefore, we must remain constantly alert." "I understand." Hearing her father's serious warning, Xiaolan nodded, her small fists clenching involuntarily. If it were a matter of ghosts or supernatural entities, she might harbor some concern. However, as long as her adversaries were human, unless they brandished their firearms immediately, she would show them the might of karate. Moreover, although the country does not prohibit firearms, it is virtually impossible to possess them legally and on a large scale. Hence, she was not worried about being threatened with guns or surrounded. Seeing that Xiaolan grasped the gravity of the situation and knowing her capabilities, Muri nodded slightly. Now, it was a matter of their performance. The group cautiously restored the room to its original state, erasing any trace of their entry, and then quietly retreated from the room, standing at the door in silent anticipation. Soon, Hirata and Akira rushed over. Drenched in sweat, "Ladies and gentlemen, the village chief has agreed to meet. Please, accompany me to the reception room." Hirata gasped as he addressed them. Muri nodded and was about to follow when Hirata suddenly took a deep breath and said, "Apologies, please wait a moment. Today marks the anniversary of the former village chief's passing, and to prevent his spirit from causing mischief, we must perform a sealing ritual on this cursed piano, as requested by the shaman." With that, he offered an apologetic smile to Muri and the others before pushing open the door and entering the room where the piano was stored, upon observing that the interior was nearly unchanged from before. Hirata and Akira visibly relaxed. Hirata then meticulously inspected the piano, especially around its sides, cautiously extending a hand to feel underneath it. Once he confirmed that the hidden compartment beneath the piano was intact, he turned and smiled at the others, saying, "All right, the sealing of the piano is complete. Now, please follow me to meet the village chief." Witnessing Hirata's theatrical antics, the corners of the other's eyes twitched slightly. However, understanding the reason behind Hirata and Akira's actions, given their knowledge of the piano's secret, they refrained from commenting and simply followed them toward the reception room. Indeed, they found no useful clues. After a while, Muri exited the reception room, letting out a weary sigh. Not only had he failed to uncover any leads regarding the drug problem, but he had also obtained no valuable information concerning Masao Keiji's commission, aside from learning about Masao Keiji's past relationships. He had discovered that Masao Keiji's entire family had perished, yet nothing further of significance had been collected. After all, those involved in such matters are unlikely to be loose-lipped. Magyar spoke with a grave expression. "In any case, let us proceed with caution and gather more intelligence. By the way, Magyar, what are you thinking? You seem a bit off." Noticing that Magyar's demeanor had been somewhat unusual since they failed to obtain any leads from the village chief, Muri inquired curiously. "Huh? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit anxious about this significant issue," Magyar stammered, shaking his head and offering a casual excuse in an attempt to deflect Muri Kagoro's attention. What kind of person is Muri? As Magyar's former subordinate, while Xiaolan and Conan might not be fully aware, Muri certainly knew Magyar's character. As a seasoned officer, Magyar had encountered countless situations, though this case, where a majority of the island's inhabitants could potentially be involved in a drug trafficking ring, was indeed outrageous. He had encountered even more bizarre cases. While it was not impossible for him to feel anxious in such scenarios, his expression was not typical in the face of challenging cases. Magyar would not exhibit this sort of demeanor. Nonetheless, considering it was a personal matter, Muri Kagoro refrained from pressing further, merely patting Magyar on the back. "All right, Let us find a safer place and carefully investigate the secrets of this island. Magyar hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Curious about Magyar's unusual behavior, Conan pondered in the anime. Especially in the films, Magyar had encountered all sorts of situations, even when facing an armed helicopter firing upon the Tokyo Tower. He remained largely unfazed. Why was he so tense this time? Just as Conan was deliberating, a familiar voice interrupted their thoughts. You were the travelers from Tokyo who were with Secretary Hirata, right? Masao Narumi? Oh, yes, he should be arriving here soon. After all, his purpose for coming is to pay respects to the former village chief. Arriving too late would draw unwanted attention, but how can we prevent him from committing any crimes? Observing the seemingly frail figure of the cross-dressing individual before him, Conan's gaze involuntarily drifted downward. Hey, seriously? Are you padding your attire? This is too ridiculous. The once unremarkable Narumi, who could compete with Sarah Masumi for the title of most affluent, now appeared as though he had just begun to bloom. Though not overly pronounced, he could at least be compared to Ai Hybra. While Conan was left speechless, he suddenly noticed the peculiar expression on Magyar's face. Since encountering Masao Narumi, his demeanor had been somewhat off. What could Officer Magyar be thinking? Why does he look so strange? Come to think of it, it was like this before. His expression changed upon seeing Narumi. Could it be? Officer Magyar's relationship with his wife isn't that good, is it? Muri Kagoro, however, was oblivious to Magyar's expression behind him. He raised his head and laughed heartily. Yes, that's right. We are travelers from Tokyo. I am the renowned detective, Muri Kagoro. May I know your name, young lady? As he spoke, Muri extended his hand, intending to shake hands with Narumi. Upon noticing this, Narumi instinctively withdrew his hand. I see. My name is Ase Narumi. I am a doctor on this island. Incidentally, I am also from Tokyo. As soon as these words left his mouth, Muri and Magyar's expressions grew significantly more serious. However, Narumi, lacking the observational skills of Conan, remained oblivious to the change in their demeanor and curiously continued, by the way, this is Officer Magyar from the Metropolitan Police. Before he could finish, Muri promptly interrupted. You are mistaken. This is my detective assistant. Not the officer from the Metropolitan Police. Faced with Muri's forced explanation, Narumi paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. It's a secret investigation, right? I will keep it confidential. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. That I will now proceed inside to pay my respects to Mr. Kamayama. With that, Narumi smiled and greeted Conan and Xiaolan before preparing to walk away. Wait. Just then, Magyar interjected. If that's the case, could I trouble you to keep an eye on these two children? As he spoke, he pointed toward Conan and Xiaolan. The issues on this island are quite troublesome and dangerous. I hope you can help look after them. Faced with Officer Magyar's sudden request, Cheng Shi appeared somewhat flustered. I suppose I can. But why? I truly do not believe anyone on this island would dare to harm the esteemed detective or the officer accompanying him. Moreover, he has his own murderous scheme to execute. If I acquiesce to Officer Magyar's request and take Xiaolan and Conan into hiding, it would severely hinder the unfolding of my revenge plan. For today, I have prepared extensively, especially concerning this civic hall. I have painstakingly arranged gasoline in the vicinity. If I miss this opportunity, all my efforts will have been in vain. In response to Cheng Shi's doubts, Officer Magyar took a deep breath, locked eyes with him, and asked deliberately, Can I trust you? You have no ties to the affairs of this island, do you? Are there any secrets lurking here? Confronted with Magyar's skepticism, Cheng Shi evidently became increasingly at a loss. Could it be that, aside from the individuals who murdered his father, there were further secrets concealed on this island? Observing Cheng Shi's evident ignorance, Officer Magyar exhaled in relief. This island is covertly engaged in drug trafficking. Moreover, the village chief is likely involved. Thus, you can imagine how many individuals here are truly innocent. At these words, Cheng Shi felt as though his brain had been struck by a hammer, ringing with disbelief. The village chief involved in drug trafficking? The villagers partaking as well? Officer, you must be jesting. Though he was aware that the village chief was no paragon of virtue, the notion of drug dealing seemed rather far-fetched. While he could not fathom why Officer Magyar would place his trust in Cheng Shi, he still regarded Magyar's judgment highly. Hence, he added, the village chief's secretary has been implicated in the drug dealings. With this single statement, Cheng Shi fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, he hoarsely replied, I understand, officer. I shall take these two children to a secure location. Upon hearing Chingshi's agreement, both Magyar and Mori released a sigh of relief. At the very least, they would not have to worry too much from here on out. Just as Chengshi was preparing to lead Conan and Xiaolan away, Officer Magyar hesitated for a moment, leaned closer to Conan, and whispered, "Conan, I hope you can ensure Dr. Chengshi's safety from here on out." He had no doubt regarding Conan's capabilities. After all, the previous injured Director Aoki was still recovering from a concussion in the hospital. In response to Officer Magyar's request, Conan nodded. Then, with curiosity, he inquired, "By the way, Officer Magyar, why are you so concerned about Dr. Chengshi? If it were Uncle Mori, it would be understandable, as his lecherous reputation was well known." However, Officer Magyar was not the type to be swayed by the allure of a stranger's beauty. Magyar hesitated, glanced around to ensure Mori and the others were not focused on them, and then quietly spoke. "Well, Dr. Chengshi's voice bears a striking resemblance to that of my wife." "Ah, I see. I will do my utmost to protect Dr. Chengshi while ensuring my and Sister Xiaolan's safety." Upon learning the reason from Officer Magyar, Conan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. While responding to Officer Magyar, he mused inwardly. So, it all comes down to thoughts of his wife. Yet, I truly am overthinking this. Officer Magyar is not like Uncle Mori. He wouldn't become infatuated with the beauty of a stranger. He is a model husband. Regardless, this is advantageous for me, as my goal is to win over Dr. Chengshi. After agreeing to Officer Magyar's request, with Mori and Magyar watching, he and Xiaolan followed Dr. Chengshi outside. Observing the departing figures, Mori Kagoro approached Officer Magyar and inquired, "Are you certain it's safe to entrust Xiaolan and Conan to him?" Magyar adjusted his hat. How much worse could the situation become? Besides, Conan and Xiaolan are not helpless children. If Dr. Chengshi truly is one of them, they should be safe. Seeing that Magyar was so confident, Mori Kagoro felt he could say no more. "All right, we are old colleagues. I trust your judgment. Out of my way. I am your superior," Magyar chuckled, brushing aside Mori's outstretched hand. "Now, let us diligently investigate the truths of this island." Indeed, without delving into the ensuing exploration by Magyar and Mori on the island, we turn our attention back to Dr. Chengshi, who has brought Conan and Xiaolan to the clinic. All right, this place should be relatively safe. Generally, once the doors are locked, no one will come here. After securing the clinic's entrance, Chengshi wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke. "Thank you, Dr. Chengshi. I truly did not anticipate that such dangers lurked on this small island." Xiaolan expressed her relief. "There's no need to worry. After all, who could foresee such occurrences?" Chengshi sighed. "Speaking of which, I have been on this island for over a year, yet I have not uncovered its true nature." At that moment, it seemed Chengshi had an epiphany. "By the way, Xiaolan, what brings you to this island?" Xiaolan hesitated. "It was my father. He received a letter of commission, instructing him to come to this island today. Initially, upon hearing of Mr. Asukiichi's demise, I thought the sender wanted us to investigate the truth behind his death. It now appears that perhaps there are still a few conscientious individuals on this island hoping we could eradicate its darkness. I wonder if my father will encounter any danger." At this, Xiaolan fell silent. "No, I just hope someone can prevent me from being harmed before the case unfolds." Both Chengshi and Conan inwardly lamented. "Rest assured, Uncle Mori will be fine. After all, he is a renowned detective. Moreover, Officer Magyar is accompanying him. They will surely return safely. Indeed, what this little one says is correct. Look at me. Having stayed on this island for over a year without encountering any danger. This suggests the situation is not as severe as you fear," Chengshi reassured, gently ruffling Conan's hair. The texture feels pleasant." "Thank you. I believe so, for my father is an exceptional detective," Xiaolan replied, her previously taut nerves relaxing somewhat. Just as Chengshi and Conan had said, they were adults and should manage to return unharmed. Additionally, with Officer Magyar present, who was armed, even if he were to fire a weapon, he would simply have to write a report afterward. "All right, let us not dwell on such thoughts. You've both had a long journey. Do have some water and rest well." At that moment, Dr. Chengshi brought over 2 glasses of water and placed them before Conan and Xiaolan. "Thank you, Dr. Chengshi," Xiaolan exclaimed, accepting the glass and drinking it all in one go. "Little one, you've worked hard along the way. Do have a sip as well." "Thank you, Dr. Chengshi," Conan replied, following suit and downing his water. Before long, Xiaolan could not help but yawn. "Ah, I'm so tired. Dr. Chengshi, is there a place where I can rest?" Shi nodded, though it may seem somewhat inappropriate. If you wish, you may rest on the examination bed. Thank you, Xiaolan replied, dragging her weary body over to the bed, where she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Little one, aren't you sleepy? Would you like to rest as well? Observing Xiaolan's slumber, Shi turned to Conan with a smile. Seeing this, Conan shook his head. Xiaolan is so careless. Despite Uncle Mori and Officer Magyar warning her not to drink water offered by strangers or eat food given by them, how could she forget so quickly? Little one, what do you mean? Shi's smile faltered slightly. You put sleeping pills in the water, didn't you? Conan stated, locking his gaze on Shi's eyes, enunciating every word. And no, little one, you're overthinking, Shi stammered. How could I harm you? Look, Shi insisted. If I were in cahoots with those people on the island, why would I only administer sleeping pills to you? Surely, it can't be because I regard your status as special that I would spare you. His reasoning, though convoluted, held a semblance of logic if he were indeed a member of a criminal organization. With the island's greatest secrets having been unearthed, even Officer Magyar and Kaguro Muri might not escape alive, let alone Conan and Ran. Others might have been swayed by his words, but Conan was no ordinary individual. He was privy to the narrative itself. Shaking his head at Shi, Conan posed a question. But what if you have ulterior motives? For instance, what if your intention today was to eliminate a few individuals? Am I not correct, Mr. Masao? Of course, while he appeared composed on the surface, he had already discreetly opened the lid of his watch, revealing a tranquilizer gun, and adjusted the power of his sneakers, should Shi make any sudden moves. He would not hesitate to strike. Faced with Conan's inquiry, Shi fell silent for a moment before seemingly losing all strength and collapsing onto the ground. Observing this reaction, Conan finally felt a measure of relief. Although he found the psychological resilience of criminals perplexing, able to kill without hesitation and calmly fabricate alibis, yet crumbling like a house of cards when confronted with the truth, there was a silver lining to this dynamic. Once the person he interrogated sank to the ground, it signified that the time for confession had arrived, alleviating his fears of a counterattack, as anticipated. After a moment of hesitation, Shi slowly spoke. So, little detective, would you care to hear a story? Conan rolled his eyes. That I am not a detective, and I'm not interested in any story you want to tell. From long ago, the involuntary trigger of a confession narrative left Shi momentarily flabbergasted. Staring at Conan with a bewildered expression. My greatest pleasure, as Edogawa Conan, lies in telling those who consider themselves clever. Conan proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. He had longed to express this sentiment. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't want to share. It's no skin off my nose. Seeing Shi shake his head and slowly rise, he addressed Conan. In any case, little detective, you've bested me. You've successfully uncovered the mastermind behind this all. What do you intend to do next? Will you turn me over to Officer Magyar? Gazing at the defeated crossdresser before him, Conan's heart raced involuntarily. Damn, no wonder even the former village chief, Kamayama, was tempted by him. Even knowing he is a crossdresser, I can't help but feel drawn to him. Shaking his head vigorously, Conan attempted to dispel his muddled thoughts. He then raised his gaze to the curious figure before him and retorted, I've already said I'm not a detective. Don't call me little detective. Just call me Edogawa or Conan. And why would I turn you over to Officer Magyar? Are you going to claim you sent a threatening letter to the agency? What kind of good person sends a threatening letter while also slipping in money? That letter of yours is at most a commission request, and you simply failed to clarify what you needed. Given the discovery of such a vast criminal organization on this island, the police will likely view your letter as a desperate plea from a hapless soul ensnared in a web. Wait, but didn't I already make a move against you? I even planned to kill a few people, Shi exclaimed, taken aback. So what? Have you harmed us, aside from Ran, who was drugged due to her misplaced trust? We've suffered no harm. As for killing, did you actually take action? I was actually considering blowing up the school. Could the police charge me with being a bomb criminal for that? Conan replied, casting a bemused glance at Shi. What kind of good person spends their days contemplating getting themselves arrested by the police? Oh, is that so? Huh? Shi was caught off guard by Conan's cold joke, chuckling awkwardly before asking, wait, why aren't you unconscious yet? The amount of sleeping pills I added to the water should have been considerable. So, you thought to wait until I passed out before making your move? Conan felt exasperated. It seemed this guy had no intention of living. With the police already on their way, there was no escape from justice. Why was he so fixated on revenge? In response to Conan's inquiry, Changshi fell silent. I have always harbored doubts about my father's death. Stop right there. I've said I don't want to hear about your past. Conan interjected hastily, realizing that the painful memories he had narrowly avoided were about to resurface. So, out of guilt for your parents, you plan to personally kill the 4, now 3, murderers responsible for their demise and then take your own life to reunite with them. While curious about how Conan had acquired such information, Changshi simply nodded earnestly that I knew it. Conan sighed in resignation. Although he wished to remain hidden until the police resolved everything, Changshi's current state indicated a desire for death. To secure this doctor for himself. He raised his head and declared, "Let us go." Go. Where? Changshi asked, bewildered by Conan's abrupt statement. To the community center's storage room. Your father's belongings are stored there. A handwritten musical score. How do you know this? Changshi inquired, but after a moment's hesitation, he chose not to dig deeper. Knowing that there was something left behind by his father sufficed. Take me with you. Noticing Changshi's intent to leave him behind, Conan retorted, it's currently the calm before the storm outside. We have no idea when this bomb might explode. I'm not about to let you go alone, though in the anime, he could single-handedly take down 3 individuals. In reality, he needed to avoid any potential butterfly effects. After all, in the storyline, Dr. Changshi should still be at the community center at this point. But what about the sleeping pills you ingested? Changshi asked hesitantly, still under the impression that Conan was merely acting normally due to the drug's effects not yet kicking in. Don't worry. I'm not as foolish as Ran. Your little tricks are far from sufficient to ensnare me. Of course, this statement was a fade. Initially, he had been just as unsuspecting as Ran. However, thanks to his fortunate circumstances, the moment his lips touched that glass of water, the system had alerted him. Resistance to sleeping pills detected in the host. This skill has now been solidified. Congratulations, the host has acquired the passive skill. Resistance, sleeping pills. There was no escaping it. He had an excellent system. Thus, sleeping pills were of no consequence to him now. Not really. In truth, upon receiving the system's notification, Conan had realized the gravity of the situation. Consequently, he pretended to drink the water while discreetly pouring it out, a tactic known as fishing. The slight drowsiness from the minuscule amount of sleeping pills he had ingested had long since dissipated under the system's influence. Therefore, his current state was, in fact, quite optimal. Is that so? Then I shall rely on you. Little Conan, Changshi, initially intent on calling him Little Detective, ultimately relented under Conan's unwavering gaze. Though he wished to keep the child out of his affairs, Changshi recognized that since Conan had seen through his disguise, the danger was likely minimal. Thus, he nodded in agreement. By the way, is this place safe? If Ran is left here alone, could she encounter any danger? Observing the still unconscious Ran lying nearby, Conan voiced his concerns. He understood the distinction between subordinates and those he cared for. He could differentiate between the two. Should danger arise, I could always render Changshi unconscious myself. Once the police clean up the situation, we can take him to retrieve the sheet music. However, the only concern is whether we will still be able to locate the sheet music after the confrontation. Fear not. Changshi nodded at Conan. In the short term, unless Officer Muro's identity is exposed, they won't be mad enough to come here searching for that girl. After all, I've been living on this island for over a year. Since they haven't troubled me thus far, it indicates they currently have no intention of involving me in their affairs. Therefore, unless they realize something is amiss, there should be no issues here. I see. But will Shaolin awaken prematurely? Not at all. You must trust the doctors. As he spoke, Changshi playfully winked at Conan. Conan took a deep breath. No problem then. Let's proceed. After climbing out of the clinic's window, Conan cautiously closed it, taking care to tidy up the surrounding traces. Although the details could still be discerned upon closer examination, they could easily be overlooked with a cursory inspection. One must always exercise caution. Noticing Changshi's somewhat surprised expression, Conan explained earnestly, the situation seems a bit off. While this island has generally been quiet, today is exceptionally silent. As they made their way towards the community center, Changshi frowned and remarked in confusion, there's not a sound to be heard. It's utterly silent. Although it is already evening, it shouldn't be this quiet. Conan, too, felt a sense of gravity in the atmosphere. Let us not dwell on that. We must hurry to the community center and locate your father's belongings. As for the rest, we shall leave it to the adults. But the key to the warehouses, forget about the key. We can simply enter through the window. Conan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he looked at Chengshi. Come on, you're preparing to commit murder, yet your moral compass is still so strong. Who needs a key? We can just break in through the window. I'm not worried about that. My concern is the noise from entering through the window. In this environment, it could easily attract attention. If they become aware of anything, it would draw them here. Chengshi was equally exasperated. Did he really seem like such a rule-abiding person? Breaking in through a window was hardly a concern for him. It wasn't as if he were stealing. He was merely reclaiming what belonged to him. You have a point. Let us enter through the front door then. However, we can skip the part about finding a key. Conan paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. But really, there is no need for a key. That old officer has lived on this island for so many years. Who knows which side he stands on? And as for the door lock, you needn't worry. I have a way. He had already confirmed the type of door lock at the community center. It was an old-fashioned lock, not much different from those in his university dormitory. There was no need for a key, just a simple card would suffice. Thus, the two proceeded cautiously to the vicinity of the community center. The building resembled a coffin, staring at the square structure. Conan couldn't help but express his disdain. During the day, it didn't seem too alarming, but at night, coupled with its uneven architecture, it truly appeared like a coffin. Let us refrain from such ominous remarks. The situation is indeed peculiar. Chengshi interrupted Conan, his brow furrowed and expression serious. Today marks the anniversary of that fellow Guishan's death. Ordinarily, at this hour, rituals should already be underway inside, yet there is not a sound to be heard. Clearly, Uncle Maori and the others had discovered something critical, prompting them to abandon their disguise. Observing the eerily quiet and dark community center, Conan pondered. In any case, let us seize this opportunity to find what you seek. As for Uncle Maori, we should trust him. After concluding their discussion, the two stealthily entered the community center, cautiously opening the warehouse and beginning to search in the dim light of the moon. As they rummaged, Conan couldn't help but grumble internally. What is going on? This should be called Detective Conan, not Magic Conan. Why do I feel like that Kaido guy? And it's incredibly dark in here. Once I return, I must ask the professor to assist in adding a flashlight feature to my watch. Speaking of which, this system is truly frustrating. Wasn't it supposed to help me lock on his skills? I am searching in the dark here, and it doesn't even provide me with night vision. That is a poor review. A definite poor review. Meanwhile, Kaido, engrossed in completing his homework, the professor cooking instant noodles, and the system idly watching shows, all sneezed in unison. Despite Conan's complaints, tonight was indeed a full moon night. Even without any illumination, the moonlight streaming through the windows was just barely sufficient. Before long, Conan unearthed a piece of sheet music from a hidden corner. Chengshi, I found a piece of sheet music over here. Could you take a look and see if it's your father's relic? Really? Let me see. Chengshi, upon hearing this, set aside what he was doing and walked over to Conan. His face lit up with joy as he accepted the sheet music from Conan, examining it closely in the moonlight. It shouldn't be. This is just an ordinary sheet of music. There's no sign from my father. After flipping through the entire score, Chengshi shook his head in disappointment. Not? Conan was taken aback. That couldn't be true. Was there another piece of music here aside from what Keiji Masuda left for his son? But that defied logic, and it certainly wasn't in line with the principles of deduction. If it wasn't then they must keep searching. Despite the subtle unease growing within him, Conan set the sheet music aside and continued to search. Chengshi, although somewhat disheartened by the outcome, resumed searching, noting that more than half of the warehouse remained unchecked. However, after some time had passed, Conan furrowed his brow and asked, Chengshi, have you found any sheet music over there? Chengshi shook his head and replied honestly. Are you sure that item is stored here? I haven't found anything. Could it be that you are mistaken? Perhaps my father's relics are not stored here. In truth, he leaned more toward the idea that his father had left behind nothing of significance. Hearing Chengshi's doubts, Conan sighed. My sources of information are absolutely reliable, so it seems something unexpected has indeed occurred. What do you mean? Chengshi was taken aback, unsure of Conan's implication. Instead of directly answering his question, Conan countered, You must have heard from Guishan that they are aware of the codes in the sheet music. Chengshi nodded. Indeed, the codes in the sheet music were initially set by my father and me. By interpreting the keys on the keyboard as letters and performing the desired message, my father always enjoyed communicating with me in this manner when I was young and frail. noticing Cheng Shi lost in nostalgia. Conan quickly interjected, I just wanted to ask whether Guishan and the others knew your father's code. I didn't mean for you to reminisce about your childhood. You little brat. You're quite unpleasant. Cheng Shi shot Conan an annoyed glance but still answered honestly, yes. This was what the village chief Guishan told me just before he died. In that case, it's settled. Conan nodded, since they know this code. Why do you assume they haven't seen your father's relics? At that moment, Cheng Shi finally grasped the crux of the problem. Of course, they had disguised themselves as the first discoverers of the crime scene. So they must have seen the belongings left behind by his father. But why hadn't they realized he was still alive, especially when the former village chief had died of fright at his hands? You're beginning to understand, aren't you? Seeing Cheng Shi's expression, Conan nodded. Since they are unaware that this relic contains a message for you, it indicates they have not seen the first version of the sheet music left by your father. No wonder he has always felt that something was amiss. The problem lies here. In the comic, Cheng Shi clearly states during his final confession, when Guishan learned that Cheng Shi was the son of Asukiichi. He was so frightened that he divulged everything. Among the information he disclosed was the musical score's secret code. Thus, a question arises. When Conan saw the will, he was already aware of Cheng Shi's identity and the truth concealed within his name. As the very murderer of Asukiichi, how could those few individuals not pay attention to this sole surviving witness? The resemblance of Cheng Shi is innate. Therefore, had they known he was alive beforehand? Upon seeing a face somewhat similar to Asukiichi's and recognizing that the writing of his name matched that of the orphan, what were the chances that they would not be wary of Cheng Shi? Your reasoning seems quite valid. Before his death, Guishan appeared entirely unaware of my survival. However, if they were oblivious, where could my father's belongings be? After listening to Conan's analysis, Cheng Shi furrowed his brow. If everything Conan said was true, could there be more secrets surrounding his father's death? Rest assured, the individual concealing your father's belongings must have ulterior motives. Yet, Conan spoke as he glanced outside. This island may indeed be perpetually shrouded in moonlight, never witnessing a day of brightness. Cheng Shi was taken aback by Conan's sudden remark. What does it mean to never see a day of light? Could there be an issue with the name Moonshadow Island? Observing Cheng Shi's perplexed expression, Conan shook his head and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Let's head to the police station. You mean, it shouldn't be that the police officer is not that kind of person, right? Cheng Shi replied uncertainly. Though the more he spoke, the quieter his voice became until Conan could barely hear him. Look, you're also unsure whether that old policeman is a good person, aren't you? Conan shook his head to eye in this place. Even if that old policeman were a non-professional officer with questionable credentials, how could someone nearing retirement still merely be a patrolman? Surely, he must have attained the position of a patrol leader. Although the title of patrol leader is merely a consolation for an officer who has yet to rise to the rank of patrol chief after 10 years, one would still expect him to have subordinates. Moreover, a critical point is that Japanese police officers, aside from a select few exceptional individuals, are forced into retirement at 60. Thus, that old gentleman with completely gray hair, though all of this was merely his speculation. The doubts surrounding that police officer were indeed substantial. In that case, I shall visit that policeman alone. If he truly is connected to the drug trafficking syndicate as you suspect, he should be well aware of my identity and circumstances. Cheng Shi hesitated for a moment before nodding to, So you're just going to wait. You mean you're going alone? Conan immediately reacted. Are you intending to walk into your own demise? Despite his dubious identity, he is still a police officer on this island. He is someone who can legally carry a firearm. Moreover, do you even know what to say to him? Do you know how to extract information about your father's belongings from him? It sounds as if you know how to do it. Cheng Shi murmured softly. Of course, I do. So, lead the way, Conan proudly declared, having overheard him. What nonsense. Even if he lacks verbal persuasion skills, the system's inducement is plainly evident. If my skills are lacking, I will rely on external aids. At worst, I will let that policeman understand what it means to be a cheat player. Even so, that is still unacceptable. Cheng Shi shook his head, rejecting Conan's request. Although you, little brat, hardly appear like a child, I cannot bear to bring a child to the enemy's lair. Where on earth is that an enemy's lair? If I'm not mistaken, it is merely the home of a cunning old man. Conan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Besides, I value my life. Why would I ever engage in self-destructive behavior? Then why are you still coming with me? Cheng Shi said while playfully ruffling Conan's face. Fortunately, he had recently learned some super abilities from Xiaolin in the world of Conan, though he hadn't reached the level of Super Mihuarin. Escaping from Chengshi was still well within his capabilities. Let go of me. Honestly, I've stated that I treasure my life, and I certainly possess a degree of self-defense capability to accompany you. Moreover, who said I would expose myself in front of that old man? Brushing off Chengshi's antics, Conan spoke irritably. As he spoke, he retrieved a small object from behind his bow tie and handed it to Chengshi. Here, just place this on your collar. What is this? Chengshi curiously took the small object and placed it on his collar. Ahem, testing, sound is fine. As expected, the doctor is incredible. Then, something astonishing happened. Chengshi watched as Conan adjusted his bow tie slightly and spoke a few words to the object, and his own voice began to emanate from it. What is going on with that thing? Chengshi was momentarily stunned before quickly catching on. Exactly. Conan beamed that I merely suggested to the doctor that it would be great to use the bow tie over a distance. And unexpectedly, he actually managed to create this button-type amplifier in advance. With this small device, as long as it is within a certain range, he can use the voice changer to project sound from the location of the amplifier. Truly, Dr. Agasa never fails to invent wondrous technological marvels. Now, do you feel reassured? As long as you confront him, I will speak for you at the door. Looking at Chengshi, Conan smiled. In that case, I shall entrust it to you. Chengshi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He was not one to be overly sentimental. Knowing that Conan would not fall into danger, he naturally would not refuse to bring him along. Thus, the two stealthily left the civic center and headed toward the police station. Along the way, Chengshi kept glancing at Conan's profile, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. He was genuinely curious about Conan. Curious about who he really was. Curious about how he knew so much. Curious about where he obtained such extraordinary devices. Do not inquire further. Once we obtain your father's belongings, if you wish to join us, I will certainly reveal the truth to you. Observing Chengshi's inquisitive expression, Conan spoke. Join you. All right, I understand. Chengshi smiled and nodded. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, even if I cannot find my father's belongings, I will not refuse your request. Young detective. Unbeknownst to Conan, even if he were aware, he would likely choose to wait until he obtained Sukeiichi's belongings before candidly revealing the truth to Chengshi. Before long, the two arrived near a police station. Watching Conan's gestures of encouragement, Chengshi suppressed his inner unease, pushed open the door, and walked inside. I thought it was someone else. So, it's Dr. Chengshi. What brings you here? Unexpectedly, the old policeman was not missing like Kuroiwa and the others. Instead, he sat quietly in a chair, sipping tea as if nothing had transpired. You. Chengshi instinctively wanted to speak, but recalling his agreement with Conan, he suppressed his fear and allowed Conan to take the lead. The belongings of Sukeiichi must be in your possession, right? To his astonishment, Conan wasted no time and directly broached the subject between the two of them. What? The old policeman paused, seemingly taken aback that Chengshi would be so forthright. He then set down his cup. You actually know about the existence of his belongings? Did he leave you some message before he died that I am unaware of? He actually said it. Chengshi felt utterly stunned. Wait, are you the mastermind? Where is your authoritative demeanor? I merely asked you a simple question, and you exposed it so readily. Unbeknownst to Chengshi, who was internally amplifying the drama. Conan chuckled lightly. Aren't you more aware than I of what my father did before he died? The elderly officer shook his head, exclaiming, of course, I am oblivious. He is the only person I have failed to understand throughout all these years. I cannot fathom why he, despite occupying a role with the least inherent danger in this entire affair, insists on withdrawing. Nor can I comprehend how he could forsake an opportunity to amass boundless wealth, choosing instead to dream of washing his hands of it all and leading a mundane existence. What baffles me most is that, even though he sensed impending peril and prepared a farewell note encoded with secret messages, he still chose to drag his wife and daughter along to their demise. That is because your father is unlike any of you. Confronted with such disparagement of his father, Chengshi could no longer suppress his retort. Pa, the old officer could not help but scoff. You say he differs from us. What distinguishes him? Who among us is nobler? If he were so high-minded, why engage in the transportation of narcotics? Was it not for the sake of profit? In plain terms, he is just a lowly creature. He, too, was a beneficiary, yet he fancied himself above it all. In his quest for purity, he even sacrificed his own wife and daughter. He naively claimed that the flames would cleanse his sins. Bah, it was merely his fear of tarnishing his reputation that drove him. Chung Shi glared at the old officer with fury, ready to speak, when Conan interjected, yes, perhaps he initially made a grave error. But in the end, he chose to turn back, unlike you, who should never have been involved in the first place. You, who were the one blinded by greed. Indeed, you are correct. Chung Shi was taken aback as the old officer did not refute him. Instead, he nodded gravely, I was indeed blinded by money. But so what? I have reached the age of retirement. What then? I am but a mere patrolman, not even a patrol chief, with no wealth, no family, and no other skills. What do you think I can do once I retire? What do you believe I can accomplish? Given this opportunity, I must plan for my future, as long as I have money, even if I lose this badge of authority. I can still find a partner, a home. I can attain everything I desire. And what of you 12 years ago? Were you not in a dire situation? If you had reported the circumstances upon obtaining Masao Keiji's farewell note, do you think your rank would still be that of a mere patrolman? Do you think, had you not colluded with those four, using Masao Keiji's belongings as leverage to protect them, that you would still be stuck on this remote island? An inconspicuous police officer? To put it bluntly, you merely harbored ulterior motives upon discovering Masao Keiji's possessions, concealing them, and using your knowledge of their drug dealings as a pretext to threaten them, thereby becoming their shield. How do you know? At this moment, having listened to Conan's analysis, the old officer finally lost his previous composure. Why? Why do you know so much? When Masao Keiji, that worthless wretch, died, you were not here. When I discovered his belongings, I was alone. How can you possibly know everything that transpired? Chung Shi, still bewildered, thought. What is happening? What is going on? Is he asking me? Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Nevertheless, although he felt utterly confused, he maintained a calm demeanor, lowering his head to appear composed. I merely speculated, but the moment you acknowledged it, I knew I was correct. Conan's words were infuriatingly audacious. Upon hearing this, the old officer's face shifted from green to red with rage. Yet, being weathered by life's adversities, he quickly regained his composure. With a deep sigh, he said, You clever boy. Just as you surmised, the fools on this island regard me as an embodiment of justice, hiding from me, while they conceal lucrative dealings. Yet, it is precisely their misunderstanding of me that has allowed your father to detail their criminal evidence and the names of the villagers involved in his farewell note, expecting me to report it. But, as you stated, in this remote, hopelessly stagnant island, even if I reported it, what would come of it? Instant ascension. Spare me. In this forsaken place, even if my rank were to soar, what good would it do? Absolutely none. Thankfully, I am astute enough to have discovered the crux of the matter. What good is a high position? Only money is truly omnipotent. Hence, I concealed his belongings and used the information therein to intimidate them. Those fools initially denied everything, claiming I was mistaken. Even when I presented evidence of their drug trafficking, they feigned confusion, urging me to let them go. Until that moment, they still believed me to be a man of integrity. Is that not laughable? As he spoke, the old officer became increasingly self-satisfied. Who could have imagined that beneath such a polished exterior lay a soul so filthy, observing the self-congratulatory figure before him? Chung Shi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He could not comprehend how one could be so depraved and corrupt. Where are Masao Keiji's belongings? Hand them over to me. At that moment, Conan suddenly exclaimed loudly. Simultaneously, he activated his induction skill. Immediately, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, as if he had been awake for several consecutive nights. Meanwhile, Chung Shi, perplexed by Conan's abrupt command, suddenly noticed that the old officer had become dazed. Rising to his feet, I have concealed Masao Keiji's belongings here. As he spoke, he opened a nearby drawer, removing its contents and taking out the bottom panel. That a thick farewell note lay glaringly evident within. Although time had yellowed the paper, the text remained distinctly legible. Gazing at the sheet within arm's reach, Chung Shi's hands trembled. Is that my father's farewell note? He involuntarily reached out to take the letter. However, before his fingers could graze the document, a pair of wrinkled hands snatched it away. Chung Shi. He watched in disbelief as the dazed old officer hastily retrieved his father's will and began to walk toward the door. Wait, where are you going? Chung Shi exclaimed, bewildered, as the old officer opened the door and approached Conan, who wore a look of panic. No way. Could it be this skill is so outrageous? At that moment, Conan realized where the problem might lie. When he had activated his skill earlier, he had said, Hand over Masao Keiji's belongings to me. In normal circumstances, this statement would pose no issue, as it was spoken in Cheng Shi's voice. However, he had just activated his skill. Interpreted correctly, that statement meant, retrieve Masao Keiji's belongings and hand them over to Conan. Realizing this, Conan was struck dumb. What a joke. Why would he want Cheng Shi to step in? Was it not because he wished to remain incognito? If the old officer truly laid eyes on him, what purpose would his concealment serve? With that thought, Conan quickly made a decision, hiding in the blind spot behind the door. As the old officer stepped out, a tranquilizer dart shot straight toward his neck. The unfortunate old officer fell into a state of unconsciousness, completely unaware of the trap he had fallen into. At that moment, Cheng Shi, having regained his senses, rushed out of the room, staring at the fallen figure on the ground in astonishment. What has happened to him? Cheng Shi asked, bewildered. Conan regarded the old man with disdain. Who knows? Just assume he has succumbed to senility. No need to worry about him. By the way, are you not curious about what your father wrote? Would you like to take a look now? Cheng Shi hesitated momentarily. I am indeed somewhat curious, but what about this old gentleman? Glancing at the old officer lying unconscious on the ground, Cheng Shi inquired with concern. Conan paused. According to Dr. Agasa, the effects of this tranquilizer would suffice to keep an ordinary person asleep for over half an hour. However, considering the actual performance of this matter, Conan shivered all over. Bind his body, gag his mouth, and cover his eyes. Let us find a more discreet place to hide him. When we return, we can take him back with us. He certainly did not wish for his momentary negligence to allow this old man to expose the situation regarding Cheng Shi. If that were to happen, the clinic would surely be in jeopardy. Cheng Shi nodded. Following Conan's instructions, he somehow procured a rope and a blindfold, securely binding the old officer before bringing him back into the room. Subsequently, the two began to read the letter left behind by Cheng Shi's father. Unlike in the anime, the letter from Keiji Asa was not written in code, but in plain text. Upon seeing the densely packed words, Conan was momentarily taken aback before nodding. That makes sense. Who among the good people would have the leisure to write dozens of pages in a cipher known to his murderer before his death? If Kuroiwa and his accomplices were unaware of the existence of such a code, it might be acceptable. However, they were well aware of it. If they knew, then what difference would it make whether the code was written or not? Moreover, precisely because Keiji Asa's letter did not employ any ciphers, the old officer was able to uncover the hidden truths of the island, thus coercing Kuroiwa and his cohorts, becoming their shield. Cheng Shi smiled at Conan, waving the letter in his hand. Little detective, look, your intelligence was mistaken. My father's letter is not some musical score. Faced with this somewhat more cheerful cross-dresser, Conan rolled his eyes. All right, I understand. But tell me, did we ultimately find it? Cheng Shi chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, simply placing the letter on the table as he began to read it alongside Conan. The preceding content was largely consistent with what Conan had understood, being a letter addressed to his son, urging Cheng Shi not to harbor resentment over his death, expressing his inadequacies as a father who had made mistakes. Regardless of the outcome, it was his own doing. Simultaneously, he encouraged Cheng Shi to be strong and to live on alone. However, the latter part diverged significantly from the original work. In the anime and manga, the letter that Conan read was written in code, detailing the 4 deceased individuals and the late Keiji Asa's joint purchase of heroin from overseas. Yet the letter before them recorded the island's greatest secret, the truth that the islanders cultivated poppies to produce and sell heroin. It seemed that when Keiji Asa contemplated withdrawing, he foresaw potential peril, thus preemptively documenting the names of the islanders involved in the drug trafficking syndicate, the locations where they secretly cultivated poppies, and the evidence of the villagers' involvement in drug dealing. Finally, there was a page addressed to that officer. Dear officer, if I am correct, you should be the first to see this letter. I hope that upon reading it, you can thoroughly expose the darkness on this island. I do not wish for the island that nurtured me to fall completely into the shadows. Furthermore, if possible, please convey my earlier words to my son when he grows up. And let him know, Father made mistakes, and this punishment is what he deserves. The flames will cleanse my sins. Though I am sorry to your mother and sister, it is too late to turn back. Please, live well on your own, that we will always love you. Gazing at Keiji Asa's final words, both Cheng Shi and Conan fell silent. Conan mourned for Keiji Asa in his heart, whether it was the content directed at Cheng Shi or the letter for the old officer. It was likely penned when he realized he and his family were trapped in a fire, unable to escape. Regrettably, he considered everything except the possibility that the old officer was not a good person. Observing Changshi beside him, lost in thought, Conan stood up and patted his shoulder. All right, stop overthinking. Although there have been unforeseen events, your father's belongings have ultimately seen the light of day, haven't they? Moreover, with their aid, the darkness on this island can be thoroughly eradicated. Changshi lifted his head with a hint of melancholy, his gaze vacant as he looked ahead. Indeed, but the cost has been far too great. With much to say, Changshi maintained a gloomy demeanor on the way back, his countenance exuding an air of a lonely girl. Ah, no. He is a boy. A boy. Conan shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel that notion from his mind. So, can we talk? What exactly are you thinking? Changshi was immersed in his own thoughts, momentarily stunned by Conan's sudden inquiry. After pondering for a while, he slowly spoke. Do you think there really exists a father who values his own innocence more than the lives of his family? Conan was taken aback, assuming Changshi was grappling with something, only to realize he had been misled by that old man's words. Do you believe that old man knows your father better than you do? Changshi considered this, shaking his head. Then that settles it. Do you truly believe your father would be the sort to sacrifice his family's lives for his own innocence? But, Changshi furrowed his brow, contemplating before slowly articulating. But if he clearly knew he was in danger, why would he place himself and my mother in such perilous circumstances? He has been misled by that old man. Observing Changshi still in a state of confusion, Conan sighed in exasperation. Isn't it possible that your father didn't believe those companions he grew up with would commit such heinous acts? Huh? Before Changshi could inquire further, Conan continued. Is it possible that the evidence your father left behind was all he had prepared in advance, while the letters written to you and that officer were composed only after he realized he could not escape? Changshi was momentarily taken aback. But, no buts. Your father has passed away. What is important is how he faced the prospect of his and his family's demise at that moment. Does it truly matter? Even if he was as the officer described. So what? Aside from affecting your perception of him, would anything else change? No. He cannot rise from his grave to explain his thoughts as he died. Nor can he appear beside you, embracing you and saying you've done well. The future path is solely yours to traverse, and the image of your father can only be defined by you. If that is the case, why concern yourself with others' opinions of him? As long as you believe he was a competent father, isn't that enough? Changshi stood there, seemingly lost in thought. Conan, unfazed, stood by his side, quietly observing him. After a while, Changshi exhaled. Phew. All right, I was being stubborn. You're right, he is my father. He treated me well, and knowing that is sufficient. As for his thoughts before his death, they are indeed unimportant. That's the spirit. Conan beamed, patting Changshi's thigh, though his short stature made it quite a challenge. Now that you've come to terms with it, let us hurry and carry that old man. You don't understand how difficult it is for me to drag him this far. Changshi chuckled sheepishly, taking the old man from Conan's shoulder and hoisting him onto his OW. By the way, can you tell me your identity now? Didn't you say you would reveal it once I obtained my father's belongings? Suddenly, Changshi recalled something and turned to Conan, genuinely curious about who this little fellow was and how he knew so many secrets. Upon hearing this, Conan lowered his head, a peculiar gleam reflecting off his glasses that obscured his eyes, the corners of his mouth subtly curling upward. I am Edogawa Conan, a detective. Changshi stared at Conan, a question mark slowly forming above his head. Setting aside Changshi, at that moment, Conan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment welling from deep within. In the original work, how exactly did Conan manage to do that? Why is he able to flaunt his prowess without a shred of shame? I merely wish to indulge in a bit of dramatic flair, yet this seems rather embarrassing, doesn't it? Ahem, that aside, let me start anew. Ultimately, succumbing to the pangs of embarrassment, Conan relinquished the thought of continuing his ostentation. Simultaneously, he silently resolved never to recreate such iconic moments again. He simply could not afford to lose face. Before introducing myself, allow me to pose a question. Are you willing to forsake everything you hold on this island, follow me, and obey my commands? There is still time to withdraw. Once you learn the whole truth, there will be no turning back. Conan lifted his gaze, fixing a piercing stare into Changshi's eyes, inquiring each word with utmost clarity. Changshi was momentarily taken aback by Conan's sudden seriousness. But soon a soft chuckle escaped his lips. He did not directly respond to Conan's question, but instead countered, Little detective, since you are aware of so much, You should also be quite clear about what I originally intended to do. Conan nodded affirmatively. He was indeed well aware of Cheng Shi's intentions. Had he not brought Officer Magyar along? Had he not discovered the hidden compartment within the piano? And had he not evaded Cheng Shi's hypnotic gaze? It was likely that Cheng Shi would have succumbed to madness by now. Observing Conan, a flicker of gratitude crossed Cheng Shi's face. Since you already know, why ask me these questions? I had prepared myself to confront death. Is there anything more terrifying in this world? You saved me. Even if only for this. I owe you my very existence, not to mention that you allowed me to hear my father's final words. You have done so much for me. How could I possibly refuse your request? Gazing into Cheng Shi's earnest eyes, Conan fell silent. He could sense the sincerity in Cheng Shi's words. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he hesitated even more, debating whether he should pull Cheng Shi into this endless vortex. After a prolonged moment of indecision, Conan finally spoke under Cheng Shi's unwavering gaze. Understood. Since you are ready, from this moment forth, we shall be like two grasshoppers on the same rope. I look forward to your guidance. Cheng Shi smiled with satisfaction. Of course, I shall be at your service, little detective. After a brief pause, Cheng Shi continued. Now, may I ask you who you truly are? Conan pondered for a moment before nodding. Certainly. What? You mean you are Kudo Shinichi? Lower your voice. Lower your voice, Conan interjected, casting anxious glances around before exhaling in relief once he confirmed no one was nearby. What was that outburst for? Do you fear others might not hear you? My apologies, I was simply taken aback. I shall be more cautious next time. Cheng Shi scratched his head awkwardly. That it was understandable. He had indeed heard of the illustrious Kudo Shinichi. Anyone would react similarly upon learning that the child before them was Kudo Shinichi. So, about that organization, stop right there. Leave that organization to the police and the FBI. We civilians should mind our own affairs. Seeing the situation, Conan quickly made a large cross with his hands in front of his chest. He had no intention of confronting that organization himself, let alone dragging Cheng Shi into facing it. Though the black organization was nicknamed the Water Organization, the more cautious one became, the more vigilant one had to be in such a scenario, where internal security was severely compromised. The fact that it could still operate as a vast transnational criminal entity indicated either that the black organization possessed some formidable secrets or that the nations involved were interested in far more than the organization itself. Regardless of the circumstance, it was perilous for Conan, the only successful case of regression to childhood. Therefore, he was not inclined to engage in the reckless behavior of flaunting his identity before the likes of Red. At most, he would subtly reveal his identity to a select FEWs for other times. Being a mere armchair detective was a rather appealing alternative, was it not? No need to confront that organization. Then why are you trying to recruit me? Cheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, initially thinking Conan sought his assistance against that organization. Of course, for precautionary measures, Conan asserted confidently. While I do not plan to confront that organization directly, one can never be too careful in case of unforeseen circumstances. Besides, you are a doctor. In any team, a healer is invaluable. What if we encounter an emergency? What will I be doing in the meantime? In the meantime, why would you need to ask me? You can do as you please. Whether you wish to establish a clinic or pursue other endeavors is entirely up to you. Just be ready to assist whenever needed. Conan had no stringent requirements for those he recruited. Frankly, he had no intention of forming a highly formal organization. What he desired was a simple, supportive group where everyone could lend a helping hand to one another. Is that so? Cheng Shi nodded gently. To his surprise, the detective was unexpectedly gentle. After all, had Conan not been a kind-hearted individual, someone like him would never have been saved. Though he had already expressed it, he felt it necessary to reiterate. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Captain. Conan was taken aback by this title, but soon a smile graced his face. That title suits me well. With that, the two continued their light-hearted conversation as they made their way toward the clinic. Perhaps due to Cheng Shi's well-concealed identity as a doctor, or because Uncle Mori and the others had not yet been exposed, Conan and his companion spent a peaceful night at the clinic. The following morning, knock, who is it outside? Early in the morning, the door of the clinic was rapped upon. Cheng Shi, who had locked the door in advance, inquired warily from behind it. I am Matsumoto from Tokyo. You are Dr. Cheng Shi, correct? Officer Magyar mentioned your name when he called me. A deep voice rang out from outside. Cheng Shi frowned. He had never heard this voice before, but to simply open the door without knowing. As Chung-Shi wrestled with his thoughts, Matsumoto seemed to sense his hesitation and added, "According to what Megure told me, Conan and Rand should be with you, right? Didn't Mori entrust them to you?" At this, Chung-Shi sighed in relief. Even if Mori and Megure had been discovered, it was unlikely that they would have divulged Conan and the others' whereabouts in just one night. Thinking this, he cautiously opened the door a crack to peer outside. However, before Matsumoto could utter a word, the door was suddenly slammed shut again. Chung-Shi even locked it for good measure. "Officer, how about I attempt to communicate with them?" One of the officers beside Matsumoto stepped forward. Observing Matsumoto's expression and cautiously inquired, "Conan, Rand, wake up." Inside, Chung-Shi anxiously shook Conan and ran awake. "What is happening?" Conan asked, curiosity piqued by Chung-Shi's flustered demeanor. "Something's gone awry. I mean, it seems that Mori and Officer Megure might be in danger. Someone at the door claims to be sent by Officer Megure and knows you are here, but I don't think he looks like a good person. You two must flee." "Sent by Officer Megure? Doesn't look like a good person?" Conan was taken aback, then suddenly realized something, his mouth twitching slightly. "No way. Is it possible that someone could be mistaken for a villain at my daughter's wedding? But is it truly possible for a police officer to be misconstrued as a villain while on duty? This is utterly absurd. The person you mentioned, does he have a square face, a buzz cut, and a long scar over his left eye?" For safety's sake, Conan sought clarification from Chung-Shi. "You know him?" Chung-Shi inquired, surprised. Conan remained silent. "Rest assured, he is Officer Megure's superior and I have seen him at the police headquarters." "Huh?" Chung-Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. "My apologies, officer. I truly feel quite embarrassed to bring Matsumoto and his companions into the clinic." Chung-Shi hesitantly began. Matsumoto waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. Typically, I would present my police badge, but given the circumstances on this island..." He trailed off, shaking his head in resignation. "Never mind, let's not dwell on that. Do you know where Megure and the others are?" The three responded in unison with a shake of their heads. "This complicates matters. While I have sufficient manpower, I certainly cannot take all the island's inhabitants with me. I wonder how Megure and his team are faring in their evidence collection." Matsumoto mused, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Chung-Shi and Conan exchanged glances. They asked for evidence. "Officer, I possess a document here. Although I'm unsure if it is outdated, it is undoubtedly a reliable list. The individuals within are all participants in the drug trafficking organization." Chung-Shi stepped forward, retrieving his father's will and handing it to Matsumoto. Matsumoto took the document and briefly skimmed through it, his eyes suddenly brightening. "Excellent. This is precisely what I needed," he exclaimed, extending his hand to pat Chung-Shi on the shoulder. However, after a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his hand. "Thank you, young lady. Thanks to the evidence you've provided, we can now initiate our arrest operation." After a brief pause, Matsumoto curiously inquired, "But why do you have these documents?" "If you had known you possessed evidence, Megure and his team wouldn't have had to search for it in secret, only to remain missing until now." Chung-Shi shyly replied, I apologize, but actually, I'm a boy." "Eh?" Before he could continue, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. They widened their eyes, scrutinizing Chung-Shi from head to toe. "No way. With looks like that, you're telling me he's a boy?" "Indeed. And I don't see any Adam's apple. Aside from being a bit flat-chested, how does he resemble a boy at all?" The chatter grew louder. Feeling embarrassed amidst the discussions, Chung-Shi nervously fiddled with the ends of his hair. As he moved, he only seemed more feminine, prompting even more murmurs from the crowd. "Enough," Matsumoto interjected, silencing his subordinates. Once the area quieted, Chung-Shi lowered his hands, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. "This document is my father's will. It was previously hidden by someone to threaten Hakai and the others, attempting to take a share for himself. It was only yesterday, after learning of its existence from someone, that I retrieved it under the cover of night." Matsumoto sighed upon hearing this, gently patting Chung-Shi's shoulder. "I'm sorry. I had no idea such events had transpired. However, is it all right for you to hand over your father's will to me, if you require it back? I can return the original after making a copy." Chung-Shi shook his head slightly. "It's fine. What you have is something my father wished to pass on to you 12 years ago, though it may be a bit late. I hope it can assist you." Matsumoto nodded in understanding. He realized that what was given to him was merely a portion of the deceased's final words, yet it was already sufficient. As for the rest, the messages intended for his son were of no use to him, especially since his current objective was to apprehend the island's drug traffickers. Moreover, he could never bring himself to take away the final words left by someone's father. Wait, last night? Xiaolan exclaimed. Dr. Chengshi, you sneaked out last night. Chengshi smiled at Xiaolan. Of course, didn't I mention? I'm just a normal boy. Please spare me the company of such a beautiful young lady, he continued. Oh, the individual who was hoarding my father's belongings is also with me. Would you like to meet him? Feeling the piercing gaze of Conan filled with resentment from behind him, Chengshi's smile grew even brighter. I'll leave it to you. Then, soon, Chengshi emerged from the room he had securely locked, dragging out the tightly bound old policeman. Upon seeing the uniform, Matsumoto's expression darkened instantly. It's him. 12 years ago. He concealed my father's will and used it to blackmail Hukai and others for profit, ultimately becoming a protector of the drug trafficking organization on this island. If you don't believe me, I have a recording of our conversation from last night, where he admitted to his crimes. Saying this, Chengshi produced a small recording device from his pocket and handed it to Matsumoto. He didn't trust Matsumoto solely because he was a good officer. Rather, he placed his faith in Conan. Since Conan deemed this officer trustworthy, he would naturally extend that trust as well. Matsumoto grimly accepted the recording device from Chengshi and passed it to his subordinates. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I remember him. Not long ago, considering his impending retirement, we inquired if he wished to transfer his jurisdiction back to the mainland, but he declined. He even mentioned that as a police officer, he must stand his final post. At one point, I even considered reporting him to the chief inspector to promote him as an exemplary internal case for our juniors to learn from. Who would have thought this fellow remained on the island just to continue acting as a protector for drug traffickers? The more he spoke, the darker Matsumoto's expression became. He was genuinely furious. He had almost promoted a drug trafficker's protector as an exemplary case for internal recognition. Thankfully, this was still just a draft. Had it been implemented, he, Matsumoto Kiyoshi, would have lost face. No wonder Matsumoto has been wearing such a grim expression. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed understanding. Matsumoto seemed to realize he had spoken too much, turning to glare at his subordinate. What are you still doing standing there? The evidence has been provided. Do you need me to instruct you on what to do next? Gather everyone from the ship and start making arrests door to door. Receiving Matsumoto's orders, the police hurriedly nodded and rushed outside. After hearing their superior's dark history, who would dare linger any longer? Once everyone left, Matsumoto's expression softened a bit. He turned to Chengshi and the others. All right, I'm going to find Megure. Do you wish to accompany me? Chengshi remained silent, but instinctively glanced toward Conan. Seeing this, Conan felt dumbfounded. Dude, please get a grip. You're the adult here. Why are you looking at me? Thankfully, Xiaolan spoke up. I want to go. A hint of worry crossed her face. This island is so dangerous. I'm concerned about how my father is doing. Conan quickly chimed in. If Xiaolan is going, then I want to go too. Chengshi added, in that case, I shall join as well. After all, I promised Mr. Muri I would take good care of you two. He adjusted his hair and smiled. Hearing this, Conan cast a disdainful glance at him. Is that what you call taking care of someone? Who takes care of others by drugging them? Feeling Conan's glare, Chengshi awkwardly chuckled. Following this, they began their search for Muri and Megure on the island, now thoroughly subdued by the police. Achoo, Megure, do you think Officer Matsumoto will find us? Muri lay on the ground amidst a vast poppy field, cautiously inquiring of Megure, who was beside him, as he observed the villagers around them searching for something. The previous day, they had discovered this extensive poppy field while exploring the mountains, having made a significant discovery. As they prepared to leave, Mori's long-held complacency led him to lose his vigilance, resulting in the villagers spotting them. After a night of fleeing, Mori felt a chill creeping into his heart as he noticed the villagers drawing closer. Megure shot him an exasperated glare, thinking to himself that had it not been for this guy, they wouldn't have been exposed. However, glancing at his old subordinate, he sighed and quietly reassured him, "Don't worry. Officer Matsumoto has arrived. I've also informed him of our situation. Now, we just need to be careful." Fortunately, the concerns of the two individuals did not materialize. Before the villagers could locate them, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police's support had already arrived, suppressing all members of the gang who attempted to resist. "Mikuri, you've worked hard." Upon hearing that his subordinates had found Mikuri and his companion, Matsumoto hurriedly approached, hesitating momentarily as he gazed at the two. Finally, he reached out and patted Mikuri on the back twice. There was no other choice. He couldn't afford to hesitate. Given how disheveled the two looked, they were covered in mud and grass, their clothes stained with filth and debris. their hair in disarray, and their faces smeared with dust and sweat, presenting a rather sorry sight. Mikuri was well aware of his unkempt appearance, yet he stood before Matsumoto and saluted. "Inspector, I have discovered evidence of the villagers' criminal activities on this island. This field of poppies behind me is their handiwork. To be frank, it was the first time in his life that he had encountered such audacious criminals." The vast expanse of poppy flowers bloomed behind him, and although the location was remote, it was hardly concealed. Anyone who strayed from the main road and ventured a little into the surrounding forest would easily uncover this enormous sea of flowers. Honestly, had he not known that this was an island nation under his jurisdiction, he might have thought he had stumbled into the Golden Triangle. Only in such lawless territories would one find such brazen drug traffickers. "Well done, you've truly endured a lot," Matsumoto nodded. Then, hesitantly, he continued, "However, I already possess detailed information and evidence regarding the drug trafficking personnel on the island, although it's data from 12 years ago. That alone is sufficient to ensure that the majority of this Group S criminals will remain incarcerated for life. What we need to do next is ascertain whether any new members have joined during these 12 years. Upon hearing Matsumoto's words, the smile on Mikuri's face stiffened. Was that it for finding evidence? What then of the efforts he and Kagoro Mori had made the previous night? They had been pursued by those on the island for an entire night. What had been the point of it all? Matsumoto understood Mikuri's feelings at that moment. However, he refrained from saying much, merely giving Mikuri's back a gentle pat, the only relatively clean spot left on him. Meanwhile, on Mori's side, "Dad, how did you get so dirty?" Observing the myriad stains on her father, Ren looked at him with a hint of disdain, giving him a couple of light pats. Unfortunately, the stains clung stubbornly to Mori's clothing, refusing to budge with her touch. Witnessing this scene, Ren's expression of disapproval deepened. After all, Mori Kagoro had never been one to do household chores. All his clothes were washed by Ren. "Mr. Mori's coat. Let me help you clean it. And Mr. Mikuri's as well," Narumi said, scratching his head as he observed the two untidy appearances. "Huh, is that really okay?" Before Ren could respond, Mori Kagoro eagerly leaned closer to Narumi. Noticing Mori's proximity, Narumi cautiously took a couple of steps back, awkwardly saying, "Yes, consider it my compensation for inviting you both to this island and for the resulting consequences. Then thank you, Miss Narumi." "Wait, you're that client, Keiji Asa?" As Mori excitedly reached for Narumi's hand, he suddenly realized the crux of the matter. "Mr. Mori, actually, I'm a boy. As for Keiji Asa, that's my father. I invited you to this island hoping you could help investigate the cause of my father's death." Narumi placed his hands behind his back, looking at Mori with a hint of apology in his voice. This was the narrative he had agreed upon with Conan. Although he had initially sent the commission letter to Mori Kagoro in hopes that he would prevent him from committing murder, the events had transpired, and he had not killed anyone. Thus, this explanation fit perfectly. "Wait, what? You're a boy?" Mori's exclamation echoed through the air. That night, aboard the returning ferry, "I still can't believe that such a beautiful Miss Narumi is actually a boy." Mori leaned against the side of the boat, a cigarette in his mouth, grumbling. "Yes, indeed, but didn't Dr. Narumi mention he disguised himself as a female to avoid being recognized by those who killed his father?" Rand said, extinguishing the cigarette from Mori's mouth. "And no smoking. You wouldn't want me to report you to Inspector Mikuri, would you? Go ahead and report. What father fears his daughter?" Though Mori spoke defiantly, he obediently tossed the cigarette into a nearby trash can. "I apologize for looking androgynous. What can I say? My mother's genes are simply too dominant." Just as the two were conversing, a voice sounded behind them. They turned to see Dr. Narumi. "What are you doing here?" Ran exclaimed in surprise. "I believe I mentioned before that I live in Tokyo. I returned to the island solely to investigate the truth behind my family's death. Now that the truth has come to light and the true culprits have received their due punishment, I no longer wish to remain in the sorrowful place," Narumi replied with a smile. "By the way, why are only you few here? What about Inspector Mikuri and the others?" Inspector Mikuri and his team are still busy on the island. The number of people involved in this case is simply overwhelming, and they want to be able to leave any time soon. A hint of sympathy appeared on Muri's face. It seemed that for the time being, Mikuri and his team had their work cut out for them. Something felt amiss, far too amiss. Conan, leaning against the window, muttered to himself. This was already the 5th day since they returned from Tsukikage Island. Since their return, Conan had experienced the most relaxed and enjoyable week since arriving in this world. Mori Kagoro hadn't received any commissions, and he hadn't encountered a single corpse. Even the most rambunctious trio had not sought him out recently. Yet, the more peaceful it became, the more Conan felt that something significant was brewing in the shadows. The situation was decidedly strange. While it might be an exaggeration to say there was a case every day, it was utterly unreasonable for an entire week to pass without a single incident. With paranoid thoughts racing through his mind, Conan gazed suspiciously out the window. He harbored serious doubts that his week of respite was merely a prelude to some impending grand event. He wondered what ludicrous case might arise next. The main story. That couldn't be right. School was starting tomorrow, and Muri had yet to receive an invitation letter. It was impossible for it to be about tequila. What tequila? Has Dad been secretly drinking again? Just as Conan was lost in thought, Ran's voice suddenly rang out, startling him. No, that's not it. Ran, you know Uncle Muri's favorite drink is beer. Conan hurriedly laughed off the situation, hoping to divert Ran's thoughts. To avoid her pondering further, he added, by the way, Ran, did you come to find me for something? Ran silently noted Muri's behavior in her mind, then patted Conan's head. Your friends have come to play with you. Conan, we've come to play with you. Conan, aren't you surprised to see us? I heard you sneaked off to a small island and caught a bunch of bad guys. Why didn't you tell me about such things? Do you not regard your captain highly? As the trio emerged from behind Ran, Conan's lips twitched slightly. He knew that he was about to bid farewell to his peaceful routine. So, what are you all here for? Conan sighed helplessly. The trio was like his trigger. Whenever he went out with them, he was bound to encounter some major cases. Hey, Conan, have you finished your homework? Jinta looked at Conan with eager eyes. Can I borrow your homework for reference? Homework? What homework? Conan was taken aback. He had no idea he had any homework. I can't believe Conan hasn't done his homework like us. Hakuba also expressed surprise. In his impression, a diligent student like Conan shouldn't be the type to leave his homework until the first day of vacation. Wait, hold on. Is there really such a thing as homework? Conan's lips twitched slightly. He truly could not recall the existence of any homework. Indeed, Teacher Hayashi had mentioned before the holiday that we should take advantage of this brief break to write a reading reflection, which was to be submitted to her in class tomorrow. Bume seemed to have an epiphany, shivering slightly. If we fail to submit our assignments, Teacher Hayashi will become utterly terrifying. Absolutely. She would even tell my mother about it. If I anger my mother, I want to be able to enjoy eel rice for an entire week. Jinta, too, wore a face of sheer terror. So, you all came to find me for what purpose? Conan asked, gazing at the three shivering children with a complex expression. Jinta scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Originally, we intended to consult your reading reflection for reference, but since you haven't written yours either, let us head to the library together. Just as Conan was about to agree, a sudden thought struck him. Wait a moment, the four of us gathering and then heading to the library. It couldn't be that coincidental. Officer Magyar should still be on Sukikage Island, right? Conan's mouth twitched slightly. Is it possible for us not to go to the library? He certainly did not wish to encounter that individual, who was dubbed as the shadow of his childhood. No way, the three children exclaimed in unison. I see. Then let us set off right away, adhering to the notion that what is fated cannot be escaped. Conan followed the cheerful trio as they embarked on their journey to the library. Upon arriving before the library, Conan forcibly reassured himself. Do not worry, Officer Magyar might not have returned yet. Even if he has, today may not necessarily be the fateful day depicted in the manga. Moreover, if I cannot confront him, I can certainly avoid him, as long as I don't remain in the library with the three children. It should be fine. With this thought, Conan felt a surge of confidence. At the call of the three children, he hurriedly made his way towards them. Wow, look, that staff member over there is so amiable. Let us ask him where we can find books suitable for writing a reading report. Just as Conan was searching for a signpost, Bume pointed excitedly at a staff member in the distance. Without waiting for Conan to speak, she dashed towards him. Excuse me, sir. We need to write a reading report. Could you kindly tell us where we might find suitable books? The tall man, contrasting sharply with the locals, crouched down with a smile, looking at Bume. You kids want to read? You can check the third floor. Thank you, sir. With that, Bume bounced back to her friends, relaying the information she had gathered from a distance. Conan noticed the name tag on the man's chest, Yuta Kamanashi. ISNT that the name of the deceased character from the original story. I must be overthinking things. I mean, what kind of young detective? No. I should say, what kind of young police group could possibly avoid such grim fates? With his tension eased, Conan followed the trio to the third floor of the library. Soon, the other three had chosen their reading materials, while Conan stood before the shelves, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, It's one thing for these two books to appear in the manga, but why on earth do they actually exist in the library? Isn't Kaido going to be furious? Staring at the spines of Magic Kaido and Dragon Pearl, Conan felt his face twitch in disbelief. Well, never mind Dragon Pearl, but Magic Kaido. You shall be the one. I'm curious to see what this book is actually about. With a mindset of amusement, Conan took the book from the shelf, seated himself, and began to read intently. This is clearly a cover-up. Call the police. I absolutely must call the police. After a while, Conan, incensed and humiliated, closed the book of Magic Kaido. What a joke. He had hoped to enjoy Kaido's antics, only to discover that this ridiculous thing had nothing to do with Kaido Kurobo whatsoever. Of course, he was aware that the book would likely not depict Kaido's life as a phantom thief. Nevertheless, disappointment was unavoidable, especially since he had initially chosen the book with the intent of amusement. Well, since there is no fun to be had, I might as well diligently complete my assignment. Conan shook his head, placing the book aside as he prepared to find another more suitable book for his reflection. Hey, Conan, come look. There are police cars outside. Perhaps it's our young police group's turn to shine again. Just then, Jinna suddenly shouted at Conan. Conan's heart skipped a beat. What nonsense. Isn't Yuta alive and well? Why are there police officers arriving? Let me see. Without a second thought, he leaned towards the window, peering down. Indeed, numerous police cars were encircling the library, and among them stood Officer Magyar, appearing somewhat weary. It can't be. Is it possible that whenever we gather, we inadvertently become a trigger for cases? Exclamation point. Conan gazed in disbelief at Officer Magyar below. Surely something unprecedented was occurring here. Hey, Conan, I see Officer Magyar. Let us go ask him. Bume exclaimed. If there is something amiss, we can lend a hand. Conan, hurry up. While Conan was deep in thought, the three children had already dashed towards the elevator. Wait for me, you three. Originally reluctant to go down, Conan, seeing that the trio had run far ahead, had no choice but to chase after them. Officer Magyar, what is going on? As soon as they exited the elevator, the trio rushed towards Officer Magyar, surrounding him completely. Officer Magyar, who had been looking rather fatigued, widened his eyes in surprise upon seeing the three children. You all are here. Which means, Officer Magyar, long time no see. When did you return? Just as I suspected. Upon noticing Conan trailing behind the trio, Officer Magyar appeared reluctant to confront the reality, covering his eyes with his hand. Officer Magyar, is there something wrong with Conan? Bume inquired curiously, observing Officer Magyar's peculiar behavior. Why did he act so strangely upon seeing Conan? It's nothing. Officer Magyar attempted to maintain a facade of nonchalance. But upon seeing Conan, he couldn't help but turn his head aside. It was inevitable. The moment he laid eyes on Conan, he was reminded of the grueling tasks he had dealt with on Tsukikage Island. Conan felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. He hadn't done anything particularly problematic, had he? Why did Officer Magyar hold such a strong prejudice against him? Forget it. Officer Magyar sighed. It's mainly because of seeing you. Combined with the unique circumstances of this place, that brought to mind some rather unpleasant memories, Conan slowly formed a question mark in his mind. What did this have to do with him? He had merely come to read. As if sensing Conan's confusion, Officer Magyar elaborated. You remember why the incident on Tsukikage Island escalated, right? Of course, it was because, wait a moment. Suddenly, Conan recalled something. In the anime. Why was Yuta murdered? Because he uncovered Director Tsukigawa's drug trafficking secret. Why did the Tsukikage Island incident blow up? Because most of the island's residents were involved with the drug cartel. So you mean, someone in this library is involved in that? Officer Magyar regarded him with an approving look. Exactly. Based on our interrogations of those individuals from the island, the library director, Tsukigawa Shuji, is a crucial link in their drug distribution to the mainland. Our purpose here is to apprehend him. Is that so? Since nothing has happened, I shall return to my reading. Conan nodded, preparing to head back into the library. He still had books to peruse. Make it quick. Once we arrest the director, the library will be temporarily closed. According to current intelligence, it is highly likely that the drugs are concealed within the library. Officer Magyar nodded, offering a brief reminder to Conan. Although Conan was unsure what those initial exchanges meant, however, the final words of Officer Mumu were indeed understood by them. Was Officer Mumu implying that we cannot remain in the library this afternoon? It seems so. The library is likely to be closed. What shall we do this afternoon? I heard there is a Kamen Rider show at the department store. How about we head there this afternoon? All right. I agree. Thus, in a state of bewilderment, Conan found that the three little ones had unilaterally made a decision for him. Wait, what about my opinion? I didn't agree. Of course, Conan is coming with us. Exactly. We are a team. No one can be left behind. Faced with the three little ones, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, Conan felt his head spinning. Aren't you going to finish your homework? Homework can be done later in the evening. Exactly. Homework is nowhere near as important as Kamen Rider. Hearing this, Conan sighed. Fine, I get it. Let us set off now. If we delay, we might miss it. Yay. With Conan's agreement, the three little ones shouted in excitement. Officer Mumu, we're leaving now. See you next time. Saying this, they waved goodbye to Officer Mumu. Mumu wore a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. Yes. See you next time. Of course, what he truly thought was open to interpretation. Just as Conan followed behind the three little ones, a thought struck him, and he casually turned around to glance, discovering the curator Tsukawa, who resembled a lanky monkey and had caused him much childhood trauma, being firmly handcuffed and led away by the police, looking dejected as he was escorted to the police car. Indeed, all childhood fears are unfounded. As long as one prevents incidents from occurring, nothing can frighten me. Watching Tsukawa's forlorn figure from a distance, a faint smile appeared on Conan's lips. Conan, what are you doing? If you don't hurry, we want to wait for you. From afar, Ayumi's voice called out. Conan quickly snapped back to reality. Coming. He then chased after Ayumi and the others. The afternoon returned to a rare calmness. Though monotonous, it was unexpectedly peaceful. Having encountered a case earlier that day, Conan no longer worried about any unforeseen circumstances, allowing himself to relax and immerse wholeheartedly in the stage play before him. Kamen Rider is considered one of the most popular tokusatsu shows in this world. However, in Conan's eyes, it was merely ordinary. The scale may be grand, but it cannot surpass Ultraman. The special effects may be abundant, but they pale in comparison to Kamen Rider. To Conan, a veteran viewer, the discussions fervently held by children seemed rather crude, as he could easily predict the subsequent developments. Nevertheless, in this era where spiritual civilization was still somewhat lacking, Kamen Rider indeed possessed its unique charm. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many children willing to spend money on it. Just like today, a humble department store hosted a simple stage play, yet it drew a packed crowd. Observing the performance of the suited actors on stage with a discerning eye, Conan nodded in acknowledgement. However, the only thing that puzzled him was the slight lack of coordination in the movements of the Kamen Rider actor. As if he were not accustomed to portraying a suited character. Why think so much? It could merely be due to a temporary worker. Dismissing his scattered thoughts, Conan continued to enjoy the spectacle of the two suited characters engaging in mock combat. To his surprise, viewing it from a different perspective, he found the stage play rather amusing. Before long, the performance concluded. Conan stretched and was about to call the three little ones to leave when the person in charge beside the stage suddenly stepped forward, holding a loudspeaker. Dear children, if you wish, you can line up here to receive Kamen Rider's autograph, and you can also take a photo with Kamen Rider. Hey, Conan, let us hurry and line up. That's Kamen Rider's autograph. A fervent desire sparkled in Ayumi's eyes. Huh? Well, I'm not going. If you want it, you can go by yourselves. Conan awkwardly scratched his head. It's just the autograph of a performer from a shopping mall stage play. Not that of an actor from the television series. What would he want with such a thing? It would just end up as trash. He couldn't be bothered to stand in line for it. No way. We are a team. Not a single one can be left behind. So, Conan, you must come with us. Not only Ayumi, but even Jinta enthusiastically spoke at length before timidly inquiring about his opinion. Conan looked at Jinta suspiciously. While Jinta wasn't a bully, he usually asserted himself unless it involved Ayumi. Normally, he would drag Conan along without hesitation, which was entirely in character for Jinta. Asking for his opinion was uncharacteristic of him. Pondering this, he glanced toward the end of the line and saw a sign clearly stating, "Children can line up to receive Kamen Rider's autograph with this mall shopping receipt. Holding the receipt also grants you a chance to take a photo with Kamen Rider." Upon seeing this sign, Conan was instantly speechless. No wonder Jinta was asking for his opinion. Turns out you needed to spend money to get the autograph. So, you guys don't have any pocket money. And that's why you want me to join? Hee. Jinta scratched his head awkwardly, clearly having been seen through by Conan. Well, I want to ask for your help for free. I promise, if I get Kamen Rider's autograph, I'll share half of my next bento with you, except for the eel rice bento. Jinta raised his hand, swearing earnestly. Forget it. I don't need your bento. Keep it for yourself. Conan rolled his eyes. Aren't Ren's bentos delicious? Besides, he was tea like Jinta. How could he eat so much? How could you be like this? I'm begging you, Conan. This is my lifelong dream. Seeing Conan unflinchingly reject his proposal, Jenna's expression turned a bit despondent as he pleaded desperately. Exactly, Conan. At the very least, I can share half of my bento with you. I can too. And I can even give you a kiss. Hikaru and Ayumi also looked at Conan with pitiful eyes. Pleading. Upon hearing their words, Conan nearly spat out. Hikaru's was fine, but Ayumi, what are you trying to do? Isn't he the type to be swayed by your beauty? Besides, saying that, aren't you afraid of being beaten up by Hikaru and Jinta? Turning back, Conan noticed that the three little ones still maintained their pleading expressions, with even Jinta and Hikaru showing no signs of jealousy. Conan sighed. Who would have thought Kamen Rider's autograph held such allure for them? To obtain it, they were even willing to let their goddess kiss someone else. But then again, Ayumi is just a little child, and Conan isn't a Lilicon. How could he possibly engage in such beastly behavior? He sighed helplessly. First, I don't need any compensation from you. As long as you each treat me once the next time we go out to play, that will suffice. Second, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and catch up. If you stand there any longer, I might really change my mind. The three little ones paused for a moment, then promptly dashed to Conan. I knew Conan was the kindest. Yes, I like Conan the most. Conan, you're amazing. Hearing the raucous voices of the three little ones, a faint smile curved Conan's lips. Surprisingly, even though they were just three little children, this feeling of being praised was quite nice. No wonder Shinichi Kudo always liked to be in the spotlight. However, to avoid becoming enamored with this feeling, Conan quickly adjusted his emotions, a smile lingering on his lips as he shouted, Enough already. Hurry up and follow me. Stop talking so much, or believe me, I might just run away and leave you to work off your debts at the mall. The three little ones hurriedly covered their mouths upon hearing this. Come on, smile for the camera. Say cheese, soon. After a delightful stroll around the snack stalls, the four of them successfully obtained a receipt, secured the autograph of Kamen Rider, and captured a group photo together. Conan glanced disdainfully at the autograph in his hand. The handwriting was crooked and utterly unsightly. The only thing likely to attract these children was the signature of Kamen Rider. Shaking his head, he casually tucked the autograph away and addressed the trio. All right, we've watched the performance, gotten the signatures, and taken the photo. It's getting late now, so everyone should head home and catch up on their homework. But, Yuan-Tai protested, patting his round belly, I'm hungry again. No way, you just ate so much. How can you be hungry again? Conan looked at Yuan-Tai incredulously, remembering that Yuan-Tai had consumed more than half of the snacks he had just bought. It had only been a few minutes. How could he be hungry already? Yuan-Tai shyly chuckled. Stop ing. Conan said with a furrowed brow, Fine, I only have this little money left. You can pick whatever you want to eat. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 coins from his pocket. He hadn't brought much money when he left home today, and after treating the trio to a bunch of snacks, he could only spare these 200 yen for himself. That's enough. I can buy a hot dog. Thanks, Conan. Next time, I'll treat you to eel rice. Yuan-Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly snatched the coins and dashed toward the distant hot dog stand. Watching Yuan-Tai's antics, Conan shook his head helplessly. This was indeed typical of Yuan-Tai. Why are you looking at me like that? No matter how you stare, I can't conjure up any money. Just then, Conan noticed Ayumi gazing at him with her big, sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. It's just that you truly are Conan. You're so cool, Ayumi said with a squint and a smile. The corners of Conan's mouth twitched slightly. Sister, what exactly do you like about me? Can I change? Before long, Yuan-Tai returned, gleefully holding a hot dog. Here, Conan, this is your change. Thanks for today. Next time, just tell me what you want to eat. It's on me. Handing over the change to Conan, Yuan-Tai munched on his hot dog while patting his robust chest. All right, does anyone have anything else to do? If not, let us head home. Conan casually asked, and seeing the trio nod, he led the way towards the elevator. As the sun set, the four of them walked back, discussing the events of the day. By the way, I wonder if Officer Magyar found any evidence against that bad guy in the end. That curator clearly seemed suspicious, Mitsuhiko exclaimed, throwing a few punches in the air. Honestly, that skinny, monkey-like curator really scared me, even in broad daylight. Just standing quietly in the corner staring at me was enough to give me the creeps. Don't worry, since Officer Magyar dared to arrest someone, he must have evidence against him, Conan said, resting his hands behind his head casually. Besides, the library isn't that big. Once we confirm that he hid the items there, finding them shouldn't be too difficult. After all, hiding drugs and books is an age-old method. It's just that we never suspected that curator before. Now that we have evidence, uncovering the crime should be easy. Even if Magyar and the others are a bit slow, there are police dogs to assist. Finding drugs is their specialty. Is that so? Mitsuhiko nodded thoughtfully. But then again, thanks to that curator's misdeeds. How else could we have seen Kamen Rider perform, gotten his autograph, and taken a photo with him? Ayumi smiled at Conan with her eyes narrowed in delight. Exactly. Kamen Rider's autograph is a treasure I must cherish forever. Yuan Tai exclaimed loudly. Listening to their conversation, Conan slowly formed a question mark in his mind. This plot development felt eerily familiar. Was Yuan Tai about to lose his autograph, just as Conan predicted? Yuan Tai suddenly recalled something and hurriedly began checking his pockets. No. Oh no. I lost Kamen Rider's autograph. Oh no. Watching Yuan Tai's frantic movements, Conan finally remembered what was about to happen. This was just like the case of the department store robbery. Surely it can't be that coincidental. Watching the other two help Yuan Tai recall where he had placed the autograph, Conan's mood became rather complicated. Maybe this is just a coincidence? Though he thought this, Conan decisively pulled out his phone. Not to call the police, for they hadn't encountered anything yet. Reporting it now would be akin to being a prophet. He needed to check if his phone still had enough battery left. It was rather glitched that he always ran out of power at crucial moments, after all. Fortunately, there was plenty of battery, but he hoped this was all just his overthinking, putting his phone away. Conan exhaled deeply. Conan, Yuan Tai remembers where he left his autograph. Let us go back and help him look. On the other side, with the combined efforts of the three little ones, Yuan Tai finally recalled the location of his precious autograph. He was excitedly preparing to run back to retrieve it. How about we wait until tomorrow? The shopkeeper might have already kept it safe for you. Conan made one last attempt to dissuade Yuan Tai. Unfortunately, if Yuan Tai's mind could be easily swayed, he wouldn't be Yuan Tai. What do you mean? That Kamen Rider's autograph. It's a treasure. What if someone else takes it? If you don't want to go. I'll go by myself. As expected, Conan sighed helplessly in his heart that it seemed that he couldn't escape this today. All right, let us go together. Speaking of which, didn't we agree that we only encounter one case in a day? What else with this second case? Is the quality lacking, so they're compensating with quantity? Excuse me, security uncle. My friend left something inside. Can we go in to retrieve it? Could you please wait for us a moment? At the entrance of the department store, while the trio was discussing how to sneak in quietly, Conan boldly approached the security guard. Looking pitiful as he inquired, he really couldn't understand why the trio always thought about sneaking in instead of just communicating openly. This was a legitimate department store, not some criminal organization. Well, although they might have genuinely encountered a criminal organization, even criminals wouldn't want to complicate things before being exposed. Please, sir. Seeing Conan act this way, the trio followed suit, looking pleadingly at the guard. All right, but kids, you need to be quick. The security system will activate in 10 minutes. The guard, seeing their pitiful expressions, squatted down and patted Conan's head. Got it. Conan replied loudly and turned to the trio, who were still dazed. What are you waiting for? Hurry in. Although the three were still a bit bewildered, they decisively followed suit. Once they entered the department store, they still hadn't processed what had just happened. Conan, you're amazing. How did you get the security guard to let us in just by talking to him? Ayumi looked at Conan with admiration. Well, it's simple. From the guard's demeanor, he seemed like a kind-hearted person. Generally, if you ask nicely, they won't refuse your request, especially in our case as children. Moreover, we are not here to engage in any nefarious activities. We merely wish to retrieve the belongings left behind by Yuan Tai, so he would certainly have no reason to refuse us. Conan explained with a smile. I see. So as long as I sincerely ask, it should suffice. Then can I not request my mother to prepare eel rice bento for me every day? As if struck by a brilliant idea, a glimmer of drool quietly slipped from the corner of Yuan Tai's mouth. I said, such requests are only suitable for those amiable strangers. Your mother knows you so well. How could she possibly agree to such a thing? A wry line appeared on Conan's forehead. Why is it like this? Yuan Tai's expression instantly fell. All right, stop overthinking. Let's hurry and find your signature. Conan patted Yuan Tai's back, urging him on. He certainly did not wish to be trapped inside the department store. Who knows if there would actually be a mall robber appearing tonight? All right. Upon hearing the mention of his treasure, Yuan Tai instantly perked up, rushing towards the rooftop stall via the elevator. Found it. My treasure. I will never lose you again. Watching his signature intact, nestled in the crevice of the stall, Yuan Tai excitedly retrieved it, cradling it in his arms and rubbing it affectionately. Now that we have found it, let us leave quickly. Conan felt an increasingly ominous sensation in his heart. His intuition warned him that something significant was bound to occur in the department store that night. The three hurriedly dashed downstairs, yet perhaps it was fate, Or perhaps it was inevitable that whenever the four of them gathered, some incident would unfold. In any case, despite Conan's prior alert to the security guards and their rush, the four were still locked inside the department store. How could this happen? Didn't that security uncle promise to wait for us? As the environment dimmed and the heavy door loomed before them, Ayumi fearfully shrank behind Conan. Conan silently sighed within. Perhaps that security brother is currently lying on the floor of the security room. Let's head to the security office. Perhaps we can request their assistance in getting us out. Despite the faint hope, Conan suggested with a what-if mentality. However, upon arriving at the security office door, his last glimmer of hope shattered. Kamen Rider? Ayumi called softly, gazing at the figure inside. Why is Kamen Rider standing there? And why are those security guards tied up? Hikaru, peeking through the door crack, wore a puzzled expression. Conan rolled his eyes. What else could it be? They are the robbers. With that, he took out his phone, preparing to inform Officer Magyar about the situation. Wait, that elevator lady has fainted. Her eyes are wide open. Is she preparing to resist those robbers? All right, let us lend her a helping hand. With this thought, the three squeezed at the door, cautiously attempting to push it open just a fraction to alert the lady of their presence, planning to coordinate and take down the nefarious robbers together. Wait. At this sight, Conan felt his heart nearly stop. The three were unaware of the situation, but he certainly knew that woman was the mastermind of the gang, and she was the one wielding a gun. His call had just been placed, and he wasn't ready for a grand adventure yet. Regrettably, Conan's warning came just a tad too late. Under Conan's alarmed gaze, the door crack was pushed open slightly by the three. The previously composed elevator lady suddenly glared furiously at the door. Hurry! There are people at the door. Capture them. The three froze at her words, recalling the narratives from television.I in such circumstances. Shouldn't they be collaborating with the hostages inside to jointly capture the kidnappers? Why was the hostage lady instead revealing their presence? Idiots! Run. That woman is also part of the gang. He knew it. The three may have appeared changed, but they were still those same mischievous kids. Until now, he had merely kept an eye on them to prevent their antics. Now, it was clear, he had let his guard down, and their mischief had erupted. The three exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, although their minds were slow to catch up, their bodies instinctively followed Conan, rushing outside. Hey, Conan, is something happening? On the other end of the line, Officer Magyar's fatigued voice resonated. Officer Magyar, help, Maruden department store. There are a total of 5 robbers. We've been discovered. As they ran, Conan succinctly relayed the situation to Officer Magyar. What? Give me 10 minutes. I'll gather a team immediately. Officer Magyar's astonished voice came through, not even hanging up the phone before mobilizing personnel. After hanging up, Conan let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as they could hide for 10 minutes, that should be relatively easy, right? With this thought, he shot a glare at the three following behind him. If it weren't for their impulsive actions, how could they have landed in such a perilous predicament? Subsequently, the four huddled together, dodging and weaving throughout the department store, facing the pursuit of 4 robbers. Conan felt utterly exhausted. Initially, they were merely up against 4 ordinary robbers armed with cold weapons, but now the situation had drastically changed, thanks to the antics of Yuan Ta and the others. Not only had the 4 ordinary robbers been exposed, but also the identity of the gun-wielding leader. Thus, the 4 were not only evading surveillance but also fled from the gun-toting gang of robbers. Fortunately, the surveillance system in Conan's world isn't overly advanced. Even within the department store, there are still numerous blind spots. As he evaded the robbers' pursuit, Conan felt a sense of gratitude. If the store had comprehensive surveillance, they wouldn't have lasted even 2 minutes before being caught. However, the number of robbers was still somewhat overwhelming, and considering they were armed, he needed to devise a plan to take down a few of them stealthily. Conan glanced at his watch and his sneakers, contemplating the best opportunity to ambush and eliminate 2 robbers first. Let us hide here for a moment. Just then, he noticed the restroom ahead. A restroom, a perfect place to conceal themselves in such a terrain. Those robbers, who believed they were merely confronting ordinary children, would likely separate in their search. As long as they split up, Conan could utilize his cutting-edge gadgets to take them down one by one. But speaking of which, I really need to enhance my karate skills. Even if I can't match Ran's level, with just half of her proficiency, dealing with a few robbers should be a piece of cake. No, even with Ran's skills, I still have to be cautious. Even the formidable Kyaga Kushinichi wouldn't survive 3 episodes against a group of gunmen. I mustn't get carried away. While Conan pondered, the 3 looked at the restroom in mild disdain. Ah. Do we have to hide in there? Isn't that a dead end? Yes. There's only one exit from the restroom. If we get cornered, Wouldn't we be trapped? Just as Conan was about to say something, Ayumi suddenly crossed her arms, glaring at Yuenta and Hikaru, and assertively declared, I believe in Conan. He must have his reasons for saying that. Don't you agree, Conan? Conan felt a bit flustered. While having such a little admirer was nice, he truly had no romantic interest in Ayumi. Is that so? Well then. Seeing Ayumi standing up for Conan, Yuenta and Hikaru exchanged glances, nodded in agreement. Soon after, the four squeezed into the ladies' restroom. Of course, Conan asserted that the choice of the ladies' restroom was primarily because the armed robber leader was female. If they were to search separately, she would likely choose this side. There were absolutely no other intentions. Soon, noticing the lack of movement in the hallway through the surveillance, the robber leader, holding a walkie-talkie, informed her companions. All right, I understand. Hanging up the communication, the robber leader gazed at the empty hallway, a smirk gradually forming on her lips. This hallway has only 2 exits. It seems those little brats are hiding in here, playing hide and seek. I absolutely adore games like this. Thus, you maintain your position here while I entertain these little rascals. Observing the leader's cold, dark handgun, the robber inwardly scorned her, but outwardly, he respectfully complied with her demands. Little ones, big sister has come to find you. Where are you hiding? Don't conceal yourselves. Come out obediently, and I shall escort you home, shall I? The leader uttered these gentle yet chilling words, all the while searching the corridor. Is it here? She lifted a pile of cardboard boxes, only to find them empty. No. Then is it here? Bam. Oh, it's just a mirror. With a look of disappointment, she released the curtain she had grasped. As she drew back the curtain and caught sight of a shadow within, she immediately fired a shot. Alas, what she saw was merely the reflection in the mirror. Children, do not hide. Wouldn't it be better to behave? As her voice drew closer, those huddled in the restroom stall trembled in fear. Conan, are you certain we will be all right? Yuan-Tai whispered, shaking. Conan had not anticipated such brutality, yet he retained confidence in the doctor's gadgets. Seizing the opportunity, he thought to frighten the 3 little ones. So, will you dare to act recklessly next time? The trio promptly shook their heads in unison. Seeing this, Conan breathed a sigh of relief. If these little rascals could truly remember today's events, it would be splendid. Rest assured, with only her present, there is no cause for alarm. Conan had already retrieved a trash bin from the restroom stall and positioned it before him, adjusting the switch on his shoe for optimal force. In this scenario, with the enemy visible and him concealed, the robber leader was an easy target. Restroom. Children, are you in there? At that moment, the woman's voice echoed from outside the restroom door. Clearly, she had discovered their hiding place. Come on, step out. The restroom is unclean. As her voice grew nearer, Conan held his breath and prepared himself. Is it here? This is it. The instant he saw the woman's head appear, Conan wasted no time. Kicking the trash bin towards her direction, due to his excessive force, the bin crumpled inwards. Caught off guard, the unsuspecting robber leader succumbed to Conan's well-timed strike and collapsed without a hint of surprise. What was that? The loud crash alerted even the robber stationed at the corridor entrance. After a moment's hesitation, he drew his dagger and cautiously approached, after disarming the robber of his only firearm. Conan felt considerably more at ease. As for the unfortunate soul arriving with a knife, a swift dose of tranquilizer rendered him unconscious in an instant, with 2 members of the robber group incapacitated. Conan and his companions found themselves in a far more manageable situation, easily holding out until Officer Megur's arrival. With dark circles under his eyes, Officer Megur looked at Conan with exasperation. Could you not stir up trouble while I was away? I just returned from Tsukikage Island today. Conan sheepishly scratched his head. Well, nothing much happened last week, did it? The moment he uttered those words, Megur felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. Yes. While nothing occurred during the past week for Conan, he had not been in the country either. Just wrap it up. Megur sighed, gesturing to the officers behind him as he escorted the robbers back to the police station, also ensuring Conan and his friends were returned safely. As night fell, Conan lay in his bunk, reflecting on the day's events. Suddenly, he realized that he had perhaps been too lenient with the 3 little ones. For instance, when Yuan-Tai insisted on returning to the department store to collect autographs. Had he taken a firmer stance, threatening to inform their parents, perhaps the evening's ordeal could have been averted. Although Yuan-Tai might harbor some resentment, the mere mention of parental notification would carry significant weight for children of their age. If, during their exploration of the underground security room, he had reminded the trio to be cautious, they might not have taken the initiative to push open the door. While the outcome appeared favorable, with the robber group apprehended and no harm befalling them, it did not mean that all was perfect. He was not a proponent of outcome-based reasoning. Even if the result was positive, the process was equally vital. One should not overlook the perils encountered along the way, especially when facing armed robbers who would not hesitate to shoot. A single misstep could have led to dire consequences. In truth, there were often alternative choices available to guide the three little ones down a safer path, mitigating these risks. However, after a series of twists and turns, the situation had ultimately escalated, placing everyone in the midst of a life-threatening scenario. Even in confronting those robbers, he had been taking risks. Yes, the robbers had separated as he had anticipated, allowing them to be defeated one by one. Seemingly a triumphant outcome, but what if? What if the robbers had not split up? Those children could have found themselves cornered by four ruthless criminals, and today could have marked their final farewell. Furthermore, he had also grown complacent. Perhaps it was due to a prolonged absence from any cases. In any case, Conan's vigilance had waned considerably, even though numerous details and hints had emerged prior to the incident. He had somehow convinced himself that he would encounter only one case per day, failing to connect those details to the unfolding events, the department store, the masked superhero stage play, the autograph session, and the sausage Yuan Tai had consumed. He had known all along that something was amiss in the timing and plot of this world. Had he not, never mind, he would take this experience as a lesson. Tomorrow, he would also remind those three little ones to think before they acted. Well then, that's enough for today. Time to sleep. He still needed to train in the mental space, having succinctly summarized the day's experiences. Conan closed his eyes and entered the realm of his mental space. Speaking of which, I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something. Never mind, if it's not on my mind. It must not be significant. Time to train. With that thought, Conan dismissed the peculiar sensation and began his exercises. Possessing absolute memory, he would not forget. If prompted, he could recall every detail of his past. However, in general, aside from particularly important matters, he would selectively refrain from revisiting other memories. Thus, the memories he could forget were likely inconsequential. As he trained, Conan pondered this notion. Yet, this line of thought only lasted through the night. Later, whenever he recalled his earlier mindset, he wished he could traverse back in time and silence that version of himself. The following day at school, Conan, can you explain to the teacher why you are the only student in class who has not submitted the reading report? Facing his teacher, who wore a warm smile and appeared exceedingly kind, Conan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling dread coursing through him. Well, teacher, yesterday I was with Yuan Tai and Hikaru. We intended to study at the library, but we encountered some issues, and the library was closed. Later, we were locked inside the department store and faced a group of robbers, since we returned a bit late. I forgot to complete my assignment. The honest Conan hung his head, inwardly chastising himself for having forgotten this detail. It had been years since he had experienced the frustration of forgetting an assignment. Wait, did Teacher Yudo just say something? I'm the only one who hasn't submitted. Suddenly, Conan noticed the crucial detail in Teacher Yudo's words. He lifted his gaze to Yuan Tai, and the others. As his eyes swept over them, the trio lowered their heads one by one, avoiding his gaze. Oh, that was the case. Teacher Yudo smiled and nodded. Let us not discuss why you waited until the last day of the holiday to start your assignment. But Yuan Tai, can you tell our classmate Conan why, despite experiencing the same events yesterday, you were able to finish your report? Yuan Tai timidly raised his head, casting a glance at the teacher before shifting his gaze to Conan, whose face bore the words, "You actually betrayed me." In a hushed tone, he murmured, It was my mother's request. She said that if I didn't finish my homework, she wouldn't prepare eel rice bento for me for the entire week. All right, Hikaru, what about you? Hikaru stood up, his head bowed, reluctant to meet Conan's gaze. I, like Yuan Tai, finished my homework last night. Did you hear that, Conan? Not completing your homework means you haven't completed it. Do not concoct useless excuses. The teacher admonished. Now, remember to summon your guardian. I need to have a serious discussion with them. Teacher, that's impossible. My parents are out of town and can't make it. Is that so? Your parents are unavailable? The teacher nodded at Conan's hopeful expression. In that case, who is your guardian? Bring them here. Failing to complete homework is no trivial matter. I must have a thorough conversation with your guardian. Or do you think I should conduct a home visit instead? Thus, for the first time, Conan found himself summoned due to unfinished homework, a moment worth celebrating, indeed, naturally, to prevent Uncle Muri and the others from discovering this incident. The perplexed Dr. Agasa was unwittingly lured to the school by Conan, where he received a stern reprimand from the teacher. Speaking of which, it seems I have yet to explore a new skill. Last night, I was so engrossed in practicing martial arts that I completely overlooked the system's notifications. It wasn't until Dr. Agasa arrived, looking utterly bewildered, and then departed in the same state, that I finally turned my attention to the system's prompt, system notification. Given that you successfully utilized a sneak attack to eliminate a highly threatening enemy and effectively attracted and defeated their accomplice, you have acquired a new skill, Infiltration Mugen. Infiltration Mugen. Those possessing this ability can actively diminish their presence, making it difficult for others to perceive them. The skill becomes ineffective once contact is made with others or attention-grabbing actions are performed. Due to the host's behavior, once the skill is rendered ineffective, your presence will significantly increase. The higher the level, the greater the degree of reduction, and it can also lower the presence of those nearby. Gazing at the somewhat absurd new skill, Conan fell silent. While diminishing one's presence is indeed a commendable ability, what on earth does Mugen imply? Is it suggesting that as long as everyone is eliminated, one has successfully infiltrated? Conan scowled in exasperation. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with this skill. If utilized effectively, reducing one's presence could indeed be a remarkable technique. Thus, time, in its mysterious ways, continues to astound Conan. This marks yet another occasion for him to lament the peculiarities of time in this chaotic timeline. What can he say? He has yet again been granted a holiday. Indeed, after just 2 days of classes, time has inexplicably misaligned once more, fabricating yet another brief vacation. Naturally, Conan was elated. After all, who could possibly dislike a holiday? However, his cheerful disposition vanished in an instant upon hearing Uncle Muri mention plans to take them out for a day of fun. There was no escaping the formula. Muri plus Rand plus Conan plus travel equals a case. This equation was etched clearly in his mind. Yet, observing the gleam of anticipation on Muri and Rand's faces, Conan reluctantly accepted this reality. To ensure their upcoming trip proceeded smoothly, he would need to pester the doctor a bit more, at the very least. He needed to get that belt that can shoot soccer balls crafted. After all, compared to a one-time use watch and his own slender limbs, soccer shoes were his most formidable tool. However, similarly, the destructive potential of kicking anything other than a soccer ball was far too great. Like the previous incidents involving Director Oki and the shoplifting lady at the department store, both were still recuperating in the hospital due to concussions. Speaking of which, since the doctor is so capable, perhaps he should try inventing some more intriguing gadgets in advance, like drones or something. Although the doctor is already quite wealthy, it wouldn't hurt to earn a bit more, would it? Who knows when he might need to cash in. By the way, what of Fuchsia? Has she really been waiting for the doctor for 40 years? Such childhood sweethearts are quite absurd. Even if the doctor has grown somewhat unappealing, would she still be willing to wait another decade? However, this could be advantageous. I recall her letter was hidden behind the television at the doctor's house. I should find some time to check it. I cannot let Rio wait any longer. Conan, who frequently troubled the doctor to develop gadgets, sat on the office sofa, contemplating how to assist the doctor in resolving his lifelong dilemma. Just then, the office door was abruptly pushed open. Rand entered, accompanied by a brown-haired girl. Upon seeing this girl, Conan momentarily froze. For some unknown reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of crisis emanating from this unfamiliar girl. What is going on? She is just an ordinary girl, not my mother disguised as a hefty woman. How could she possibly instill such a sense of peril? Though he could not discern her identity due to the stark difference in style, he felt an inexplicable dread, as if he were facing a life-threatening crisis. Dad, we have a guest. Uncle Muri furrowed his brow, setting down the magazine he was holding. A guest at this hour. All right, please register your information. His planned outing was set for 2 days later. Completing a task in the meantime should pose no issue. Okay, sure. The girl nodded timidly, taking the registration form and writing her name on it. Akagi Ryoko? Conan's heart raced upon seeing the name she had written down. He remembered her, the one who claimed to be his girlfriend. What nonsense. She was not here to commission him. She evidently sought his demise. What to do? What to do? Help me, help me. Conan frantically looked around, genuinely panicking. Never mind, let's try this approach. Although I prefer not to let more people know of Shinichi Kudo's activities. It is certainly better than being beaten to a pulp by Rand. With that thought, Conan looked up at Rand and said, Rand, I still have some things to tidy up. I'll head upstairs for now. All right, make sure to pack your things well. Rand smiled gently at Conan. To an observer, who could ever suspect that such a delicate beauty could punch through a concrete utility pole? Okay, Conan replied before hurriedly making his way downstairs. Standing at the top of the stairs, he listened intently to the commotion above. What? You say Shinichi is your boyfriend? Moments later, a deafening voice erupted from upstairs. Conan shivered at the sound. If this matter were mishandled, Shinichi Kudo's prominent identity would truly be permanently sealed. With this in mind, he hesitated no longer. After stepping back a little, he took out his phone and called the office. Hello, Muri Detective Agency. There seems to be an urgent situation here. If you aren't in a rush, you may call back later. On the other end of the line, Rand's voice was devoid of inflection. Hearing her tone, Conan felt a shiver run down his spine. Rand, it's me. How have you been? Before Conan could finish, a thunderous roar erupted from the other end of the line. Shinichi, you scoundrel. Where have you been? Hurry back. Your secret is out. You better confess everything to me right now. Listening to the booming voice from the receiver, Conan was somewhat relieved he hadn't made that call from the office. He feigned ignorance, asking, My secret is out. I haven't done anything. Didn't I mention earlier? My situation is a bit complicated, and I had to conceal some things from you. Still lying. Your girlfriend has already found her way to my house. Rand's voice trembled. Hearing her tone, Conan's heart nearly stopped. It sounded as if Rand was on the verge of tears. At that moment, she truly was about to cry. The boy she admired had a girlfriend, and while she felt wronged, she would quietly wish them well in her heart. But why deceive her? Why keep it from her? Why pretend that nothing had happened under the pretense of solving a case? Shinichi, you have gone too far. Wait, Haven T, we grown up together since childhood. You should know whether I have a girlfriend or not. Conan diligently sought to defend himself. However, this young woman, indeed, based on her understanding of Shinichi, although he was well-liked and had received numerous love letters, she had never heard of him having a girlfriend. So, this girl is actually here to deceive. With this thought, Xiaolan's gaze towards Akagi Ryuko gradually became perilous. Sensing a chill creeping in, Akagi Ryuko recoiled. Cautiously asking, is it a robber? Has he been watching me all along? Then what about Sho? Let's do this. Put it on speakerphone and let her answer. I want to see who my girlfriend truly is. After contemplating for a moment, Conan spoke. All right. Xiaolan nodded and activated the speaker. Miss Ryuko, Shinichi is calling for you. No, it's not necessary. I made a mistake. I apologize for interrupting you, assuming that the kidnapper was secretly observing. Ryuko hurriedly shook her head. Grabbing her backpack in preparation to leave the office, Miss Ryuko, although I do not know why you claim to be my girlfriend, are you truly willing to be coerced like this? Shinichi's voice resonated from the phone, causing Akagi Ryuko to halt in her tracks, trembling all over. How do you know? Though her voice was faint, fortunately, she was close enough to the phone for Conan to barely catch her words. What other reason could there be? Spoilers. After mentally scoffing, Conan feigned a grand demeanor, speaking in a calm tone. Of course, it's because I am a detective. That brat. Mori's face darkened immediately. What does that mean? Is he mocking him? Everyone is a detective. How come he didn't notice that this girl was hiding something? That voice must belong to Uncle Mori. You simply didn't think of this because you view it from an elder's perspective, enjoying the youthful antics of us youngsters without considering other angles. If you were willing, you could surely discern the issues that exist with this young lady. Hearing Mori's complaints, Conan seized the opportunity to flatter him. Compliments are free, and it also helps to boost the father-in-law's favorability. Why not? Indeed, you know how to speak well. Kid. Mori nodded in satisfaction. One could only say he was completely under Conan's thumb. Wait, Dad. Are you here for amusement? Xiaolan was displeased. She was nearly livid. Her father was actually here for entertainment. No, Xiaolan, you've misunderstood. That wasn't my intention. Observing his daughter's expression, a large danger character appeared above Mori's head. What about my situation? Akagi Ryuko stood awkwardly to the side, looking helplessly at this family. It seemed she was the main character in this incident, yet everyone was ignoring her. Ahem. In any case, Miss Ryuko, due to some special circumstances, I cannot intervene. If you encounter any trouble, you may ask Uncle Mori for assistance. Remember to convey the real situation you are facing. Is that clear? Conan emphasized the phrase real situation. He certainly did not want to hear this lady exaggerate later about having kissed him. As for the person threatening you, you need not worry. If he has been monitoring your situation, he would have already sent you a threatening message the moment you entered Mori's office. That being said, I have some matters to attend to, so I must hang up. With that, Conan promptly ended the call. Phew, this should suffice to cover it. Regarding Akagi Ryuko's incident, I recall it stemmed from a misunderstanding. Truly, in the town of Mihan, where everyone is a fierce bandit, a mere misunderstanding can lead to wielding knives and guns. Sighing helplessly, Conan stood at the office door, adjusting his demeanor. Sister Xiaolan. I am back. Conan, your timing is perfect. Miss Ryuko said her friend's younger brother has been kidnapped. It seems her friend's house may be under surveillance by the kidnappers, so Dad can't go. Let's check it out. Upon Conan's return, Xiaolan waved him over, signaling him to follow. Huh. Oh. But if Uncle Mori isn't going, can just the two of us really manage? You two can't. Mori shot a sidelong glance at Conan, uttering words that made Conan's heart tighten. Before Conan could press further, Muri diverted his gaze back to the magazine in his hands. Well, given your numbers, you wouldn't be able to catch the culprit anyway. So, you two should just go confirm the situation first. If Miss Ryuko leads you in without incident, I will naturally follow. With that, Muri flipped through the magazine again. To be fair, occasionally perusing a magazine isn't a bad choice. If only it were a magazine featuring beautiful women. Thank you. Ryuko deeply bowed in gratitude to Maorai. No need. Since you haven't trusted me, I will certainly do my utmost to resolve this matter for you. Now, let's not waste any more time. We need to hurry. Didn't you say the kidnappers demanded Akagi Ayu to throw the match? Setting aside the magazine, Muri rose and addressed everyone. However, he muttered a few words under his breath. Throwing a match? What a novel form of threat. Unless losing becomes a consistent occurrence, what good does it do? Hearing Muri's murmurs, Conan felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, Akagi Ayu wasn't a star standing at the center of attention. It was merely a loss in one match. As long as he bounced back next time, he would still be that beloved hero. As for the upcoming case, there was naturally not much to say. Although Muri was somewhat careless, the key point was that this kidnapping wasn't a legitimate kidnapping case. Unfortunately, the kidnapper named Kamimura Naoki, despite his brute strength, had utterly wrecked the room. However, he resorted to tearing down the message left by Sho, and he didn't tear it cleanly. Ultimately, through Conan's subtle hints, Muri easily deduced the identity of the kidnapper, Kamimura Naoki. Nonetheless, the poor security door still did not escape this ordeal, but this time, it was destroyed out of concern for the hostage's safety. If it knew of its fate, it might find solace in the manner of its demise. Though both were damaged, at least this was preferable to being ruined out of jealousy. As for the conclusion, naturally, it was a happy ending. Sho was unharmed, and upon hearing Ayu's words during the post-match interview, Naoki successfully entered a state of remorse. Yet another day without anyone getting hurt. Security door. Of course. Conan once again reflected on the passage of time. How amusing. When they arrived at Naoki's home, the match had only just entered its second half. Yet, after Naoki's confession, the match inexplicably ended. Had they transcended time? I thought Dad was joking, but it turns out he really did take us out for a trip. In Saitama Prefecture, at the location of the Tenkaichi Festival, Xiaolan led Conan, following Uncle Muri. As she incessantly snapped photos of their surroundings, she had initially thought Muri's so-called trip would be like before, either a self-driving tour to the nearest hot spring or a beach outing disguised as a vacation to enjoy the sight of beautiful women. Little did she expect that this time he was serious. He genuinely took her out for a trip. Who said that? I have also taken you on trips before. Uncle Muri, like an animal whose tail had been stepped on. Jumped in agitation. This girl always remembered his misdeeds. Then tell me, which time was it that you didn't take me along because of a commission? Xiaolan placed her hands on her hips. Glaring intently at her father. The time I took you to the amusement park when you were little? Muri scratched his head, somewhat awkwardly stating. Hey, does it really require jumping back to childhood for that? Conan stared at Uncle Muri with deadpan eyes. No wonder Xiaolan occasionally flies into a rage at Uncle. Anyone would in her position. Childhood? Wasn't that because I scored full marks, and you and Mom promised to take me out? Xiaolan questioned Muri, her gaze unwavering, including later, every time we went out. Wasn't it because of Mom? Faced with Xiaolan's inquiries, Muri felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, if there's a chance in the future, I will definitely take you out more. No need. Just then, Xiaolan smiled slightly, revealing her ultimate objective. As long as you bring Mom back, that's all that matters. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uncle Muri resolutely rejected the idea, exclaiming, that woman, why should she come back? Absolutely not. Daddy. Observing Uncle Muri's steadfast refusal, Xiaolan could not help but feel a surge of anger. The relationship between Uncle Muri and Andingli is truly awkward. Conan thought to himself, shaking his head in resignation. These two are as stubborn as they come, neither willing to yield easily. Moreover, given Uncle Muri's temperament, even if Xiaolan managed to cheer Andingli up, Uncle Muri could just as easily shatter her feelings of gratitude. Could it be that Uncle is doing this on purpose? Is there a hidden agenda? But that didn't seem plausible. If Uncle had a secret mission, he wouldn't have been idling away in the office all these years. Reflecting on the plot of the anime, Conan ultimately dismissed the notion of Uncle Muri harboring a hidden identity. In the original story, he might have guessed Conan's true identity, but a hidden agenda was simply out of the question. Who has an undercover agent lounging at home, smoking, drinking, and chasing idols all day, watching the interaction between the father and daughter? Conan shook his head and ceased his futile speculation. Conan, hurry up and catch up. Xiaolan called out loudly as she noticed Conan lagging behind. Okay, I got it. Conan replied, racing towards them. The The festival is upon us. That unfortunate murderer should arrive tomorrow, just in time to enjoy the festivities. Recalling the events he had seen in his previous life and factoring in the festival's schedule, a smile graced Conan's face. Finally, he could relish a day of enjoyment. He had never participated in such a so-called festival before. Conan, do you want this? Yes, Daddy. Oh, I'm coming. Conan, do you want to play this? I want to play, Daddy. I understand. Conan. Daddy. All right. The familiar exchange recurred. With Conan clutching a candy apple in one hand and takoyaki in the other, his mouth continually munching on various snacks, that moment, Xiaolan mirrored him, holding candy in one hand and snacks in the other. Indulging in a variety of treats. As for Uncle Muri, he fared even worse. He carried a bag of goldfish in one hand and a collection of plush toys in the other. On top of that, he had a gigantic teddy bear strapped to his back. All of this was a result of the bountiful harvest by Xiaolan and Conan. As a top-tier combatant, Xiaolan adeptly handled the situation. Catching goldfish was merely child's play for her. She single-handedly scooped up more than half of the goldfish from the vendor. The only reason she stopped was out of pity for the vendor's forlorn expression. However, after Xiaolan ceased, Conan's enthusiasm surged. Although he initially struggled to control his strength as precisely as Xiaolan, leading to the tearing of a few paper nets, he soon grasped the essence of the game. The vendor's expressions transitioned from relief to encouragement and ultimately to horror, as Conan effortlessly captured the remaining goldfish. Naturally, they didn't take all the goldfish home. They merely selected a few particularly attractive ones and returned the rest to the vendor out of compassion. As for the toys, that was entirely Conan's achievement. Although he primarily trained in karate within his mental space, this did not mean he neglected firearms training. Let us not forget that in modern society, the threat posed by firearms is still quite formidable. Kayagaku can dodge bullets, and Ishikawa can slice them, but such abilities are rare. Moreover, even the most skilled must flee when faced with a group of gunmen. Thus, Conan still found time to hone his shooting skills. At the very least, he could now hit his target every time within a 50-meter range. The unfortunate vendor, who had altered the conditions of the shooting game, could only watch in disbelief as Conan, after a single miss, proceeded to hit every target with precision, sweeping away all the prizes he had prepared. Observing Xiaolan eagerly leading Conan to the next shop. A cold sweat trickled down Uncle Muri's forehead. Wait, this is enough. We can come back tomorrow night. Let's save the rest for then. Is that all right? What do you think, Conan? Xiaolan pondered for a moment before leaning down to ask Conan for his opinion. After swallowing the last takoyaki, Conan rubbed his belly and answered, I'm about full. How about you, Sister Xiaolan? Me too. All right then, Daddy, let's head back. Seeing Xiaolan's agreement, Uncle Muri felt a sense of relief. If they continued shopping, not only would his wallet suffer, but he himself would be unable to bear it. Most importantly, time was running short. You two rest for a moment. I have something to attend to. After bringing 2 bags of goodies back to their room, Uncle Muri stood before the mirror, tidied up his appearance, casually muttering a few words, and then headed toward the door. All right, Xiaolan replied without looking up, busy organizing their haul from the day. I'll head out first. Xiaolan, don't stay out too late. Remember to get some rest. With that, Uncle Muri pushed the door open and stepped outside. However, the moment he left the room, Xiaolan abruptly lifted her head, startling Conan, who had been sprawled on the bed. Sister Xiaolan, what's wrong? Sensing the alertness in Xiaolan's eyes, Conan felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Something's off with Daddy, Xiaolan said, her eyes gleaming with a light of wisdom. He has never been this generous before. Taking us on a trip, spending money for us to enjoy the festival. He is definitely hiding something. Moreover, he specifically returned to groom himself. It doesn't align with Daddy's character. He must be concealing some secret. So what? Conan asked, somewhat puzzled. Is it common for the Muri family to unlock their full potential in unusual situations? Uncle Muri when it involves family, and Xiaolan when it comes to catching a cheater? So, Conan, let's catch up to Daddy and see where he is headed and who he is meeting. Xiaolan's eyes blazed with determination. She would not allow anyone to disrupt her family. I understand. Seeing Xiaolan's fiery resolve, Conan weakly acquiesced. Sister Xiaolan, wait for me to change. He was still dressed in a yukata. While it was fine for the festival, trailing someone was another matter altogether, too conspicuous and inconvenient. However, Xiaolan did not grant him this opportunity. Instead, she swiftly hoisted him up. There's no time. If we waste a moment changing, we won't know where Daddy is gone. Wait. Before Conan could finish his sentence, he was dragged outside by Xiaolan. No, even if we are chasing. At least let me put on my shoes. Conan lamented silently in his heart. Downstairs in the hotel, Uncle Mori glanced around before hailing a taxi and getting in. Of course, Daddy must be lying to us. Otherwise, why would he splurge on a taxi? Xiaolan muttered to herself as she held onto Conan. As for why she was holding him, just look at his bare feet to understand. The incident had occurred so suddenly that he had been lying on the bed before Xiaolan pulled him out. He hadn't even put on his shoes, let alone his socks. Taxi. Xiaolan scanned her surroundings and flagged down a taxi, pointing to the one her father had boarded. Driver, please follow that car. My daddy is in it. The driver chuckled upon hearing this. Ah, now this is juicy. Don't worry, little girl. I'm an experienced driver. With me around, we won't lose track. With that, he shifted into gear and sped off in pursuit of Uncle Muri's taxi. Sitting in Xiaolan's embrace, Conan, noticing her furious expression, shrank back and quietly asked, Sister Xiaolan, do you have any money with you? Don't worry. Xiaolan fixed her gaze intently on the car her father was seated in. I'll just have him pay later. I truly wonder who summoned him out on such a late night. Uncle Mori, I hope your outing tonight is genuinely for an important matter, rather than a frivolous rendezvous at an izakaya seeking out a mama-san. Otherwise, you shall be left to your own devices. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, Conan chose to remain silent, bowing his head and burying it in Xiaolan's embrace, silently praying for Uncle Mori. Indeed, it was rather soft in Xiaolan's arms. After a while, the two cars continued to traverse the road, and soon, the taxi in front came to a halt at the entrance of an upscale hotel. Damn it. I knew it. My father, dressed so splendidly at this late hour, must be up to no good. Observing the hotel beside the taxi, Xiaolan's fists clenched tightly. Xiaolan, hold your horses. Perhaps someone genuinely arranged a meeting with Uncle Mori here. Conan hastily attempted to reassure her. Not wishing for her to unleash her anger with a single punch, the taxi driver would surely be in tears. Xiaolan contemplated for a moment. While the odds were slim, there was indeed a possibility. With this thought, her tightly clenched fist loosened slightly. Seeing this, Conan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, casting a sympathetic glance at the oblivious driver. This driver would forever remain unaware that his vehicle had just navigated a perilous crisis. Miss, we've arrived. The driver stopped the car, smiling at Xiaolan. How delightful, to earn money and enjoy the spectacle. Good sir, please wait a moment. I'll find someone to settle the bill. With that, Xiaolan boldly flung open the car door and strode toward Mori's direction. Father, did you not say you had important business to attend to? Is this your idea of a serious matter? Xiaolan, what are you doing here? Upon hearing Xiaolan's voice, Uncle Mori turned to look, retreating a few steps in a fluster. What? If you were here for a legitimate business meeting, you wouldn't be worried about my presence with Conan. Or are you concerned about me being discovered while seeking out another woman? How can you face mother? Xiaolan's voice grew louder, her relentless questioning forcing Mori to back away in fear. However, upon hearing Xiaolan mention Heiji, a flicker of complex emotions crossed Mori's face. And a surge of courage welled within him. Why do you bring her up? What does that old woman have to do with this? The moment those words escaped him, Mori quickly covered his mouth. Realizing he had misspoken. As expected, the flames of Xiaolan's fury intensified. Her eyes filled with a fierce determination. What did you say? Without warning, Xiaolan's fist struck a nearby utility pole, smiling sweetly at her father. Father. What did you just say? Could you repeat that? Crack. A deep dent appeared where Xiaolan's fist made contact, and with a series of cracking sounds, the pole splintered and fell. Witnessing this scene, Mori swallowed hard. While the taxi driver, who had been casually observing from the vehicle, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back upon recalling the girl who had just been beside him. Suddenly, he decisively slammed the door shut and sped away. After all, what was money compared to preserving one's life? As Mori found himself cornered by Xiaolan's relentless questioning, a gentle voice broke the tension. Mr. Mori, you've arrived. Xiaolan, you are here too? Miss Yoko. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiaolan was taken aback, wondering why Miss Yoko would be here. Could it be that she was the one who summoned her father to this hotel at such a late hour? Xiaolan stood frozen, her mind in disarray. Miss Yoko, you have come. Mori hastily adjusted his attire, relieved as he spoke. See, I told you. I genuinely have important matters to attend to. He had come here because Miss Yoko had invited him. But bringing his daughter along to meet a female fan felt rather peculiar. I'm sorry. Father, I misunderstood you, Xiaolan said, feeling a bit awkward as she embraced Conan, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just as Mori was about to press his advantage, Yoko suddenly smiled and said, It's all right. It's all right. I originally intended to invite you both along. However, Mr. Mori mentioned you were unavailable, so I was quite surprised to see you here. I was hoping to have a good chat with Miss Xiaolan. Father. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan turned to her father, astonished as she had no prior knowledge of such an arrangement. Haha, Miss Yoko. Shall we head inside? Did you not mention you had something to discuss with me? Yoko looked around with a hint of confusion, sensing that something had transpired that she was unaware of. Nonetheless, she did not inquire further. Mr. Mori, Miss Xiaolan, please accompany me. With that, she led everyone into the hotel. Conan, cradled in Xiaolan's arms, stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Wait, are we really entering a hotel? Are there no paparazzi in this world? Miss Yoko, emerging from a hotel at this hour to greet an older gentleman. Imagine if a paparazzo caught that. However, seeing that Yoko appeared unfazed, what could Conan say? After all, he was merely a small accessory lying in Xiaolan's embrace, unable to do anything. Conan adjusted his position, seeking a more comfortable spot to rest, lazily reflecting on the situation. As for what followed, Uncle Mori's anticipated scenario did not unfold, for Yoko merely guided them to the hotel restaurant. Director Jindo, Mr. Mori, I have brought him to you. The next matters are best discussed directly with him. I shall not intrude. Miss Xiaolan, come, let us sit aside. Please share with me your recent experiences. I am quite curious about the adventures of Detective Mori. Wasn't it Miss Yoko who invited my father, at this moment? It wasn't just Xiaolan who was perplexed. Mori was equally astonished. Wasn't it Miss Yoko who had invited him? What on earth was going on? Did I not mention on the phone? The director wishes to invite you to serve as the detective consultant for an upcoming production. And he specifically asked me to contact you. Have you forgotten? Yoko, too, wore a look of surprise. She had clearly conveyed these details to Mori Kagoro over the phone. Why did he now appear utterly clueless? Or was it that he was intentionally acting oblivious because he did not plan to accept the invitation? A faint blush crept onto Mori's face. What could he say? Upon receiving Miss Yoko's invitation, he had become so enraptured that he paid no heed to what Yoko had said afterward. The director, noticing Mori's embarrassment, chuckled and stood up. No worries, Mr. Mori. As a renowned detective, you cannot simply agree to such requests. If the television production fails, it would tarnish your reputation. Yoko, could you please fetch Miss Edogawa? Let Mr. Mori meet our esteemed screenwriter. I believe that after witnessing Miss Edogawa's script, Mr. Mori will have a newfound appreciation for our production team. Edogawa. Upon hearing that name, Conan's heart stirred slightly. It seemed he had encountered that name before. Could it be yet another perpetrator or victim from a case? Goodness, Director Jindo certainly knows how to delegate. Xiaolan, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Just as Conan was deep in thought, Yoko exchanged a few playful remarks with the director before rising to leave. By the way, Miss Yoko, could you please bring a pair of slippers for Conan? I was in a bit of a rush when I left. Feeling a bit shy, Xiaolan hesitantly made the request as Yoko prepared to depart. No need. Really, it's unnecessary. Conan, nestled in Xiaolan's arms, was taken aback and internally lamented. After all, he had finally managed to experience Xiaolan's gentle embrace, and he certainly didn't want to leave. Alas, this was merely a beautiful dream. Yoko waved goodbye to Xiaolan, signaling her understanding, and then walked away without looking back. Come, Mr. Mori, let's sit down and discuss the consultant role over a drink. As the director observed Yangzi's departure, he seized the opportunity to pull Maori aside, grinning as he remarked, speaking of which, the flavor of the sake at this inn is truly exceptional. Just as Maori was about to acquiesce, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura emanating from behind him. Turning around, he discovered Conan's sister, Xiaolan, glaring fiercely in his direction. About that, the sake, Xiaolan, dear sister, Conan tugged at Xiaolan's sleeve. Uncle Maori needs to discuss business with someone, and such matters are best handled over drinks. Just ensure he doesn't indulge too much, and for today, let's ease the restrictions on him. Xiaolan rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. Well, Conan does make a valid point. With that thought in mind, she smiled at Maori, saying, in that case, I'll make an exception today and allow you to enjoy a drink, but do be cautious not to overindulge, as we still need to return home tonight. All right. Uncle Maori beamed as he approached, ruffling Conan's hair. Thanks a bunch, kid. If you want anything, just let me know tomorrow. It's on me. Haha, Mr. Maori, your daughter is truly quite strict with you, Director Quintong observed, patting Maori on the shoulder with a knowing smile. Whether intentional or not, his comment caused Maori, a staunch traditionalist, to furrow his brow slightly. After all, during the last health check, the doctor had specifically advised him to cut back on alcohol, as his daughter, Xiaolan, naturally had to keep a close watch over him. This was something Uncle Maori himself had requested. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Maori? Seeing the situation unfold, Conan quickly interjected. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glare at the director. Indeed, the residents of Miwa were astute. This director, despite being just an ordinary passerby, was no exception. Ah, yes, exactly. Uncle Maori scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. What can I say? People have their little vices. I enjoy a drink now and then. And perhaps a smoke too. But look at the mess that's arisen. That's why I asked my daughter to help me cut back. I see. It seems your family life isn't entirely smooth sailing. Is it? Is your wife too domineering? Quentong attempted to steer the conversation towards a more personal topic, hoping to forge a closer connection with Maori. However, upon hearing Quentong's words, Conan felt a sense of relief. What was this guy thinking? If he wanted to bond with Uncle Maori, discussing family matters was hardly the best approach. Topics like horse racing, idols, or izakayas would have been far more suitable, as anticipated. Upon hearing Quentong's remarks, Maori, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly regained his sharpness. My family? It's all right, I suppose. Are you suggesting there are issues at home? From that moment on, the conversational reins were firmly in Uncle Mori's hands. Xiaolan leaned closer to Conan, her brow furrowed with confusion. Why do I feel there's a heavy tension between Dad and that director? And why did you say that earlier? Dad mentioned he asked me to help him quit drinking. Well, Xiaolan, consider Uncle Mori's personality. If he truly felt you were trying to control him, wouldn't he find it embarrassing? If he feels humiliated, it will only make it harder for you to manage him in the future regarding smoking and drinking. As for Quentong's attempts at empathy to draw closer to Maori, Conan decided to remain silent. After all, he was merely an innocent child. Such complexities were beyond his understanding. That's a fair point. Xiaolan nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, on Uncle Mori's side, Director Quentong quickly found himself overwhelmed by Mori's assertiveness. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he brightened as if spotting a lifeline, gesturing towards the entrance. Miss Dogai, over here. Mr. Maori, this lovely lady is our team's screenwriter. Don't let her youth fool you. Her writing skills are remarkably solid. Miss Dogai, come show Mr. Maori the script you've pinned. Dogai Miyako hesitated. But, Director, isn't the script supposed to be confidential at this stage? Oh, come now. The director waved dismissively. Confidentiality is for outsiders. How could someone as distinguished as Mr. Maori be interested in my humble scribbles? Upon hearing this, Maori merely smiled, took a sip of his drink, and said nothing further. Had the director simply accompanied him for a drink without delving into unnecessary topics, he might have engaged more amiably. However, since he had chosen to meddle in family matters from the outset, Maori felt compelled to decline any further engagement. Their relationship was merely casual. There was no way he would allow the director to undermine his authority. Realizing his attempts had failed, Quentong sighed in resignation. Well then, let's at least show Mr. Maori the script. After all, we need to ensure our production won't tarnish his reputation, right? Very well. Seeing the director's insistence, the screenwriter, Dogai, had no objections. She retrieved a stack of manuscripts from her bag and handed them to Uncle Maori. This seems promising, Maori remarked, his interest peaked. So, Director, shall we discuss the compensation next? After briefly perusing the script, Mori's eyes lit up. The story penned by this screenwriter was quite intriguing. If the filming went smoothly, it might even become a sensational hit. If managed well, this could be a marvelous opportunity to enhance his reputation. With this thought in mind, Maori turned to Director Quentong, his face beaming with delight. Glad to hear it. Quentong wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing he was in for a financial strain today. Sister, your name is Dogai Miyako, isn't it? Upon seeing her in person and with the keyword retrieval, Conan recalled her identity, a person threatened by her peers due to mistakes made in her youth. To be honest, Conan was not particularly inclined to involve himself with her. She had rebelled and stolen from her family, ultimately leading to the demise of an innocent victim. If she claimed to have had no part in the events, Conan found it hard to believe. At the very least, the notion that valuable possessions were casually revealed was implausible. Perhaps it was simply that the group of young delinquents had acted recklessly, and she had suggested stealing from her home. Only after the unfortunate warehouse manager's suicide did she seem to reconsider her rebellious ways. However, considering that Uncle Maori had already agreed to act as a consultant for the production, Conan resolved to intervene, hoping to prevent any further calamities from occurring for the sake of Mori's family. Little one, do you have something to say to your sister? Dogai Miyako, seated nearby, turned curiously at Conan's voice. Sister, may I ask you, do you think the past is more important, or the future? Well, I think the future is more significant. Miyako replied earnestly after a moment of surprise. Then, do you believe it's better for a person to face threats alone, or for two like-minded individuals to confront a crisis together? That would be two people. For sure. After all, they share a connection and need not fear betrayal. So, when faced with people and events from your past that threaten your future, would you confront them alone? Why are you asking me these things? Miyako's smile faltered, the weight of Conan's questions digging into her past. Sister, just share your thoughts. This is a question posed by our teacher, and I genuinely want to hear your opinion. Conan attempted to charm his way through. His childlike innocence in full display. I suppose. I wouldn't, because I do have someone with whom I share a deep understanding, she said, a smile gracing her face as she thought of her fiancé. Odazaki. All right, I understand now. Thank you, sister. And remember what you said today? As Conan spoke, a hint of confusion flickered across Dogai Miyako's face. However, an inexplicable feeling compelled her to nod, silently etching her conversation with Conan into her heart. Very well then. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. It was unclear how much time had passed when Maori and director Gondo concluded their dialogue. Maori grasped the other's hand, beaming as he spoke. All right. Gondo's forehead glistened with perspiration. There was no denying it. He had truly suffered a significant financial loss this time. If Mori's reputation were to falter, he would indeed find himself utterly bankrupt. Rest assured, you should have faith in me, Kagoro Maori. With my presence, this production is bound to be a resounding success. Moreover, the higher the viewership ratings, the greater my share. Correct? Maori chuckled, giving Gondo's shoulder an encouraging pat. Clearly, he was quite pleased with the investments made by the other party. Ha! Indeed. Here's to our prosperous venture, Gondo replied with a forced smile. Certainly, the better the ratings, the more Maori would benefit. Yet, even if the ratings were dismal, it would not diminish Mori's earnings. Beyond the profit share, he would still owe him a substantial sum in hiring fees. This expense had absolutely no correlation with the ratings, having received such benefits. Maori moderated his exuberance, inevitably exasperating the nearly apoplectic director. In that case, we should take our leave. After all, it is getting late, and our accommodation is not particularly close. No. If Mr. Maori is willing, you may stay here. I can arrange an additional room for you, Gondo insisted. Furthermore, we could discuss the details of our upcoming collaboration at the bar this evening, upholding the attitude of since I've already bled quite a bit. A little more won't hurt. Gondo gritted his teeth and suggested to Maori. It is worth noting that this hotel was not some quaint inn from an anime, but rather a prestigious establishment of considerable scale. Had it not been for the desire to leave a favorable impression on Maori, he would never have chosen this venue for their meeting. The impression left was indeed favorable, yet it conveyed the notion of a fool with too much money. How embarrassing. Mori's heart leaped with joy. Not to mention, Yoko was also staying at this hotel. Of course, although he was quite willing in his heart, he still feigned refusal, saying, "You have seen, my daughter and a friend's child are both here. If I were to stay alone, it would be rather inconvenient. It's quite all right." Gondo, having made up his mind, thought that since he had already incurred significant losses, an additional expense was inconsequential. I can arrange for another room for you. Your daughter and that young child can stay as well. Is that so, Ran? What do you think? Maori inquired, feigning nonchalance. Me. Ran was taken aback. Is that really all right? Would it be too much trouble? No worries, it's no trouble at all. Gondo felt his heart bleed, yet he maintained a facade of generosity. 2 rooms are but a trifling matter. I can certainly bear the cost. In that case, I appreciate your kindness, seeing that the other party was so accommodating. Ran readily agreed. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Inside the room, Ran looked curiously towards the door. Conan, what are you doing here? Conan stood at the door, looking pitiful. Uncle Maori must have gone out drinking with Uncle Gondo. He didn't leave the door open for me. The room is locked, and I can't get in. What? How could Dad do this? Ran instantly exploded with anger. How could her father be so inconsiderate? Indeed, next time, she must ensure he refrains from drinking. Ran, can I come in for a bit and take a shower? Conan asked helplessly, for when he left, Uncle Maori was still there. Yet upon returning, the room was empty. Come on in. Ran opened the door, ushering Conan inside. By the way, where have you been, Conan? I saw in the introduction that this hotel has a karate dojo, so I went there to take a quick look around. Conan replied, heading straight for the bathroom without looking back. After working up a sweat, he really needed to wash up. However, he failed to notice the sparkle in Ran's eyes upon hearing his words. This hotel has a karate dojo? Yes, when I was there were quite a few people, but none of them were as skilled as you. Ran, Conan, where is the dojo? Take me there. Just as Conan was about to change, he was once again pulled by Ran, heading towards the door. Wait, Ran. I came to take a shower. Let us talk about that later. I'll join you for a shower afterward. Besides, Conan, didn't you want to learn karate? This is the perfect opportunity for me to check on your previous training progress. Conan's struggles momentarily ceased. Perhaps this wasn't such a bad idea after all. However, the next moment, he began to squirm again. Shoes. Ran. My shoes fell off again. At the dojo, Conan found himself panting heavily on the floor. Despite his earnest efforts to train, he lacked the necessary stamina to sustain such intense practice, compounded by the insufficient proficiency gained from his mental space. Ran took out a towel, wiping the sweat from her forehead before helping Conan to his feet. Conan, you're improving quite rapidly. Who knows, you might catch up to me soon. And no, it's you, Ran. You're amazing. Conan gasped for breath. During their sparring session, he had been thoroughly outmatched by Ran. Ran smiled, of course. I've been training since elementary school. However, I must admit, my progress back then was nowhere near as swift as yours. Conan, are you both karate enthusiasts? Just as Ran was wiping Conan's sweat, a man's voice interrupted them. They both turned to see who it was. Is that you, Senpai Maeda Satoshi? Ran's eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomer. Conan, too, recalled the man's identity in that instant. Another unfortunate soul, much like Yuji Damazaki, who was left cleaning up after his fiancée, and moreover, he was Ran's idol. Is this hotel cursed? Conan thought to himself. Otherwise, why did all these criminals and their fiancées, who aided their misdeeds, keep showing up here? Fortunately, Maeda Satoshi was merely passing by to say hello. Even Ran's suggestion to spar with him was declined. Apologies, Miss Maori, but if we have the chance to meet again, I might consider sparring with you. However, my fiancée would get jealous if I chatted with you for too long. He smiled, gesturing toward the girl standing beside him, bowing to both of them before departing. So, what was the purpose of his visit? As Conan watched the man leave, a question mark formed in his mind. After contemplating how to rescue this couple, Conan felt utterly stumped. It was impossible. Sakura Akiko was not like Narumi, while Narumi's enemies were ruthless drug cartels. They would inevitably face justice under the police's scrutiny. However, Akiko's adversary was merely an ordinary hacker, lacking substantial evidence against them. It seemed hopeless. Oh well, who knows when that case would unfold? No point in overthinking. One step at a time, Conan sighed. It seemed he was fated to encounter all these criminals today. If worst comes to worst, I could always charge Maeda Satoshi with obstruction of justice and tampering with evidence to send him to join his fiancée, he mused. Of course, this thought was fleeting. He considered himself a good person and could not stoop to such hellish acts. In the future, a tormented Kojima Toshio would remark, "You think you're so noble." Of course, this is all contingent on that scoundrel lady not pushing me off the edge. As he watched the two depart, recalling the plot of the anime, Conan shot a fierce glare at Sakura Akiko. It was this woman who had, in the original story, carelessly pushed him into the swimming pool from above. This was indeed the right place. To think he would encounter Senpai Maeda Satoshi, the girl beside him must be his girlfriend. They looked like a perfect match. It was such a pity that he couldn't spar with the senpai today. Xiaolan expressed her regrets with a hint of disappointment. Conan cast a bemused glance at her, pondering the notion of a perfect match. If his memory served him right, these two individuals were aged 30 and 24, respectively. Such a disparity in age seemed rather significant. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, having encountered couples with even wider age gaps. All right, Conan, how's your rest coming along? If you're ready, we shall proceed. Just as Conan was deep in contemplation, Xiaolan's vibrant voice broke through once more. Sure. On one hand, he considered his own stamina, and on the other, he contemplated his future happiness. Gritting his teeth, Conan mustered the strength to rise from his somewhat fatigued state. Conan, I apologize, you must be exhausted. It's been a while since you last exercised. And I may have overdone it a bit. Xiaolan gently lifted Conan, her tone somewhat sheepish. No, it's fine. Sister Xiaolan, I can manage on my own. Observing the energetic Xiaolan beside him, Conan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Was this the disparity of humanity? His own limbs felt as though they might give way, yet Xiaolan remained as lively as ever. Don't be stubborn. Noticing Conan struggle to stand, Xiaolan firmly insisted. You need to rest now. I'll carry you back. Upon hearing this, Conan ceased his resistance. It wasn't the first time. After all, if he had to be carried, so be it. Nestled in Xiaolan's embrace, he effortlessly found a comfortable position, his eyes gradually fluttering shut. Rest a while if you're tired. I'll call you when we're back, Xiaolan said with a smile as she watched Conan nodding in agreement. A muffled reply escaped Conan's lips, and soon, his weary body succumbed to slumber. Honestly, exercising without taking off your glasses. Xiaolan shook her head. Removing the spectacles from Conan's face. Is there any relation between Conan and Shinichi? They bear such a striking resemblance. Staring at the somewhat familiar visage, Xiaolon fell into a moment of contemplation. However, owing to Conan's diligent efforts to conceal his true identity and his lack of any overt peculiarities, she dismissed the thought, assuming Conan to be merely a relative of Shinichi. I'll ask the doctor later, she mused, carrying Conan back to her room. So hot, just as Conan finally drifted into a deep dream. He suddenly felt a sharp pain, jolting him awake. What's going on? Upon opening his eyes, he found himself bewildered. The air was thick with steam, and the sound of rushing water echoed behind him. Had he unwittingly traversed into another realm? Conan, you're awake? Xiaolan's voice reached his ears. Turning towards her, a wave of heat surged through his mind, flushing his cheeks with crimson. You were sleeping so soundly that I thought I'd let you rest a bit longer and help wash you up. I didn't expect to wake you. Xiaolan continued speaking, but Conan's mind was a blur. Even after emerging from the bathroom, he felt as if his brain was buzzing. As for the half hour of hazy memories just passed, well, they were as pure as snow. Beyond that, he could recall nothing. Conan, observing the dazed look on his face, Xiaolan shook him gently, concern etched across her features. Oh, I'm fine, Sister Xiaolan. I'm perfectly all right, with her gentle nudging. Conan finally snapped back to reality. I'll go check if Uncle Mori has returned. With that, he leaped from Xiaolan's embrace, only to find his legs betray him, causing him to kneel before her. All right. Tonight you shall sleep with me. You overexerted yourself during your training, so it's best not to move around too much, Xiaolan declared, lifting Conan effortlessly once more. By the way, Conan, are you related to Shinichi? You look so much alike. Only then did Conan realize something was amiss. Where were his glasses? Yes, I do share some relation with brother Shinichi. An awkward smile crept onto his face. Under normal circumstances, had Xiaolan discovered his true identity, he might have confessed. However, now, what a ridiculous thought. Given the gravity of the recent events, revealing the truth to Xiaolan now would surely lead to, well, a shy girl might just punch her secret crush into oblivion. So that's how it is, Xiaolan contemplated. Then I shall ask Dad to take us shopping tomorrow. Conan, don't follow that fellow's example, wearing the same outfit year-round as if he couldn't afford new clothes. At first, the classmates thought Shinichi only owned a single shirt. It wasn't until later that I learned he had a wardrobe full of identical outfits, simply too lazy to consider coordinating his attire. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Seeing that Xiaolan seemed not to suspect anything, Conan managed a sheepish smile. All right, Dad, where were you last night? The next day, when Mori stumbled back into his room, he was startled by the slightly resentful voice behind him. Xiaolan, turning to face his daughter, standing at the corner with Conan beside her, Mori exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart racing. Was taken out for drinks by that director. Mori shook the wine glass in his hand. To be honest, this serves quite nice wine, he added, punctuating his point with a hiccup. Dad, Xiaolan was absolutely furious. Clearly, he should never have been allowed to drink. Once the floodgates opened, he lost all control. Conan regarded Mori with sympathetic eyes. Uncle Mori, you may rest easy. Although your indulgence has afforded me some benefits, I cannot save you from this predicament. However, noticing Xiaolan's clenched fists, Conan cautiously added, Sister Xiaolan, be careful when you strike. This is a high-end hotel, and breaking things can be quite costly. Besides, if you knock out Uncle Mori, who will pay for our shopping today? Rest assured, I shall exercise caution, Xiaolan reassured him, eyeing her father with determination. Don't wait. Witnessing Xiaolan's determination, Mori was suddenly sobered up. Realizing he was unprepared to test his resilience against a celestial telephone pole or a security door. Very well, but as punishment, Dad will obediently accompany us on our outing. With Mori now alert, Xiaolan released her grip, smiling. She merely intended to frighten him, not genuinely harm him. After all, this was not their home. Should anything be broken, she might not be able to afford the repairs. Mori wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Hadn't Xiaolan been more lenient with him in the past? Why, even when he was hungover, she would only complain verbally. When had his little darling turned into this? Wait, weren't they supposed to go to the festival tonight? Why were they going out now? He wanted to sleep. Don't. Xiaolan pulled at Mori's arm. Who told you to stay up late last night? As punishment, you must take us out shopping. I want to buy Conan a few new outfits. That little rascal has plenty of clothes, doesn't he? Though they all look identical, Mori grumbled, reluctant. He would much prefer Xiaolan and Conan to indulge in food at the festival instead. After all, how much could food possibly cost? Precisely because of that, Xiaolan asserted, hands on her hips, it's acceptable for Shinichi, But Conan cannot be allowed to follow suit. If this continues, no girl will ever fancy him. I must rectify this flaw. Muri yawned. Ha, that kid has no admirers? What nonsense. Don't you yourself? Dad, are you coming or not? Before Muri could finish his sentence, Xiaolon interrupted him. Her cheeks flushed out. If you don't come, I'll never allow you to smoke or drink again. Wait. All right, I'll come, Muri conceded, realizing he had been bested. He never should have allowed Xiaolon to take up karate. Now it has come to this. I can no longer hold my own against her. Time flies swiftly, and Muri is burdened with an array of shopping bags, his eyes filled with emptiness. Conan is no better off, although he is not treated as a pack mule like Muri. He is utterly exhausted. Throughout this day, he has been manipulated by Ran like a mere doll, trying on an assortment of outfits that she has insisted upon. To make matters worse, she even selected a formal dress for him to try on. Ultimately, it was only through his vehement protests that he managed to preserve his lifelong dignity. Well, the sun is setting. Let us return to drop off these items and then venture out to the festival. Glancing at the sun sinking in the west, Ran contemplated before speaking. Today marks the most significant day of the festival. We absolutely cannot afford to miss it. Phew, fine, but you all can go ahead. Let me stay back in the hotel by myself, Muri gasped, genuinely on the brink of exhaustion. Having not slept a wink the previous night, coupled with a fair amount of alcohol, he felt that if given a bed, he could instantly fall into a deep slumber. No way, Ran asserted resolutely. For a grand festival like this, how could we not attend in person? Besides, didn't you promise me and Conan yesterday that we could buy whatever we wanted today? If you don't go, who will foot the bill? Huh? Muri glanced at the multitude of bags he was carrying. Isn't this enough? Of course not. Ran pondered. These bags contain new clothes for Conan and you, souvenirs for Sonoko, and gifts for Mom. Oh, and there is also a present from Conan for me, which I absolutely adore. Listening as Ran recounted the items with such fervor, Muri Kagoro fell silent. Forget it. Let us go, Muri interjected, breaking Ran's train of thought. Ha. Ran was taken aback. Didn't you say we should go to the festival? It's a festival. Feel free to ask for whatever you want. I still have enough money for that. Muri cast a glance at Conan, secretly lamenting how he was outdone even by a child. He hadn't even considered that he should buy some gifts for his daughter. Indeed, drinking too much leads to trouble. I should really try to drink less next time. Muri sighed inwardly. That evening, Muri, along with Ran and Conan, enjoyed a delightful night at the festival. Despite his wallet suffering a significant loss, witnessing Ran's joyful expression made Muri suddenly feel that the financial drain was not so unbearable after all. As for the incident that unfolded that night, that unfortunate soul named Sasai Nobukazu, he should have never chosen Muri and his companions as witnesses to his alibi, ever since that fellow abruptly interrupted Ran's good spirits. He had become the target of Uncle Muri's scrutiny. Although he possessed a certain level of intellect, he was still a remarkably foolish criminal, with far too many inconsistencies. After Officer Horiguchi arrived and explained the situation of the case, Muri immediately locked onto him as the perpetrator without needing Conan's hint. As for his so-called alibi, despite his utmost efforts, who would be foolish enough to wear a coat in hot weather? Couldn't he just take it off and hold it in his hands? Moreover, the glaring holes in his alibi were insurmountable if it were Mifune. Even without Muri's intervention, the forensic team, leaving no stone unturned, would have turned his alibi into a mere farce. In short, that unfortunate fellow was led away in handcuffs under Muri's rapid-fire questioning, utterly bewildered. Well, aside from this unexpected incident, the entire evening was quite enjoyable. Except for Muri's wallet. After returning from Saitama Prefecture, Conan found himself once again plunged into the drudgery of daily life. Indeed, it was the drudgery of daily life. For he was horrified to discover that the several days of vacation he had anticipated vanished the very next day after his return. Thus, when Ran awakened him from his slumber the following morning and informed him that he needed to return to school, Conan nearly leaped out of bed. This time, he was truly doomed. He had assumed he had a few days left of vacation. And with his propensity for procrastination, he had planned to complete his assignments on the last day. But who could have imagined that in this bizarre world, vacation days could intrude upon weekdays? And weekdays could encroach upon vacation days as well. The most outrageous part was when he inquired if Ran had finished her homework, only for her to nod and inform him that she had completed it yesterday. As if joking, did Ran really do her homework yesterday? Certainly not. In truth, Ran had realized the day before that school was resuming, and thus hastily completed her assignments. Regardless of the world, miracles do exist. So, did humanity evolve without me? Conan's cheeks twitched, for he had once again been summoned by his teacher to meet with his parents, and this time, The request was not directed at his guardians. The teacher insisted. This time, he must discuss his attitude toward learning with his biological parents. It was fine if they could not come in person. A phone call would suffice, but it absolutely had to be his parents themselves. Upon hearing this demand, Conan felt utterly stunned. What if I asked Dr. Agasa to disguise his voice and call the teacher? After all, judging by Dr. Agasa's reaction last time, he seems quite adept at such matters. However, everything was not so dire, for after enduring a full day of classes, he found himself once again thrust back into vacation mode. Indeed, he had only attended one day of school before being granted another break. So, is time playing tricks on me? A perfectly good vacation has to be interrupted by a single weekday? This must be intentional. Resignedly relaying this situation to Dr. Agasa, he heard the doctor mumble nervously on the other end. Well, why are you bringing this up now? Never mind, I understand. As for your teacher, I'll find a way to assist you. Doctor, I truly appreciate your help. I'll try to find some time to visit your home in the next few days. No. Wait, please don't come over just yet. Dr. Agasa's voice sounded anxious. I have a few things to take care of at home, and it's quite messy. It's best if you hold off for now. Is that so? Very well then. Facing the doctor's refusal, Conan did not dwell on it too much. Such things had happened before. Either the doctor was busy with a new invention or he was planning something grand. However, this time felt different. Was this truly a wise course of action? Observing the two figures before him, the doctor shrank back slightly, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Of course, one of the figures nodded. From here on, leave it to us. Back at the office, after exchanging pleasantries with Muri, Conan retreated to his room and immersed himself in work. He was genuinely frightened by the time flow in this world. Although he was set to resume his vacation the next day, who could say if the day after would revert back to being a weekday, if this world truly operated in such a manner? Failing to submit his assignments thrice in a row would undoubtedly draw the teacher's ire. Phew, finally finished. Now, whatever unexpected occurrences may come, I shall fear nothing. As Conan fervently scribbled away, he lost track of time. But at last, he completed his assignments. Brimming with confidence, Conan set a flag for himself. Soon, however, he realized the accuracy of the saying to avoid setting flags. Conan, your mother is here to see you. Rant's voice echoed from the doorway. Mother, wait a moment. If the plot isn't about to take a sudden nosedive, the character claiming to be my mother appearing now must be. Conan turned around, bewildered, only to see a plump figure following Rant into the office. This woman, of average build with chestnut black short hair and upturned eyes, could only be Yuki, who claimed to be the mother of Edogawa Conan. So when I called the doctor earlier, Mom and Dad were at his house. Exclamation point. Realizing this, Conan closed his eyes in despair. The very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. Caught by his parents for not completing his homework and elementary school assignments at that. How utterly embarrassing. Conan, Mommy is here to take you home. Yuki beamed, eagerly waving at Conan, anticipating the alarmed expression on his face. Conan contemplated his next move. His parents could easily team up with the doctor to create a grand scheme against him. Why couldn't he turn the tables and collaborate with his mother to devise a plan against his father? With this thought, Conan lifted his head, a smile spreading across his face. All right. Mom, let us leave right now. As he spoke, he subtly emphasized the character role in his words. Edogawa Mifune was nearly thrown off script by his unexpected antics. Wait, what's going on? Why is my own troublesome child not the slightest bit flustered? Or is it possible that the doctor's intel is flawed? Is this brat not my own troublesome child? Though utterly bewildered, Mifune, as a seasoned actress, continued to play her part. She adjusted her glasses and wiped away the tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Oh. I truly did not expect you to be so unperturbed after being left here alone for so long. Mother is genuinely touched. Conan smirked slightly. Big sister, can you stop acting? I've already agreed to go with you. Is there really a need for theatrics? Have you become possessed by the spirit of a drama queen? Is returning to the script that important to you? In truth, Conan had indeed guessed correctly. After all, the lines were penned by her husband, so why not utilize them? However, the original words of Kudo Yusaku were, when Shinichi claims not to know you and wishes to resist, present this line. Along with the fake ID you've created. At that moment, no matter what, Shinichi will leave with you. Yet, having been spoiled by a spoiler, Conan executed a crafty maneuver that rendered this line useless. It seemed that the unnecessary embellishments were added by Yukiko herself. Improvising in the moment. All right, mother, enough of the theatrics. Let us hurry. Sister Ran, my mother and I are going out for a couple of days. We'll be back soon. With that, Conan dashed down the stairs without a backward glance. Watching his departing figure, Yukiko was left utterly dumbfounded. Wait, you really do defy all conventions. However, since the performance had reached this point, she could not abruptly halt it. After awkwardly greeting Muri and his companion, Yukiko hurriedly followed him downstairs. Upon catching her breath and reaching the bottom, she saw Conan standing beside her car, leaving her utterly perplexed. Wait, you seem far too at ease. Who exactly is the kidnapper here? Come on, Obasan, is this your car? Hurry, open the door, let us get moving. Conan, with an overly familiar demeanor, patted the side of the vehicle and smiled at Yukiko, faced with this script destroyer. Yukiko decided to abandon her original script and dive into her own improvisation. She lowered her head, her expression dark and cold as she glared at Conan. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. Kudo Shinichi. Then come aboard. With that, Yukiko settled into the car, keenly observing Conan's face. Regrettably, the expression she anticipated did not materialize. Conan wore an air of calm and composure, just as before. Witnessing this scene, Yukiko's displeasure grew. What should she do if her scene partner was utterly uncooperative? Perhaps she should truly give him a whack. What? Are you still fantasizing about someone coming to rescue you? Don't indulge in such delusions. We have thoroughly investigated your identity and family background. No one will come to save you. Or are you worried about those two upstairs? Rest assured, they will soon accompany you. Since you chose to enter their lives, they cannot escape this vortex. Therefore, you had better cooperate with me obediently and refrain from any little tricks. Yukiko threatened, her frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Cooperate. Of course, I will cooperate. You see, I have not resisted at all from the beginning. That as the car moved further away from the office, a smile crept onto Conan's face. Still trying to scare me? I'll defy all conventions. Let us see how you manage that. Yukiko nearly choked on her own breath. Indeed, Conan had been compliant throughout, but that was not the reaction she desired. Where was the panic? Where was the fear? Where was the expression she had been eagerly anticipating? As Yukiko's resentment grew heavier due to the lack of engagement from her son, Conan decided to humor her a bit. All right. Obasan, tell me, who exactly are you, and what do you intend to do? Obasan. Listening to Conan's acerbic remarks, Yukiko felt her grip on the steering wheel tremble, but thankfully, the script is tenuously back on track. Now, watch how I intimidate you, you little rascal, daring to call me Obasan. With that thought, a chilling smile spread across Yukiko's face. You are Kudo Shinichi, a high school detective. Your father is Kudo Yusaku, a fairly well-known mystery novelist. As for your mother, she is none other than the stunningly beautiful, world-enchanting, top-tier superstar actress, Kudo Yukiko, who retired young, leaving countless men lamenting her departure. Am I not correct? Conan gazed at her in silence. Indeed, she was his mother, with an unparalleled talent for shamelessness. What was this? He and his father had glossed over their introductions, yet she felt the need to exaggerate. Were they truly so unworthy of mention? Sighing, Conan nodded. Your statements aren't entirely inaccurate, but please refrain from calling her Yukiko-san. It seems little Shinichi still remembers his mother, and he knows that calling me that would make me feel old? Should I inform Yusaku to be cautious when intimidating Shinichi? Upon hearing this, Yukiko felt a twinge of joy within. It seemed her unexpected child had not been in vain. However, please refer to that woman who is no longer young but still insists on acting youthful. Clearly an old woman, yet she forces others to call her sister, always finding reasons to tease her adorable son. Kudo Yukiko, just as Conan prepared to continue his mockery in front of his mother. He suddenly sensed the temperature around him rising several degrees. Turning back in confusion, Conan was startled to find that Yukiko had inexplicably parked the car by the roadside. At that moment, the facade of the Obasan was engulfed in visible flames of fury. Not young anymore? Acting youthful? Old woman? Obasan. Auntie. Yukiko's lips curled into a smile, yet her expression radiated a palpable sense of menace. Just as Conan was about to make his escape, a large hand suddenly blocked his path. Gripping his cheek tightly. Who are you calling Obasan? Who is the auntie? Who is not young but still likes to act youthful? Come, tell me. Isn't it just defying conventions? Isn't it just tearing apart the script? Come on, I'm not referring to you. I'm talking about that Kudo Yukiko. Conan struggled to swat away the hand on his face. Come on, are we still playing this part? I merely mocked you a bit in front of you. Is that reason enough for you to get physical? Why is it allowed for you to team up and scare me, yet I cannot vent my frustrations? But if Yukiko were to be reasonable, she would no longer be Yukiko, especially since Conan had called her Obasan several times. What about the intimidating act towards Conan? What about the kidnapping script? She was done playing. In a fit of rage, Yukiko ripped off her disguise. Now, Take a good look. Who am I? Think carefully before you speak. At this point, Conan's face truly revealed a look of surprise. Wait, you're revealing your true identity now? What happens next? Is the show still going on? I knew it. You and your father are both no good. Taking in his expression, Yukiko felt her anger swell. Now, she realized that this little rascal had discovered her flaws from somewhere and was deliberately saying those words to provoke her. Wait, mother, no, I mean, Yukiko's sister. Just as Conan wanted to defend himself, Yukiko pinched his face again. Humph, you little rascal, although I have no idea when you figured out my identity. How dare you speak ill of your young and beautiful mother in my presence? Now, let me show you the cruelty of society. I truly didn't recognize you. Conan protested loudly while dodging Yukiko's playful assaults. I don't care, even if you didn't recognize me. You must be punished. Speaking ill of your mother behind her back is a crime deserving of a greater punishment. Yukiko was uninterested in such reasoning. She simply knew that Conan had crossed her. She had to teach him a lesson. Let us see. It was this very mouth that claimed I was old. Wasn't he it? Do you dare say it again? As Yukiko playfully pinched Conan's cheeks. She smiled sweetly. Tell me, did you suspect from the very beginning that Edogawa Mifune was my disguise? At this point, Yukiko began to ponder internally. Could it be that my acting skills have declined? That shouldn't be the case, right? However, if one's acting skills have not diminished, how did that wretched boy, Shinichi, manage to see through the disguise? The reason eludes me, and I am utterly bewildered by the existence of a force known as spoilers. Yuki stared at Conan with a puzzled expression. What could Conan possibly say in response? Being well aware of the adage that misfortune often comes from one's words, he would certainly not admit to this matter. I truly had no idea that Edogawa Conan was you. Although Yuki repeatedly insisted that speaking ill of her behind her back is a grave sin, how could Conan, who understood her character so well, possibly believe such a statement, once the truth was revealed? He feared he would be subjected to even greater torment by Yuki. Perhaps he would even have to agree to some unequal treaty. He wasn't foolish enough for that. When Yuki finally calmed down and removed her hand, Conan rubbed his swollen face, his eyes filled with resentment as he gazed at Yuki. Mom, no, dear sister Yuki, what performance are you putting on today? Why do you have to dress like this to scare me? Under the watchful gaze of Yuki, filled with murderous intent, Conan timidly shrank back, adjusting his form of address. Seeing Conan be so perceptive, Yuki let out a satisfied hum. This was your father's idea. He wanted to test your abilities, so he enlisted me and the professor to put on a little act to frighten you, while also letting you know just how dangerous the organization you have been meddling with is. At this point, Yuki suddenly paused. Wait, didn't she just rip up the script? Shinichi, look, the script has already begun filming. How about you cooperate with me and pretend not to recognize me? Let's finish this performance together. Yuki cast a somewhat awkward glance at Conan. It is worth noting that although the script bore some of Yuzaku's touches, it was initially her proposal. If Yuzaku found out that she had torn up the script, he would surely mock her. With that thought, she closed her eyes to gather her emotions, and in an instant, a pair of tear-filled, big eyes appeared before Conan. One must truly commend Yuki for her quick emotional transitions. Conan looked at Yuki with a somewhat speechless expression and slowly said, You want me to cooperate with you to finish this performance? Yuki nodded. Well, a hint of pleading appeared in Yuki's eyes. No. As Conan resolutely uttered those two words, Yuki's expression fell instantly. Oh, Shinichi, why are you like this? Is it such a burden to help your mother with a little act? Have I been a bad mother? Why can't you lend me a hand? You see, I haven't spoiled too much, have I? Just accompany me in this. Faced with Yuki's entreaty, Conan's lips twitched fiercely. However, his stance remained unwavering. No means no. You all know you're putting on a show for me. Why should I follow your script? How can this be? Yuki muttered unhappily. Could it be that she would indeed be mocked by Yuzaku this time? She absolutely did not want that to happen. But Conan stroked his chin, a contemplative expression on his face. But what? Seeing Conan's demeanor, Yuki, thinking he might be softening, quickly leaned closer. Feel free to make any requests, as long as you help me perform this act well. I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Yuki patted her chest, making a solemn promise. However, whether or not she truly would put in the effort was another matter entirely, while secretly applauding her own wisdom. Conan suddenly spoke. No, continuing this performance is definitely out of the question, especially since you've already divulged the main information. However, that doesn't mean we can't create a new script at the same time. Conan mused to himself. Besides, what is there left to perform in a script that has already been thoroughly spoiled? A new script? What do you mean? Yuki looked at him with some confusion. It's simple. Conan adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Who said it was only you all teaming up to frighten me? How about we join forces to scare your father instead? As Yuki heard Conan's words, her eyes lit up. You have a way to frighten him. Of course. Conan proudly held his head high. It's merely about scaring someone. Who can't do that? I already have a rough idea. Let's do this and that. What do you think? As she listened to Conan, the light in Yuki's eyes grew brighter. Great idea. However, after giving it some thought, Yuki expressed some concern. But, Shinichi, are you sure this won't backfire? Yuzaki won't see through it. Will he? That's your job? Conan smiled at Yuki. However, I believe that with your skill, dear sister Yuki, deceiving my father should be no difficult feat, right? Yuki stood tall and proud. Of course. I am a superstar. Yuzaku could never see through my acting. Then that's settled. Conan smiled at his mother. Do you have any objections to this plan? Or are there any aspects you think need modifying? None. Yuki shook her head, though it's quite rudimentary. According to Yuzaku, the more flaws there are, the simpler the case, the harder it is to solve. So just follow your idea. After a moment's hesitation, Yuki cautiously added, but, Shinichi, are you sure your riddle will stump him? Don't forget, Yuzaku is also a remarkably skilled detective. That doesn't matter. Conan raised a finger and waved it in front of Yuki. Even if Dad cracks the code quickly, so what? As long as he finds where the code is hidden. It means he has fallen into our trap. At that point, we can both have a good laugh at his expense. Yuki was completely swayed by Conan's words. All right, let's join forces, mother and son. To give that arrogant old man of yours a good lesson. What? You say you accidentally let that kid escape? On the other end of the phone, Yuzaku's surprised voice rang out. As expected, he knew Yuki was both clumsy and playful. Clearly, the script had already been written, yet she still allowed their brat to slip away. I'm sorry. I was a bit careless. I didn't expect Shinichi to be so brave. I just stepped away for a moment at a traffic light. And he floored the gas. If I hadn't reacted quickly, it could have caused an even bigger mess. Yuki sheepishly stuck out her tongue, glancing at Conan, who was sitting beside her, listening to the conversation. She cautiously inquired, so what should we do next? Yuzaku paused for a moment, then sighed. Conan's courage was truly remarkable. What else can we do? We must hurry to find him. It would be troublesome if the police got involved. Listening to Yuzaku's voice on the other end, Yuki's expression became somewhat nuanced. The dialogue between her and Yuzaku was nearly identical to the script Conan had prepared for her earlier. Conan, this is the might of spoilers. So, where should we look for him? What if he goes straight to the police station to report? Yuki pondered for a moment, then asked with some concern. Yuzaku paused for a moment, then replied, don't worry. He won't go to the police station. After all, the identity of Edogawa Conan, if investigated deeply, would reveal that he is an illegal resident. As for where he might be headed, it's simple. The only person who knows. Professor Agasa, he will definitely go there. All right, I understand. After saying that, Yuki hung up the phone and turned to Conan with a smile. Shinichi, how was it? Wasn't my acting superb? That guy Yuzaku didn't catch a single flaw. Seeing Yuki's somewhat erratic demeanor, Conan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Of course, I gave you the original script. Aside from your unnecessary lines, everything else followed the original development. How could Dad possibly detect any issues if you stuck to the script? Naturally, though he thought that in his heart, Conan could not voice it. Yes, 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 dear sister Yuki, you are the best. Seriously, if you had the skill to think outside the box like I do, then you would truly be remarkable. Listening to Conan's banter, Yukiko felt somewhat irked and affectionately ruffled Conan's small head. You little rascal, just like your father, you're as dense as a block of wood, despite your mother being so stunningly beautiful. You fail to give her a proper compliment. Conan rolled his eyes in response. I truly feel embarrassed for not praising you. Who are you? Anyway, you're not even my girlfriend. So what good would it do to flatter you? Girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Yukiko's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. What? Shinichi, have you found a girlfriend? Is it Ran? Have you two established a relationship? But speaking of which, Shinichi, you've become so small. It must be quite a burden for Ran. Now that you and Ran are an item, when will you reveal the truth to her? Wait, you haven't found another girlfriend, have you? Well, it's only natural for someone as exceptional as my Shinichi to attract many admirers. What's her name? Is she pretty? Does she look half as good as me? If it's Shinichi, having multiple girlfriends wouldn't be a problem. After all, my Shinichi is so remarkable. Of course, Yusaku is out of the question. Faced with Yukiko's rapid-fire gossip, Conan's face turned beet red. Mom, that's enough. All right, I won't ask anymore. Yukiko chuckled, waving her hand. But Shinichi, seriously, When do you plan to tell Ran about your current situation? After all, you can't keep her in the dark forever. Conan pondered for a moment, recalling everything that had transpired at the hotel in Saitama, and shuddered. No, I absolutely cannot reveal my true identity to Ran right now. She would kill me. However, I do have a rough plan. In due time, I will personally tell Ran the truth. Is that so? Yukiko tapped her chin thoughtfully. Since you've made your decision, then proceed at your own pace. Nevertheless, regardless of how things unfold, do not let Ran be upset. Otherwise, I will have a hard time explaining things to Eri.at this. Yukiko flashed a playful smile at Conan. By the way, I heard from the doctor that you seem to have bathed with Ran. Right? Who would have thought that our little Shinichi is quite the naughty one? So, how was Ran's tofu? Was it delicious? I didn't. Although Conan desperately wanted to deny it, as memories of the hotel flooded back. He fell silent, for Yukiko was right. The tofu was indeed delectable. Noticing Conan lost in thought, Yukiko's smile faltered. Wait, did my little rascal actually partake in Ran's tofu? But it seems like Shinichi, watching Conan's demeanor. Yukiko's eyes twinkled with mischief as she casually inquired. So, Shinichi, could you tell Mommy when you first realized that Edogawa Conan is actually me? I'm genuinely curious. Well, I knew the moment I saw you. Lost in reminiscence, Conan blurted out a rather unguarded response. It wasn't until the words escaped his lips that he realized he had fallen into Yukiko's trap. He hastily waved his hands. Flustered. No, I mean it. I truly couldn't tell that Edogawa Conan was you at first. Think about it. How could that plump, elderly lady possibly be you? A young and beautiful maiden. Shinichi, it's too late now. Yukiko's face broke into a sly grin as she rolled up her sleeves and approached Conan. Yusaku has told me that unless one has undergone special training, the subconscious reveals one's innermost thoughts. Which category do you fall into? Although your flattery pleases me, it's futile. At this moment, no amount of sweet talk will save you. With that, Yukiko scooped Conan up and playfully swatted his behind. After a while, Yukiko finally calmed down. Conan rubbed his now sore posterior and sighed. My dear Yukiko, your hand is a tad too harsh. Yukiko snorted. You brought this upon yourself. Who told you to tease your lovely mother in front of her? And then refused to admit it. If there's a next time. At her last words, Yukiko shot a threatening glance at Conan. I'm sorry, I understand. Conan quickly replied, knowing better than to retort further. Shinichi, are you certain there are no other issues? Is there anything I might have overlooked? After having her fun with her son, Yukiko hesitated to ask. After all, they were about to concoct a scheme involving Kudo Yusaku, that exceptionally brilliant genius. Unlike you. Conan rolled his eyes. If you're going to pretend to be an elderly lady at the office, at least get a voice changer from the doctor, with that voice of yours. I can recognize you immediately, so pay attention to the details. Mom. As for any other matters, I can only say I've prepared as best as I can. Now, it's time to put your acting skills to the test. As long as we can deliver this letter to Dad, everything else hinges on you not being discovered by him. Who do you think I am? Yukiko proudly lifted her chin. I am Kudo Yukiko. A young beauty who conquered the entertainment world at just 19, retiring at 20, and still adored by countless fans. Acting is my forte, and no one has surpassed me in this regard. And what about your old friend? Miss Sharon. Unable to resist the urge to tease, Conan chimed in, eyeing the proud woman. Curse it. I want to see what your mouth is made of. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. All you do is bully your mother. Yukiko exclaimed in exasperation, tugging at Conan's cheek. Well, if a dog could produce ivory, then it wouldn't be a dog. Now would it? After Yukiko released her grip, Conan rubbed his sore cheek, grumbling in discontent. Hearing this, Yukiko's fist clenched again. If it weren't for the pressing matters ahead, she would have continued to tease Conan for that remark. You little brat, Yukiko waved her fist at Conan. If we weren't short on time, I would truly love to give you a good thrashing. Honestly, how can such a troublesome kid have so many admirers? Conan chuckled awkwardly. He simply couldn't help but be emotional in Yukiko's presence. Perhaps it was because he had faced countless playful torments from her in his childhood. Well, since we're all set, my precious little Jim, make sure to hide well and don't let that hunter uncle discover your whereabouts too soon. Yukiko stretched and stood up, ready to depart. However, Conan suddenly called out, Wait, take these glasses with you too. What if the doctor has a method to trace them? That would be problematic. As he spoke, Conan removed his glasses and handed them to Yukiko. All right, I understand. I will take my leave now to set the scene. My beloved Shinichi, aren't you going to give your mother a hug to wish us success? Seeing her son standing there with a bemused expression, Yukiko opened her arms, raising her brows playfully. With a sigh, Conan stepped forward and embraced her. Upon receiving her son's hug, Yukiko drove away, thoroughly satisfied. Watching her retreating figure, Conan's lips curled into a devious smile. Heh, Dad, did you ever imagine that Mom and I conspired to prepare a grand surprise for you? It's rather tiresome always being toyed with by you two. Now, with my mother and I collaborating, let us see how well you can play your part in this little drama. Of course, had he known Yukiko's expression at that moment, he might have reconsidered his thoughts. After all, having a teammate like Yukiko seemed rather unreliable. Meanwhile, in the departing vehicle, Yukiko reveled in nostalgia. Ah, indeed, nothing compares to the warmth of little Shinichi's embrace, soft and cozy, like a plush pillow. He has lost his charm at all as he grew up. Moreover, little Shinichi's cherubic face is delightfully plump, and it feels so comforting to rub. Furthermore, as my son, what kind of matter is it for him to wear the same outfit every day? I must seize an opportunity to spruce him up properly. Perhaps I should invite Ran to join in. At this moment, Yukiko unexpectedly found herself thinking along the same lines as the previous Ran. Completely oblivious to this connection, Conan remained unaware of the uncertain future that awaited him. However, scheming against Yusaku seemed rather intriguing. Indeed, that scoundrel always presents himself as if he has everything under control. Breaking down his defenses would be far more entertaining than doing so with little Shinichi. Thus, as Yukiko mused to herself, the vehicle gradually made its way toward Dr. Agasa's residence. Upon nearing Dr. Agasa's home, observing the snow blanketing the ground, a flicker of hesitation crossed Yukiko's face. However, after contemplating Conan's script and the potential bewilderment that might appear on Yusaku's face once everything concluded, Yukiko steeled herself, resolutely lying down on the ground. With this, the preparation should be nearly complete. Just hold on a bit longer. Yukiko, you are the finest actress. You absolutely must not allow Yusaku to detect any flaws. As she muttered this to herself, Yukiko bravely buried her face in the snow. Of course, this face was a disguised one. After lying there for a while, Yukiko calculated in her mind that it should be about time. With this thought, she rose from the ground and glanced at the snow pit she created. This should suffice to fool Yusaku, right? With that in mind, Yukiko retrieved her phone, gathered her emotions, and dialed Yusaku's number. Hello, why did you call me? Wenda. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, a hint of a sob crept into Yukiko's tone. Darling, something terrible has happened. Shinichi has gone missing. What did you say? Are you telling me that Shinichi did not go to Dr. Agasa's? Hearing Yukiko's somewhat tearful voice, Yusaku's heart raced. What does this mean? Could it be that Shinichi is not following the script and did not head to Dr. Agasa's? Surely that brat didn't go straight to the police, did he? No, little Shinichi did come to the Dr. S. But it seems we have indeed encountered some nefarious individuals. I had planned to follow your script and was waiting for Shinichi to arrive. However, just as I was about to knock him out, it felt as if someone struck me on the head. I lost consciousness in an instant. When I woke up, little Shinichi was nowhere to be found. Yukiko's voice was tinged with urgency. Despite Yusaku not being by her side, a look of concern remained etched on her face. One must truly commend her acting skills, at the very least. Yusaku on the other end was genuinely captivated by her performance. Are you near the doctor's house? Is there anything else around? Yes, I'm here by Dr. Agasa's. I have Shinichi's glasses and a letter with me. Do you think we should inform Dr. Agasa? Perhaps he might have a way to find Shinichi? If he does, then I can conveniently give Shinichi a heads up. Yukiko thought to herself quietly. It's all right. Don't notify the doctor just yet. There's no need to worry him. How about this? Wait there for a moment. And I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Yusaku furrowed his brow, a hint of worry evident as he hurried toward Dr. Agasa's residence. Is this where you were knocked out? Taking a glance at the ground and then at Yukiko, Yusaku felt as though he had grasped some detail, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. After pondering for a moment, he still inquired of Yukiko. Yes, Yukiko nodded, her face suffused with concern. What about Shinichi's glasses and that letter? I should take a look at what the letter says. Right? Look at me being so anxious. I haven't even had the chance to read the letter. As she spoke, Yukiko retrieved the letter that Conan had prepared from her bosom and handed it to Yusaku. Yusaku accepted the letter, feeling the warmth of the paper, and lowered his gaze to the ground, contemplating. He decided to open the envelope first, extracting the letter inside. There was nothing hidden within the envelope. Just a solitary sheet of paper. It read, to Mr. Yusaku, when you see this letter, please do not worry. I am neither a villain nor a kidnapper. On the contrary, I am your most loyal fan. The reason I took your treasure is simply to engage you in a game. Rest assured, before the game commences, your treasure is very safe. However, this safety is only temporary. if you have not located it before time runs out. I cannot guarantee the safety of your cherished possession. I have often heard of your exceptional intellect, and to test this wisdom, I have concealed your treasure in a mysterious and unknown realm. Once you fully unleash your intelligence to overcome numerous obstacles and traverse a challenging journey, the location of the treasure will naturally reveal itself to you. Of course, to ensure you can successfully find the treasure's hiding place, I have meticulously planned a route for your journey. As the Baron of the Night, your adventure should commence from the romantic city of Gentlemen. After setting off, you must transcend the constraints of time and space, seeking the legendary domain where time ceases and space shatters. Within this white desert lies an oasis, and you must head toward that oasis, where I have prepared tea and snacks for you. You need only stand there, quietly awaiting the arrival of nightfall. The night will carry you to the vast cosmos, soaring to the pinnacle of the stars. When you stand at the summit of the stars, reminiscing about the past, the treasure will be within your grasp. You simply need to locate the flower blooming on the other shore in the sun, and the gateway to the treasure will open for you. Finally, I wish you a pleasant journey. Yours sincerely, your loyal fan. What utter nonsense is this? The romantic city? Paris? No, that can't be right. Little Shinichi doesn't even have identification. How could he be taken to Paris? And what's this about a white desert? Egypt? Surely little Shinichi couldn't be whisked away to both France and Egypt at the same time. While these two could be explained, what do the others mean? A realm where time halts, journeying to the pinnacle of the stars? And the flower blooming in the sun? What on earth could all this gibberish mean? Yukiko stared blankly at the contents of the letter. Although Seishin had written this letter in her presence, her mind had been preoccupied with how to outsmart Yusaku, leaving her oblivious to the details Conan had mentioned regarding the letter's content, let alone deciphering its hidden meanings. Indeed, to prevent his handwriting from being recognized by his father, Conan had specifically summoned Seishin to help write this letter. Upon first seeing Seishin, Yukiko mistakenly thought he was a new girlfriend of Conan's, and upon learning that the individual was male, she was utterly astonished. Are you telling me that this beautiful person is a boy? What a joke. He looks at least one-third more beautiful than she does. Returning to the present, Yukiko, who found herself utterly baffled by the hidden contents of the letter, turned to Yusaku, hoping he could elucidate its meanings. Yusaku gazed at the letter, raising an eyebrow. Yukiko, you mentioned you were knocked out, correct? Yes. Yukiko nodded, a hint of grievance crossing her face. That wretched scoundrel struck me so hard. My head still aches. Upon hearing this, Yusaku glanced at her head, then at the letter in his hand, and finally at the glasses still held by Yukiko, before looking down, lost in thought, noticing Yusaku deep in contemplation. Yukiko promptly closed her mouth, refraining from speaking, fearful of interrupting his train of thought. After a considerable time, it seemed Yusaku had come up with something, and he turned to Yukiko, continuing to inquire, "Oh, Yukiko, you said that as soon as you woke up, you called me directly, and then this letter, along with Shinichi's glasses, were right in front of you?" Yes. Faced with Yusaku's sudden inquiry, Yukiko was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly nodding. That's right. When I woke up, these two items were right in front of me. I see. Yusaku nodded thoughtfully, a smile beginning to form on his face. I understand now. Yukiko, let us go. Huh. Upon hearing Yosuke's words, Yukiko displayed a look of surprise on her face. Could it be that you have already deciphered this peculiar cipher? Is this the distinction between her and these detectives? She had yet to grasp the meaning behind Conan's cryptic message. And yet Yosuke had already unraveled its secrets? No. Yosuke shook his head. The information revealed by this cipher is minimal. It is merely a map, as it suggests to locate Shinichi. We must follow the directions laid out on this map. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten our departure. Yukiko expressed her concern to Yosuke. However, Yosuke did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled and waved his hand in front of Yukiko. No. While finding Shinichi is crucial, there is something even more pressing at the moment. I am hungry. Yukiko, who had expected Yosuke to reveal some vital information, was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? I said, I am hungry. Let us first go eat. Yosuke patted his stomach. After all, I have not eaten anything all day in preparation for today's performance. Moreover, after hearing about Shinichi's disappearance, I rushed over here, and now my energy is severely depleted. Wait, Shinichi is still in danger. You were thinking about eating, Yukiko exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief as she looked at Yosuke. Indeed, Yosuke replied with conviction. After all, using one's brain is also a physical endeavor. Only when adequately nourished can I muster the strength to decipher this cipher. Besides, if what the writer of this letter claims is true, and this is a challenge directed at me, Shinichi should be safe for the time being. So, let us go eat. It seemed that made sense. Knowing that Shinichi was currently safe, Yukiko was easily persuaded by Yosuke. Like Yosuke, she had been busy acting all day, transitioning from one performance to the next. Yosuke's mention of food made her realize that she, too, felt a bit hungry. Right? Then let us find a place to eat. It's on me. Just tell me what you would like. A smile spread across Yosuke's face. All right. I want sushi. I want Japanese cuisine. Yukiko exclaimed with excitement, completely forgetting about Conan's situation. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yosuke's smile widened. Ha ha. Eat whatever you desire. I recall a rather nice restaurant nearby. Let us go. With that, Yosuke turned and headed off into the distance. Yosuke, wait for me. Yukiko called out as she chased after him. In the snowy landscape, only faint footprints and a snow pit remained to indicate that someone had passed through. Delicious, Yukiko exclaimed. Yosuke, how did you know about this place? In the restaurant, she transformed into a voracious eater, relishing the delightful dishes surrounding her. This is a recommendation from a friend, Yosuke replied, smiling as he watched her. She mentioned that this restaurant had good flavors and promised to treat me to a meal when I returned. Yukiko immediately raised her head, alert. Your friend is a woman. Yosuke nodded nonchalantly. Do not worry. I met her during a previous case. I helped her out a bit, and she has been wanting to express her gratitude ever since. You do not love me anymore. Yukiko slowed her eating, closing her eyes to gather her emotions. When she opened them again, they sparkled with tears. You never used to so openly mention other women in front of me. Tell me, do you have someone else on the side? Yosuke was taken aback by Yukiko's sudden outburst. You are overthinking it. She is much older than I am. How could I possibly be interested in her? Oh, so you find me undesirable. You think I am too old and not as pretty as those younger girls, don't you? I am truly hurt. Cry. Yukiko blinked, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Of course. This was all an act. Observing Yukiko's antics, Yosuke felt somewhat helpless and attempted to change the subject. I never said that. Besides, aren't you worried about Shinichi? Hurry up and eat. We must find him. Shinichi is not important. Yukiko feigned a pitiful expression. I am sad. You are not comforting me. You really do have someone else. Yosuke displayed a resigned expression. Indeed. Attempting to change the subject while a woman felt jealous was utterly futile. I understand. It is my fault. I should not have assumed that you, Ms. Yukiko, were aging. Yosuke sincerely extended his hand, conceding. As compensation, let us go shopping after we finish eating. I will pay. Yay. Yukiko's face finally lit up with joy at Yosuke's willingness. Let us decide on that. First, we eat. Afterward, we will go shopping in Ginza. I want to buy a bag and cosmetics. All right. I will buy everything for you. Yosuke smiled at Yukiko. As time passed, the sun completely vanished. And the streets of Mihua illuminated with vibrant neon lights, enveloping the city in a unique and lively atmosphere. What a bountiful harvest. Yukiko stretched and smiled brightly. Though her hands were empty, her face radiated joy. Meanwhile, Yosuke trailed behind her, burdened with numerous shopping bags, nearly engulfing him entirely. Yukiko, enough playing around. It is getting late. We must find Shinichi, Yosuke said with exasperation. Upon hearing this, Yukiko's previously cheerful expression instantly hardened. In her excitement over shopping, she had completely forgotten that their son was waiting for them somewhere, unaware of his whereabouts. However, after browsing for half the day, she felt somewhat fatigued. Turning to Yosuke, she awkwardly said, Darling, how about you go find Shinichi by yourself? I am a bit tired and would like to go home and sleep. Seeing Yukiko's demeanor and the numerous bags hanging from his arms, Yosuke shook his head. Do you really think I can go find Shinichi in this state? After pondering for a moment, he continued, Never mind. Since it is getting late, let us return to rest. As for Shinichi, he probably will not encounter any danger, right? Upon hearing Yosuke's words, Yukiko's eyes sparkled with excitement. Good. You are right, darling. Shinichi is so clever. He will be fine. We must trust him. Let us go home and sleep. Having spent the day shopping and buying, Yukiko was now completely exhausted. Thus, upon hearing Yosuke's suggestion, she readily accepted it. Conan, her son. Nothing was more important than her own comfort. Moreover, they had conspired to trick Yosuke, not themselves. Since Yosuke was not going, why should she go? Most importantly, she knew that her mischievous son was not truly in any danger. So what would it matter if they searched for him a day or two later? Seeing this scene, a slight smile crept onto Yosuke's lips. All right, let us head back. With that, the two unconcerned individuals hopped into the car and returned home to sleep. Meanwhile, our poor classmate Conan, on this snowy day, remained in his little suit and shorts, shivering in a desolate and drafty location, patiently awaiting the arrival of his parents. In his mind, his father's deductive abilities were undoubtedly top-notch. Those so-called ciphers he had crafted could never pose a challenge to him. Thus, the cipher itself was merely a ruse. Once his father arrived, he could joyfully reveal that he had outsmarted them. But because of this, he found himself unable to leave. What if he departed only for his father to arrive? Besides, even if he left, where would he go? Dr. Agasa's house. What if the doctor informed his father about this incident? Could he still enjoy his game? As for the Mori household, he had just been taken there today, only to return by himself. That seemed rather inappropriate. As for the Seiji family, their clinic was still under renovation. What purpose would it serve for him to go there? Would he merely be crammed into a storeroom with them, cold and famished, with not a penny to his name and his phone devoid of battery? Conan found himself in a drafty room, sipping the biting chill of the north wind, feeling his hands and feet begin to numb. Mom and Dad, what on earth are you doing? Why haven't you arrived yet? I'm on the verge of starving. Achoo! Upon returning to the warmth of the hotel, Yukiko indulged in a sumptuous meal, luxuriated in a hot bath, and sank into the cozy embrace of a soft, warm bed. However, just as she was about to drift off to sleep, an itch in her nose compelled her to sneeze. Yukiko, are you all right? I'm fine, Yukiko replied, rubbing her slightly reddened nose. It's just that I have this persistent feeling that someone is whispering about me from behind, causing my nose to itch. Perhaps you simply spent too long lying in the snow today and caught a chill, Yuzaka chuckled, patting her back. Get some rest. A good sleep will do you good. Is that so? Very well. Yukiko pondered for a moment, finding wisdom in Yuzaku's words. She nodded and soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Yuzaka retrieved the letter entrusted to him by Yukiko once more, scrutinizing it closely. This handwriting is quite intriguing. Yuzaku, do you think I've forgotten something? The following morning, Yukiko roused the still sleeping Yuzaku, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. What's the matter? I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something. It leaves me restless, making it hard to sleep soundly. Yuzaka nodded inwardly, further convinced of his suspicions. He smiled and replied, if you can't remember, it likely isn't significant. Come. While the editor isn't urging for submissions. Let us take a stroll and ponder on the way. Yukiko, contemplating, nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point. Let us go shopping. Honey, over here. I want to check out this store. Upon arriving at the commercial street, Yukiko seemed to have completely forgotten the previous events. Her spirit revived as she tugged Yuzaku along to explore. Observing the numerous shopping bags in her arms, Yuzaku's expression grew complicated. Yukiko, didn't you say you forgot something? Did I? Yukiko paused, seemingly bewildered. I doubt it. Besides, didn't you say that if I forgot, it must not matter? So why should it dampen my shopping mood? Shopping it is. There are so many things I still want to buy. Just as Yuzaku was about to interject, he suddenly spotted someone. Looks like I don't need to remind you. What's wrong? Hurry up. Noticing that the person behind her hadn't followed, Yukiko turned back. Puzzled, Aunt Yukiko? Hey, is that you? Ran? What brings you here? And remember to call me sister. Following the sound, Yukiko discovered Ran standing before her door. I came out shopping with Sonoko and happened to pass by here. Ran smiled sweetly. Sister Yukiko, when did you return? Has Shinichi been in touch? Is he all right? Shinichi? Yukiko was about to say he was fine when suddenly, the memory struck her, and her smile froze. What's wrong with Shinichi? Has something happened? Ren asked, her concern palpable. Nothing to worry about. That rascal is just fine, lively as ever. No issues at all. Yukiko quickly adjusted her demeanor, employing her acting skills to reassure Ran. After bidding farewell to Ran, Yukiko's expression shifted dramatically. Yuzaku, what do we do? I forgot about Shinichi. If we don't go find him and don't follow that mastermind's instructions, he won't be in danger, will he? Yuzaka gazed deeply at Yukiko. It's all right. Besides, worrying won't help. Yukiko looked at Yuzaku, slowly forming a question mark. What do you mean? Aren't you concerned about Shinichi's safety? Not at all. Rather, even if we wanted to search, it wouldn't be fruitful. Yuzaku laughed as he pulled out the letter, pointing to a specific part. See, why does it refer to the Baron in the Night? Because it's the name of the protagonist in your novel. Baron of the Night? Yukiko inquired curiously. Yuzaka shook his head. The Baron in the Night is actually a clue regarding timing. In other words, to decipher this code, it can only be done at night. Upon hearing this, Yukiko nodded, somewhat bewildered. So, Yuzaka shook the bag slung over his shoulder. Therefore, Yukiko, let us return and rest a bit, preparing for tonight's operation. Is there such a notion? Yukiko took the letter from Yuzaku and examined it closely. But I can't discern anything. Though she didn't fully understand. Since you said so, Yuzaku, let us continue shopping. Today, I want to visit all the places I've been wanting to check out. Yes, Shinichi, it's not that your father and I aren't looking for you. It's just that the code you devised can only be cracked at night. After handing the letter back to Yuzaku, Yukiko, completely forgetting the reason they hadn't deciphered the code the previous night, cheerfully exclaimed, "Hey, didn't we say we'd rest a bit? Why are we shopping? We're not looking for anyone today." "Right. No, darling, just indulge me a little longer." Under Yukiko's charming pleas, Yuzaku ultimately yielded. All right, my princess, let us go." Hooray. Thus, the two ungrateful souls embarked on their shopping spree, entirely oblivious to their dear son. Meanwhile, Conan, achoo, so cold, so hungry. Damn it, is my code really that difficult? Dad still has tea cracked it. Mom, Dad, hurry up. Your child is truly at his wit's end. Starving and exposed to the chilling wind all night, Conan felt as if he might faint. I refuse to believe Dad can't decipher my code. Just you wait. Unbeknownst to him that Yukiko had led him astray, Conan silently raged against his father. As night fell, the Kudo couple had joyously spent an entire day. "Ah, this place is so much fun. Yuzaku, let us head back. I'm starving, craving a feast." After a full day of merriment, Yukiko had completely lost track of her son. What son? Does she even have a son? Nothing is more pressing than her own hunger. Yuzaku, almost losing his balance, gazed at Yukiko in disbelief. Returning, not searching for Shinichi. Shinichi. Yukiko's smile faltered, realizing she had forgotten her son in the midst of all the fun. "Well, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work. I'm a bit hungry, so I thought I'd grab a bite first." Yukiko attempted to feign ignorance, hoping to mislead Yuzaku, but under his scrutinizing gaze, her face flushed. "Yuzaku, let us hurry. If we don't find Shinichi, I won't be able to sleep, nor enjoy myself." Feigning innocence and confusion, Yukiko insisted. Yuzaku sighed in exasperation. He truly had no counter to Yukiko's nature. "All right, let us go find Shinichi." Retracting his gaze, Yuzaku turned to head into the distance. While they were to search, where would they even begin? What on earth is this so-called romantic city? Surely it can't mean abroad. Yukiko examined the code but remained baffled by Conan's cryptic writing. What on earth are all these? Couldn't that brat write something simpler? Don't overthink it. A code is merely a roundabout way of conveying genuine information. For instance, when it mentions the romantic city, what is your immediate thought? You remind me of the romantic city of Paris, the Louvre, the Arc de Triomphe, the Eiffel Tower. Yukiko pondered for a moment, her expression tinged with confusion. "Did you not already mention it?" Yuzaku chuckled softly as he strolled into the distance. "Did I say that?" Yukiko mused deeply for a moment. "Are you referring to the Tokyo Tower?" "Exactly," Yuzaku explained with a smile. The Tokyo Tower was indeed constructed based on the design of the Eiffel Tower. In other words, the starting point of this route actually refers to the Tokyo Tower. I see. Yukiko nodded in understanding. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten our departure." With that, she pulled Yuzaku into the vehicle. As the roar of the engine echoed, they gradually drifted away. Speaking of the romantic city referring to the tower. What could the subsequent clue signify? A realm that halts time and fractures space. Does such a place truly exist in this world? Sitting in the passenger seat, Yukiko gazed at the contents of the letter. Feeling utterly perplexed, she simply could not comprehend the meaning of this clue. "Do not fret." Yuzaku, seated at the wheel, replied with a grin. "Since this is a map, we must surely follow it, correct? We can search leisurely once we reach the vicinity of the tower." Upon disembarking, Yukiko surveyed the bustling streets, feeling overwhelmed. With so many roads around here, where shall we begin our search for that? What was it? Chaotic place. Yuzaku refrained from responding, instead scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, he appeared to have made a discovery. "Yukiko, in what situation do you think time would be preserved?" "Preserve time?" Yukiko was taken aback. "What do you mean? Time is always progressing, is it not? It cannot possibly be preserved." "No." Yuzaku pointed towards a small shop at the end of the street. "To put it simply, if you wanted to see Shinichi as a child, what would you do?" "Of course, I would just go find Shinichi," Yukiko replied without a moment's hesitation. Yuzaku felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. However, upon reflection, Yukiko's response did indeed hold some merit. After all, Conan is but a younger version of Shinichi. "Well, never mind, just stick with me." He adjusted his glasses helplessly and strode in a particular direction. "What does that even mean? I didn't say anything wrong." Although Yukiko felt slightly disgruntled, she obediently followed him. Considering all he had done to accompany her over the past 2 days, the second location should be right here. Upon reaching the end, Yuzaku smiled and nodded at the sign. "This is..." Following Yuzaku's gaze, Yukiko inquired, "A photography studio?" "Indeed. To halt time and fracture space, it is essentially a photograph. Thus, The second clue must refer to this photography studio. This seemed rather logical. How frustrating it was that the person who devised this clue could not have made it more straightforward. Ignoring the fuming Yukiko beside him, Yusaku continued to look around. Searching for the next target. White desert, oasis. So that is what it signifies. He nodded thoughtfully while gazing at the distant stadium. Yusaku, have you discovered the white desert? Quickly tell me, where is the oasis within the desert? Yukiko eagerly leaned closer, her excitement palpable. Yusaku pointed into the distance. If my deduction is correct, the so-called oasis is right over there. Huh, what is it? Yukiko squinted in the direction Yusaku indicated. Yet she still saw nothing. Ah, Yusaku sighed in mild frustration. There is no need to specifically seek out a white desert. We are currently standing in one. Yukiko slowly formed a question mark, her delicate features radiating an innocence untouched by knowledge. Yusaku sighed again. What was the weather like yesterday? Yesterday was snowy, right? Precisely, it was a snowy day. This means the snow on the ground has yet to melt. From above, it appears as a vast expanse of white, akin to a white desert. The only difference is that a desert is composed of sand, whereas here, it is snowflakes. I understand now. Yukiko clapped her hands in realization. I thought to myself, in such a small place as Mahara, where could a desert possibly be? Now it all makes sense. So that so-called oasis is the stadium. Casting her gaze toward the stadium at the end of the path Yusaku pointed out, Yukiko inquired with curiosity. Yes, it is enclosed by a wall, making it invisible from the outside, hence it remains concealed, while the stadium is open to the public, allowing the snow to be cleared away. The verdant grass and the surrounding snow create the illusion of an oasis in the desert. That sounds quite plausible. Yusaku, you are truly impressive. I never would have thought of that. Yukiko exclaimed, her admiration for Yusaku evident in her eyes. That is precisely why I am a preeminent detective novelist. If your thinking surpassed mine, how could I possibly deserve that title? As for you, Yukiko, as my wife, all of this belongs to you. No matter what challenges arise, I shall always be by your side. Go ahead and be conceited, you grandiose narcissist. Yukiko replied playfully, though the corners of her mouth curled upward, clearly pleased by Yusaku's words. Before long, they arrived near the stadium. Without a second thought, Yukiko headed inside, only to be abruptly halted by Yusaku's firm grasp. Yukiko, what are you doing? Why, I am going in. Did that fellow not say that there would be refreshments ready in the oasis? I happen to be a bit hungry, so I plan to go in for a snack, Yukiko declared with unwavering conviction. Yusaku sighed. The refreshments mentioned in the letter do not refer to food. That is also a clue. Moreover, if you believe refreshments indicates food, how do you explain the latter part of the sentence? This. Yukiko hesitated. Indeed, if refreshments were merely snacks, then the phrase flying toward the vast universe could not be explained. Surely, there could not be a UFO appearing in the stadium, but then again, what could refreshments signify? Based on previous analyses of the clues, it was apparent that each clue corresponded to a specific building. If I am not mistaken, the next clue should refer to a restaurant. Therefore, since Yukiko is hungry, we could first grab a bite while we search, Yusaku suggested with a smile. Yukiko placed a hand on her stomach and resolutely nodded. Let us go. We shall fill our bellies before looking for Shinichi. Shinichi, do not blame your mother. Your father's words have truly struck a chord with her. As an adult, you should be able to endure a bit longer. Should you not? Conan, thank you. After their meal, Yukiko rubbed her stomach and turned to Yusaku. She felt no desire to continue deciphering any clues. After all, she could not comprehend them, and there were no television stations or police officers around to draw attention to herself. Thus, she might as well play the role of the supportive partner. Darling, now that I am full, have you figured out what place the refreshments refer to? Yusaku gazed out the window, hesitating before nodding and pointing at a distant billboard. If I am not mistaken, it should be there. A beer advertisement, Yukiko replied, her voice laced with confusion as she looked at the sign Yusaku pointed to. Initially, I too believed the letter referred to a building, perhaps a bakery or patisserie. However, upon further investigation, I discovered that the nearest bakery is in the opposite direction of where we came from. The clue could not possibly lead us to turn back halfway, so it must not refer to that. But what does this have to do with beer? Yukiko, what do you think refreshments typically refer to? Refreshments, little cakes, and pastries like tiramisu. Yukiko responded uncertainly. Exactly. Yusaku nodded. When I think of baked goods, my first thought is of a cake shop or bakery. However, the most recent shop requires us to take a considerable detour. Based on the previous clues, it is highly unlikely to be that type of place. As for why that billboard came to mind, it must be due to the beer's nickname. Liquid bread? That does seem somewhat plausible. All right, let's go take a look. Yukiko nodded thoughtfully, pulling Yuzaku along as they made their way in that direction, waiting for nightfall. Isn't it already nighttime? Why must we wait for the dusk? Gazing at the secret code, Yukiko turned directly to Yuzaku. Well, I'm not quite sure either. Perhaps this phrase serves as a limitation on time? After all, the places we explored earlier were visible regardless of whether it was day or night. Yuzaku shrugged. Nevertheless, that's not what matters. The important thing is to find the next location indicated by the secret code. But what do the universe and the pinnacle of stars signify? Why not just search for it? Yuzaku smiled and began to look around. Seeing him do so, Yukiko mimicked him, scanning the surroundings. Yuzaku, have you found anything? After a while, Yukiko furrowed her brow and returned to Yuzaku's side. Whispering her inquiry, no, Yuzaku was equally perplexed. He had initially thought this secret code referred to a memorial or an observatory, yet after searching, he had found no such establishment. Could it be that I was mistaken? Yuzaku pondered, scratching his chin in confusion. Honestly, how could this be a game? Discovering that the secret code was somewhat simplistic, only to concoct a non-existent clue to vex us, is rather excessive. Noting Yuzaku's lack of leads, Yukiko could not help but voice her frustration loudly. No need to rush, Yukiko. Since it's a secret code, there must be a clue. It's just that this clue might be a bit more convoluted. After all, we didn't initially realize that the previous reference to snacks was actually about a beer advertisement. Did we? Yuzaku reassured her, then began to scrutinize the clue in his hand. The night will carry you to the vast universe, leading you to the pinnacle of stars. Why emphasize the night? Could it be that the night possesses some special significance? With this thought in mind, Yuzaku resumed his survey of the area. Nighttime. The only things visible at night that are obscured during the day must be lights. Yukiko contemplated before hesitantly suggesting, how about we search from above? I just spotted a Ferris wheel over there. A Ferris wheel? Yuzaku paused, recollecting the Ferris wheel shape, as if a realization struck him. Very well. Let us search from the Ferris wheel. Lead the way. Thus, the two ventured towards the Ferris wheel under Yukiko's guidance, just as I suspected. Upon seeing the Ferris wheel, Yuzaku silently nodded in affirmation. That's it. I indeed had a misinterpretation. However, he chose to remain silent, quietly following Yukiko and merging into the crowd. As the Ferris wheel gradually ascended, Yukiko gazed outward. Yukiko, there's no need to search anymore. Yuzaku chuckled, pulling Yukiko back. But the secret code has been deciphered. Under Yukiko's astonished gaze, Yuzaku smiled and shook his head. We are currently en route to the pinnacle of stars. Yukiko was taken aback, unable to comprehend Yuzaku's meaning. It's quite simple, Yuzaku explained with a smile. What shape do you think the Ferris wheel is? Is it star-shaped? Yukiko recalled, speaking hesitantly. Exactly. Now, when we ride the Ferris wheel and reach the top of the star Haven we arrived at the pinnacle of stars. Is there such an interpretation? It does seem somewhat reasonable. Yukiko nodded, both surprised and enlightened. Then shouldn't we search further? After all, according to the secret code, to reach the next location, we must stand at the pinnacle of stars and reminisce about the past. No need. Yuzaku shook his head with a smile. It's been a while since we've enjoyed a day out together. So Yukiko, just relish this journey. As for the secret code, if it comes to worst, we can always take another ride. Is that all right? Of course, trust me. Seeing Yuzaku's insistence, Yukiko chose to believe him, obediently settling down and quietly enjoying the scenery from the Ferris wheel. To be honest, it looks rather lovely, doesn't it? Soon, after thoroughly enjoying their time atop the Ferris wheel, the two descended. Yukiko stretched lazily, the swaying of the Ferris wheel having made her a bit drowsy. She spoke in a languid tone. Yuzaku, if the night refers to nighttime, then could the next phrase, the flower in the sun, mean we must wait until daytime to find it? If that's the case, should we perhaps go back and take a nap? That won't be necessary. Yuzaku shook his head. If we were to wait until tomorrow, this phrase would be obscured rather than stated outright. Therefore, the sun here certainly does not refer to time. But what does the flower in the sun refer to? Ignoring Yukiko's complaints, Yuzaku closed his eyes, pondering the information within the secret code. When reminiscing about the past, in a place easily accessible, the flower in the sun. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned sharply, gazing at a distant sign, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. Found you, curious at Yuzaku's exclamations. Yukiko looked over. Yet, no matter how she squinted, she could still see no sign of any flowers. Yuzaku, what did you find? Adhering to her inquisitive nature, Yukiko leaned closer to Yuzaku, eager for answers. Of course, it's that. Did you see the neon lights over there? Yukiko looked over, and amidst the flickering neon, the characters Gue-ing emitted a faint glow. Gue-ing? Does the flower in the sun refer to that? Yukiko pondered, nodding thoughtfully. If the flower in the sun is represented by characters, then blooming in the sun must also be represented by characters, right? Could it be due to the flickering neon outside? Precisely. Yuzaka grinned. If viewed during the day, that neon light would resemble the character LV. However, at night, with one light strip malfunctioning, from here it appears as the character Ri. Therefore, the flower in the sun is actually the Ri character containing Guayang. Yuxiko pondered, nodding in understanding. That makes sense. Since we found our destination, let us hurry over, she exclaimed, eagerly tugging Yuzaka towards the building. She was excited to see Yuzaku's expression when he discovered he had been tricked. Yet, she remained oblivious to the affectionate smile that graced Yuzaku's face behind her. Arriving at the base of the building, Yuzaka contemplated and mischievously suggested to Yuxiko, since we located the whereabouts of Shinichi. Let us contact the police. Eh? Yuxiko was momentarily taken aback before hastily waving her hands. Wait, Yuzaku, let us go up and take a look first. We're not even sure if Shinichi is here. Not a problem. I am quite confident in my deduction. Plus, this is the enemy's lair. What if there is an ambush? Therefore, we should contact the police first. Yuxiko was adamant against Yuzaku's proposal. This was merely a prank between them. If the police were contacted, how could they wrap things up? Just as Yuxiko racked her brains for an excuse, Yuzaka suddenly laughed. All right, I was just joking. After all, who knows if the little thief who kidnapped Shinichi might be lurking here, eavesdropping on our conversation. Right? Yuxiko nodded vigorously. If he overhears us, what if he harms Shinichi? So, let us hurry up. Without waiting for Yuzaka to respond, she dashed upstairs. Yuzaka chuckled, shaking his head as he followed Yuxiko. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yuzaka spoke with a smile, not even glancing around. So, Shinichi, are you having fun? As he gazed at his son, who was shivering beneath a blanket, and the unfamiliar woman standing beside him, gently stroking his forehead, Yuzao could no longer contain his astonishment. Shao Xin, Nagamitsu, is it? What brings you here? Upon noticing the person beside Conan, Yukiko instinctively exclaimed. Realizing she may have spoken out of turn, she quickly covered her mouth and cast an expectant glance at Yuzao, hoping he had not overheard her words. At that moment, Yuzao was indeed oblivious to Yukiko's concerns. His mouth agape in bewilderment as he stared at Conan. Wait, how did I not notice that such a beautiful woman had suddenly appeared beside my son? He pondered. No, that can't be right. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Given Yukiko's notoriously jealous nature, how could she not be envious upon seeing him gaze at another woman? Realizing something was amiss, he swiftly reined in his emotions, forcing himself to disregard the striking presence of the woman. And donned a confident smile. Shinichi, how are you enjoying your time alone? A faint smile appeared on Conan's face as he replied, happy, of course, although it deviated from my original plan. Seeing your expression makes the suffering of the past few days feel insignificant. You little rascal, Yuzao chuckled, shaking his head. But really, why not introduce me to this lady beside you? Nagamitsu smiled gently. Hello, Mr. Yuzao. My name is Ase Nagamitsu, and I am currently working for Mr. Shinichi. Just so you know, I am a male. So it's Miss Nagamitsu, is it? You're a man. Yuzao was taken aback once more. The woman before him was actually a man. Click. A flash of light captured the moment. As Yukiko stood in front of Yuzao, grinning that I've captured something wonderful. Well done, Yukiko. Don't forget to share a copy with me later. Conan's eyes sparkled at Yukiko's actions. If only he had a camera, he would have taken a picture himself. By the way, Dad, when did you realize this was my design? After a playful exchange, Conan looked at Yuzao with a hint of confusion. Your plan was quite clever. I didn't notice any significant flaws in the things Yukiko told me or the handwriting on the letter. Yuzao remarked with a smile. The main issue lay with Yukiko, as some details were not handled properly. Upon hearing this, Yukiko's expression soured instantly. So you both think my acting skills are lacking. You both seem to believe you can do better. Tell me, where did I fail to manage the details? If you can't provide a satisfactory explanation, you can sleep in the study when we get home. Seeing Yukiko's flustered anger, Yuzao felt a headache coming on. Had he known better, he would have refrained from mentioning her mistakes. With a resigned sigh, he decided to address the details she needed to improve upon. All right, let us discuss the issues with the letter. According to your account, you were knocked unconscious, and upon waking, the letter was right beside you. That means the envelope would have been icy cold. There is no way you would have tucked something so frigid into your embrace. However, when I arrived, the letter was warm, indicating it had been in your possession for quite some time. But what if I had placed the letter directly into my coat? Yukiko interjected. That leads us to the next flaw. Yuzao continued with a smile. It's evident you put considerable effort into staging this scene. even creating traces in the snow, but it simply wasn't adequate. When I arrived, aside from your footprints and the indentation where you fell, there were no other traces. I want to even mention the absence of footprints from the individual who knocked you out or Shinichi's, none at all. You claimed the envelope was right in front of you. But when I checked, there were no remnants of the envelope on the ground. Thirdly, the evidence. According to your story, you were knocked unconscious, so Shinichi must have been as well, correct? Yet there are no signs of injury on your head. And Shinichi's glasses are intact. If he had received a significant blow, they would have surely cracked. Lastly, your demeanor is far too relaxed. After I began to suspect this was all a ruse, I started testing you, taking you out to eat, shopping, and even riding the Ferris wheel together. Yet you displayed no signs of concern, such as Shinichi is in danger. I'm worried. Hence, I concluded that this entire scenario was orchestrated by you two. Well, Mom, you actually chose to shop with Dad instead of caring for your adorable son. I am truly disappointed in you. Upon hearing Yuza's words, Conan, who had been feeling quite weak, suddenly perked up, standing tall to chastise Yukiko. However, after the reprimand, he weakly retreated back under his blanket. If it hadn't been for the cold, he would have surely given his heartless parents a thorough scolding. Yukiko sheepishly scratched her head. I'm sorry, Xiaoxin. You know how it is. Yuzao has a way of persuading me. His suggestions were simply too tempting to refuse. Achu, that just means your acting skills were lacking. And what of it? Are you implying that your script was flawless? Of course, my script is impeccable. Achu, as Yuzao stood by, amused by the unfolding drama, he turned to Nagamitsu and asked, So, you are Nagamitsu, right? How did you come to know my troublesome son? Truth be told, he was somewhat concerned about his son's sexual orientation being influenced by this individual. Nagamitsu, aware that this man was the father of his leader, bowed respectfully and replied, I am someone who was saved from death by Mr. Shinichi. Without him, I would have likely crossed over to another world. In return, I pledge to offer him everything I possess. What exactly happened? Please elaborate. Yuzo's interest was piqued, and he felt a surge of energy. Surely, his son was about to embark on some grand scheme. Was he didn't want to wake up one day to find his son had become a fugitive. Nagamitsu recounted the events on Tsukikage Island, his past, and everything he had initially planned to do. Upon finishing, Yuzao let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his son wasn't plotting anything overly grand. However, given the dangerous organization the doctor had mentioned, having someone to lend support was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. In that case, if Shinichi is unwilling to leave, I'll entrust him to you. Yuzao clapped Nagamitsu on the shoulder with a smile. Rest assured, my life was saved by Mr. Shinichi. Thus, I will dedicate everything to him, including my life. Nagamitsu promised sincerely. Pleased with this assurance, Yuzao nodded appreciatively. Yet, as he listened to Nagamitsu's words and observed his face, he couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that something was off. What do you mean by life? Dad, what are you discussing with Nagamitsu? Conan, having finished with Yukiko, approached suspiciously, eyeing his father. Nothing much. Just reflecting on how fortunate you were to have such a good partner. Yuzao replied, dismissing the strange feeling and smiling at his son. Speaking of which, I had intended to take you abroad to hide for a while. However, since you started seeking help, I assume you want to be leaving with us? While it was a question, the tone was filled with certainty. Of course not. Conan nodded earnestly. After this extended time together, he had developed reasons to stay. There were bonds he could not sever. I see. Yuzao observed the determination on Conan's face and nodded slowly. Understood. If you wish to remain, then stay. By the way, Dad, although I plan to stay as your only son, it shouldn't be unreasonable for me to ask for some assistance. Right? Conan suddenly recalled, grinning as he tugged at his father's sleeve. Despite being merely a mystery novelist, Yuzao had extensive connections. His influence could be felt from the FBI to Interpol. You little rascal. Yuzao chuckled and nodded. Whatever you need, just ask. If it's within my power, I will certainly assist you. Is that so? That's great. Conan nodded thoughtfully, then rubbed his stomach. However, before that, there is a much more pressing issue at hand. What is it? Of course, it's about taking me out to eat. Conan stated confidently, you heartless parents left me all alone here, exposed to the biting cold and starving. If I hadn't managed to call Chungshur over, I would have nearly starved to death. Speaking of which, where has Dr. Agasa gone? I intended to seek his assistance, but I couldn't reach him on the phone for some reason. Upon hearing this, the Kudo couple exchanged awkward glances. Yukiko, did you inform the doctor? I didn't. She replied. Honey, could it be that you forgot? In response, Yusaku wore a silent expression. Well, what was initially meant to be a playful tease aimed at their son turned out to be a misfortune for Dr. Agasa instead. Subsequently, After enduring the frigid winds of the Northwest for over a day, Conan, alongside the doctor who had been waiting at the hotel only to be stood up, gorged themselves in a restaurant while glaring furiously at the unreliable couple. Realizing their faults, the Kudo couple could only express their sincere apologies. Hey, are we supposed to bring Conan back? By the way, Yukiko, why is it you who brought Conan back? Asked Ran, her face filled with confusion upon seeing Conan returned. With Yukiko grinning behind him, well, that's because Winda is my relative, and she had to leave early due to some matters. Conan, this little rascal, said he couldn't bear to part with you all. So he asked me to bring him back, Yukiko replied, affectionately ruffling Conan's hair. Moreover, the main reason for bringing Conan back today is to consult with you about getting this child a few new outfits. This little scamp has picked up all of Shinchan's bad habits. Yukiko, I hadn't heard about this. Conan exclaimed, taken aback. He had merely thought Yukiko was bringing him back and had no idea she intended to take him shopping. The last time was already overwhelming with just Ran. If he had to endure it with his mother too, no way. Why are you asking so many questions? Just listen to your guardian, Yukiko chuckled. And noticing the resistance written all over Conan's face, she leaned down and whispered in his ear, Shinchan, you wouldn't want Ran to find out about you skipping homework twice in a row and being called in. Would you? Upon hearing this, Conan's words of protest were stifled. Taking a deep breath, he glared at his mother and muttered, You're ruthless. Yukiko, seemingly unfazed by his retort, stood upright with a smile and turned to Ran. So, Ran, what do you think? Shall we all go together? Do you think so too? Yukiko, Ran's eyes lit up as she looked at Yukiko. I told Dad last time that Conan is undeniably adorable. He just doesn't like changing outfits. And Dad opposed it. How outrageous. Mori slowly formed a question mark. Wait, who do you think paid for all those outfits last time? So, did my money just go to waste? This is so typical of Mori. Yukiko covered her mouth, chuckling lightly, and before Mori could get angry, she handed him something. By the way, Conan will need your extra care from now on. This is what Winda asked me to pass on to you. Consider it the child's maintenance fee, and please be sure to accept it. Mori glanced at the item and exclaimed, 10 million yen. Rest assured, Yukiko, I'll take good care of your relative's child. Seeing this, Mori instantly perked up, thumping his chest with a beaming smile. Haha, in that case, I'll leave it to you. Come on, Ran, let us take little Conan shopping. Afterward, noticing Conan's reluctance, Yukiko bent down again. Don't forget about that parent-teacher meeting. Conan shot a resentful glance at his troublesome mother. I know. Let us go, Ran. With that, Conan swiftly evaded Yukiko's outstretched hand, moved next to Ran, grasped her hand, and made a face at Yukiko. Watching Conan throw a little tantrum, Yukiko's smile widened even more. Shinchan, since you're being so stubborn with me, don't say I didn't warn you. That evening, when Conan and Ran returned, they were laden with shopping bags. While Conan wore an expression devoid of hope, meanwhile, Ran held a stack of photographs, looking exceptionally pleased. Dad, you better come clean. Where did you hide the savings book given to you by Ms. Winda? The next day, bright and early, Ran stood at Muri's door, intensely glaring at her father. Ran, this is from Ms. Winda, Muri stammered, his hands on his hips. But you said last time that you would watch over yourself and not drink or smoke carelessly. Don't tell me you don't even listen to your own words. That was just to help you out. Muri protested. I am not in a position to. Just as Muri was about to say something, he noticed Ran's fist tightening. Dad, what are you trying to say? Not in a position to what? In nothing. Muri swallowed hard, waving his hands dismissively, filled with regret. Why on earth did he let Ran learn karate in the first place? Why did it seem like he was losing face as a father? So, where's the savings book? Faced with Ran's threatening gaze, Muri gulped. Well, how about we head to the bank directly and transfer the money into your savings account? Is that so? That works. Upon hearing this, Ran pondered for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. The fists she had clenched earlier were now relaxed. In that case, I'll accompany Dad. Conan can come along too. Do I have to go? Conan, who had been sitting nearby, looked puzzled and pointed at himself. What's the point? It's just depositing money. No. Conan, you must come. Ran insisted earnestly. After all, this money is your living expenses from Miss Winda, so you need to keep an eye on where this money goes. Is that so? Fine then. Seeing that Ran had spoken, Conan couldn't argue further, nodded, and followed along. Remember to change your clothes. I went through the trouble of buying you so many outfits. Why do you always wear this one? Okay, I got it. Conan replied with a frown. How infuriating. His mother had teamed up with Ran to change his outfit, and to top it off, they even took pictures as mementos. And then handed them to Ran. How outrageous. This grudge would be noted. He absolutely had to find a way to obliterate this embarrassing history, as Conan grumbled about his mother's mischief in his mind. He entered his room to change into a casual outfit. Then he joined the two of them as they headed towards the bank, Shira's Bank, Mihua branch, upon seeing this familiar yet strange name. Conan felt a tightening in his chest. The name Shira's Bank didn't seem particularly significant in the manga, but in the context of the anime, it could spell trouble. It shouldn't be. If I recall correctly, in the anime, I should already have received the solar-powered skateboard from the doctor by now. Today can't be that coincidental, can it? Despite such thoughts, ever since the last incident at the department store, Conan had learned his lesson. What as the right time? What tools Haven T arrived? None of that mattered. The right people appearing at the right place undoubtedly indicated the emergence of a fitting case. No, sometimes even the location and characters might not align. Akemi Mayano, really, I've been late twice in the anime, but this time, I will definitely rescue you from those guys. With that thought, Conan felt his heart race. His expression tense. Call. When facing those dogs from the organization, making connections is paramount. Upon realizing this, Conan greeted Ran and Uncle Muri, then sought a secluded corner to make several urgent calls. Hello, doctor? Yes. Have you made any progress on that item I requested you to investigate? It's completed, but you're not entirely certain about the specifics. That's fine. As long as it proves useful. All right, I understand. If everything checks out, I'll come by today to collect it. Why do I need it, you ask? Rest assured, it's for saving someone. Thank you, doctor. I'll be sure to bring you a grand gift. What kind of gift, you wonder? Of course, that's a secret for now. Hello, Dad. Have you managed to sort out the favor I asked of you? You say it's not that quick. Surely not. As the world's foremost detective novelist and a guest of honor at security agencies worldwide, you can't possibly be unable to handle this. You say I don't need to provoke you. When have I ever provoked you? Am I not stating the truth? You claim I'm putting you in a difficult position? Nonsense. If it were anyone else, perhaps it would be a challenge. But for you, Dad, this is merely a trivial matter, a small case. You say you can resolve it tonight? Excellent. I'm counting on you, Dad. Love you, Seiji. How's everything on your end? Is the practice going well? Feeling good about it? That's great. In that case, I'll be relying on you for what comes next. Although it may not necessarily come into play, one can never be too certain in these matters. Plans can change in the blink of an eye. If any mishaps occur, then we will truly have to fight for our lives. Don't worry, it's just a possibility. The odds of a direct confrontation are slim. I will do my utmost to prevent such a scenario. As for the timing, nothing is confirmed yet, but if memory serves me right, it should be in the next couple of days. Rest assured. You are my partner. How could I let you perish? Moreover, we are legitimate members of the Red Faction. As long as we don't act recklessly, we shall remain unharmed. Regarding that matter, rest easy. I've already enlisted someone to help navigate the legal channels. You won't be implicated in any crime. After making 3 consecutive calls, Conan let out a sigh of relief. He had done everything within his power to arrange matters. If he were to have made an error, that would be preferable. However, should he encounter Akemi Mayano this time, he would exert every effort to rescue her from her fateful demise, just as he did for Seiji. He was unwilling to witness the tragedies of the original story unfold once more. He hoped that all he had done would yield results and bring her to safety. This time, he absolutely would not allow her to perish before his eyes, if the outcome of his journey through time mirrored that of the original. Then what was the purpose of his crossing over? Truly, it was evident that she was a child of privilege, merely residing in their home for a spell, and yet she had bestowed a staggering 10 million yen as a foster care fee. After transferring all the funds given by Yukiko to his savings account, Mori felt an exhilarating rush. 10 million yen. It would take countless commissions to amass such a sum. Truly, a big boss is indeed a big boss. All right, Dad, now that the money is safely deposited, please hand the savings book over to me. Seeing her father brimming with excitement, Rin smiled as she interrupted Muri's elation. Wait, hold on. Mori's smile vanished in an instant. While he understood that the money would eventually be given to his daughter, he reasoned that a few more minutes in his possession couldn't hurt. His little cash had already been thoroughly raided by his own daughter. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to part with it, Dad? Observing Muri's cold sweat, Rant's expression turned somewhat stern. This savings book is full. I need to exchange it for a new one first. I'll give it to you once I've done that. Mori strained to concoct an excuse. That's fine, Dad. Go ahead and exchange it, but don't you dare transfer the money to another account without my knowledge. Understood? After a moment's thought, Ran realized she had merely issued a simple warning, allowing Mori to take the savings book and forlornly head towards the counter. However, Mori's despondency didn't last long. Upon seeing the lady at the counter, His spirits lifted. "Excuse me. Could you please assist me in exchanging the savings book for a new one?" Upon finishing his request, he flashed a broad grin at the charming lady. To this, Conan felt a wave of curiosity. How could this chain-smoking, gambling uncle possess such pristine teeth? "I'm sorry, sir." The lady at the counter glanced at her watch. Then donned a professional smile as she addressed Muri. "If you need to process any transactions, please take a number from over there and return once your number is called. My sincere apologies." "I'll get that number right away. Please hold on a moment." "Beautiful," Muri exclaimed as he eagerly made his way toward the number distribution area. "Indeed, it's Akemi Mayano. Thankfully, I was prepared ahead of time. Otherwise, I might not have had enough time to save her," Conan thought, relieved as he observed Akemi Mayano at the counter, lightly made up, retrieving her rest sign. When he had asked the doctor to prepare the tools for Akemi's registration, the doctor had mentioned that those items would take at least a week to complete. Fortunately, he had the foresight to prepare in advance. She's gone. Where did that lovely lady disappear to? After retrieving his number and realizing that Akemi Mayano had vanished, Mori's expression turned desolate, filled with despair. Not only could he not secure the money, but even the beautiful lady had disappeared. It was unbearably cold. Couldn't this world show him a little kindness? Dad, observing her father's demeanor, Ren felt her fist clenched tightly. Speaking of which, since Miss Mayano has left, does that not imply that those robbers have begun their actions? Should I venture outside to take a look? After contemplating for a while, Conan shook his head. In the anime, even with the doctor's high-tech skateboard, he had been unable to successfully pursue those robbers. Instead, he had nearly been hit by a train. Now, without the skateboard, it was even less likely he could catch up to them. What was the point in going out then? As for those two robbers, they were nothing but gambling addicts. Letting Jin, that hard worker, take care of them seemed like a fitting end. With that thought, Conan stood quietly beside Ran, waiting for Muri to finish exchanging his savings book. "Oh, my little cash, my little money." Muri's face contorted in pain as he gazed at the savings book held in Ran's grasp. "My savings book. It's slipping away from me." The agony was unbearable. "Dad, please don't embarrass yourself. I've told you, when it's time for me to give you money, I will indeed do so." Ran's expression was a mix of emotions as she regarded her father, who, then, was truly the elder in this relationship. Just as the three were bickering at the bank entrance, events suddenly sped out from the parking lot, swiftly disappearing from sight. In fact, it came so close to colliding with the oblivious Muri that he barely avoided disaster. "You wretched scoundrels, are you even watching where you're going?" Muri, already in a foul mood, erupted in anger as he shouted at the retreating vehicle. If only you knew that the individuals in that car were armed. I wonder what your reaction would be, Conan thought, feeling a little awkward at Muri's behavior. But speaking of which, shouldn't that security guard be calling for help by now? Help? There's a bank robbery. Just as Conan was pondering this, the security guard's voice echoed from the parking lot. "So it's you lot again." Officer Magyar sighed helplessly at the sight of the three. "Honestly, can't this trio? Especially that Conan. Just stay home like a good boy. He is human too. He deserves a break." My apologies, Officer Magyar." Muri scratched his head in embarrassment. "The real culprit isn't you. So why are you apologizing to me?" Magyar glanced at Muri with exasperation, then shot a glare at Conan, clearly aware of who the true instigator was. Officer Magyar, I memorized the license plate of that vehicle," noticing the displeasure in Magyar's eyes. Conan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He is merely a pitiable and helpless elementary school student. Can one truly expect any malicious intent from a child of such tender age? Do you remember? Indeed, that vehicle nearly collided with the gentleman. I had even contemplated calling Aunt Yumi from the traffic department to address the speeding car, yet unexpectedly, there was a fortuitous outcome. Conan, with his hands clasped behind his head, chuckled amiably. "Is that so? You have certainly been a bother, Conan," came the reply. This encapsulates the reason for his ambivalence towards Conan. While this young lad seems to incite chaos wherever he goes, in a certain light, he is indeed quite well behaved. He has a keen sense of propriety and is remarkably attentive. Should he find himself in the Metropolitan Police Department in the future, he would undoubtedly become a paragon of excellence. "Not at all," Conan replied with a grin. Were he to become aware of Magyar's thoughts, he would likely feel quite embarrassed. All he could do was hope that Jin would cooperate. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to demonstrate what it truly means to lack discernment. "Well then, all the necessary statements have been recorded, Muri-kun. You may now take your family home," Officer Magyar said with a smile, patting Muri on the shoulder. This time, Conan contemplated remaining behind, as he still had a clear recollection of the case at hand. Moreover, it was not within the purview of others to resolve this matter. Soon enough, all the robbers would be apprehended by the diligent ones. Of course, he intended to attempt rescuing Amy before that happened. However, before departing, Conan seized the opportunity to discreetly place a transmitter on Amy, for he had no knowledge of her residence. What? You say you've located the suspect's vehicle, just as Conan was deep in thought. Officer Megur's voice suddenly rang out, Muri-kun, please accompany us for a moment to confirm whether that vehicle belongs to the robbers. All right, Ran, could you kindly escort Conan home? Muri nodded towards no need. Uncle Muri, Professor Agasa has invited me over to play, so I'll head straight to his house. Conan beamed. Is that so? Very well. Muri pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod in agreement. Professor, I have arrived. What about the item I requested? Shinichi has come. The professor, who had been engrossed in his work, turned to see Shinichi's arrival. He paused his task, clapping his hands. The item you requested is right here. Follow me. He led Conan to the pile of his inventions. Professor, are you certain that you have completed that item? Conan's expression turned peculiar as he observed the array of failed contraptions surrounding him. Had the professor placed his request among these failures? Do not underestimate me. It's merely a bulletproof vest with blood packets inside to simulate a real shooting scenario. Of course, I managed to create it. The professor proudly produced a lightweight red hoodie that appeared quite ordinary. Behold, this is my invention. Conan fell into silence, eyeing the flimsy garment. Professor, are you sure this clothing can withstand bullets? Absolutely. You may doubt me. But you must not belittle my inventions. The professor, sensing Conan's skepticism, grew agitated. How could he possibly produce something ineffective that would tarnish his reputation, given the professor's prowess in advanced technology, coupled with his creation of bulletproof glasses capable of withstanding sniper fire in the original story? Conan reluctantly chose to trust him. Since you say so, Professor, I shall take your word for it. I'll take the clothing for now. Thank you. Conan smiled and expressed his gratitude, taking the hoodie as he prepared to dash outside. Wait, Shinichi, although I am unsure of your intentions, based on your needs, I also made this. The professor handed Conan a hat. Thank you, Professor. I'll return with a surprise for you. Conan remained silent for a moment, waving goodbye to the professor as he hurried out. A surprise? As long as you all remain safe, that is all that matters. Having watched Conan grow up, the professor understood the gravity of Conan's current situation. Yet, since Conan had chosen to stay, he would undoubtedly stand by him, supporting him in achieving his aspirations. Be exceedingly cautious, Shinichi, watching Conan's receding figure. The professor silently wished him well. I in the Saishiya residence, Mr. Shinichi, do we truly need to proceed in this manner? Saishiya asked anxiously upon seeing Conan rushing over to. Do not worry, Saishiya. Just wait a moment. Once Dad arrives, you can legally take those items. Conan smiled reassuringly, gesturing for Saishiya to relax. I am not concerned about legality. I am worried for your safety, Mr. Shinichi. Seeing Conan's confident demeanor, Saishiya sighed and sat beside him. As time passed and the sun sank lower in the sky, a knock echoed at the Saishiya door. Coming. Without waiting for Saishiya to speak, Conan hurriedly opened the door. Indeed, his father stood at the threshold. Shinichi, I shall ask you once more, are you certain you want these items? Gazing at his son's face, Yuya's expression was grave. Of course, Dad. You must have heard the intel regarding that organization. Given that, do you think it wrong for me to acquire these items for self-defense? Rest assured, I remain myself. These items will solely be employed in opposition to that organization. They shall never be used elsewhere, and neither will Saishiya. Fear not, Mr. Yuya. I shall absolutely not engage in anything Mr. Shinichi does not permit. Saishiya echoed earnestly. Forget it. You rascal. I owe a significant debt of gratitude this time. Just take it and be off. Yuya impatiently retrieved a small notebook from his bag and handed it to Saishiya, along with a cold, metallic handgun. If you require ammunition, you may contact this number. They will deliver it to you. However, it is best not to disclose your real address, and do not use your own phone to make the call. By the way, Yukiko asked me to inquire when you plan to learn disguise techniques from her. Well, perhaps in a couple of days. There may be some matters to attend to. Have you caught wind of something? Yes. Very well. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Your father can still assist you. After saying this, Yuya waved and departed without looking back. Mr. Shinichi, what is this? Saishiya inquired, astonished by the gun permit handed to him by Yuya. That is, of course, a legal item. We are on the red side. Who among the red personnel possesses firearms illegally? However, how proficient are you with a gun? In response to Conan's question, Saishiya shook his head. After all, I am merely an ordinary person. Moreover, shooting accuracy is entirely reliant on practice with bullets. How could I possibly become a sharpshooter so quickly? Understanding this, Conan nodded in comprehension. I see. No worries, I can understand. Moving forward, I hope those from the organization do not engage in any unnecessary actions. Conan sighed inwardly, realizing that he would soon confront the organization. Nevertheless, with the enemy in the light and himself in the shadows, the advantage lay with him. With this thought in mind, Conan turned to Saishiya. All right. Saishiya, let us set forth. Upon hearing Conan's words, Saishiya obediently nodded, quietly standing behind him. Are you not curious about our destination? Noticing Saishiya's silent compliance, Conan felt a twinge of curiosity. In response to Conan's inquiry, Saishiya smiled softly and shook his head. Regardless of what Mr. Shinichi intends to do, I shall remain at your side. As for our objective, if Mr. Shinichi wishes to share, he may do so. If not, I shall not pry. You, my friend. Conan shook his head, bemused. He sought allies, not mindless followers devoted solely to him. Moreover, it is evident that Qingshi was not so obstinate just before I rescued him. Why has he suddenly become so stubborn? Never mind, you may call me Conan from now on. The name Kudo Shinichi could attract unwanted attention if overheard by those with ill intentions. With a resigned shake of his head, Conan addressed Qingshi. Very well, Mr. Conan. Just call me Conan. Qingshi replied. There is no need for the honorifics. I'm merely a child. Addressing me with titles will only draw the gaze of others. Conan, somewhat exasperated, covered his forehead. Although Qingshi was his subordinate, the constant use of honorifics felt rather absurd. He still wished to remain in the shadows. How could he do so with such overt acknowledgement? Apologies, Mr. Conan, for any inconvenience caused, Qingshi said. Fine, do as you wish. I shall not concern myself with it. Noticing Qingshi's unwavering reverence, Conan waved his hand dismissively, too fatigued to continue the discussion. Our next task is to welcome our upcoming companion. She is currently a member of that organization and has drawn the attention of Jin, placing her in a precarious situation. These items are prepared for her. Conan briefly outlined Mimi's current predicament. Upon hearing this, Qingshi nodded in acknowledgement. However, his expression suggested he was not particularly invested in Conan's words. In essence, he did not care about Conan's needs or the motives behind his actions. He only recognized that everything he did was because Conan required him, and that was sufficient. Observing Qingshi's demeanor, Conan let out a weary sigh. It was clear that he had initially recruited Qingshi merely with the intent of finding a companion. Let us go. Qingshi nodded, smiling, and followed closely behind Conan. After a while, the two arrived at the foot of an apartment building. According to the location, our next ally resides here. Glancing at the coordinates on his glasses, Conan nodded in satisfaction. If memory served him correctly, Mimi's residence should be on the 5th floor. Relying on the digits etched in his mind, Conan led Qingshi to the 5th floor, and upon seeing the nameplate inscribed with Hirota, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the best power-up is a scripted one. Does she reside here? But how shall we gain entry? Let me think. Upon finishing his sentence, Conan lowered his head, deep in contemplation. Although tonight the organization's diligent worker was preoccupied with silencing witnesses and could not surveil Mimi, it did not imply that the organization had not dispatched personnel to monitor her movements. Like something out of an anime, Conan's reckless decision to charge into Mimi's home would have been a manifestation of the protagonist's halo. Had it been a stranger arriving at that critical moment, they might have met a grim fate. Primarily, it was due to his ignorance of Mimi's true identity. However, knowing that a shadowy figure, burdened with several lives, lurked behind her, he still brazenly intruded upon her home. One could only call him truly audacious. Oh, wait, had the original Conan been aware of Mimi's ties to that organization, he would have likely been even more inclined to rush into her home. Never mind, let us just knock. After a lengthy deliberation, he finally declared with resolve. He couldn't believe that Jin would be so meticulous as to monitor even the ordinary interactions between neighbors. Given the combination of a woman and a child, it was unlikely he would pay them much mind. Qingshi, upon hearing Conan's determination, asked no further questions and quietly knocked on Mimi's door. Hello, who is it? Aren't you Conan? Who is this beside you? Mimi exclaimed, surprised to see Conan at her door. Sister Yame, my sister and I have some questions we'd like to ask you. May we come in for a moment? Conan inquired, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the woman before him. Of course, please come in. Though puzzled as to why Conan had come, Mimi said nothing further and opened the door, allowing the two to enter. In the distance, two henchmen clad in black coats observed as Conan and Qingshi stepped inside. One of them held a phone, reporting to someone on the other end. Jin, yes, someone has arrived at Mayano Mimi's home. No, it's not a man. From their conversation, it appears to be a child and her sister. No, The girl's hair isn't golden, it's black. Yes, both of them have black hair. Based on their appearance, they should be Mayano Mimi's neighbors. Ignore them. Shall we continue our surveillance? Understood. After hanging up, Jin's cold gaze turned to Beijing Shiro, whom he promptly eliminated. Humph. Black malt whiskey certainly knows how to remain composed. I wonder, after I eliminate your girlfriend, will you still be able to maintain that calm demeanor? This mission was less about Mayano Mimi and more about luring out Akai Shuichi, the one who nearly ensnared him in a trap. However, according to current intelligence, it seemed Akai was still in America, unaware that his former girlfriend was on the brink of death. Humph. Whether you are a discarded pawn or have deliberately severed ties with him, your fate as a traitor to the organization is sealed. Death awaits you. Sitting in the slowly moving car, Jin spoke icily. Conan, is there something you wish to discuss with my sister? Mimi smiled as she welcomed the two into her home. However, once inside, Conan remained silent, cautiously retrieving a small device resembling a phone from his backpack, and began to wander around Mimi's room. Conan did not respond to Mimi's inquiry, instead continuing to inspect the device. Ultimately, aside from the device lighting up red when passing by the door, it showed no further reactions. Observing this, Conan exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, luck is on our side. It seems Miss Mayano, your home has not been equipped with any listening devices. What are you talking about, Conan? My name is Hirota Yame. Who is Mimi? I don't know anyone by that name. Besides, I'm just an ordinary bank employee. Who would have the time to install listening devices in my room? Mimi's expression turned slightly frantic, yet she stubbornly attempted to defend herself. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Conan beamed a bright smile. All right. Miss Mayano Mimi, since there are no listening devices here, let us speak candidly. Conan stretched his arms. The device was one he had previously asked the doctor to create, specifically designed to detect listening devices. You may doubt the doctor's sense of humor, but you cannot underestimate his technological prowess. Since the device indicated green, it meant that no one from the organization had installed listening devices in Mimi's room. Who are you? How do you know that name? Seeing Conan's unwavering confidence, Mimi's expression turned cold. She placed her hand behind her waist, her gaze fixed intently on Conan and Cheshire, her demeanor vigilant. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Edogawa Conan. At present, I suppose I can be considered a detective. Conan replied with a smile. A detective? What does a detective want with me? And how did you hear that name? Speak quickly. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous, Mimi warned, drawing a handgun and aiming it at Conan. Witnessing this, Conan shook his head in resignation, stopping Chengshi, who was also reaching for his weapon. It's all right, Chengshi. Miss Mimi will not shoot us. If you are unwilling to be open with us, perhaps we should switch topics. For instance, what about the 10 billion yen that was stolen from the bank? You must have the wrong person. I am not a bank robber, and those funds have nothing to do with me. Yame's expression soured, yet she still attempted to justify herself. Beijing Shiro and Kishi, you should be familiar with those names. You? As Mimi opened her mouth to retort, Conan raised a hand to silence her. Both of them are already dead. What? Mingmei's voice suddenly rose by 2 decibels. No, but why? Conan remained silent, simply observing Mingmei as she pondered. Did they do it? After a moment of hesitation, Mingmei murmured uncertainly to herself. If you are referring to the organization behind you, then indeed, it was their doing. You know about the organization? At that moment, Mingmei was once again taken aback. Why did she have the persistent feeling that this child before her seemed to possess an abundance of secrets? Conan nodded. Of course, and I also know that the reason you are after that billion is to strike a deal with them. Furthermore, I am aware of the dire consequences you will face should you continue to negotiate with them, a fate from which you will undoubtedly not escape alive. Upon hearing Conan's words, an expression of helplessness crossed Mingmei's face. I know. She was certainly aware of these matters. Did she not understand the nature of the organization? However, as an outsider, what could she possibly do? She lacked the capability, she had no connections. The only means to rescue her sister lay in a gamble, betting her own life on whether Jin and the others would honor their promise. Looking at the helpless expression on her face, Conan began to piece together the situation. However, something was amiss. What about Akai Shuichi? He was the one previously known by the codename Black Whiskey, setting aside their familial ties. Considering they had once been romantically involved, surely he would not refuse to assist her. Familial ties. Mingmei was momentarily stunned. Did she share any kinship with Takuan? Yet, that was of little consequence. I once contemplated reaching out to him. But ultimately I abandoned the idea. After all, he is merely a member of the FBI, not one of its higher-ups. I do not believe that, even if he were to rescue me, my sister would be able to lead a normal life.